The boy screams heartbreakingly, "This is our hero, his name is Joshua." Looking around, he realizes that he is not in the place where he was according to his last memories. Joe doesn't understand how this is possible because he thinks he should have died in the explosion. Thinking about the changes that had taken place in his body, a thought occurred to the boy. After looking around first, Joe finds a well nearby and approaches the tub next to it. Looking at his still very childish face, the boy assumes that time has turned back. He doesn't understand how this is possible and how he managed to become a child again. Having looked around the area again, the boy realizes that everything is not quite as it seems. He used to live in this place, which means Joe went back in time. He starts laughing, and our hero finds what's happening funny. After all, this means that he has received another chance, which he should use to take revenge on his enemy. Joe is called upon to answer questions about why he doesn't clean up the horse shit as he was told. The boy knows these guys. They are from the personal troops belonging to the Duchy of Agnes, Centurions. The brown-haired man's name is Lloyd, and he says that Joe should answer when spoken to. But they remind him with an evil grin that the boy is mute and won't be able to answer. Joe remembers pretending to do so to avoid getting into more trouble for opening his mouth. Lloyd remembers that he hasn't seen Lucia for a long time, and his interlocutor pulls him back, reminding him to be careful. The boy glares at the Centurion who spoke disrespectfully about the maid, and all because she is not only a servant of Duke Agnes, but also Joshua's mother. He himself is the illegitimate son of the man who raped the boy's mother. Since those close to him knew this, they viciously tortured the child with noble blood in his veins. These three were especially enjoying this, mocking the youngest right now. Lloyd says he wants to visit Lucia, and Rollo asks him to shut up so they won't hear. The interlocutor is not worried, believing that in this remote place only Joshua can hear. Besides, even if we get rid of Lucia and her offspring, Duchess Vanessa will clear them. Lloyd thinks now is the perfect time to do it, but Lucia isn't here. He offers to have some fun with Joe before the maid arrives, and his interlocutor is only too happy with the offer. The boy thinks he is not going to let the bastards who insulted his mother go away. Looking at his clenched little hands, he wonders if what he has planned will work. Joshua wants to use the way he uses the mana technique. This method is unusual. Our hero learned it in the ancient ruins with his favorite spear, Rugia. The mana technique that Joe had learned before had a completely different method of operation. It represents the use of mana from another source, from the environment. Therefore, this method has no limitations as in the case of the mana core located under the abdomen. This technique allows you to absorb mana with your entire body at once. The concentration is also different. It concentrates mana exactly where it is needed, so it can be released instantly. By not going through the core formation process, Joe saved himself years. Gort suggests surrounding this bastard and kicking him. He is filled with anger at just one look. Lloyd says he knows the reason for his friend's bad mood, and he shuts him up. Approaching his victim, Gort says that today he is not going to hold back. Joshua's intense concentration causes the offender to stop and sound puzzled. Gort thinks that this kid fainted from fear right there. Lloyd agrees with his friend. Joe silently prays that he can only scoop up a measly handful of mana. It took him a decade to do it, but now he knows how the process works. From the direct and piercing gaze, Gort recoils back, frightened. Embarrassed, he rushes at the boy, sending unflattering expressions his way. Outraged by this reaction, the young man admits that it is a big surprise. Before the club can touch him, Joe delivers a blow filled with mana. Falling to the ground, Gort curses, throwing out curses, and groans from the unexpectedly intense pain. A stunned Lloyd asks in an uncontrollable tone how such a thing could have happened. It's unthinkable. The boy, meanwhile, realizes that he feels something sticky and disturbing. He is sure that he has never experienced such a feeling in his stomach before. Lloyd assumes that the boy is crazy since he is in such a hurry to get to the next world. Joshua believes that it is dangerous to go up against a trained soldier with such a childish body. He assumes that Rollo will not attack, as he is the most cautious of the three. And since there is only one opponent, and Joe stood his ground against Gort, he has a chance to defeat Lloyd. The enemy mercifully allows the boy to consider today his last. Screaming that he will kill him, Lloyd slices the air with his sword, but Joshua manages to dodge it. The Centurion notices the energy emanating from the boy's body, realizing that it is mana. But amazement costs the young man precious moments. The blow is so powerful that Lloyd flies back to his friend, choking on blood. Rollo is afraid to say out loud his opinion that Joshua is crazy, but in his mind, he reasons without embarrassment, realizing that the second time cannot be an accident. Joe is in severe pain at this point simply because he is using mana. He thinks that Rollo is no better than Lloyd and Gort. He became a Centurion thanks to his wit. This man is very dangerous, and Joshua decides to ask him to deliver a message. Rollo becomes even more confused when he hears the boy's voice. Unable to contain his surprise, he asks his interlocutor if he can really speak. Instead of answering a stupid question, the boy starts talking about the consequences of bullying. He promises to kill anyone who dares to insult his mother, including even centurions. Rollo becomes so scared, as if there was no child in front of him at all. Gasping, he runs away with a heart-rending cry about how this boy is a real monster. When the danger has passed, Joshua allows himself to exhale, his breath ragged. Cursing silently at his own endurance, the boy closes his eyes. He doesn't even find the strength to soften his fall with his arms outstretched in front of him. Joe manages to open his heavy eyelids only once before falling into complete darkness. As soon as they enter the building, an excited conversation begins about the mute child. The man asks if his interlocutor has heard that he beat the crap out of 3 centurions. Another participant in the conversation finds it strange that Joshua is stronger than his older brother. The interlocutor believes that this is just exaggerated gossip. The child could not have beaten the centurions. The opponent notes that if the rumors are true, the situation regarding Agnes's inheritance may change. The interlocutor is confident that Joshua will not be able to defeat his older brother, Babylon. The third participant joins the conversation, citing the fact that the latter has mastered mana. The man agrees with Brown, saying that even the father of these two only became a user at 16. Babylon is only 14, but he can already use mana. He is an outstanding genius. The speaker believes that no one can compete with the young master for the right of inheritance. He turns around and asks Joshua since when he heard everything, and then stops. The boy, in an unwavering tone that does not require objections, orders them to go to Duke Agnes. He orders the servant to tell his master that his son has arrived. Rollo patiently waits for the Duke to pay attention to him, distracted from his occupation. He finally speaks up, clarifying the name of the centurion who had collapsed in 3 deaths. He confirms this, and the gentleman asks which battalion the soldier belongs to. Rollo replies that he serves in the 29th Battalion, but becomes tense at the question. The Duke asks Siphon if this is Griezmann's battalion, and the answer is yes. Agnes expresses his understanding by asking for the damaged armor to be brought to him. He asks if it is his youngest son Joshua who did this to him. Siphon advises his interlocutor to think carefully, because lying will cost him dearly and there will be no forgiveness. Rollo understands this and confirms that everything he said is the pure truth. The Duke asks Siphon for his opinion, and he says that what he said is very difficult to believe. The man is of the same opinion, but still thoughtfully asks how old Joshua is now. The loyal subordinate immediately replies that the younger master is 9 years old. Agnes knows full well that orc skin armor can only be destroyed with mana. Siphon apologizes for being rude, but expresses his opinion that this is impossible. There has never been a recorded case of mana use at the age of 9. And in general, to cover your hands with mana, you need to be at least a high-ranking knight. Siphon believes that all these words are justification for mocking young Master Joshua. A young man asks permission to take the liar outside to teach him a lesson. Rollo asks to believe him, because everything he said is actually true. Siphon forbids the boy to raise his head in the presence of the Duke and orders him to stop lying. Seeing that Rollo stands his ground, the captain moves to more active actions. Agnes asks Siphon to stop, but he does not want to leave things like this after the slander. The Duke justifies his request by saying that they will learn the whole truth after meeting Joshua. Believing that the time has come to meet his son for the first time, he wants to do it in person. Siphon is surprised by this because the Duke did not show such attention even to his legitimate son. Agnes asks where the junior is, and the subordinate passes on the information he received. The Duke asks Siphon to take him to his son, and he accepts the order for execution. Walking down the corridor of the mansion in a good mood, Babylon slows down. A wave of hot bewilderment overwhelms him, and his wonderful mood vanishes in an instant. Not understanding what the bastard is doing here, the heir openly asks his brother this question. Joshua doesn't hear him, as his attention is completely absorbed by something else. The boy stares at the portrait of the current emperor, Marcus, with a look full of hatred. The thing is, this man reminds him of Caesar, a man who needs revenge. Babylon can't stand it anymore, asking how much longer they are going to ignore him. Joe doesn't have to put in much effort to block an attack in the moment. Distinctly feeling the familiar pressure, Babylon is convinced that the rumor is true. But the rightful heir is not going to surrender to the bastard without a fight. The intention fails to materialize, as the father's voice asks what he is doing. Babylon abruptly pulls away from his half-brother, addressing the Duke in a stuttering voice. By kneeling, the legitimate heir respectfully greets his lord. Agnes repeats his question, to which Babylon replies that they exchanged cordial greetings. The man is puzzled by this answer and thoughtfully repeats these words after his son. Turning his gaze to the bastard, the Duke receives his consent in the form of a nod. Siphon thinks that this boy has gone crazy since he answers Agnes's question with a nod. The captain orders that the Duke be shown due respect and greeted properly. The Duke gently pulls his subordinate back, but notices that Joshua's gaze is filled with malice. The boy himself knows this very well, as well as the fact that it's all because of the portrait. Because of this, he is now unable to control his emotions properly. This is bad because Agnes does not allow hostile people to simply leave. The man asks the boy to come closer to him if he has calmed down. The Duke wants to see for himself whether he used mana or if it was all a lie. Babylon can't believe what he heard. He thought it was impossible for his brother to use mana. He is angry that the groom might have abilities superior to his own. Siphon asks the Duke not to rush, but he interrupts him, calling Joshua to him. He is afraid of such closeness, because if the anomaly is discovered, his plans will come to an end. The man has no intention of playing games, and Joe doesn't even have time to notice him approaching. Unceremoniously grabbing the boy's hand, the Duke begins his inspection. He is overcome with great surprise. Literally moments later, he did not expect this. The man's face changes from stunned to disappointed as he lets out an exasperated sigh. Siphon asks about his progress, and his master says that he has not detected any mana. Rising sharply, Babylon mentally rejoices that his position remains intact. Siphon believes that there shouldn't be any traces of mana in the core, but that's not what the interlocutor is talking about. The thing is that every person should initially have at least a little mana. Even ordinary civilians and monsters have it, which cannot be said about Joshua. Siphon equates the boy with the dead, who move thanks to demonic forces. The guy thoughtfully says that he heard from children that such cases had already happened. Agnes considers this unnatural. Joe has a sticky mass of negative energy in place of his core. The Duke says to his son that from now on he will keep an eye on him. Siphon reminds them that they cannot leave the centurion who spread rumors unpunished. Agnes believes that punishing for something they are not completely sure about is a bad idea. The man says that Joshua will live with them for a while since there are enough rooms. Babylon, unable to bear such a threat, tries to object, but is interrupted. The Duke asks his legitimate son if he wishes to object to his master. The boy stutters as he answers that he has no problem with it. Agnes orders Siphon to train the bastard in knightly matters from tomorrow. The captain doesn't understand why this is happening because Joe doesn't have mana, and the Duke has a different view of the situation. He tells his son that he looks forward to their next meeting after his training. After escorting Joe to his room, Siphon says that from now on he will live here. While the boy examines his new possessions, the captain becomes thoughtful. Unable to believe that the boy was not happy with the honor, Siphon allowed himself to be addressed. Joe, noticing that the man is behaving differently, assumes that it is because of the Duke's absence. However, he doesn't care about this. He wants to fall asleep on this bed much more. Joe thinks about his father's words about looking forward to their next meeting. Agnes spends most of his time in the Golden Palace of Acadia, the capital of the Avalon Empire. Looking at his hand, Joe wonders if the Duke sensed something unknown to him. No matter what it is, the very fact that Agnes will possess this knowledge is dangerous. At the same time, the most important thing for Joe now is to regain his former strength. And to do this, the boy will need to put in an incredible amount of effort. That same night, Joshua leans out of the window, carefully examining the surroundings. Having made sure that there is no one who could see him, the boy begins to act. Moving nimbly and skillfully from one elevated area to another, Joshua finds himself on the ground. Now it has become easier for him to use such an amount of mana. Everything looks easier than before. The conclusion is made hastily. Joshua clutches his stomach due to incredible pain. The negative energy in his mana core begins to mix with the holy power. Trying to figure out what is holding both of these energies together, Joe realizes it is Rugia. The patrolmen passing by were talking to each other. One of them heard our hero. But when he and his partner look around the corner, there is no one there. Joshua is lost in his thoughts, thinking that it's most likely Rugia's fault. While he is thinking about subjugating all three energies, a piercing screech breaks through somewhere in the area. Lucia asks why they are doing this, but for the tormentors, the answer is obvious. Gort says that because of this woman's son, their reputation is at rock bottom. In response to such speeches, Lucia bites the centurion with all her might, causing him to groan. He pushes the woman away from him, calling her trash and asking if she's completely crazy. The maid hits herself painfully but doesn't make a sound. This doesn't bother her tormentors at all. Lloyd says he wanted to do this the easy way, but Lucia can't stand still. Roland slows Gort down, reminding him of the possible consequences if Joshua becomes known. The opponent says he doesn't care, because they are here to deal with this bastard. The Duchess said she would take responsibility for everything, but the cowards could go away. Rollo stands frozen in indecision, torn between fear and not wanting to look like a coward. Lloyd teases him, saying that such a timid cat as a friend would be better off leaving. Gort asks him not to make fun of him and asks who exactly the interlocutor called a timid cat. Joe tells them to stop, and Rawls joins him, but the pair are unstoppable. The boy tells these scumbags not to even hope to get out of here alive. Lucia, having come to her senses, squeezes out her son's name, breathing heavily. Rollo thinks they should run, but Gort has a completely opposite opinion. The boy lifts his head up and slowly looks around the perimeter with an attentive gaze. Realizing what was going on, he uttered a phrase that caused confusion among Gort and Lloyd. One of them promises to send the boy straight to hell, and the second asks him to share with him. Joshua repeats his demand, ordering it to be seen by someone immediately. Lloyd chuckles, asking the boy what the hell he's talking about. Jumping down from above, the mysterious figure asks Joshua how he knew about him. It is the Knight Cain, and he asks how the boy managed to sense his presence. This cross is one of the 3 knightly orders of Duke Agnes that Joshua is familiar with. The boy tries to understand whether a man from the Order of the Crimson Knights was following him. The centurions respectfully greet the knight of such a highly venerated order. He is absorbed in his thoughts. He wonders if this is the boy from the rumors about the concubine's son. To his surprise, the object of his interest turns to him, saying that he wants to ask. Joe begins his question with the backstory that the ladies of the Duke's house tried to cause harm. He asks what, according to the military regulations of the Duke's house, will happen in this situation. Cain clearly feels the overwhelming force emanating from the boy. It is impossible to resist. With the words that immediate punishment will occur, the knight draws his sword from its sheath. Lloyd doesn't have time to do anything, screaming in sudden pain. Gort groans, but he quickly adapts and rushes at the enemy with a warlike cry. This helps little as the knight turns out to be more experienced and parries his opponent's blow. Gort asks Sir Cain to wait, knowing that this could be his end. But the knight does not heed, throwing himself at his next and final opponent. Rollo, saying that he sincerely regrets it, asks for mercy, but he is unable to finish his sentence. He interrupts himself, screaming intermittently in fear. But Joe asks the knight to stop. The centurion begs him for mercy in a stuttering and pitiful voice. He trembles slightly. Cain advises Rollo to shut up if he wants to live even a second longer. Joshua remarks that he is sure he told the knight to stop, and he retorts softly. The man says he is only punishing them for harming the Duke's wife. Although the Crimson Knights are considered weak, it seems that this man is quite strong. Before anything happens, Joshua asks Cain who he serves. The answer comes immediately. The knight says that he serves Duke Agnes. The boy's next question is whether Cain knows who he is. A guess quickly appears, because the knight knows a man with such pressure and look. The boy, meanwhile, orders his interlocutor to immediately lower his sword. The knight does not object, obeying the young master's order and fulfilling his will. Rollo bows his head, saying that for the preservation of lives they will serve the Count faithfully. The boy says he doesn't need the loyalty of such a pathetic person. It's all ambiguous. Joe says that he will personally slit the throats of those who dare to rebel against him in the future. The boy tells Rollo to disappear if he realized what he just said. The centurion runs away, saying that he understood everything clearly, calling Joshua Count. Lucia moans painfully. She's on the verge of reality and loss of consciousness. The boy is about to rush to his mother, but the knight's voice stops him. Cain asks if he is really the Count he knows. It seems to the knight that the Duke's offspring has changed a lot, because he used to be different. Joe remembers with him who he was before, having the status of just a mute groom. The knight looks down guiltily, thinking about something, and then speaks up. He addresses his interlocutor using a title, and the interlocutor asks what the matter is. Cain says that the soldiers assigned to the duchy carry out the orders of the Duke himself. The knight says that when they reach 23 years of age, they can choose a master for themselves. Cain himself will face this choice in a measly year. The knight says that he trusts his instincts, so he will keep an eye on the young master. Joshua thinks that the best solution would be to choose Babylon, not him. And as soon as he begins to talk about the eccentricity of his interlocutor, Lucia comes to her senses. Addressing her son by name, the woman is glad that he is now safe. The boy rushes to his mother without thinking, addressing her tenderly. He promises from this moment on to protect the woman at all costs. Lucia doesn't say anything out loud because it's enough for her that her son is okay. Joe silently thanks the heavens for giving him a second chance to correct the mistakes of the past. From now on, he has no intention of being timid, intending to act like the strongest spearman in history. Agnes asks if Count Rebrick visited them. Siphon confirms, but with a comment. This time, this man did not come alone. Miss Iceland came with him. The Duke sighs and, grinning, suggests that he wants to put an end to this. Even though Fanzel Rebrick is an unwelcome guest, he cannot be ignored. The Count's current companion is his daughter, one of his most talented people. She is watched as carefully as Babylon because the girl is a genius of magic. Iselin is blessed with mana, meaning there is no need to learn how to use it. Agnes knows that Fanzel will bother him again. He knows the reason for the Count's visit. Siphon reminds the Duke that his Babylon will be 15 years old next year. Although his coming of age is only a matter of time, the matter is different. The Duke's eldest son already has a lady love. This little lady's name is Charlie. Agnes exhales heavily, confirming these words and asking how then he can. This girl belongs to the Font family, which received the title due to its wealth. Siphon gives his voice to Lady Charlie, Agnes too, but at the same time sees a problem in this. His greed for talent is as immeasurable as his greed for military might. Siphon knows perfectly well that this man evaluates others only by their skills. Duke Agnes stops, causing his subordinate to become perplexed. Siphon asks what happened, and the interlocutor inquires about the progress of his youngest son. The captain cautiously says that he is not sure he understands what is being said. The Duke admits that he told him that he would give Iselin to him. Siphon is speechless, amazed, because this lady has the blessing of mana. And ironically, it can be given to someone who cannot use mana due to a curse. Joshua recalls that his mother was buried on a cliff north of the Duke's garden. In his past life, he often went up there to visit her, but now it's hard for the boy. Remembering that the secret passage opened up to him by accident, Joe tries to grope for it. The sound of knocking coming from underground makes you stop for a moment and your heart flutter. Joshua remembers that on the other side he found his ultimate weapon, Rugia. The boy carries out the necessary manipulations to achieve what he wants. Everything happens exactly as it should, just as Joshua remembers from memory. He enters the static crackling portal without the slightest fear. And as planned, he comes out on the other side, safe and sound. The portal collapses, and Joe continues to stand in place, looking thoughtfully ahead. Finally, he moves, carefully examining the surroundings along the way. The boy doesn't understand what happened here. The temple doesn't seem the same as it was before. When he first found this place, it was not in ruins, and the spear was languishing in chains inside. But now everything is different. When approaching the corresponding stone slab, Rugius is still not visible. Instead of the legendary weapon, the boy is met with some kind of iron stick. Despite this, Joshua still moves closer and grabs the unknown object. And at that moment, an interesting energy begins to be felt at the point of contact. The boy screams, shielding himself from the light, which has suddenly become too bright. He clears his throat and opens one eye, realizing that he can't feel anything in his hand. What he saw made the boy's eyes widen, and he asked what was going on. Joshua finds himself in a strange place he has never been to before. The child's indignation is interrupted by a voice that comes from behind and attracts attention. An iron rod appears right in front of him, and Joshua asks who it is. The object speaks again, saying that it is not an iron rod. It is revealed that he is a demonic weapon called Rugia. Joshua suggests that the spear looks like this because it also went back in time. Rugia says they don't have time. The boy asks what she means. The fact is that the confrontation between magic and divine energy is deadly. There is only one way to put them to sleep: restore their former power and reach the 4th level. Joshua remembers that this means mastering the ancient arts achieved in a past life. The use of mana with this art carries truly destructive potential. In the past, those who were able to fight Joe on equal terms could be counted on the fingers of one hand. This could be compared to the second most powerful class of swordsmen, the Absolute Masters. With a spear mastery level of 5 out of 8, Joe was the strongest on the entire continent. The 4th level represents approximately the highest category of the 3rd class. Joshua is confident that he can reach this level, as he has reached it before. The problem is that in his current state, he has a hard time even managing his mana. Rugia says that as long as they are close, Joe will be able to rise using mana without any side effects. The boy finds it hard to believe, so he can't help but ask the spear a clarifying question. Rugia advises her interlocutor to improve his skills, saying what will happen next. Then Joshua will be able to accomplish everything he planned. The boy asks the spear to wait. But leaving the insistence to start training for the end, Rugia disappears in a blinding light. With another discreet cry, Joshua realizes that he is holding an iron rod in his hand again. But now he knows that this is not what it seems at first glance. This is his Rugiar. Remembering the weapon's words about being able to use mana without consequences, the boy checks. Concentrating, he recalls the mana techniques that only he possessed. The first level is the absorption of particles from the surrounding space. Joshua's eyes snap open and he feels a new sensation inside him, which means one thing. And the boy screams with joy because he managed to carry out his plan. The first stage is completed, and Joshua, full of enthusiasm, begins his training. Using the first level of spear mastery, the boy concentrates mana in one point. He suddenly makes an explosive lunge that feels like a gunshot. His efforts are rewarded. The technique finds its visual embodiment. In his mind, Joe turns to his enemy, Caesar, promising that this is only the beginning. A voice rolls through the reception room, announcing the arrival of his lordship. Just a moment later, the door opens, letting in the Duke and his companion. The man smiles, noticing that here are the unexpected guests, and then he hears a familiar voice. Charlie respectfully greets the Duke, who asks what the girl is doing here. The man asks Agnes to forgive them, but the lady insisted on visiting him. This man's name is Cox, and not a single financial transaction of the fonts goes unnoticed by him. The Duke offers to invest in his house if the interlocutor truly feels guilty. Charlie calls Agnes a jerk and tells him to stop hunting for her family's wealth. The man is not offended. On the contrary, he now recognizes the girl he knew before. Charlie asks about Pavel and says that he too is thinking about attracting talented allies. In response to Cox's reprimands, Agnes remarks that there is nothing wrong with this. He is about to say something else, but becomes puzzled and immediately apologizes to Fanzil. The Duke admits that he didn't notice the man, to which he only smiles. Iselin is the first to enter the game, greeting his lordship according to all the rules of etiquette. Charlie is not happy to see this girl at the reception. Cox tries to calm the lady in a whisper. Lady Font inquires rudely about the incident with the Centurions, asking for its veracity. Cox can no longer stand it, asking the lady in a raised voice to watch her words. She justifies herself, and the man notes that there is no confirmation of these rumors. Siphon confirms that these are just rumors, and that Joe is small and cursed with mana. Fanzil, hearing these words, choked with indignation, asking if it was true. Noting that the Count's arrival could not have been more opportune, Agnes asks him to look at his youngest son. The Duke wants someone who senses mana better than him to look at Joshua. Fanzil agrees, considering this a chance to prove himself to someone like Agnes. Siphon cautiously suggests that he first check on the condition of young Master Joshua. He feels it necessary to be completely sure that the boy is cursed with mana. Angus asks what the captain is up to, and he asks permission to spar with his subordinate. The Duke clarifies whether Siphon really intends to arrange a duel between a knight and a child. He also considers this option excellent for verifying or refuting rumors. Moreover, the captain is confident that his Duke will be pleased after this. The next day, in his own reception room, Siphon says that he has received his interlocutor's report. He asks his subordinate for details of the skirmish with the Centurions. Kane responds to his captain with consent, communicating with him within the framework of official business relations. Siphon compromises his subordinate by asking whether his decision was hasty. He says that the Centurions were going to harm the Duke's woman. The captain is amazed. The emotion gives way to anger and the question of how this scum dared to harm Mrs. Vanessa. Kane gently corrects the captain, saying that the assassination attempt was on another lady, Lucia. Siphon asks a clarifying question, and the subordinate answers in the affirmative. Plopping down in a chair, the man asks, "So Kane taught their own people a lesson because of the maid." The knight notes that Lucia was chosen by the Duke himself, and it is unacceptable for anyone to attack her. But he adds that if he was wrong in defending the Duke's honor, he is ready to be punished for what he did. Siphon thinks hard, because in essence what his subordinate said is true. The man suggests dropping the matter, saying that he has a task for his interlocutor. He, ready to carry it out fully armed, says that he is waiting for the order of his captain. Siphon confronts his subordinate with the fact that today he will fight Joshua. The blonde screams in shock, asking again, finding it hard to believe what he heard. Siphon says this fight will reveal whether the boy is truly cursed with mana. But he himself does not want to leave everything as it is, because this will cause problems for Mr. Pavel. The captain says that the Duke is a genius, the likes of which cannot be found on the entire continent. He believes that some dust on the soles of his feet will not be able to bother him. Kane thinks that the boy he knows is more like a meteor than dust. Siphon shares his insidious plan. He orders his subordinate to frame the child. You need to share mana with him so that the boy's body begins to reject it, leading to death. This will happen within a year, but now Kane needs to go to the training ground. Taking the sword in his hand, the blonde man is absorbed in painful thoughts about the upcoming battle. Even though his superior had given him the order, Kane promised Joe that he would keep an eye on him. The boy asks the knight his name, and he respectfully greets his future opponent. Joshua asks bluntly if they will actually spar. The interlocutor confirms this, saying that as he understands, this is the will of the Duke himself. Joe is happy because he believes his father has finally seen the strength in him. Kane says he's not going to fight at full strength, which surprises the boy. He says he finds it ridiculous and asks if the knight is underestimating him. He gets confused when he starts speaking, because he expected a completely different reaction from his interlocutor. Joe says that just as the Duke's son has the right to choose his master, he also has the right to choose. The boy adds that he has no plans to trust the arrogant idiot. That's why he advises Kane to give it his all if he wants to test him. The Duke's observation that they had already managed to greet each other reaches them. The knight greets his lordship with all due respect, skillfully changing the topic. Siphon's expectations are confirmed. The Duke's son still lacks good manners. But to his surprise, Joshua introduces himself with all the rules of decency. Agnes doesn't remember the bastard being taught manners, but he praises him for his resourcefulness. Joshua responds to this by being very observant by nature. The man doesn't show it, but he is very pleased. He asks if the boy heard the news. He agrees and retells what Kane told him the day before. Siphon corrects, saying that this is not a test, but a gesture of goodwill from his lordship. Joe remembers the man's nature, guessing that he intended to kill him. The Duke asks if the duelists are ready, and Kane answers for both of them, reporting their readiness. Agnes says there was a misunderstanding and that he will not be Joshua's opponent. Babylon, who appeared out of nowhere, says that he is ready to help his little brother. After all, who else would take care of him if not a loving older brother? Joshua assumes that Siphon figured everything out and therefore changed his choice. Agnes says that since this is sparring, wooden swords will be used as weapons. Babylon approaches the sword stand with full combat readiness, as if he had rehearsed this. He agrees with his father's words, saying that he wasn't going to give it his all anyway. Joshua is amused by the pompous show that Siphon and Babylon put on. However, he is going to show these two what a real show can be. To the puzzled looks of those present, Joe breaks the handle in two with a loud crack. Not understanding what is happening, Siphon becomes confused, and his master's interest awakens. Joshua declares that he will fight with this weapon instead of the wooden sword. Charlie laughs. Calling the boy funny, Cox asks his mistress to stop. Siphon says this is no joke and asks what Joe plans to do with that stick. Stopping the captain from intervening, Agnes asks if the boy is serious. He agrees, and it is clear from his entire appearance that he is not bluffing. The Duke thinks for a moment, then speaks again. He orders everyone who wants to sit down and get ready to watch. Siphon agrees with the master. Agnes warns his son that he is forbidden to use mana. He agrees, thinking that it would be a shame to waste even a handful of mana on someone like Joe. Watching the preparations from the sidelines, Kane tries to understand what the young master has in mind. Babylon mocks the younger one, reminding him of his past life in the stables. When everyone has taken their places, the Duke gives the command to begin the duel. Babylon rushes into battle as soon as he heard the cherished words. He was waiting for this moment. Joshua is no slouch either, throwing his weapon forward seconds before impact. His opponent has to make an effort to successfully dodge. The blonde guy says that even if the kid learned to hold a stick, it won't work on him. Joshua doesn't think so because although his brother is fast, he is too predictable. So he manages to land his first blow, and Babylon gasps in surprise. Calling his younger brother a bastard, the teenager can't believe he's been bullied. The insults do not end there, and Babylon, blinded by rage, waves her sword. The hothead costs the blonde another miss along with the injury inflicted. Joshua asks his older brother to repeat what he said a couple of seconds ago. Coughing, his opponent says he has no intention of losing to such trash. Joe can't finish the thought that he will keep his distance from his opponent for now. With words about this bastard knowing his place, Babylon activates mana. Realizing what the boy is about to do even from such a distance, Agnes orders him to stop. But it's too late. Powerful streams of mana burst from their source, blinding with power. The dust rising from all corners of the hall obscures the view, but the Duke still peers. Babylon's wooden sword flies off broken, causing its owner to be amazed. Joshua turns out to be alive, which is already good, but upon closer inspection, it becomes even more interesting. Fanzil is the first to cry out, alerting the others that the young man is using mana. Babylon rages silently, trying to understand where this pathetic creature gets mana from. He remembers his father's words that he would return next year and wait for the results. Blondie screams that he will never acknowledge his brother. He himself is the rightful heir to the duchy. Joshua remembers that this very duchy will fall in 10 years. Yet, by creating solid ground under his feet now, he will ensure his own support. So, rushing at his older brother in response, Joshua is going to devour him. Realizing where things were heading, his lordship ordered his sons to stop immediately. The booming voice combined with the destructive force made Charlie hiss in discomfort. Duke Agnes warns his sons that if they disobey, there will be no mercy. Although Babylon does not like this outcome, he obeys, knowing what the wrath of his parent will bring. Siphon can't believe that someone can have mana at the age of 9. Agnes asks the captain if this is enough for confirmation. He is at a loss. Siphon says he's never seen mana like this. Fanzil thinks it's her. Although Joe has less mana than his brother, his structure is strikingly different from all the others. Charlie finds this incident incredible, and Kane notes that this boy is very strong. The Duke tells Joshua that he finds his mana control at the age of 9 interesting. Siphon intervenes in the conversation, trying to object to his lordship but at the same time save face. The man interrupts him, strongly recommending that he calm down his talents. Reading the Duke's mood, the captain submits, realizing that there is no point in arguing further. Agnes tells Joe that he has something to talk to him about and that he is expecting him at his place in the evening. Upon hearing this news, Siphon and Babylon are deeply confused. The Duke's eldest son recalls that his father had never let anyone into his chambers. He is indignant that this honor will go to this dunghill upstart. Joshua, inwardly rejoicing, accepts the invitation and bids farewell to his lordship until the evening. In the guest room, Charlie squeals, thinking it was cool. Cox asks his mistress to calm down. The girl considers the presence of mana at this boy's age to be a historic moment. She reports that she has made up her mind, and the subordinate clarifies what the lady means. Young Lady Charlie declares that she certainly intends to make her youngest son her own. After giving Siphon a few stinging slaps, the Duchess straightens up to her full height. She tells her subordinate to repeat again what happened to Babylon. The man, not daring to look his interlocutor in the eyes, replies that the young gentleman lost to the bastard. The woman's face contorts with anger, and she angrily hisses a question that is bursting to come out. How? It's so hard to contain the storm inside that it hits Siphon in the face again. Vanessa doesn't want to believe that this little bastard used mana to defeat Babylon. The woman asks what the Duke said, and the interlocutor conveys to her his grace's words. Siphon believes that Agnes will want to personally observe the development of such a talented child. He believes that things cannot be left unchanged, and Vanessa accuses him of shirking his work. The captain asks his mistress not to worry, saying that he knows how to solve the problem. After a moment of silence, the woman asks how he plans to do this. Siphon shares his guesses about the Duke's intentions, and Vanessa doesn't like it. The man says that the counts were watching the fight, so Joshua's testing is inevitable. The Duchess asks about the test. Siphon replies that it is necessary for a warrior to be recognized as a knight. To do this, you need to fight a member of the Imperial Family Order, demonstrating mana in combat. Vanessa changes before our eyes, asking again and clarifying whether this is true. The royal family's involvement plays into her hands, and the woman plans to contact her uncle. Joshua introduces himself by knocking on the door of his father's chambers, who allows him to enter. Obeying, the boy finds the Duke deep in thought and comes closer. Kneeling, Joshua respectfully greets his father. To the boy's surprise, he asks him to introduce himself. The boy stutters, starting to feverishly think about what answer is expected of him. He is eventually named Joshua von Agnes, his father's name. The man chuckles thoughtfully, saying that the boy has changed a lot during his absence. The boy, in his defense, notes that a lot of time has passed since then. Agnes asks if his son hates him, and he answers in the negative, saying that he understands. He understands that his father could not come earlier because of business, but he has a request for him. The man assumes that the boy wants to hear an apology from him. Joshua replies negatively, saying that it has to do with their trip to the capital. Agnes asks his son if he really thinks he will take him with him, and he answers positively. The first reason for this is the anticipation of family unrest over inheritance. Realizing that the boy is good not only in battles, Agnes regrets the belated knowledge of this. Joshua, meanwhile, names the second reason, which is his father's greed for talent, and the reluctance to miss out on someone who could later eclipse even the imperial family itself. The Duke says it sounds like the boy already has all the makings for it. Joshua says he has at least the strength to not disappoint his father. The man clarifies, which means his son guesses how he intends to proceed next. Joshua confirms this, saying that his father will send him to an academy located in the capital. In the Avalon Empire, children of aristocrats must attend the academy from the ages of 10 to 16. The imperial family created this system to control the aristocrats and keep them loyal. Agnes confirms that his son is right, adding that this way he will be able to teach him personally. Joe understands that the guidance from one of the 5 masters is very valuable, but refuses. The man asks again, and the boy admits that he is a true sword master. But the thing is, Joshua wants to use another weapon, a spear. The Duke is surprised, But gradually everything falls into place, hence the sparring with a stick. Agnes says he doesn't understand his son, asking if he's serious about using the spear. The boy can barely stay on his feet under the influence of this rough and powerful mana. But despite the father's devotion to the sword, the son is infinitely loyal to the spear. Joshua declares that he intends to sweep away with his spear anyone who stands in his way. In this case, the man offers to demonstrate the value of his spear. The boy carefully clarifies what exactly the Duke means. The man says he intends to test his son's abilities himself. Joshua understands that if he refuses now, such a chance will never come again. The interlocutor asks if he agrees. The boy agrees, but only on one condition. If he passes the Duke's test, the Duke must agree to his request. Agnes agrees to both allow his son to use the spear and to fulfill his request. If the boy cannot do this, he will have to obey his order. Joe agrees, thinking that the Duke will most likely send him to the academy to train as a swordsman. But he has no intention of hiding his skills, and he is confident that this will never happen. Ms. Vanessa is informed that everything is ready, and she confirms this with an excellent rating. The woman greets her uncle, who inquires about the Duke's well-being. She replies that her husband has some business to attend to, and she has one request for her beloved uncle. As soon as the door closes behind the boy, he becomes immersed in his thoughts. He is impressed by the swordmaster's strength, his small body still shaking. Turning to his half-brother, Babylon declares the need to talk. Joshua thinks that they have nothing to talk about. The blonde asks his interlocutor to stop. He invites his brother to fight again, and he notices that Babylon's gaze has changed. The desire to be first is growing in him, and Joe asks if Babylon is sure of his desire. The Emperor laughs, filling the hall with the sound of his voice and asking if this is true. He is surprised that Agnes's family has a child who can become a star. The speaker confirms these words and is asked why Vanessa hit him. The man replies that it is all because this child is not her son. Marcus is amazed, to which his interlocutor says that this boy is the son of a servant. The Emperor exclaims with delight, finding this very entertaining. The man envies Agnes because even Babylon was a real treasure for the Empire. The interlocutor says that princes are also geniuses, but their father does not think so. Even though some of them might have inherited his power, they are still too weak. The Emperor actually belittles his son's abilities because of his own level of skill. But his children, while not as impressive, are also quite talented. Marcus comes to the conclusion that the power of the Duke's second son is at least comparable to that of Babylon. The interlocutor reports the loss of Agnes's firstborn. The Emperor is surprised and asks about his age. The speaker is astonishing when he says that this boy is only 9 years old. The Emperor is impressed that a 9-year-old has brought the Empire's greatest talent to his knees. Marcus believes that the Duke will soon want to test the strength of his youngest. The interlocutor confirms. He continues by informing the Emperor that this boy is almost at the level of a third-class knight. Marcus considers Joshua an incredible find for the Empire, and he is intrigued by this realization. In his mind, the man assumes that His Majesty himself will want to see for himself the boy's strength. He also says that, unfortunately, he will not be able to do this for a well-known reason. However, he wants one of the princes to be sent to this event. This is useful. When the table is set, everyone should have time to eat as much as they can. In order to contain the onslaught of his brother, Babylon has to support the block with his hand. This changes the course of their battle, causing the boy to hiss in pain. Babylon can't help but admire the mana in his brother's bare fist and his incredible power. Joshua says he can tell from the older man's face what he's thinking. He promises to demonstrate how powerful a fight can be if you don't respect it. Infusing mana into his own strike, Babylon tells his brother to stop mocking him. He's not going to expose himself by using his unique fighting strategy. Clenching his fist tightly, the younger brother uses Aura Burst, causing the older brother to cry out. Babylon understands that this boy was able to transfer mana to a single point. Although he doesn't want to admit it, the blonde mentally considers Joshua to be much stronger than himself. The boy asks his older brother if he is offended, and he forces out a name. Joshua suggests never forgetting the feeling of losing to an unarmed man. He says he would like to tear Babylon apart for insulting his mother. However, he intends to spare his opponent for his pure love of competition. And the boy also wants to make sure that the blondie will never be able to use his hands again. Shaking her whole body under all this power, Babylon swallows nervously in fear. As he leaves, Joshua advises his former opponent not to forget the difference in their strength. Cursing in frustration at his own helplessness, Babylon does not hold back. The next day, Joe has a hard time getting up. He used too much mana. Mana control has become easier now, but the residual pain is still there. A knock on the door makes the boy think of Cain. Opening the door, he wants to say that it is too early, but he interrupts himself, surprised by the visitor. Charlie asks if he is Joshua von Agnes. The boy asks who she is. Introducing herself with her full name, the girl suggests communicating informally. She is older. Charlie allows her to call her big sister and says she has a lot of things to talk about. The boy doesn't let her go far, pulling her up and causing amazement with his behavior. Leaning closer to the girl, Joshua tells her to get lost right now. Pushing her away, the boy slams the door right in Charlie's face. The girl is so deeply shocked that she doesn't even know how to react. Joshua fumes, marveling as he goes at how badly this day has started. There is another knock at the door, and thinking it is Charlie, the boy is about to ignore it. On the other side, they are very persistent. Joshua is irritated that this girl does not understand words. The boy throws the door open and yells at Kane, repeating the words to get out of here. The knight is at first at a loss, but then says that in that case he will come to see him later. Joshua feels awkward and apologizes, saying he didn't think it was Kane. He asks, changing the subject, at what stage his request is. The knight has fulfilled it. However, he admits that he does not quite understand why the young master needs this. Joshua asks you to just believe him and follow him, and then you will be able to understand everything. At the training ground, they approach Rollin and ask him about his friends. The centurion is asked if it is true that these two were killed by Joshua, the Duke's bastard. One of the guys is perplexed by what happened to Rollo and why he is now constantly silent. The second one asks who gathered them and for what purpose, and they answer that it must be a training session. The next moment, a voice is heard nearby giving the command to stand at attention. The member of the Order of the Crimson Knights is greeted respectfully, looking at Joshua with interest. Rollo is seriously scared, trying to figure out what young Master Joshua is doing here. Kane announces that a young count will be training with them today, helping the centurions. Joshua formally introduces himself and says that he will be leading the training today. Duke Agnes's centurions must be able to lead on the battlefield. For this purpose, the most important component is the ability to fight. Saying that he will evaluate their skills today, Joshua asks the centurions to defend themselves. The kids don't take the boy seriously, asking if he's serious. Kane whispers the same question, because despite Joshua's strength, there are many opponents. The centurions say that even though he is the son of a duke, it is unacceptable to insult them. Moving from his place, the boy chooses a specific goal for himself and heads straight towards it. When he asks if he thinks the same, the tip of the weapon is pointed at that person. Rollo is horrified and hastens to assure the young gentleman that he does not think so. Joshua tells the centurion to shut up, concluding that he has not passed on anything to his comrades. He asks his young master to forgive him for this mistake and to have mercy on him. Joshua replies that he shouldn't even hope to receive a second forgiveness from him. Rollo threatened Lucia, but despite this, the count gave him a chance, which he missed. The centurions are beginning to seriously believe that the two fell at the hands of young Master Joshua. Stuttering, the centurion asks the count to give him another chance. He refuses, but with reservations. If Rollo can defeat the Duke's son, he promises to forget everything as a bad dream. The young man sees this as a real opportunity to leave with dignity. If death awaits him in any case, he considers it better to die with a sword in his hands. At some point, Rawls even admits a chance of winning, since his opponent is only a child. Joshua accurately reads the thoughts from his opponent's facial expression and grins with satisfaction. This is exactly what he was waiting for. There is no pleasure in punishing someone who is trembling with fear and unarmed. Having illuminated the space with its light, a powerful stream of mana falls upon the owner's enemy. When the dust raised in the air clears, those present gasp in amazement. They realize that what the Duke's son used was indeed mana. Joshua says that if you judge your opponent by his appearance, you won't survive on the battlefield. He invites anyone who still doubts his abilities to come forward and fight. Hearing footsteps, the boy turns to the person approaching him with a hostile attitude. But instead of taking up the sword, the centurion performs another action. Introducing himself formally, he respectfully greets young Master Joshua. Soon, the centurions of other units follow the young man's example. Watching this action, Kane now understands what exactly his master was trying to achieve. The young man thinks that this child has lived up to his expectations. While he promises to do his best for the Count's benefit, Lady Charlie sighs heavily elsewhere. Remembering the boy's hurtful words, the girl says his name with disappointment. Bursting into the mistress's room, Cox tells her the good news that the knights will soon arrive. But Charlie is indifferent to this news. She reminds him of the request not to disturb her today. The man asks what happened because she has been upset since the morning. The lady asks her not to bother her and asks what is going on with her father's order. The man belatedly remembers, admitting that he had completely forgotten about it. Charlie asks his subordinate not to forget why they are here, and he promises to improve. As the door slams behind Cox, The girl speaks of her despondency. Sitting in his office, the Duke asks again about the murder of one of the centurions. Joshua confirms these words, reminding his parent of what this soldier did. The boy says that he merely eliminated the offender in accordance with military regulations. Expressing regret, the Duke thinks that in his son's place he would have done exactly the same. Joe asks his father what he thinks, and he counters that the boy had other reasons for this. The boy says that it is difficult for him to immediately win the respect of the bastard from the stable. When his father asked him for clarification, he said that he had thus instilled fear and horror, so that the centurions no longer allow themselves to behave disrespectfully towards mother. Reflecting on his son's words, the Duke says that he now understands him completely. However, instead of talking about this, the man is much more interested in assessing his son's mana. Joe says he heard the knights were coming soon, so he's going to prepare for the meeting. Armstrong is in anticipation, because in this duchy there are two young gentlemen of the second class. Siphon chuckles in displeasure, reminding them that one of them is illegitimate. Blondie grins, assuming that his interlocutor is afraid of losing his warm spot next to the master. The quarrel is interrupted by the approaching Duke, reminding them that knights will soon arrive here. The men pull themselves together and quickly greet their master. Looking at Joshua, Armstrong is surprised because this guy doesn't look strong. The boy joyfully announces that the guests have finally arrived, and the blonde is surprised. Lost in his thoughts, the man did not notice the procession approaching them. Siphon stutters when talking about the carriage from the imperial palace, wondering who is in it. Leaving the kibitka, the prince gives a commentary on the duchy of one of the 9 stars, Agnes. The man knows who this young man is. It is hard not to recognize the 4th prince. Joe also knows him very well because this prince's name is Caesar Ben Britain. Losing his footing, the knight falls, the sword knocked out of his hands flying back. The man apologizes to Mr. Joko, asking him to stop. He doesn't even consider this option, causing a sharp cry to escape from his opponent. The commander of the 1st Imperial Knightly Order says that weaklings are no authority to him. They turn to him, saying that they knew they would find him in this very place. The interlocutor notes that no one will join the order like that, and Joko's response is arrogant. He asks the man, as if in passing, what business he has come for. He says that a task has appeared from Ms. Vanessa, which Joko should take on. Now he stands among those accompanying the 4th prince, smiling at his thoughts. The boy in front of him is the very same Joshua who needs to be made into an invalid. Caesar addresses our hero, saying that loud rumors are circulating about him. Joshua can hardly contain the anger that boils inside him at the sight of this man. One of the attendants tells the boy to show some manners because he is facing a prince. Joshua says the only one he should respect is the emperor. So why would he be friendly and respectful in front of the 4th prince? The commander gives an order to the order, saying that this brat has gone crazy. Valmont reminds the boy that he recently cleaned up horse shit. Armstrong steps forward, swinging his sword briskly and warningly. Rizek says that he would understand if the blondie was defending some duke, not a bastard. Armstrong reminds his interlocutor that this bastard is part of the Duchy of Agnes. The owner of this duchy asks about the booth that was arranged in the presence of the prince. Brown retreats after feeling the incredible pressure of being one of the 9 stars. The father tells his son to apologize, because this situation arose due to his fault. Caesar intervenes in the conversation, saying that it is not worth it, and that this boy is not guilty of anything. Evergrant notes that such an answer could affect the empire's reputation, and the prince retorts. He believes that the 4th prince's fight could ruin his reputation even more. Caesar agrees that only the emperor is worthy of the respect of all the knights of the empire. The blonde says that the knight who only throws around loud words looks pathetic. Joshua recalls that his sworn friend of the past also avoided the topic with clever speeches. He says he is ready to back up his big talk with an equally big fight. Joko flushes, asking if this puppy is really going to show off anymore. He asks His Highness for permission to be the one to appreciate the mana of young Agnes. Caesar agrees that for the sake of the Lord's safety, this should be handled by a second-class expert. Joko thanks the prince and says that he will be able to very accurately assess the count's mana. Later, each of those present takes their assigned place on the training ground. Joko asks if they are making fun of him. What kind of iron fighting stick is this? Did this kid really believe in himself so much because everyone here was constantly praising him? The boy asks if this man was really given a second class just for talking. Joko promises that Joe will regret what he said, asking if he knows about the testing principle. In their battle, a man must evaluate the possibility of using mana in real combat. Not expecting anything out of the ordinary, Joko barely manages to stay on his feet. Looking at the flows of mana, the man tries to understand why it is so dense, but he still believes that this is not enough, and at close range, Joshua is finished. The boy chuckles to himself, thinking that he has long since gotten rid of this weakness through training. Instead of giving in, he counterattacks his opponent, causing him to gasp. After this, the boy jumps back as quickly as a cat, preparing for the next blow. Joshua's weapon is rapidly approaching, but his opponent already knows what he's going to do. He not only repels the attack, but also rushes on, intending to get the boy. Caesar admires Joe, but Brown says Jocko is specifically adjusting to second grade. But the redhead allows himself to be mentally impressed by the boy's mastery of the spear. Joko's attacks are becoming more and more furious and assertive. He didn't expect such resistance from the rookie. If this continues, the test will be stopped and Vanessa will cut off the subordinate's head for failure. It's not easy for Joe either. He feels like it's becoming more and more difficult to control his mana. Joko makes a sharp lunge accompanied by a furious roar. He must not fail. The man thinks that only Angus can stop him here. He moves, reasoning that at this distance he will be faster. Joshua has to work hard to block, but he doesn't escape damage. Armstrong notices that the Count is in danger as the enemy's mana has increased to Class 2. Unlike his subordinate, Agnes believes in his son and suggests simply watching. Joko is surprised that the boy managed to defend himself, but he thinks that this time it won't work. The boy does not waste his energy on talking, knowing his capabilities better than anyone else. The man believes that it is useless to resist because Joshua has too little mana. Asking Jocko what he is doing, Brown advises him to stop. But it's too late. A powerful surge of mana shakes the space, blinding those present with its radiance. Agnes waits patiently, peering into the haze that hangs after the high tide. When the view becomes clear, Brown openly expresses his deepest astonishment. Others also mentally support him, because the spectacle that unfolds cannot be described otherwise. Joko was as surprised as the spectators. He didn't expect to be thrown back, and so far. He looks at his opponent with hatred and tries to understand what it was. Despite the man's persistent efforts, he still continues to stand on his feet. Siphon cries out in disbelief, the question about the artifact bursting from his mouth. The fourth prince looks at the boy with absolute admiration in his eyes, feeling the same. He tells Brown that the inspection can be completed, since even a non-expert understands everything. The subordinate cannot argue with his prince, so he obediently accepts the order. Joshua asks his opponent how he is, but he doesn't understand what exactly the boy is asking about. The Duke's son clarifies, stating that he was able to repel the attack of the second class. The man says he doesn't know how he did it, but now it's the end for him. Brown interrupts the fight, saying that Lord Joko has done a good job and he chokes with indignation. Rizik thinks about how the second-class knight repelled the attack of Joko, a second-class knight. Watching Babylon, he did not feel it more strongly than himself, but with his brother it was different. He opens the knighting ceremony with a routine ceremonial speech. In conclusion, Brown, in accordance with the rules, offers the initiate to accept the Emperor's sword. Joe didn't want to take part in this, but he understands that he doesn't have enough strength for another fight. The sounds of the first ovation begin with the fourth prince, who is sincerely happy for the bastard. The members of his retinue repeat after His Highness, picking up the required rhythm. Joe doesn't want to show weakness in front of them, because he's been caught off guard like that in the past. He makes another promise to himself that when the right time comes, he will take revenge on all those responsible. Hearing a familiar voice from behind addressing him, Joshua turns around, puzzled. When his father asks him if he's okay, the boy swears he hears concern. Joshua doesn't remember seeing that kind of expression on the man's face in his past life. It's nonsense. Thinking about this in his mind, the boy answers sparingly, saying that everything is fine with him. Taking the sword in his hands, he realizes that this is the birth of the youngest wielder of mana, and this concerns not only the history of the Avalon Empire, but the entire continent. Count Angel, the Duke's vassal, asks to be informed of the most important recent events. Armstrong says the knights sent out on reconnaissance suddenly returned. The Knights of the Golden Mane report that the number of aggressive monsters has doubled. The main reason for the squad's return is a specific monster, the Black Ogre. He is a top-tier monster, capable of tearing apart even a strong troll. The jurors begin to talk among themselves with concern because the news is a huge problem. To the amazement of everyone present, Agnes says that he will deal with this problem himself. The Duke asks to move on to the next topic. Armstrong stutters, but pulls himself together. The man warns that the next question concerns the fifth Duke. As he asks a clarifying question, he mentally thinks about the second reason for young Charlie's arrival. Deciding that it would be better not to bear this, the Duke orders his subordinate to report on this later. A council member asks if there are any other pressing issues on the agenda for discussion. A willing person is found quite quickly. Siphon wants to discuss matters concerning the young master. Those present begin to praise the young talent, but it is important to listen to the ducal captain. Siphon begins the conversation from afar, reminding those present of their previous assumptions. The man finds such rapid growth suspicious, and his interlocutor asks him to explain. Siphon believes that either Joshua is using demonic power or is a demon himself. Armstrong notes that this is only an assumption. His interlocutor is pressing him with recent events. A weapon that changes its appearance can only be a magical artifact. It really did look like a spear, but a spear could hardly have such power. Unrest begins among those present, since everything related to demons is prohibited on the continent. The Duke remains silent while the respected ones gather to find out everything before disaster strikes. Siphon rejoices when he hears the proposal to move the young master far away. Lively conversations stop as soon as the door to the room swings open. As the supposed demon saunters past, no one dares to utter a sound. Passing by Siphon, Joe grins, offering to test the demon's power himself. The man tries to remain polite by asking his interlocutor to repeat what he said. Joshua says that by crossing weapons with him, the captain will be able to understand the essence of his power. Siphon understands that this insidious serpent wants to provoke him in this way, humiliating him in front of his master. The boy asks with a grin if one of the 4 pillars of the duchy is really starting to tremble. He, turning to the young master Joshua, says that this is too much. Those present ask the commander to moderate his temperament because the Duke is here. The aforementioned person takes the initiative into his own hands, asking for an immediate end to the strife. The man notices that everyone, including Siphon, is missing one very important fact. In response to his question, Armstrong says that a mage from the imperial family would have noticed the demonic power long ago. That is indeed the case. And so the Duke proposes to end this discussion on this note, asking if those present had any objections. The man turns his attention to Siphon. However, despite all this, the Duke has questions for Joe, and he tells his son about this. Looking around at those present, he says that their point of view is clear to him, because he himself has some suspicions about this. To settle the issue of his son's strength, Agnes is going to go somewhere with him. Upon hearing of the Duke's intention to go to the Dark Forest, the assessors become animated, expressing concern. Armstrong agrees with them, saying that he cannot allow anything to happen to the master. Agnes clarifies who exactly the gentlemen are worried about. What exactly bothers them about this? A deathly silence reigns in the room. No one wants to offend their master. He says that as soon as he deals with the problem of the Dark Forest, he will send Joshua to the academy. He believes that the boy should be given a chance to show his strength, whatever it may be. Siphon is angry at the boy's progress and power, and he fears the realization of his potential. After all, if Joe gains experience at the academy, he will be able to push aside the young Master Babylon. The boy, meanwhile, says that he has a request. The Duke is surprised, but clarifies. Joshua asks permission to go to the capital with his mother. Siphon is indignant, saying that this is unacceptable, that it is impossible to take only Lucia with you. Joshua doesn't see a problem with this, since the Duke is not obliged to answer to anyone when justifying his wishes. Those present begin to whisper, because the boy speaks the truth. Siphon feels ashamed. He thinks, realizing that if he agrees, the vassals will not leave it so easily. The commander justifies himself by saying that those around him will think that only Lucia is important. The Duke doesn't care about empty rumors. He allows his son this whim. The boy thanks his father. Agnes thinks that Joe is not just a child. He hasn't felt like that for a long time. The man asks those present if they have any other opinions on this matter. The boys deny it, saying that his lordship's will is law for them. Siphon takes their side, saying that let everything be as the Duke pleases. To sum up, the man reserves the last word. The Duke asks Armstrong to come to him when the report on the font house is ready, and he obeys. His lordship also asks Joshua to come in, and the boy also agrees. The door swings open, revealing Babylon, who orders us to wait at the very threshold. Siphon begins to stutter at the sight of the young master, breathing out his name. The blonde formally greets the Duke, who approves of his son dropping by for the meeting. The teenager apologizes, saying he needed some time to think. Agnes notices changes in his eldest son. His aura has become different. He asks the teenager what business he has with him, what he wants to say. Contrary to expectations, Babylon addresses his younger brother, his voice formal. Joshua smiles, asking a clarifying question, curious about what the blonde has to say. Siphon asks him to behave appropriately, since Babylon is above the younger one in status. Joshua asks if the pillar of the duchy is the representative of the eldest heir. He had felt this for a long time. Although Siphon should have only one master, the Duke. The man says that Joe is wrong because he thought that he still doesn't have good manners. The boy offers to defend his opinion, proving it with his own skills. He adds, asking a clarifying question, Isn't that the rule in Agnes's house? Babylon says that everything is fine. Siphon tries to object, but the boy agrees with his brother. Agnes is pleased that his eldest son has finally become like a real knight. Meanwhile, Babylon promises the younger one that he is not broken and can rise even higher. Joe says he heard it, thinking that after their second fight, his brother had changed. Addressing his father, Babylon makes a shocking request. He wants to renounce his inheritance. Those present cannot believe their ears, asking if the young gentleman really wants this. Agnes asks if his son has lost confidence in himself because of the stronger contender. Babylon's answer is negative. The fact is that he wants to prove himself in fair competition. Hearing words about the traditions of their house, the Duke promises to think about his eldest son's request. Bowing respectfully, the teenager thanks his father for his understanding of his situation. To the polite bows of the rest of those present, the Duke declared the meeting over. In the eyes of people looking at him, the man appears majestic and unapproachable. But as soon as he finds himself in their field of vision, he allows himself to entertain the idea of change. Agnes doesn't know where they will lead him, but he has a good feeling about it. A sob echoes in Vanessa's room, followed by a statement of fact. Her son refused the inheritance, and the Duke decided to take this little creature with Lucia with him. As sad as it is to admit, Siphon agrees with her mistress. The woman screams hysterically, angrily knocking the objects on the table off it. She says that she almost went crazy when she learned from her uncle that the mission had failed. Siphon apologizes, saying that he tried his best to stop Babylon. Vanessa says the man never stood a chance. The boy took after her father. She begins to talk about what will happen if this child begins to threaten the position of Babylon. In this case, the woman intends to tell the Duke everything about them. The man asks the lady not to worry about this, assuring her that it will not come to that. Vanessa agrees, full of skepticism, and asks what other news the interlocutor has brought. He reports that tomorrow the Duke will take Joshua with him to the lands of doom. Vanessa remembers that they are the northernmost ones, and it is 2 days' journey to get to them. Siphon explains in more detail. The interlocutor clarifies the order of actions of these two. He thinks the same about the version that they will take Lucia after returning. Vanessa says she should have dinner with the maid for the first and last time. The procession of the knights means only one thing: the imperial order is returning. The guy is told to stop staring because they need to get everything ready for departure, and he obeys. Not only does joint training create unity, it also makes those responsible feel quite nervous. Looking at the ring with an interested gaze, Joshua recalls the recent past. His father told him that before going to the academy, the boy must get rid of the name Agnes. Joshua didn't understand, but his interlocutor said that he would give him a gift for that reason. One day the Duke helped the tower keeper, and in gratitude he gave him a ring. This artifact was made by the magician himself. When mana hits it, it envelops the wearer in armor. The Duke said that his son would understand how to use the ring once he placed mana into it. Joshua asked if his lordship was giving him this ring as his heir. The Duke asked him not to go too far, saying that he felt sorry for the artifact rotting in the storeroom. The man said that when the boy used the ring, his body would become covered in armor. And not just any ordinary one. Each such armor is marked with a corresponding coat of arms. Agnes noted that this is very convenient for those who want to hide their identity. Having informed Joe that he would be the heir to a famous viscount, the man asked him to come up with a name. The boy knew that the reason was the same. His father didn't want anyone to touch the Agnes's genius. The Duke pulled him out of his thoughts, addressing him by name, and the boy responded. The man asked the question he had already asked, asking if Joshua hated him. This time, the boy thought for a moment, thinking that he would not be able to answer this question. In his past life, he could not imagine that someone like Duke Agnes would die in the war. In a past life, the number of their meetings could be counted on the finger of one hand. Joshua believes there is a possibility that they will build a father-son relationship. The Duke's son is approached and asked if something good has happened to him. Caesar clarifies that perhaps he should now call the Count Lord Joshua. The fourth prince asks you to visit him after your trip to the Dark Forest. It will be useful. Joshua repeats the words after his interlocutor, putting them into a question, and he becomes curious. Caesar says that a member of the imperial family can recommend a knight to the imperial order. Afterwards, the person who joined will be able to leave whenever he wants. Caesar says he is making this offer because he is very interested in Joshua. The latter, hearing the prince's laughter, believes that he is full of hypocrisy and pretense. But despite this, Joshua is going to join the order to get a weapon from the past. Intending to solve problems gradually, he promises to think about this proposal. Brown believes that if his manners matched his strength, he would be priceless. Caesar asks his subordinate not to sulk, reminding him that it's time for them to go, and he agrees. Caesar is confident that in the end, the Duke's son will still be in his hands. Joshua, on the contrary, is confident that in this life he will not be a puppet in the hands of the fourth prince. The boy believes that now it is his sworn friend from his past life's turn to lose. The expedition led by Duke Agnes was formed extremely quickly. Despite the fact that the detachment was led by the man himself, it was quite small. Armand was the only fourth-class mage belonging to the House of Agnes. Joshua wonders why his older brother is staring at him so intently. Having commanded at attention, a strong voice gives the order to salute, which is confirmed. The Duke stops his mare near Castle Rock, adjacent to the dark forest. After this, he greets a surprised Rowan, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The man, who has served the Agneses for decades, greets his lordship respectfully. The Duke feels guilty about Rowan looking after the castle after his retirement. When told that it is an honor for him, the man thanks his old friend. The door opened, along with the words that his lordship had arrived, and the man was released. Vig fawns, saying that he is glad to have the visit. Ina, his daughter, welcomes the arrivals. The Duke wondered inwardly, regretting that they had not immediately galloped into the dark forest. Vig scolds Rowan for not informing him of the arrival of such an important person. A man insults his interlocutor, calling him old and forgetful, accusing him of senile dementia. The Duke draws Vig's attention to himself by making fun of his obesity, but Vig brushes it off, and pretending to be embarrassed, he says that this is all thanks to the care of his lordship. Joe tries to figure out in his mind whether this guy's pretending or if he really didn't get the joke. Meanwhile, Vig notices Babylon, saying that he has become even more manly. Gradually, his gaze moves to Joshua, and the man pauses before the name. The boy is introduced by Siphon, and Vig asks again incredulously. The commander confirms this, saying that Joshua is the Duke's second son. The man apologizes to his lordship, saying that he was not aware of his sister's pregnancy. The commander informs Mr. Vig that Joshua is not Vanessa's son. This comes as an even bigger surprise to the man, who asks about the boy's origins. Siphon, feeling very awkward, says that Joshua does not come from a noble family. The man is at a loss, uttering something inarticulate, and then asks again. Joshua tries to understand what is behind Mr. Vig's intense gaze. The very next moment, he calls the boy a vile degenerate. Joshua changes his mind about the man instantly, suppressing the surge of rage within him. For a few long seconds, during which many feel uncomfortable, silence reigns. The Duke breaks the silence, stopping his bows and saying that there are more important matters. Vig agrees, saying that the table is already set and suggesting they take a break from the road. The Duke says that his knights are not so gentle, they had a good rest on the road. But for the sake of decency, he asks them if anyone wants to take a nap. A unanimous and negative answer follows the proposal. Turning on his heels, the Duke orders his subordinates to saddle their horses and set off. Vig tells his lordship that he would like to go with them. He says that despite his small strength, he cannot sit in the castle with his hands folded. His subordinates echo, asking to be honored and allowed to go along. The Duke looks at this idea with doubt, figuring out in his head what's what. He asks his brother-in-law what about his daughter. Is he really going to leave her alone so easily? He says that there is nothing to worry about, since Ina will be useful on the road. The Duke asks if his interlocutor really intended to take the child with him to such a dangerous place. The girl draws his lordship's attention to herself, asking him to look at something. She begins to chant a spell, and soon real magic is born between her hands. The magic turns out to be complicated. The girl summons a sylph. A creature personifying air appears next to its owner at that very moment. Armand shouts out a question in an uncontrollable manner, asking about this spirit. Vig says they recently learned that his daughter has psychic abilities. If we compare the latter with magicians, they are now even less common. Joshua is amazed in his mind, not expecting to see such an amazing phenomenon here. Observing the strange behavior of these two, the boy becomes thoughtful, trying to remember the past. He had never heard the name Ina among mediums, but she seemed very familiar to him. The thoughts are interrupted by the father, who agrees with the idea and informs them of their joint departure. A strange family will be located in the center. Its head agrees, thanks to the Duke. Having said that the vanguard will occupy the Order of the Crimson Knights, the man gives the order to set off. He thinks that having a medium on his side would definitely not be a bad idea. Continuing to watch the two, Joshua can't remember the girl, but he's sure he'll remember if she's one of those who can influence his plans. The man pulls the boy out of his discussion and addresses him dismissively. He tells the Duke's bastard that he will keep a close eye on him. After listening to his subordinate's report, the Emperor thoughtfully expresses his understanding. The smile that appeared on his lips was accompanied by words about His Highness's interest. The man is amazed not only by the confirmation of the rumors, but also by the skill of this boy. Marcus asks the best mage in the Empire what he thinks about this. He says that it is for this very reason that he does not want to rush into an answer. Marcus then asks to at least tell about the feelings, how much the boy can grow. The magician warns that he intends to rely on his own strength and the strength of the Imperial Knights. While voicing his opinion, the man reminds us that he did not fight with this person personally. And yet, even if this had happened, he would never have been able to overcome him. Analyzing Valmont's achievements, Marcus thoughtfully repeats the words of his confidant. He says that Joshua is different from him. The Emperor asks if the magician is weaker. He says that this child has the opportunity to do this, but in 10 years. Smiling, the Emperor warns the magician about his next question. He is ready. Marcus asks what the chances would be if he were to face Evergrande himself. He remains silent, not daring to raise his head. Lying or insulting His Highness is not part of his plans. The man bursts out laughing and then says that this kind of thing piques his interest. He regrets that he didn't go himself, intending to do it next time. The man, reacting to the snap of the fingers, asks how he can help the Emperor. Marcus asks Jacqueline if they can leave the child in the palace at least for a little while. He says that as far as he knows, the fourth prince is already doing this. Upon hearing this news, the man is surprised. It comes as a big surprise to him. Jacques reports that Caesar has sent a recommendation to the Imperial Order for Joshua. Marcus admits that the rabble in the 11th and 12th squads worries him. He orders that any news related to this be reported, and the order is carried out. Having said goodbye politely, Jacques leaves those present as quickly as he appeared. Marcus laughs with satisfaction as he savors the full name of Duke Agnes's bastard. If he is truly talented, he would be ideal for the Emperor for one task. The red moon illuminates the monsters, rushing at the boy with a terrifying cry. Coughing and looking at this huge amount, Joshua curses harshly. When the sun was already beginning to set, the Duke gave the order to set up camp. He and his close associates gather near the map to discuss strategy. Vig asks why they don't march on, but have made camp here. He expresses concern that they might be attacked by monsters. Rowan thinks that only this fat guy doesn't understand why they are here. The Duke puts such thoughts into words, expressing them more openly. Vig doesn't understand what he's talking about. Agnes explains during the time when the monsters attack. They used to become more ferocious during the red moon, but now they don't wait for it. There is no point in attacking them now, because night will soon fall and visibility will decrease. Wig expresses admiration for his lordship's strategic mind. The man ignores the flattery, giving the order to prepare for a halt. The Viscount laughs nervously. Turning to his sons, the Duke orders them to prepare a place for themselves to spend the night. The boys express their consent, but in the meantime, a cunning plan is brewing in the head of one of them. While collecting brushwood, the boy hears behind him a voice addressing himself. The knight says they are finished. Joshua allows them to return, intending to stay. The subordinate accepts the order, asking the young master to try to finish before dark. As soon as they leave, the boy throws aside the brushwood, activating mana. The very next moment, a spear appears in his hand, Joshua reasons. He believes that there will never be another opportunity like the one that has opened up for him now. And while no one sees him, the boy, with a confident and quick gait, heads into the thicket. But it only seems to him that he is alone here, a vile man hiding, fulfilling a promise. There is no way Vig can fail the task his sister has given him. Once upon a time, an artifact possessing primordial magic, the Crystal of Origin, arose. There is a legend that only 5 of these were found, personifying each element. The source crystal is capable of increasing the level of magic from the 1st to the 3rd. This artifact is coveted not only by magicians, but also by knights, including Joshua. The boy remembers that one of these crystals is located in the very depths of the dark forest. Joshua knows that the Origin Crystal has the ability to control the flow of his mana. After an hour, the boy begins to doubt, not wanting to believe that he needs to go deeper. As Joshua turns behind another tree, he screams as the ground nearby shakes. There's no need to even listen when a familiar monster soon passes by. It lets out a menacing roar, and Joshua barely manages to jump aside in time. The boy curses as he sees the black ogre blocking the way into the forest. Joshua recalls that such creatures are not affected by low-level magic. You need to be at least 3rd class to face him, but right now there's only one ogre. Joshua believes that if he gathers all the energy in Rugia, he can kill the monster with one blow. If you come closer than 10 meters, the monster will notice the boy. So he's going to make a lightning-fast lunge from his position, cutting off the head. But the ogre, taking a deep breath, lets out his bone-piercing roar. Joshua understands that the monster must be dealt with as quickly as possible. It is strong. The boy sees the giant a moment before the impact, not understanding when he managed to get there. Joshua knows all too well that if he doesn't dodge, he'll get smashed. You manage to jump back, but it's another matter to stay on your feet, because even the airwave is monstrous. The boy, barely able to remain in place, notices movement and prepares himself. Just a moment later, a giant foot appears where he stood. The clouds reveal the moon, which turns out to be red, and the circumstances are not on Joshua's side. Realizing that he needs to leave, the boy hides from the ogre's sight, causing his displeasure. Joshua believes that if he hides his presence, the stupid monster will simply pass by. He plans to use the technique of his old friend, the King of Assassins, to do this. The point of this technique is to cover your body with mana and control it. The boy's trail leads the monster right to the place where he sits. Joshua holds his breath. The ogre doesn't understand what's going on. The smell ends here, but there's no one nearby. He moves on, looking around, and Joshua internally rejoices with the joy of a successful technique. To avoid falling into hot hands again, the boy goes his own way. His body begins to tire, and Joshua realizes he needs to conserve mana. He gets distracted by thoughts about how to get to the source crystal. The branch snaps so suddenly that Joe is unable to brace himself to break his fall. The fall knocks the wind out of the boy, and he notes with annoyance that he landed incorrectly. The troubles don't end there because following the rustling, a monster appears from the bushes. The first one is followed by the second one, until there are too many of them. Joshua swears, and one of the goblins, with a piercing scream and quacking, rushes at his prey. After thinking for a bit, what was happening no longer seemed so terrible to Joe. He remembered his wish. With the thought that he wanted to test his strength, the boy prepares to push back his opponents. While performing a pirouette, the boy turns the spear in his hands, accumulating energy in it. He uses his second level 2 spear technique, Hurricane. Everything happens so quickly that the monsters don't have time to realize what happened. And Joshua continues to twirl his weapon, not intending to stop his working technique. The goblin's already incomprehensible speech becomes completely inarticulate. Joshua is still not satisfied. He is going to give it his all, leaving his opponent no chance. And in vain, the tired body gives in, forcing the owner to lean on Rugia in an attempt to stay on his feet. The boy realizes that he was mistaken in thinking that he had already mastered the second level. But this is no time to relax. Judging by the direction of their movement, they are heading towards the knight's camp. Every second counts now, so we need to find a camp as quickly as possible. The man patrols the area, walking at a leisurely pace, since the likelihood of an attack is minimal. There is a rustling sound in the bushes nearby. He listens, but does not consider it dangerous. And it would be worth it, because a goblin jumps out of the honeysuckle and the knight notifies the area about him. The knights begin to sound the alarm, while simultaneously fighting off the creatures that have infiltrated the camp. In the ensuing battle, the cries warning the allies of the danger are drowned out. Voices filled with despair and the call for a doctor reach the goblin watching over the camp. He makes a quiet sound, which is answered by reinforcements coming to him. The mana-filled sword crosses with the normal ones, crumbling them like cookies. The creature attacks Babylon from the side, taking advantage of the moment, but the boy notices it. It doesn't take much effort for him to repel a failed suicide attack. Cain also does not stand aside, striving for his next opponent. His speed makes the second goblin become confused and freeze in place. Babylon can't help but admire the agility of this man. He has a lot to teach her. The teenager can't remember this capable guy among the members of the Crimson Knights. As the red moon emerged from behind the clouds, an inhuman scream reached the ears of these two. The next moment, a whole horde of monsters reaches the outskirts of the camp. Realizing that there are more than 1,000 of them, the knights believe that they need to retreat as quickly as possible. The approaching commander orders them to remain silent, promising to punish those who escape. He orders the Order of the Crimson Knights to form up and ready their weapons. Subordinates do not dare to resist the orders of their commander and carry out his will. Meanwhile, the monsters continue their rapid march, getting ever closer. Finally, the two waves collide, opening the battle with the first blows. There is not a drop of fear in the bright eyes of the eldest Duke's son, only determination. Cain cuts down monsters one after another, sparing neither himself nor his sword. This is his sacred duty. The commander also does not relax, knowing that his own example will set the tone for the battle. He uses a massive attack to eliminate multiple opponents at once. The man's attention is drawn to rapidly approaching sounds. Siphon believes that they have miscalculated, as there is no end to these creatures. It is unclear why this happened, but the red moon rose today and not tomorrow. He turns around carefully, already roughly understanding what he is about to see before his eyes. And the black ogre, throwing away the annoying midge, screams gutturally, sending out a wave. Siphon curses in annoyance, wondering why he showed up here now. Since he has no other such strong comrades, he plans to take on the ogre himself. A giant club whistles through the air, appearing very close to the man. The black ogre knocks him back, causing him to dig a trench in his flight. Babylon, seeing this, looks at the commander in disbelief, trying to call him. The knights run away in terror, accompanying their actions with squeals. They are afraid of the black ogre. They believe that he will tear them to pieces if he catches them, so they need to run. Siphon realizes he's in serious trouble. This monster is moving too fast. The commander hears words about how a knight must remain calm in any situation. He grabs the Duke's name like a lifeline, and he promises to sort everything out himself. The man fearlessly walks towards the terrible horde that is rushing towards him. The club is also aimed at him, but the Duke remains calm as he reminded Siphon. Flashing with genuine confidence, his eyes give his opponents one last chance to retreat. They don't have time to think about anything before the wave knocks them off their feet, crippling their bodies in its onslaught. When the haze clears, the area where the monsters had been is completely empty. The goblins standing at a distance, who were lucky enough to survive, talk to each other in fear. Even Siphon is confused by the fact that the Duke killed hundreds with one swing. Now the commander understands the power of one of the 9 stars, Duke Agnes. Walking leisurely past the fallen enemies, Joshua approaches the cliff. Looking down from there, he utters the cherished words, causing a crackling of static. In fact, the man's head, looking like he's enjoying a walk, is full. A boy who can't do anything about his tremors is distracted from his thoughts. The uncle remarks that his father's son will also be able to become just as impressive a little later. He himself thinks that a child is still a child, and it's not a sin to be afraid of something like that. The man's thoughts take him in a slightly different direction, and he even becomes interested. Vig asks Siphon where the second child is now, almost calling him a freak. When the commander doesn't understand, the interlocutor says that he is asking about the Duke's bastard Joshua. Siphon admits that he didn't see him. Vig starts laughing, calling the child's escape base. This sows discord among the knights, and they condemn the boy's actions, comparing him to Babylon. Their clucking is interrupted by the Duke, reminding them that the battle is not over yet. It is time to act. Duty does not wait, and brave warriors switch to activity, grabbing their swords. Filling his sword with mana, Babylon charges into battle with a tirade in honor of the Duchy of Agnes. Dismayed by the might of the previous attack, the goblins run away with cowardly cries. It was more than enough for them to witness the death of their comrades. They don't want the same for themselves. One of the knights calls them pathetic cowards, promising that they will never leave the forest again. The knights stop abruptly as the goblins fly back towards them, screeching. Startled, they try to figure out what it was. The answer to the question is not long in coming. The goblins are returning, and not alone. The black ogre lets out a deep growl, its red eyes rolling angrily. The knights barely have time to notify their comrades about this. Some die instantly. Inspired by the support of the stronger ones, the smaller goblins pounce on their victims. The knights have no choice but to try to fight back against the maddened creatures. Observers from the side order the soldiers not to retreat, continuing to resist. Siphon grits his teeth in frustration. He thought the battle was over, but then there was a black ogre. It's as if someone has doused him with a bucket of ice water when the man begins to feel a familiar aura. Meanwhile, along with lightning illuminating the sky, a precise blow falls on the black ogre. The monster only manages to realize that he was attacked at the last moment, raising his eyes. Just before he falls to the ground unconscious, Joshua jumps up, remaining in the air. Siphon and Vig don't even know how to react to this, amazed by the bastard's power. The Duke's lips curved into a triumphant but restrained smile. He had no doubt about his son. Meanwhile, the boy descends spectacularly, drawing admiring looks from those around him. Siphon can't get over the fact that this puppy killed a black ogre with one blow. And not just any ordinary one, but under the influence of the blood moon, it is worthy of a third-class knight. The Duchess's brother expresses his indignation openly, asking what this trick is. He believes that the killing of the black ogre is the merit of another person, the Duke. The man urges the Knights of Doom, ordering them to immediately provide assistance to the Duke. They immediately rush to fulfill the will of their master, rushing to the rescue of Agnes. Joshua says he is no longer willing to tolerate being disregarded. It is offensive. He is going to surprise the unbelievers a little more, even if his body can't take it and he loses consciousness. To his father's grin, Joshua declares that this monster boy will save everyone. The knight doesn't understand what to do with a crowd of black ogres because even one is a disaster. Pushing forward, the boy tells everyone to disperse, otherwise he might accidentally get hit. Thanks to his good connection with Rugia, he can now use something powerful. The problem is that he has no idea how his body will react to it. And yet the boy fearlessly rushes forward towards the enemy, intending to strike those around him. By concentrating his mana, he activates Thunderstorm, catching up with his first opponent. The attack is so swift that under its influence, vision loses its relevance. As several bodies fall roasted, their allies babble in confusion and bewilderment. Joshua tries to get his breathing back to normal while thinking about his next steps. Vig, stunned, says incredulously that this can't be. His subordinates can't help but admire the abilities of the third-class knight. But the conclusions ultimately lead to this child being a demon. The Duke, realizing the point of this show-off, thoughtfully calls his son a fool. He asks Armand what he thinks, to which the magician modestly replies that he doesn't understand knights. But he still draws a parallel with magicians and says that they may have a great future. He doesn't even have time to finish speaking. The Duke disappears, expressing his understanding as a final thought. Joshua can't seem to catch his breath, feeling like he's approaching his limit. The boy's strength leaves him at the most inopportune moment, and the Black Ogre screams ominously. His fist is already very close, but this blow is not destined to reach its target. Holding his child in one hand, the second Duke fends off the enemy. He is not going to allow his child, who shows such great promise, to be hurt. Finding himself on the border between consciousness and the unconscious, the boy notes that this is not bad, and yet he cannot help himself, falling into the alluring oblivion. The next time the boy opens his eyes, it is because of screams full of horror. Joshua doesn't quite understand what's happening, but he's certain he sees the Duchy of Agnes. He sees a falling building from somewhere above. Desperate screams fill the area completely. When the explosion occurs, Joshua suggests that he is only dreaming. But it all looks too real, which confuses everything even more. Measured footsteps are heard from below, causing Joshua to turn toward the sound. The first thing that catches your eye is the familiar family sword, on which the fire dances and reflects. Joe thinks it's his father until he looks at the face. It's Babylon's. The boy remembers that this is what happened during the fall of the duchy, but 10 years later, and he cannot understand why he saw this vision right now. Joshua assumes that he is having a prophetic dream, inspired by the power of Rugia. He also remembers that origin crystals are capable of similar things. A wind arises and the boy tries to determine its source. A powerful gust hits Babylon's chest, knocking all the air out of him. The blonde collapses from exhaustion, but somehow manages not to fall completely. A conversation begins between Joshua's older brother and his opponent. The words are inaudible. The beautiful girl continues to say something, and then it dawns on our count. The stranger turns out to be a grown-up Ina-led Grace, next to whom is the supreme spirit of the wind. Joshua only recognized his acquaintance from Aeolus. He finds it hard to believe that something like this could happen. The boy assumes that if this is the case, Ina's mentor must also be somewhere nearby. He tries in vain to make out the conversation between the two. It sounds as if there is a spell of silence on him. Joshua doesn't like this and keeps trying to figure out the essence of the dialogue. Another face materializes out of nowhere on the horizon. Its voice also unintelligible. And what's more, you can't even really see this person's face because of the haze. Joshua attempts to get closer, although he is confident in the identity of the third character. And then the angry voice of his older brother clearly reaches him, ordering his interlocutor to shut up. Continuing, he says that his house will not bow its knee to bastards like them. The interlocutor smiles, but Joshua again cannot make out his words. One can only guess what was said, as Aeolus rushes at the enemy of the Lord. Babylon takes several cross punches but remains on her feet. He doesn't even utter a sound, gritting his teeth for the sake of his family's honor. His opponent opens his mouth again, saying something very long and heartfelt. Finally, Joe manages to discern individual features, after which the face is revealed completely. The boy knows this man very well. He is choking with indignation. Just as he begins his angry tirade, a blinding light interrupts it. Joshua's eyes widen as he calls out the man whose name Drax had given Grace. Realizing that it wasn't real, the boy relaxes but becomes thoughtful. This dream was like a prophetic one, not an ordinary one. Its realism was off the charts. At this point, Joshua wonders how much time has passed since he passed out. It is impossible to take a normal position. The body is pierced by unbearable pain. The boy is disappointed that his body has not yet recovered from the battle. If we take into account only skill, he could reach the second class. Although the power that Joe showed might be enough to fight even third-class knights, most likely it is thanks to the source crystal with the power of lightning that he is troubled by a prophetic dream. Joshua decides that he needs to learn as much as he can about the source crystals. When he speaks up, the boy is seriously scared. The Duke says something that is incredible. He finds it amazing that just a few hours ago, this moon was blood red. Now it has changed so dramatically that it emits a dazzlingly beautiful glow. Still embarrassed, Joshua doesn't know how to approach the dialogue. The Duke says they will go to Acadia as soon as they return home. But now Joshua is not Agnes, but the only son, Frederick, of a house in decline. The boy will don the guise of an aristocrat who wants to restore the glory of his family. After listening carefully to his father, Joshua says he understands everything. He thinks that he agrees with such conditions because there is no need for unnecessary attention to him. The man draws his son's attention to himself once again because that's not all. The Duke says that the boy muttered in his sleep and mentioned the name of a very interesting person. Naming Drax, the man clarifies how his son knows this cursed name. He looks at his father, trying to maintain an outward composure and scolding himself for chattering. Seconds turn into minutes, but Joshua doesn't know how best to respond to this. Realizing that there will be no answer, the man rises from his seat, accepting his son's silence. He advises him to get a good night's sleep because tomorrow they have a journey home ahead of them. In the secret room of Castle Doom, Siphon is asked if Vanessa knows this. He confirms, and Vig clarifies that she knows about the threat, but does nothing. Siphon justifies the lady, saying that until recently there was no opportunity to be active. Vig refuses to believe that this bastard awakened mana on his own. After all, even the genius of the Empire, Babylon, rose to such a level through sweat and blood. And this bastard, even without training, was able to overcome the blackest ogre with his strength. Siphon confirms his interlocutor's thoughts, explaining that this is why the boy is considered a demon. Vig says he doesn't think so, but he's sure the bastard's strength lies in something else. Gaining power of this level is possible by making a pact with a higher demon. Siphon is outraged. He says that the boy has already passed the official certification according to all the rules. Vig asks the interlocutor to use his brain. The veracity of the contract is not important. When Siphon gets it, he starts to chuckle evilly and says he understands. Vig believes that Joshua's intellectual development lags behind his physical development. He is a child. Siphon asks what the interlocutor will do. He replies that he will look after the degenerate. The commander remarks that once Ina enters the Imperial Academy, it will be easier to spy. Joe's claim to the inheritance may cause problems, and then they need to be eliminated. And none other than Siphon will have to take care of this, the man thinks. After watching his former interlocutor go, he savors the words about demons. Cox rushes to his mistress with important news, who clarifies its essence. The man says that the operation in the Dark Forest is over, and the boys will arrive home today. Charlie turns away again, weakly expressing agreement with his interlocutor. Cox didn't expect the lack of reaction. The girl notes that he doesn't like Joshua either. The man says that this was before the boy became the youngest mana wielder. Charlie asks what now, and her interlocutor clarifies whether she knows the reason for their visit. The girl suggests that it is because of the King of Assassins and the desire to unite the houses through marriage. The King of Assassins is called Bagration. He was the first of the commoners to become a master of the blade. This man is one of the supernaturals. He has the right to claim the place of the Absolute. Based on the available information, Bagration allied himself with the House of Cromwell. Even Charlie knows that if this is true, they have no chance against such powerful opponents. Cox praises the girl for her foresight, engaging in conversation with her on the topic. The Emperor has forbidden unjustified wars, so their struggle is quiet. Charlie clarifies Cox's words about the impossibility of purchasing certain items. The girl says that she likes strong people, but she felt a little sad after hearing the truth. The man does not understand what his young mistress is talking about. He expected a different answer. Charlie asks if he can ask the Duke for help directly. Cox points out the differences. The man says that for the nobility there is nothing that is more important than their own honor, although he himself would be able to overcome his pride if his home was in danger. Cox says he does not want his young mistress's life to be sacrificed for the house. He believes that the girl was herself with Joshua, so they better talk again. These words hit Charlie hard. They are exactly what she needed all this time. Cox apologizes if he said too much, admitting that he liked Joshua more than Babylon. Charlie says that she agrees to the meeting and asks that dinner be prepared for her and the young count. The man asks to entrust this matter to him, promising to return with good news. Lost in her own thoughts again, the girl wonders if it's worth it. In honor of the knight's return from the lands of rock, a festive feast was organized that night. Those who do not eat boast to each other about their achievements. Joshua can hear their voices admiring his own strength in fighting the ogre. Cain asks his master if he, as the hero of the occasion, should not be present. He admits that the last event made it clear that he would follow the Duke's son. Joe jokes about being left with no choice, even though he could refuse. Cain maintains a joking tone, saying that his master is not that stupid. Joe says that the guy turned out to be even more impudent than he thought, and he thanks his interlocutor for the praise. The boy says that the knight is free today, he is also going to rest. Cain wishes him a good rest and says that everything he said is true. Despite the strength of the Duke's offspring, the knight believes that he has something to learn. Cain reiterates that it would be a great honor for him to follow such a man. When saying goodbye, he allows his master to call him if necessary. Joshua recalls that there were many people who wanted to follow him before, but in vain. He refused them all, for he was determined to become that man's sword. Joe didn't want Caesar to have any unnecessary concerns, so he turned them all down. Remembering his father's question, the boy answers it in his head. He considered Drax a friend. He is distracted from his joyless thoughts by a voice addressing him as a master. The interlocutor suggests calling a doctor, but the boy refuses, ordering him to leave him. When told that he was expected, Joe said that he would not come because he was not feeling well. The old man corrects himself, saying that Mrs. Vanessa is calling him. Lucia is already there. The boy asks his interlocutor to repeat what he just said. His tone changes. Of course he comes, because his mother is already in the power of this crazy woman. When the door swings open, those present turn their gazes towards the person who entered in unison. Lucia speaks up first, addressing her son by name as a greeting. The boy reciprocates, rejoicing to see her in good health. Vanessa asks Joshua to come in, noting that this is the first time they have seen each other. Siphon warns the Count to mind his manners because he is facing a duchess. The man stumbles on the last word because the boy's gaze changes dramatically. The commander does not understand why the change happened so suddenly and what it means. Lucia's expression also changes, asking her son to introduce himself properly. Not wanting to upset his mother, the boy obediently does what is required of him. Vanessa can't help but feel angry when she hears her husband's last name. But she quickly pulls herself together, anticipating the future, and begins her hypocritical game. Lucia is surprised by the words about a trip to the capital. Vanessa asks if she hasn't heard. Siphon explains that Joe has been recognized as a knight, so the Duke will take him with him. The woman openly rejoices, asking her son if he was really recognized as a knight. Vanessa responds instead, saying that this is why she gathered everyone here. Hearing words of resentment, Lucia says that nothing like that ever happened. The Duchess then suggests that they begin the meal, asking for food to be brought in. As several servants enter, Joshua gives them a careful look. He does the same with a plate filled with food placed nearby. Having solved this riddle, the boy smiles, and at the same moment someone turns to him. The young count is politely asked to take the place assigned to him, Lucia echoes. She believes that her son should show respect to his aunt, Vanessa plays. She asks solicitously if they feel any discomfort. Lucia answers negatively. The Duchess says she was worried she wasn't liked, but now everything is fine. Lucia respectfully thanks her interlocutor for taking such sensitive care of them. Before putting a piece in her mouth, Vanessa wishes everyone a bon appetit. Having chosen a dish, Lucia begins to diligently divide it into smaller pieces. Spearing one of them, she brings her fork to her mouth, preparing to taste the exquisite meat. Vanessa can't completely hide her gloating, so she tries not to look at her rival. Joshua gets up from the table, saying that before they eat, he would like to apologize. The gist of the apology is that he did not greet his aunt properly. Vanessa asks not to worry about this and to start eating as soon as possible. The boy says he can't do it. His mother asks what that means. Joshua says he feels ashamed because his auntie doesn't have food, unlike them. Lucia gasps, realizing that her son is right, and the boy continues to carry out his insidious plan. He says he would like to share his last dinner before he leaves with his aunt. Joshua knows perfectly well that Vanessa added poison only to his and Lucia's food. He asks the Duchess if they shouldn't all enjoy the meal together. The woman resorts to trickery, saying that she watches her food because she has problems with her weight. The boy says that she is already attractive. Vanessa, feigning embarrassment, talks about flattery. In her mind, the woman assumes that Joshua noticed the threat, amazed at his skills. The boy asks what his aunt is thinking about. Did she really poison the food? Siphon interrupts the conversation, asking how this impudent man dares to talk about poison. Joshua notices that the commander is showing disrespect by forgetting who he is talking to. The man notices that from the very beginning, this boy looked only at him with that look. Joshua says he was only joking, but judging by Sir Siphon's reaction, it doesn't look like a joke. When asked secondly whether Vanessa poisoned the food, the woman calls the boy a scumbag. Siphon says that he cannot simply watch a nobleman being insulted. Joshua asks if someone like him really dares to raise his sword against the Duke's son. The boy says he is not going to turn a blind eye to the poison or to what just happened. Siphon is affected by the opponent's aura. The speed of his progress is incredible. The man doubts, but understands that he will not be able to lower the already drawn sword. The door opens and the question of what they are all doing here fills the room. Appearing next to Caesar, who is peacefully reading a book, Evergrande greets him respectfully. When asked what happened, the magician replies that a letter arrived from the Duchy of Agnes. Happy that he has finally made a decision, the teenager asks if the man has read the letter. But he ignores the negative words, asking if he thinks Joshua accepted the offer. Evergrande believes so, since everyone dreams of joining the Imperial Order of Knights. No longer listening to his interlocutor's words, Caesar says out loud that he finds the content interesting. Stopping reading, the fourth prince grins under his subordinate's questioning gaze. The next moment, he bursts out laughing, and the magician asks the teenager what happened. Continuing to laugh loudly, the boy demonstratively tears the paper. Addressing Joshua as if he were right there, Caesar repeats that he finds this interesting. At about the same time, the Duke repeats his question, turning to the commander. He doesn't even know what to say, uttering something inarticulate. Vanessa says she invited Lucia and the baby here to have a good time. All this happened after the woman heard that the Duke was taking them to the capital. Leaving these words unanswered, the man turns his head towards his concubine. Neither she nor Joshua, who was standing nearby, made a sound, despite expectations. The Duke asks Siphon how much longer he intends to stand like this, and he stupidly groans. And with one sure movement, he puts his previously naked sword back into its sheath. Joshua makes his cursed weapon disappear only after this gesture. The Duke says that Joe should go back to his place. He calls his mother with him. She does not argue. As they leave, Vanessa asks why her husband suddenly started acting like this. The Duke retorts by asking if his wife hates him, and she answers immediately. Her words hit him like a whip when the woman's answer is positive. Despite this, the man clarifies whether this is because he has become interested in Joshua. Vanessa throws a tantrum about how she was never interesting to this man, but she also says that she was forced into marriage with him. But in fact, she never loved him. However, Vanessa says she has no intention of sitting back if it concerns her son. She hopes that if Agnes has any dignity, he will make the right choice. The man smirks, asking if decent people act like that. Vanessa clarifies what he means. The Duke is going to explain it to her. The man asks imperiously if she really thought he wouldn't find out. Siphon mentally repeats to himself the words that the Duke already knows everything. Closing the door behind him, Joshua guesses that she must be upset. Lucia says she is very confused, asking why her son didn't tell her anything. As he begins to tell his story, the boy becomes distracted by thoughts that he is making his mother worry. A knock on the door is accompanied by the words that Cain has come to see Count Joshua. He asks how the dinner went. The boy asks again, did he really know? The knight replies that the butler told him that the young count went to taste some fine food. The boy concludes that the butler is also involved and is amazed by Vanessa's influence. Cain supports the decision to study at the academy, so they will have more opportunities to see each other. But he didn't come just to say this. The guy has a request for the young master. The knight says that all his words up to this point were sincere. So now he asks if Count Joshua will accept him as his vassal. The boy understands that this will make things easier for him. But first, one thing needs to be clarified. The path Joe takes will be washed in blood, so Cain needs to think carefully. The boy gives his interlocutor one last chance, asking if he still wants it. The knight says that he trusts his lord completely and is ready to follow him everywhere. The guy is ready to give the only choice in his life in favor of his ministry to Joshua. And he asks the Duke's son again whether he will render him a similar portion. Before determining their future destinies forever, the boy grins. By accepting the knight's sword, Joshua von Agnes gives a positive answer, sealing the bond. The next morning, before the Duke and his son depart for the capital, a farewell ceremony takes place. The man asks Joe if he will be okay, and he says that is enough. The Duke believes that without servants, but with the best knight, the nobleman in decline will have problems. Joshua reminds him of his past life and says that one cane is more than enough. The man gives in, asking the boy to stay exactly behind him. Armstrong raises his sword sharply into the air and gives the order to depart. A girl's voice is heard nearby, announcing a request to wait. Lady Charlie apologizes for showing up unannounced, but she couldn't resist saying goodbye. The Duke expresses joy at her good health, and the girl apologizes for the trouble she caused. The man is a little upset by the changes that have occurred in Charlie. The girl immediately turns on her temperament, asking whether she should behave as before. The Duke likes her better this way and invites Charlie to go with them. The girl refuses because she made a promise to Cox's wife to visit their nest. Rushing towards Joshua, Charlie says she needs to tell him something. The boy is not happy about this. He mentally wonders what this time. The girl asks the Count not to worry because she just wants to give him something. Handing the medallion to the Duke's son, Charlie involuntarily provokes a question from his interlocutor. The item belongs to the Font family, and the girl asks Joshua to visit them in Acadia. Cox screams hysterically, after which the chatterbox says that the lady cannot give up the medallion. Joshua asks his interlocutor what she is trying to say or show by this. She asks to consider this gesture as an invitation, repeating the words said earlier. The knights discuss Charlie's gesture, assuming that the girl is interested in the young master. Babylon is mentioned briefly, but it all boils down to a love letter to a young lady. Joe understands that if he refuses publicly, rumors will quickly spread. The girl, meanwhile, asks her not to embarrass her, saying that she wants to apologize for her earlier rudeness. Seeing the lady's tears, Joshua immediately snatches the medallion, agreeing out of desperation. He says, as if nothing had happened, that it is time to move on, as they have a long journey ahead of them. The Duke asks if he can join his son later, and the girl unequivocally confirms. The man says goodbye to her and Cox until they meet again, and the other man wishes the same. Armstrong, who had been interrupted earlier, repeats his order again, bringing the event to its logical conclusion. Taking up his cry, all those gathered raise their swords, praising the Duke. The latter mentally assumes that the son does not know what it means to receive a medallion from a noblewoman. The Emperor is informed that the Duke and his son are expected to arrive in the capital soon. Caesar's recommendation for Joshua to join the Imperial Order was rejected. Marcus can't believe that this boy refused to join the most powerful order. The Emperor begins to understand that this child has a very good appetite and self-esteem. He assumes that the boy wants global power, but his interlocutor doesn't think so. The letter stated that the boy followed the Emperor's orders without recognizing anyone else. The man laughs, repeating his subordinate's words and asking him a question that interests him. Marcus can't wait to see this boy compete against the best order on the continent. 4 days later, they stand in front of the dwelling that the Duke has prepared for his son. Lucia can't believe it and asks if they can really live in this place. Cain knows him. He was in this place with the Duke when he was still studying at the academy. Joshua is puzzled by this, because to do something like this, you would need to have a very close relationship with the Duke. The boy begins to form theories, but comes to the conclusion that they are now on the same page. Cain explains that he was brought here once for training, away from prying eyes. Lucia invites her son to take a look around, and he accepts the invitation without complaint. The security in this place is terrible, but the good thing is that there is almost no one with them. While the mother admires her, the son thinks that it will be impractical for Cain to protect her alone. Joshua warns the knight that he needs to step away for a while. He clarifies. Cain is worried that the boy might get lost, but he reassures the boy. The knight assumes that the gentleman is simply going to look around and then return. Looking at the familiar sign, Joe remembers that this place has remained unchanged over the years. He wonders what the people inside will think about the boy who came in. A guy came up and offered to help the lost child return from where he came. He replies that he came for a red coin buried at the bottom of Lake Rainulf. The guy is surprised because he didn't expect to hear something like that from a boy. Pulling himself together, he asks to follow him, promising to take him where he needs to go. Joshua is overjoyed that he has come to the right place, because he really needs an informant. He believes that the person walking in front of him is ideal for this role. When they enter the required establishment, they head straight for the pouring beer. A familiar stranger approaches Ryan, saying that he is registered. Joe is sure he's curious about why the baby has come to them, but the rules are absolute. While he is thinking about what is so good about informants, he is invited. When the valve opens, the cute guy tells the inspector that it is him. When the door closes behind them, the informant begins to move his hands along the floor. Noting the impregnability of the security, Joshua is convinced that there is nothing to worry about. Trust is the foundation of a business like this, so Joshua doesn't worry about data privacy. The guy asks the boy to be careful, as it is easy to trip in the darkness. They walk down the corridor in silence for a while, each thinking about something of their own. As they round the bend, a man appears before the marchers. He respectfully greets his colleague, who informs him that they have a customer. Having said that everything will be done now, the man opens the door behind him. Joshua deduces that this guy is in a higher position than he appeared to be. The same thing informs that they have arrived. The boy is no longer surprised by the next door. Promising that this is the last one, Joshua is asked to go to the third room. When he does this, the man politely asks the boy to take the assigned seat. Looking around, Joshua guesses that information is being transmitted through this hole. The young man does not leave, asking what exactly the young gentleman wants to know. Joshua says he finds it funny that the branch manager is in charge of servicing these types of people. The guy remarks that he is well informed and asks why he considers him a leader. Joshua begins to philosophize about how the system of such organizations works. He says ordinary informants do not know the identities of the leaders, But, observing the behavior of the people he met along the way, the boy came to the appropriate conclusion. The interlocutor admits that he thought the rumors were an exaggeration, but it turned out to be the opposite. And this guy calls the boy sitting opposite him by his full name. He remains calm, noticing that his interlocutor knows him very well. The guy says that if he didn't know this, he wouldn't dare call himself an expert in his field. These words are ambiguous for the boy because the informant could sell information about him. Introducing himself, Zero asks the client not to worry about what he is currently thinking about. Joshua asks about the level of information. The interlocutor says that he will give him a compliment. When asked about the reason for such generosity, the boy is told that it is an investment in their future relationship. Joshua understands perfectly well that no one does anything for free. A certain fee will be required. He says he thought the name Zero meant the employee had zero-level information. The informant asks, amazed, how the client learned about such things. They apologize to Joshua, offering to ask for anything, and he takes advantage of the opportunity. The guy says that most of the things the client asks about are sent to the black market, but their organization, the Moon Door, will be able to obtain the required item within a week. Joshua thinks that he will find himself in a sticky situation if his interests are discovered. But if he sets up a distracting bait, he will be able to catch two birds with one stone. He speaks the words he has already spoken, adding that whoever finds the symbol will receive the door. Only a few members of the organization have this information. Zero is very shocked. Joshua says that if his request is fulfilled, he will find the required symbol within 3 years. Zero thinks that their organization has been searching for this symbolic thing for decades. First, he asks about the demands. Joe's condition is that information about him not be disclosed. He also wants the informant to tell him everything he knows about Drax leading Grace. He is again puzzled, asking whether his interlocutor means that very god of war. Joshua asks the informant what he thinks. Is this game worth the candle? For 2 months, the boy tried to regain his former strength through long training sessions, and also to make sure that Lucia moves to the estate belonging to Duke Agnes. It would be much easier to protect a woman from potential attackers there. After much persuasion, Lucia finally gave in, allowing her son to organize the transportation of the necessary items. A week before entering the academy, the boys sit in a place where food from the Imperial Palace is served. Noticing that the boy was deep in thought, the knight asked him about it. Kane noticed that his young master had been looking a little worried lately. Actually, he's right. Joshua is bothered by the fact that his order hasn't been fulfilled yet. That's a problem. And just as he has time to think about it again, the young count is greeted by a familiar voice. Zero asks the boy how he is, and he hints at a long absence of news. The guy says the case was made a little more complicated by the people involved. Kane's gaze frightens the speaker, and he points this out openly as he greets the knight. Joshua asks his vassal not to worry. This man is his acquaintance. The boy asks how everything went. Zero says that he did everything perfectly, as he promised. It took time to track down the item because it passed through many hands. The guy says she is here. Joshua asks about the fee. The interlocutor asks to consider this a service because compared to the other order, this one is nothing. Unless, of course, there is a hidden power inside that they don't know about, which is, in principle, obvious. Joshua brazenly and completely shamelessly advises not to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Zero says he will charge the fee another time, but informs that their organization works on prepayments. Joshua deduces that this guy, when the time comes, will ask for something quite big. Meanwhile, Zero himself leaves, saying that it's time for him to go. Orders won't fulfill themselves. Removing the lid, Joshua takes out a piece of parchment from inside and unfolds it. The Orbeez family was one of the most prestigious magical families just a decade ago. Even when magicians were treated with respect, this house went beyond the generally accepted boundaries. This happened because the eyes of the family defeated a knight close to the title of Master of Skills. The act attracted the attention of the Kingdom of Magicians, Terra, and the king personally visited the Orbeez. Joe believes that the Avalon Imperial family deliberately got rid of the nobles in their kingdom. Baron accent attracts attention, and the boy inadvertently says it out loud. Kane clarifies whether the gentleman means the Baron called the Night Trader. He is a very well-known figure in the lower classes and is said to control the black market. The knight also says that this man is the half-brother of Viscount Wig, whom Joshua knows. The boy thinks about this, but is distracted from his thoughts by a voice asking for the name. Fanzil politely notes that quite a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. The higher the rank of a nobleman, the closer his estate is to the Imperial Palace. However, on the outskirts of the capital, there is a very large and luxurious area. The reason why things are this way is because of the vast wealth that ignores status. And the person who owns all this is one of the most important figures in the lower classes. Baron Pryor asks what brings a potential interviewee to his shabby estate. He calls the man sitting leisurely in the chair Count Veron Chenvillas. He notes that the deadline for fulfilling Baron Prior's promise has long since expired. The man starts to hesitate, saying something unintelligible, but under a piercing gaze, he pulls himself together. Elves are extremely rare, so it's extremely difficult to get them. He asks for a little more time. Veron says he entrusted the case to Prior precisely because he wanted to avoid such excuses. The man stutters and asks for forgiveness, and the Count gives him only 1 week to correct his mistake. Prior is overjoyed, promising that with such a supply, he will certainly get the goods. The young man agrees, starting to say what will happen if the conditions are not met. In this case, Prior will have to forget about the luxury he enjoys in the city. The man can't seem to even out his tone when he says he'll take this information into account. After watching his interlocutor before he disappeared, the man finally straightened up. He says that because this kid is always like this, he can't really show off his talent. The butler allows himself to carefully clarify whether 1 week will be enough. Prior says he has to do it no matter what it takes, or things will get bad. This cub is the son of one of the most influential people in the army and more. The emperor himself trusts him, and Veron Chenvillas is capable of a lot. A question comes from the Kibitka. Does the Count really think that the Baron will fulfill the order? Veron chuckled thoughtfully and said that he thought it would be a bit difficult. The interlocutor is perplexed, apologizes, and is about to ask why all this is happening. Veron says there's a reason he gave the man another week. A conversation begins between them, where the Count tries to lead his interlocutor to the truth on his own. Satisfied with the answer, Veron confirms that the whip is dominant in the equation. The man begins to understand what the young Count is getting at, and he expresses his thoughts. Veron plans to crush Prior in a way that will make him more loyal. The man says that his interlocutor sees right through Prior, to which he only waves his hand. He is now much more interested in the question of what to eat. The coachman is given the corresponding order. Kane notes that a lot of time has passed since their meeting. Fanzil expresses joy at the meeting. The man politely inquires whether he has inadvertently interrupted an important conversation. The knight answers negatively and adds that they are also very glad to see him again. Joshua recalls that this man was not an ordinary nobleman in the good sense of the word. Fanzil had a weak body and was essentially just as gentle at heart. He interacted with commoners on equal terms, which made him an object of ridicule among the nobles. But he remained himself. Now his girl, greeting Joe, gives him a compliment. The young Count analyzes her speech, wondering if she always talked so much. Meanwhile, the girl comes a little closer to him and addresses him by name, starting to get embarrassed. Verona's companion is unhappy with the visitors at this hour, but they assure him that the problem will be resolved. Count Veron, noticing Iselin among those present, orders the girl to stop. His gaze changes as he begins to take in her whole appearance, briefly but carefully. The young nobleman expresses annoyance at not having noticed such a beautiful lady earlier. He asks if this is her first time here, and he is interested in what family this girl belongs to. The companion tells Iselin to show respect when introducing the eldest heir of Villas. Kane's mind sinks, trying to understand what such an influential person is doing here. Fanzil apologizes for his daughter's rudeness, saying that it is an honor for him to meet Veron. He introduces himself formally, not forgetting to mention the county he owns. Veron finds him similar to the one mentioned. The companion confirms his beliefs. The young Count says that he did not expect an apology at all. He was outraged by the upbringing of this young lady. And he is not going to turn a blind eye to such an act, expecting an apology specifically from Iselin. Kane understands that it is precisely the young Count's pressure towards Rebrick that is disrespectful. Veron, meanwhile, loses his composure, addressing the girl directly, accusing her of being narrow-minded. Iselin gasps and starts babbling something unintelligible, but her interlocutor doesn't let her finish. He tells her to hurry immediately and show her deep respect to the Count. Joe is not going to watch this from the sidelines, saying that he finds it funny. He notes that Verona's father has something to worry about too, because his son is a reckless bastard. Count Villas cries out indignantly, asking what this degenerate just said. Asking how dare he, the man tells Joshua to first state his name. The boy notes that the consequences of a drawn sword can be quite dire, and he adds that there will be a heavy price to pay for such rash actions. The man freezes as soon as these words leave his interlocutor's lips. This menacing aura reaches out to him with its tentacles, trying to entwine and devour him. After following the trajectory of the energy, the man realizes that it is coming from the child standing opposite him. Veron asks Muck what he is doing. Is he really not able to teach some child a lesson? But that's not quite it. Joshua meanwhile introduces himself as Asher Fen Frederick. The opponent repeats someone else's name word by word, trying to remember who it is. Joe allows himself to stop thinking so hard, because now he will remember it forever. At the Lock Castle, an unknown person greets Ina, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The girl responds to Fortress in kind, saying that he arrived faster than she expected. The interlocutor clarifies why he was called, assuming that something happened. Ina says that an extra variable has appeared, a monster from the Duchy of Agnes. Fortress assumes that this is Babylon, but the girl clears everything up by telling about her second son. The other person feels betrayed, asking why they weren't told about this earlier. Ina asks him to calm down, saying that very soon this will become known to everyone anyway. Fortress agrees with this, but not with the talk of peacetime. There is too much tension around. Most of the country's forces have been building up their power for a long time and are now quite large. Ordinary people think that everything is great, but in reality, everything is far from rosy. Ina says the importance of masters in war cannot be overestimated. Analyzing her words, the interlocutor comes to the conclusion that information prevents war. He understands the girl's thoughts, but considers the appearance of the Duke's second son a significant problem. Ina asks him not to worry, because she has plans for every eventuality. She says that everything will be fine for now and plans to immortalize her name. The big plus is that the girl is confident that she will be able to lure Joshua to their side. Veron says he has never heard of this family before, calling them backwoods people. Joshua doesn't take the insult, asking if it really matters. Veron says that not at all, because very soon this house will disappear from the face of the earth completely. He orders the one standing before him to bow down, then perhaps he will be able to avoid death. Joshua responds with deliberate calm, deliberately stretching out his vowels when he mentions the comical nature of what is happening. The boy tells Mook to put this insolent fellow on his knees before him right now. He agrees to carry out the order, although he is still surprised by this child's thirst for blood. Of course he feels sorry for the boy, but the whims of the Villas family are not subject to objection. The fact that Joshua parries a punch with his bare hands causes general amazement. The boy, taking advantage of the moment, moves forward and with a precise movement launches an attack. Muck, not expecting this, starts coughing, but the place where he was hit makes breathing difficult. The boy can't believe that his subordinate was finished off so quickly. He knows perfectly well that Mook is level 3, which causes even more misunderstanding. Joe says he's not going to forgive him. Kids like that learn their lesson after being punished. Veron demands that he state his name, and he willingly repeats what he has already said. The boy advises not to joke with him. He knows perfectly well that such a house does not exist. He starts to boast about his family's status, but is interrupted literally mid-sentence. The impact is so strong that the Count flies back several meters. Approaching him, Joshua says that this is not the end, because everything is just beginning. Lifting his opponent by the scruff of the neck, Count Agnes asks where all the grandeur has gone. Saying it would be problematic if Veron passed out like that, Joe tells him to wake up. The man, thrusting his sword nearby, asks the master sitting on him to stop. He admits that they have shown him great disrespect and begs the Count for mercy. In Muck's mind, he suspects that this boy's family may be deliberately hiding from the world. Joe recalls his words that if a knight draws his sword, he must bear responsibility. Besides, he is not so magnanimous as to be nice to his enemies. The man tenses, afraid that the boy is seriously going to go through with it. He decides to take extreme measures, asking for mercy just this once. Muck is even ready to give up his hand and renounce his knighthood, if only his lord would be spared. Joshua is touched by this man's self-sacrifice. It is worth a lot. He remembers that in his past life there were such people, and that person's actions will make him feel emotional. But Joshua says he is not so magnanimous as to show mercy to his enemies. Contrary to Mook's fears, the boy does not harm his master. Instead, he takes the family ring, offering to pick it up later if needed. If not, or you don't have the courage, Joshua will sell it on the black market. Kane says that he didn't think the gentleman was so hot-tempered, but he just brushes it off. A friendly conversation begins between them, and Fanzel considers what he saw to be truly incredible. Iselin turns to her father, who clarifies what she wants to tell him. The girl shakes her head and runs away to her father's surprised exclamation. But the man does not pursue his daughter, noting that there are more important things to do now. Turning to Sir Muck, he says that he will take him to the nearest doctor. The praise to a higher power is interrupted by the indignant cry of a boy. Trying to understand what is happening, the monks turn in amazement towards the voice. Veron screams, telling him to look at what this bastard did to his beautiful face. The boy tells Muck to bring this bastard here no matter how, right now. To his gentle retort, Veron calls his knight a useless insect. As soon as they return to the estate, the man will face severe punishment, Muck accepts. The boy tells the knight to return to the estate and find out everything about the Frederick family wanting revenge. Muck says that this is impossible, since they will not be able to find an excuse later. Veron says he has no intention of making excuses when he has been humiliated to such an extent. The man remarks that no one will believe that they were beaten by a 10-year-old child. The Count shuts him up, ordering him to do as he ordered, but Mook cannot stand it. Interrupting Verona, he reminds him that these are incredibly important things. For nobles, honor is of great importance. It is no different from the rest of the family. If the Marquis hears about this, punishments for a few people alone will not be enough. Veron suggests doing the same as before, getting rid of all witnesses. He thinks that Mook was afraid of Rebrakov, and he reminds him of that very piece of evidence. At first, the boy doesn't understand what his vassal is talking about, but then it dawns on him. He says that everything is under control and that his family ring is actually with him. But suddenly he realizes that he was mistaken, that the ring is lost. The boy admits only in his mind. Muck conveys to the master the words spoken by Asher about how to get the thing back. They are not in that position now. They need to moderate their ardor and watch the situation develop. Veron asks if the knight really thinks he should go and apologize. Muck says he'll try sending a messenger first. He doesn't necessarily have to go himself. The interlocutor asks again, trying to understand who this messenger might be. While Joe is looking at the ring, he is asked if he is sure that Veron will come to him. The boy believes that he will not do it personally, but will send a messenger for his thing. It will be someone with a high enough status, but without the risk of information leakage. Kane doesn't understand who the other person is referring to, so he asks directly. Joshua recalls a rumor going around in Acadia about Pryor's accent. The point is that the king of the night is actually the young master of the villa's family, Veron. Kane is mentally amazed by the strategic abilities of his overlord. He admires him. After all, what's happening was part of his plan from the very beginning, but it's a little puzzling. A familiar voice pulls the knight out of his heavy thoughts, drawing his attention. Lady Island thanks the young gentleman very much for the assistance he has provided her. The boy says it's not worth it because his intentions were selfless. The girl notes that her family could find itself in a difficult situation. Joshua tries to understand how such a meek person can become the main sorceress of the continent. That time she looked like a delicate flower that would exude beauty even in the cold. Now the girl says that if the Count gets into trouble because of this, they will help. Joshua says that there is no need for that. Iceland tries to find the words to object. The boy says that if it is so important to her, she can do him a favor in the future. The girl turns out to be happy with this arrangement, accepting the new conditions. Bowing respectfully, she says that she will do anything for the young Count. Nodding to his interlocutor, the boy turns away, immersed in his thoughts. He needs this, because now he will have a very strong supporter on his side. Joe notices a flash on the roof of one of the houses across the street. Whoever was there is now running away, moving quickly across the rooftops. Zero curses mentally in frustration. What Joshua observed is a surprise to him. The guy wants to change his plan, because judging by his skills, he is not lying. Zero thought that this kid just wanted to use them, but now he has changed his mind. The accent is placed on the dining room, where the above-mentioned event took place relatively recently. Noticing the Count, he realizes that he has found exactly the place he needed. When the man comes in, Joshua says he arrived faster than he expected. The interlocutor expresses joy at the meeting and gives his full name. He says he is honored to meet the scion of the Frederick family. Kane analyzes the man's behavior, which seems suspiciously strange to him. Accent says he has a message for Count Asher and asks for the ring to be returned. Joshua recalls his conditions, ordering Verona to come and collect his treasure in person. The man tries to be polite by asking if there is any alternative to this. Joshua pretends to give in, ordering that his knight be brought here instead of this weakling. But since the Count fulfilled Accent's request, he must satisfy his desire in return. The boy makes a clear hint by noticing that the rings on the man's hand look very expensive. Accent involuntarily glances at his hand, realizing what the conversation will be about next. Beckoning the man closer to him, the boy asks him to give him his trinkets. Kane calls the master the devil, capable of extorting treasures without remorse. Joshua remarks that it was a fair deal, which he believes was right. The knight doesn't understand, so he asks directly why the rings were needed. This treasure is called the Tears of the Elves. It once belonged to the Orbis family. Beautiful elves were of interest to people, and for this reason alone they began to be hunted. In order to protect themselves, the elves gathered in the forest at the southernmost point of the continent. With combined efforts, the High Elves erected a barrier that stretched across the entire forest. The very last High Elf, Ellenbass, was considered by humans to be the queen of that race. The last person to befriend this creature in the 5th generation was Zeet Dick Orbis. Joe is sure that the man is not missing, but was killed while trying to extract information about the location of the elves. And this man, Zeet Dick Orbis, until his very last breath said nothing to his tormentors. To ensure the death of her friend, the elf was forced to reveal herself to the continent. She found the last descendant of Zeeth, who had become a servant to another noble family, and she began to cry, holding her hands. Salty drops fell on the family heirloom, and later it became known to the world as the Tears of the Elves. This ring is said to have special powers, although not for long. Cain asks his master what he is thinking about, since they have already arrived at the estate. Having walked a little forward, the knight jokes that the count will really remain standing outside. He is still in his thoughts, but about something else, and speaks up. Joshua wants to ask Cain for something. He promises to do anything. The count says he needs subordinates to whom he can trust his back. Joshua asks the knight to leave here and go to where Duke Agnes is now. Cain asks if the count really wants him to become Lady Lucia's bodyguard. The guy reminds that the boy has no servants, and according to legend, his family is in decline. He will be ridiculed, among whom will be Veron, also a student at the Imperial Academy. Joshua asks the knight not to worry about him, saying that he is an expert on loneliness. But at the same time, the boy wants to ask his friend for one more favor. Joshua asks Cain to study the way of the sword from the Duke for him. But this is not an order, but a request. A very important request that the boy really wants his friend to fulfill. Cain could even imagine that this unbending little man could bow his head to ask. This confuses him, so the knight asks him to raise his head, not wanting to see something like this from his master. But he agrees to fulfill this request in exchange for a favor. Cain also wants to ask Joshua. He agrees, asking what the request addressed to the count himself will be. Cain asks his master to make sure that he bows his head only before him. Joshua is even flattered deep down, so he easily swears an oath on his name. Cain says that in that case he is entirely at his disposal. In the very center of the vast continent of Grand, surrounded, stands an ivory tower. It is not only a sanctuary, but also the pride of the magicians, called the Magic Tower. Scratching his beard, he speaks of the master of the red flame and the void. Jan Danpara, the head of the Magic Tower, asks why the three are missing. Jaqen says that two of them don't want to stay in one place, and the third is busy with important matters. In that case, Jan is going to start the 27th meeting without this trinity. The main theme today will be the stone known as the Primordial. Laughter is heard nearby. Theta, the Stormmaster, notes that getting straight to the point isn't the old man's strong point. Jaqen asks Storm to mind his manners. They are at a meeting after all. Ian expresses surprise at Teta's visit. As usually, there is no trace of him. This time, the reason is really serious, and besides, he is interested in Magma's question. Jaqen says that it wasn't just her who disappeared. The same fate befell Bronto. The interlocutor is indignant, and the old man remarks that he himself is hearing about this for the first time. Elisha, the master of ice, suggests that the crystals were taken without even knowing their true nature. However, if this is not the case, then the problem that has arisen is truly serious. Ian says he has an idea who took Magma, but he doesn't know anything about Bronto. Teta laughs, saying that now it dawns on him why lightning left so suddenly. Jacques says he has an idea of who could have taken Bronto. It's enough to analyze the rumors. He heard that a magic swordsman had appeared near the crystal's location. Those present ask questions in sync, trying to find out more about it. The woman, puzzled, asks if it is possible that this is the one she is thinking of. Jaqen doesn't think so, because this magical swordsman is only 9 years old. Those present, stunned by this turn of events, ask incredulously about his age. Jan asks them to calm down, because nothing is yet completely known. They need to wait for lightning. The old man orders Jaqen to keep an eye on whoever took on Magma. Elisha asks if he can be the successor to the same one, unable to imagine another. When asked to calm down, the woman flares up, believing that something like this cannot be ignored. Jacques believes that they are not connected in any way because the subject of these rumors is Arden's son. Theta gets angry, asking Mr. Earth to inform him of such things in advance. Slamming his hand on the table, the leader calls for silence, repeating what has already been said. They don't have reliable information, so it's wiser to continue monitoring the situation. When the old man says that that's all for today and they can go their separate ways, he gets mixed looks. When he is alone, he laughs, trying to understand whether good or bad changes are coming. The light that is coming out has an unusual origin. It is magical. While his master casts his spell, the knight, groaning from the effort, tries to stay on his feet. The spell the boy is reading is unfamiliar to the blonde, as it is an ancient language. Cain knows it's called the language of runes and wonders how Joshua knows it. Fascinated by the ring, the knight increasingly believes his master to be a magical swordsman. As the object falls weightlessly downwards, Cain hurries to his owner. He asks if everything is okay with him, and he responds with calm agreement. Cain wonders which high elf blessed this ring, since it requires the runic language. Joshua briefly brings his knight up to speed, wishing he knew more. In a serious tone, Cain says that he has a request for his overlord. He, observing all the rules of decency, asks Joshua for the tears of the elves. The boy says that men cannot use this item. Cain is a little puzzled, but a guess soon occurs to him. Joshua answers his question by saying that he is going to give the ring to his mother. Placing his hand on the crystal ball, Fortress mentally pronounces the words necessary for activation. Bowing his head respectfully, he greets his master with respect. He says that he couldn't even imagine that Zero was going to contact him so suddenly. And he asks if it's because of that special child. The answer turns out to be positive. The guy starts talking about how calling him simply special is a bit incorrect. The interlocutor clarifies whether he is aware that the magic tower has begun searching for Joshua. Zero is stunned and asks to repeat it. He can't believe that the tower took on the matter. The interlocutor is convinced that the guy did not know this and finds it necessary to clarify everything. He says that what's truly important now isn't the source crystal or even the seeker Joshua. What's important at the moment is that everything is centered around this boy. The guy thinks about these words, and gradually the meaning begins to dawn on him. The interlocutor says that he would like to go to Acadia personally, but unfortunately he cannot. He talks about the red coin, and Zero promises to get it at any cost. The interlocutor accepts these words, saying that he trusts this guy. Zero confirms what was said even as the hologram dissolves into thin air, and he repeats the words to himself, promising to get what he needs at any cost. The sky, which was clear just a moment ago, is covered with gray clouds. An unusual lightning strikes the ground near a pole with a man tied to it in a vacant lot. Vig stubbornly moans, trying to express all his dissatisfaction through the fabric barrier. The man next to him, his eyes flashing, tells him to shut up and just watch. He addresses a band of light traveling across the vast skies. Asking to gather at his hands, the speaker prays to strike her with punishment all his enemies who block his path. Speaking of the collapse of the hail of light, the man calls upon the rain of lightning. The heavens respond to him, striking down the enemies around him with surgical precision. The strikes are so lightning fast that the monsters don't have time to see the trajectory. Vig stops moaning, looking at the sight before him, as if enchanted. The rain summoner, however, looks upon the punishment he himself has sent as a matter of course. Now he tells Vig to tell him how strong his magic is compared to Joshua's. The man moans until he is freed from the matter that is preventing him from speaking. Having freed him from her, Storm orders his captive to answer the question asked. Vig reminds us of his origins and suggests that we seriously consider the consequences. Approaching his captive, the man chuckled, examining his face with a searching gaze. And then he says that if he had been afraid of the consequences, he would not have gone to such a place. The man gives in, saying that in terms of power, Storm's magic is definitely stronger than the boy's. The magician begins to think out loud, coming to the conclusion that he needs to meet him in person. Vig says he's thinking in the wrong direction. Storm clarifies what he's talking about. The man says that Joe followed his father to the capital and is now supposed to enter the academy. Storm mentally notes that getting into this establishment will be quite difficult. Vig tells the man that he will help him, but he asks again incredulously. The man admits that he would only be glad if someone trampled this upstart. Storm finds this interesting and asks how the nobleman can help him. He says that the tattoo under the man's eye is familiar to him. He is aware of his power. Storm's real name is Jack, and he is amazed that a mere Viscount knows him. He also says that if they cooperate, Vig will definitely help his partner. Jack says that even if that were the case, he cannot cooperate with a simple, nameless Viscount. Even though he said he didn't care, it would be a little unpleasant if others found out about him. The Viscount cries out in bewilderment, asking what he is seeking then, his death. He adds that if he disappears, Duke Agnes himself will go looking for him. When the man notices the movement of Storm's hand, he manages to let out a heartbreaking scream. The magician smirks, asking rhetorically who would look for someone like him. Time passed quickly, and after his 10th birthday, Joshua entered the academy. About 1,000 noble children were admitted with him, who were divided into 6 classes. Joshua was confident that 6 years of training would be enough to master the necessary skills. The academy's corridor is filled with a variety of voices concerned about settling. The boy notes that noble children have at least one servant. Lost in his thoughts, he almost passes by the room he needs. He is amazed at how spacious a room can be, even for 3 people. Joe expresses hope that he won't have to share a room with someone like Verona. While thinking that he would like to live a peaceful life, he hears a voice behind him. Greeting his new friend kindly, the boy tells him that he will be grateful for his help. Joshua sees nothing wrong with supporting one of his neighbors. He thanks him, adding that he was afraid of dying in the process because of the weight of the suitcases. Remembering his manners, the boy introduces himself as Agares, extending his hand to Joshua. He considers this better than dealing with children who want to show off their strength. As he shakes hands, Joe calls himself Asher, saying it is a pleasure to meet him. Saying that this is the first time he has heard of his family, Agares expresses hope that they will get along. From behind, an enthusiastic exclamation is heard, along with a statement that these guys have met. Introducing himself as Icarus, the boy asks his new neighbors to take care of him. Agares screams angrily at his new acquaintance, calling him a scumbag. Joshua knows the name Icarus and can't believe it's the same person. And it's not surprising because he was called the genius of this era, the divine brain. When Avalon was weakened by the war and the disappearance of Marcus, a struggle arose between the brothers. This 10-year power struggle claimed tens of thousands of lives. Ultimately, the first prince won the battle, taking the second prince's people for himself. There were two men in this war who made a huge contribution, the first of whom was Caesar. The second man turned out to be the strategic genius who led the first prince to victory, Icarus. Now the boy asks why his neighbors are so surprised. He has something on his face. Calling Icarus a commoner, Agares is glad that their paths have crossed again. He also experiences pleasure from what is happening, asking the interlocutor to take care of him. Agares is looking forward to this year. Icarus finds his acquaintance too optimistic. Joe is a little surprised by their meeting, assuming that they clearly did not do this at the academy. The Count becomes thoughtful, because this is the first time he has heard of Icarus having a friend. Joe recalls a story that began in the harvest area of a village south of Avalon. Since one couple could not conceive children for a long time, they adopted Icarus, noticing his talent. Joshua remembers that the image of a commoner haunted this boy, who became the object of ridicule. The only one who extended his hand to Icarus was the first prince, named Kaiser. After Joshua heard this story, he felt that they were similar to him. Because of his youth, filled with nothing but contempt, because of the life taken away by a dear person. Extending his hand to his neighbor, Joshua introduces himself, saying he is pleased to meet him. Icarus reciprocates, expressing hope that they can get along. Joshua thinks that he absolutely must win such a person over to his side. At Agnes's residence, Lucia expresses her understanding that her son has entered the academy. The woman admits that she wanted to see how he acted, considering it shameful. Cain says that the Count most likely did not call his mother because he was worried about his identity being revealed. Lucia says she understands everything and thanks the knight for taking care of her son. Cain says that there is nothing wrong with this, and on the contrary, for him service is an honor. He tells the woman that she has a wonderful son, and she becomes sweetly embarrassed, asking the sir to stop. A familiar voice is heard from behind, asking what these two are doing here. Both knight and concubine respectfully greet Duke Agnes. The man asks if Lucia is comfortable here. She says that it is even too comfortable. She is unworthy. Arden allows the woman to contact him if she doesn't like something, and she agrees. The escort voluntarily compulsorily suggests talking about this later. When they have moved a sufficient distance, he turns to the Duke, who reacts. Apologizing in advance for his impudence, the man asks why Arden allowed Lucia to stay. The Duke believes that his interlocutor knows, and he suggests that it is due to Joshua's extraordinary talent. At the same time, he changes the conversation by asking about the legacy of power. Arden assumes that his interlocutor is interested in the imperial bloodline. The answer is yes, because if Joe becomes the heir, there will be no end to the hype about the family. Arden says that if blood is the only thing that affects authenticity, it means nothing to him. The Duke says that he will continue his observations, and the interlocutor agrees with this order. In his mind, the man continues his monologue, seriously considering the authenticity of the illegitimate boy. During his first lesson at the academy, Joshua learned a lot about his new neighbors. They were both quite famous in the academy, and not in a good sense of the word. Now they are mocked, saying that a bastard and a commoner are birds of a feather. Amaru Bransten says that losers are attracted to other losers. Agares, stuttering, asks him if the boy really did enroll as a swordsman too. Joshua, meanwhile, remembers a man he knew, a renowned master of the rapier. Amaru's friend thinks that they will be excellent students compared to these two losers. By the color of their ties, Joshua determines that these boys are a year above them. Amaru says he is ashamed that he used to be friends with a bastard, Agares. Icarus can't resist asking if this guy isn't being too cruel to his neighbor. Duncan asks sharply how a commoner dares to interfere in the conversation, expressing disrespect. An argument ensues between them on this basis, and the second-year student behaves arrogantly. Icarus notes that he said nothing that could be interpreted as disrespectful. Duncan considers the commoner worse than cattle. Icarus, falling, begins to cough. By continuing to insult his opponent, the pure-blooded nobleman crosses all boundaries of decency. Agaris intervenes, asking the second years to stop as he thinks they are going too far. He's not just being questioned about covering for his friend. Amaru's gaze changes to one of interest when he notices movement from the side. When Joshua approaches them, one of the second years asks who he is. He no longer believes that he will be able to live a little peacefully and is going to teach the bastards a lesson. Suddenly remembering something, Amaru begins to stutter, asking why he is here. A voice comes from the side, saying that he thinks he got it right. The fourth prince states the fact that he has indeed waited a long time for Joshua. Caesar is greeted, but he is only interested in whether Count Agnes is glad to see him or not. When asked if this is really the case, Mook asks what exactly the other person wants to know. Veron asks if it's true that the fourth prince acted as if he knew that bastard. The boy ponders over a positive answer and the identity of the mysterious Frederick. In the end, he tells Mook to go to the moon door and find out about this strange family. The knight tries to object to his young lord, but his voice trembles. He recalls that during his visit to the boy, the latter made the man make a promise. Mook then swore on his honor that he would stop Veron if he did anything like that. Now the man warns the gentleman that the consequences of this could be shameful for the family. The boy tells the knight to shut up, believing that he should not keep his own promises. He orders that instead of objecting, they do what he says and find out about everything immediately. The man looks away, agreeing with his lord's command, but he is torn between contradictions. While the teacher explains the topic, Joe thinks that he didn't mean to draw attention to himself, and yet he understands that if he wants to attract Icarus to his side, he will have to change his plans. Caesar then said that despite the answer he received, he did not intend to surrender. He asked Joe to visit the palace before graduation, but the boy was already planning to do so. The teacher calls Agaris' name and he jumps up, thinking it's time for lunch. Classmates start laughing at this guy's stupidity. It all comes down to blood purity. The teacher asks Agaris to be careful if he does not want to go home. He agrees. The man continues the lesson by explaining why the sword is considered the greatest weapon. He gives examples of famous people who use swords in their battles. After the lecture, the teacher asks to answer the question about why the sword is considered the greatest weapon. Amaru says that all other weapons are just trash compared to the sword. He believes that someone who does not use a sword will never be able to defeat a swordsman. The teacher reminds that spears are mainly used in war. He asks for clarification. The guy says we're talking about people with the same skills, not about those who are cannon fodder. Joshua can't take it anymore and says he finds what the guy is saying funny. He's not only teasing the swordsman, but also Amaru's potential relative by talking about the rapier. Curious whispers are heard around, and students become interested in the identity of their new classmate. Amaru tells him to repeat what he just said about the rapier being called complete trash. The teacher warns against fighting, but the boy says he can't ignore the insult to his family. Joshua points out that Amaru himself has insulted people who use weapons other than the rapier. The blonde believes his words are true and offers a duel if his opponent is sure of the opposite. Joshua reminds him of what the teacher just said about students not fighting being prohibited. Amaru provokes the boy by saying that he thought he was something more. Joshua explains that he doesn't want to break the rules, suggesting that they duel in the sparring room. Amaru agrees that this is possible. Besides, they have sword lessons tomorrow. He asks the teacher to allow this sparring, and then the disputes on this basis will stop. The man thinks that this year will be difficult because of the Sten family and this child. In the end, the students manage to get permission, but the use of real swords in sparring is prohibited. Amaru can already look forward to breaking this upstart's bones with his wooden sword. And although he doesn't know what connects them with the fourth prince, he promises to destroy Joshua. This boy, grinning smugly, is thinking about the same thing because it will be funny. The roommate asks if Joe is completely crazy, calling the rapier trash in front of the Sten offspring. Amaru is not one to tolerate such humiliation. He will try to harm his opponent. Joshua is even a little surprised, telling Agaris that he thought he was a carefree guy. The interlocutor says that Amaru is one of the best students of their academy, a descendant of the Stens. Joshua emphasizes that Agaris knows this guy quite well. He confirms this, admitting that they had been friends for quite a long time. In the land of death, in the north of Avalon, two families were able to repel a long invasion of demonic beasts. One of them was Amaru's father, and the other was Agaris, covering for his faithful old friend. This great friendship, born at the crossroads of life and death, is known even among the nobility. This became the reason for the acquaintance of Agaris and Amaru, but the bastard could not become his friend. For this reason, the boy wants to stop resisting and ask the second-year student for forgiveness. Joshua chuckles, asking if he really wants him to apologize to this upstart too. Icarus explains that Agaris is only saying this because he is worried about his new friend. Joshua says the only thing excuses can do is make your skills worse. If you want to fulfill your destiny, You must work on yourself to the point of exhaustion. Joshua ends by saying that otherwise he will have to live in someone's shadow until the very end. When the door closes behind him, the neighbors look at it in silence for a while. Zero asks Muck if he wants to know about a man named Asher Fen Frederick. He confirms these words, saying that all he knows is that he is new to Avalon. The man asks to tell everything about this person, promising to give in return as much as is required. Zero says that their organization has a very, very high tariff. Mook is slightly puzzled. The guy says the stakes are raised when it comes to those they have a special relationship with. The knight repeats his words again, saying that he is ready to pay absolutely any amount. Zero gives in, voicing what he wants, and his interlocutor, hearing him, asks again, dumbfounded. The man estimates that some cities do not earn that much in taxes in a year. Zero asks Sir Muck to come as soon as he has carefully considered the terms of the deal. The man is so thrown off balance that he doesn't even really know how to react. Zero mentally addresses Joshua, saying that this will be an investment to make the enemies afraid. The guy believes that as soon as this happens, Varen will stop at petty revenge, getting scared. He wants his partner not to worry and to find the red coin for them as soon as possible. According to the Academy's rules, they allow students to go wherever they want after classes are over. This allows Joshua to focus on regaining the strength he has lost. The boy does all this in the mansion that Duke Agnes prepared for him. The divine and demonic energies in his body are in constant turmoil, unable to combine. Joshua intends to synchronize and stabilize the mana using Bronto's power. An attempt to obtain even more energy by feeding it with mana ends in an explosion. The boy hisses from the bright light, forced to close his eyes to avoid burning his hands. It's not a good idea because the very next moment Joshua is thrown back by a splash of water. Hitting his head on a rock, the boy loses consciousness and falls into a black abyss. After a while, he forces himself to open his aching eyes. As Joshua lifts himself off the rock he hits, he winces in pain and gasps. He understands not only that he has lost consciousness, but also that he cannot yet fully control his power. And yet the boy cannot deny the fact that control is already much better for him. As Joshua prepares to repeat the exercise, he suddenly realizes that the workout is missing a crucial component. The attempt to find Rugia does not lead to the desired result, which raises a number of questions. The boy's torment is stopped by a voice, forcing him to stop, calling him an idiot. The twisting stream of energy turns out to be familiar to the Duke's son. The boy remembers that it is called subspace magic, and the voice continues to speak. Saying that his stupidity knows no bounds, he asks how Joshua could have overslept in such a dangerous place. When the boy asks who he is, the interlocutor introduces himself as the greatest Lord Rugia. Joe finds out that he slept for 3 days, during which the spear's essence protected him, which is puzzling. He recalls that the same thing happened earlier when he reached the 3rd level. The difference is that Rugia's form has changed, and he now appears as a child. But the entity says that this is not important now. Joshua clarifies what it means. Rugia suggests that before getting to know the enemy, you should get to know yourself, because you are not in a perfect state. The entity asks Joshua if he wants to get some information from him, and he asks again. Rugia says that the origin crystal has more than just elemental power. The truth is deeper. The interlocutor invites the boy to think about the unique powers of each source crystal. And after that, he advises trying to think about what kind of power Bronto has. Joshua follows Rugia's advice and begins to analyze the power of the lightning attribute crystal. Rugia suggests that the answer to this question will help him achieve his goals in the fastest possible way. Thinking about what the entity said, the boy slowly repeats its words after it. Rugia suggests that he stop playing the fool and remember his intention to take revenge on the traitor. Among the crowd of students entering the auditorium, the cheerful voices of Icarus and Agaris can be heard. The first one thinks that his friend has a lot of funny stories, while the other one thinks that his interlocutor has a boring life. The boy is distracted, paying attention to someone standing nearby who is also looking at him. Noticing that his former friend's gaze was directed directly at him, Amaru abruptly turned away. Agares follows his example, but he is very bad at hiding his feelings. Duncan asks why the hell those two scum are still in this place. He says that if he were in that company, he would have run away from them together with that boy, Asher. Agares asks them to finally stop pestering them. Those standing behind him mock him. They ask how he can ask them to stop when his neighbor, after causing a fuss, ran away. Duncan says the place will be cleaner once they get rid of weeds like them. The teacher entered the classroom and asked the students what they were doing there. He reminds them of the rules regarding fighting, saying that otherwise appropriate action will have to be taken. When he sees the boy being thrown, he mentally admits that the mistake is entirely his. The man does not want the situation that arose before to repeat itself again. Just as he thinks about Asher, An apology for being late sounds from behind him. The boy says that he had to leave for personal reasons, and the teacher mentally gasps in surprise. Looking at him tensely, the teacher tries to understand why the boy is digging his own grave. The boy's return does not bring joy to his classmates either. Their thoughts are negative. The teacher tells everyone present to remain silent, reminding them that the lesson will begin soon. The man asks Asher to take his place, already addressing him with the words about the beginning of the lesson. Now that it has come to this, the teacher is going to try to stop what is coming. He's going to postpone the practice lesson, afraid of what that scoundrel Amaru is planning. Not only the descendant of the Shten family, but also many others are watching the incinerating gaze that has arrived. But he doesn't pay attention to them, calmly following and settling into his rightful place. Agaras asks why he came back. Rumors about his family's situation are circulating throughout the academy. The neighbor still stands his ground, saying that it is not too late to apologize to Amaru. Joshua laughs at the old song and promises to show his friend how to defend his beliefs. The student is about to add a strong word, but his eye catches movement. When Icarus fidgets periodically, it becomes possible to read him like an open book. But Joshua doesn't have time for childish quarrels. He has more important things to do now. The memory of that conversation with Rugia bursts into my head like a sharp arrow. The boy will then ask the entity how it knew that he wanted revenge. He wonders if the spear really traveled into the past with him, and he is concerned about Bronto. The entity, as usual, answers evasively, to which Joshua asks it to stop making jokes. Rugia remains dissatisfied. He says that he is not obliged to give the boy any tips at all. Joshua doesn't make a sound, listening intently to every word the entity says. When he asks about the conditions, Rugia's mood changes. He needs the right solution. The entity wants Joshua to reconnect with the connections he had in his past life. The boy is confused by the words about taking better care of himself, he explains. Rugia advises the interlocutor to hurry with the answer, otherwise he will fall asleep. Joshua understands that in this case he cannot think for long, so he agrees. The contract with divine artifacts has special power, so the entity gives a hint. Bronto's power is not prediction at all. That prophetic dream has a different kind of power. In short, Joshua saw this because of one of the two powers that lay dormant within him, the divine. When the boy asks again, Rugia says that this divine power is God's. Rumor has it that a connection is established between the priests and the god in the days leading up to danger. Joshua's dream represents something similar, but the subjugation of the second force is also important. If this succeeds, no man will be able to stand against Joshua von Agnes. And most important of all is the origin crystal, Bronto's true power. And it lies in growth. The boy thinks about the true meaning of this word. Amaru asks the teacher if he is really going to go back on his promise. The man pretends not to understand what he is talking about, asking what the student means. The boy reminds the teacher that he approved of the sparring between him and Asher. The blonde man says that if this is cancelled, the insult will affect his entire family. The man himself understands the consequences perfectly well, but he desperately thinks about how to get around it all. Amaru says he's not going to let Joe get away with this. He's going to take advantage of this opportunity. The opponent says that they are thinking about the same thing. He also did not intend to ignore the situation. Adding fuel to the fire, Joshua promises to show his opponent how useless the rapier is. Students run down the hallway, telling the uninitiated to move aside. They don't want to miss the fight. They are interested in why this newcomer has returned, because they are sure that he will get his due. The training room was already filled with those who like to judge a person by their appearance. Icarus offers to apologize to Amaru. Joshua is amazed by his friend's persistence. The fair-haired man believes that either the Count will not win or the enemy's family will not let it go. Joshua, grinning, says that then he will have to defeat each of them. Although the boy is silent, it is clear from his look that he thinks his roommate is crazy. Reading his thoughts, Joshua suggests making a bet. Icarus asks about the stake. The young duelist proposes that both sides bet one wish. Icarus is unclear about his interlocutor's intentions. He just wants to stop this sparring. When asked why he puts his wish on the line, Joe replies that he never thinks about such things. Specifically, the young Count never thinks that he might lose to someone like Amaru. The rage reflected on his face is also in his thoughts. The blonde is confident of his victory. The teacher asks Icarus to give up trying, to delay the sparring, and they will not be able to do it any further. As he leaves, the boy advises Asura to value himself more, as he cannot handle such responsibility alone. Joshua thinks something has happened to his neighbor, as he has never heard anything like this from him before. The teacher, acting as referee, declares the duel to begin, calling out the names of both opponents. As Amaru takes his stance, he is supported by a roar of approval. The duelist's face is distorted by a grimace, and those present also fill the hall with bewildered exclamations. They don't understand why Joshua closes his eyes. They suggest that he just give up. Even though the Count has reached the third stage, he does not intend to use this power to defeat Amaru. Instead, he wants to win using only a spear, because nothing is more important than the basics. Now Joshua sees the paths he is accustomed to and believes that he can achieve more in this life. Amaru asks his opponent if there is a limit to his arrogance, since there is no excuse for it. The boy, in all seriousness, declares that he does not intend to allow such treatment. Calm as water in a calm sea, Joshua says that he is satisfied with this attitude of his opponent. It literally takes one move for him to deprive his opponent of his advantage. Amaru gasps in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. They are not the only ones here, because the very next moment the boy falls to the floor unconscious. Those present cannot believe their eyes, nor can they believe that everything ended so suddenly. The referee is no less amazed than they are, as he has never seen such an outcome in a student fight before. Ina lets out a frustrated sigh, saying that Joshua isn't going in the right direction. Icarus wonders in his mind why this girl called Asher Joshua von Agnes, and the winner gets the satisfaction of finally being able to master extreme speed. He could only dream of the enlightenment of the 6th stage of magical spear mastery in the past. Ina's voice is heard in the girls' dormitory at Avalon Academy. The girl thought that he would live a quiet life, but he made such a fuss. The man who appeared in the ball greets Ina, to which she calls him father. She asks why he doesn't answer. Whether there are problems in the kingdom, the man answers negatively. The girl achieves her goal. Her interlocutor tells her about the murder of Viscount Vig by storm. Ina tenses up as she asks questions about the magic tower, fearing they've been exposed. The man puts forward a theory that Joshua has obtained the thing that the members of the magic tower are looking for. He reminds them that if attention is paid to them, their plans will disappear into oblivion. The girl shares that Joshua started causing problems as soon as he came to the academy. The man finds this funny and assumes that the duchy will replace the heir with him. Ina doesn't understand how it's possible to replace a legitimate heir with a bastard. Her father explains to her. The man asks if Duke Agnes would not prefer his own child to someone else's. The man sitting in front of Joe notices that a lot of time has passed since the head of the Fredericks disappeared, and they were not known for their military service, so the question arises, who is this boy? Joshua stands his ground, under a piercing gaze saying that his name is Asher Fen Frederick. The man looks at him for a while longer, then gives in and stands up. He says that such cases have occurred, and he doesn't care at all what the boy is up to. Only such changes are undesirable because Amaru was from the Sten family. What Joshua said to him could have been regarded as an ordinary childish quarrel. The young count says that he will take full responsibility for this incident. The teacher says that around this time last year, someone else thought the same thing. Hearing the Douglas name, the boy understands what it means, but still asks. The man says this problem cannot be solved by simply taking responsibility. The division of the hierarchy in groups has already taken place a long time ago. Amaru, naturally, is also a part of it. The man clarifies whether his little interlocutor understands what this could mean. Joshua talks about the segregation of students by rank and the inaction despite the ongoing violence. He asks if it is normal for a person who considers himself a teacher to do this. Joshua believes that such a person cannot teach him anything. Bad habits never go away. The interlocutor says that there are things in this world that will never change. Under his frown, Joshua says that only cowards throw around such words. The man advises the boy to join the Imperial Order if his only goal is graduation. Joe doesn't understand the meaning of these words, because he remembers very well that he rejected Caesar's offer of permission. The man hurries with an answer. The young count says that he does not want to waste time here. The teacher misunderstands him and expresses joy, but his interlocutor interrupts him. Joshua says he's not going to run away in disgrace with his tail between his legs. He says that he is not a coward, as some say about him. On this note, the Duke's son decides to take his leave, saying goodbye to his teacher with the utmost respect. His former interlocutor doesn't detain him, although he really wants to, only watching his back. With a sad smile, the man asks Simmiskun Duncan if he thinks the same. Joshua reflects on his decision and what he recently said to his teacher. Although he was planning to leave, he would have to do so only after he had sorted out all the problems. A voice comes from behind, addressing the boy by his full but false name. Amaru asks him to listen, as he needs to tell Joshua something very important. The boy turns away, saying that he has nothing to talk about with people like him. Then Amaru sees no point in delaying, offering his apologies while the trail is still fresh. He admits he was wrong, saying he laughed at the spear before he understood the matter. Joshua is confused. He didn't think this guy could overcome his pride. The young count says that it doesn't matter anymore. Forgiving, Amaru can't believe his ears, amazed. But in this case, he asks his interlocutor to teach him something, and now he is surprised. Amaru wants Joshua to teach him his extreme speed technique. The student doesn't know what to be more surprised about, the request or the desire to learn a specific technique. Amaru says that he knows very well that speed is very difficult to achieve, especially like this. Joshua's attack was direct. The blonde boy felt like his whole body was twisted. Joshua is mentally amazed that Amaru understood the principle in just one strike. And he is amazed that this little boy is not ashamed to ask to teach him something. Blondie begins to sense something is wrong, wondering whether his interlocutor will be able to teach him or not. Joshua says it's not hard to learn, but he has one condition. All he would have to do was provide young Count Agnes with some sort of information. It will concern the Academy circles, and Joshua also wants to know about Simea's Kun Douglas. The Emperor is informed that an urgent letter has been received from the Swello Empire. The man thinks and remembers that the letter was supposed to come from another empire, Drax. The magician confirms this, saying that he said he was going to speed up the plan he spoke of. Marcus suspects that the resistance was even more fierce than he expected. Jaqen says that there is something else he must report, and his interlocutor asks for details about the content. He is told about Joshua entering the academy under a different identity and his defeat of Amaru. The Emperor is amused not only by a single-blow victory, but also by superiority over the pride of the Empire. The man gives orders to Jaqen for Joshua to join the Imperial Order no matter what. Hearing the words that Marcus is ready to write a recommendation personally, the magician becomes seriously tense. And the unsuspecting boy at the same time thinks about the Academy Circle, Araxia. Joshua thought that this division was just childish, but Amaru's words made him change his mind. The children of powerful nobles formed the circle to accumulate power for the future. Joshua understands the teacher's concerns, but also that there is nothing sensible that can be done about them. He believes that if he solves the problem, it will be easier to win Icarus over to his side. Just as Joshua has time to think about this, the door opens, letting in the aforementioned person. Ikar asks what he is going to do, because they say that the Stens will soon send someone. The boy believes that this family will certainly do something to restore their reputation. Ikar adds that the circle of the Araxia Academy will deal with the humiliation of the nobility even earlier. Joshua says he has a way to solve both of the problems his interlocutor mentioned at once. He hesitates before asking clearly what this method is. Joshua believes he needs to demonstrate his powers to force others to submit. Icarus thinks that he wants to refute these words, but remembering the duel, he does not dare. Joshua asks his interlocutor if he remembers the bet they made. Icarus replies that he remembers, and the young count announces his intention to make a wish. And then, in an extremely serious tone, he says that he wants the boy himself as his prize. The latter, misunderstanding his interlocutor, asks in bewilderment what he is talking about. Joshua says that he knows Icarus's abilities and asks to use them only for him. He promises to think about it if the count actually does what he says. As soon as the last word is spoken, Icarus hurries to leave the room, slamming the door. Joshua expresses hope that after this conversation, he will become closer to the boy. Cain tries to control his ragged breathing, not taking his eyes off his opponent. He understands perfectly well that he has not yet reached the level capable of defeating his opponent. He also asks if the knight really thinks he can protect the Lord with such skills. Arden expresses hope that the opponent, on the contrary, will not interfere with his master. The guy says he has to become stronger, so he's sure this won't happen. The man is interested in the reason for such a desperate desire to become stronger, which forced him to change weapons. Cain answers honestly, speaking of the promise Joshua made to him, which he believes. That's why the knight is going to become stronger to protect his lord. Arden, appearing very close, says that he praises his opponent's will. And then he strikes, knocking the air out of the guy's lungs along with the cough. As soon as Cain flies away, the man turns to someone standing nearby with a request. He asks the healer to heal the knight, who unquestioningly agrees with his duke. In his mind, the man admires his son for managing to so quickly acquire a devoted person. Observing the young people, the duke finds the current circumstances amusing. Baron Head, approaching the gentleman, expresses relief that he was finally able to find him. And he says that he received information that the Empire will begin to progress with that matter. The Duke asks about the source, to which the Baron merely hands his overlord a piece of paper. Having studied it carefully, Arden states that the very thing has finally begun. Swello is as large as Avalon, her main specialty being horse riding. But the Empire faced the problem of the independence of the Principality of Trans. The vassals give advice to His Majesty, urging him to begin acting immediately. The Duke and General Altman express confidence in their abilities, waiting for only one order. He is reminded that that man and Lucifer are the stars of the nine of their empire. This man's name is Gondar. He is a sage and the senior prime minister of the Swello Empire. Hearing the words about neighboring nations, Altman is outraged by such a comparison, considering it unacceptable. The ruler asks the two to stop, saying that he knows very well about the magnificence of Duke Altman. However, he believes that one should not be too overconfident and unconditionally believe in victory. Verona says that the entire empire will be in disarray, which will create even greater danger. Altman apologizes, acknowledging His Majesty's words and saying that he was thinking drunk. Verona turns to the next interlocutor, wanting to hear his thoughts on this matter. He believes that the more Avalon and Valbata delay, the longer the other kingdoms slow down. This is especially true for the Empire of Falbot, where the papal elections are currently taking place. Verona exhales, remembering the problem that prevented them from paying attention to trance. He begins to get rather tired of the continuity of the moments that stop them. The man forbids reckless actions, but asks that the troops be prepared to move into battle. On this fine note, His Highness declares today's meeting concluded. The subjects politely bid farewell to the ruler and disperse, but there is one who is in no hurry. Verona asks Marco if that person is Trans's point of support, and the man confirms. The Prime Minister adds that everyone knows this despite the fact that he does not show himself. The Emperor remembers the knight of eminent rank, Wintro, and involuntarily tenses up. As he leaves, he wonders if it is wrong to wish for the happiness of the city's citizens in the world. Marco believes that concepts such as happiness and peace can only be found in the strongest. The ruler smiles sadly, saying that strength is needed to protect happiness. He thinks hard, but no longer allows others to eavesdrop on the direction of his thoughts. Agar's gaze pierces through me. He is much more silent today than usual. Looking at his opponent, Joshua is mentally amazed at the intensity of his roommates. The boy wonders why Icarus came to him first, and now he. Agaris asks his friend to stay away from Araxia, otherwise he will have to pay. After his fiery warning, his interlocutor asks if he is really afraid. To Agaris's bewilderment, Joe asks if he is really afraid that the same fate as Saimei awaits him. A verbal response is not required. It turns out that just seeing the boy's face is enough. Joshua says that no one will say a word to him if Agaris runs away, but this is dangerous. This is how one can lose oneself, and the Count asks if his friend is really going to run like this until the end. He thinks for a few long moments, but suddenly speaks up. Agaris blurts out the question heatedly, asking what the hell Joshua knows about this. Araxia is led by Veron himself, a group that is an insurmountable wall for the less powerful. Joshua thanks his friend for the information, as the leader turns out to be a convenient person for him. Agaris doesn't understand his interlocutor at all. He asks what he means. However, he doesn't even intend to answer, leaving the boy alone with his thoughts. He seriously thinks about his neighbor's words, trying to understand what this convenience means. In the private room of the Circle of Araxia, the question is asked why not get started since everyone is already gathered. Natasha is asked to slow down, asking why she is always in such a hurry. The girl considers Gevorg too carefree, assuming that the Marquis Cromwell is worried. The boy says that family and his life are different things. He wants to enjoy the moment. A third voice speaks up, asking to stop arguing, as now is not the right time for it. Veron says he heard about Amar losing to someone named Asher Fen Frederick. Natasha wonders if this is true. Gevorg makes fun of his interlocutor. Veron again pulls them up, believing that they have no time for jokes. They cannot be frivolous. His interlocutors are skeptical about this, but he says that Asher beat him too. The boys begin to worry, especially remembering this one's close relationship with the fourth prince. Natasha suggests recruiting the boy so that she can later use him to her advantage. The atmosphere in the room changes dramatically when Veron asks what she means by that. Gevorg says that he agrees with Natasha. There is no point in caring about someone who has dishonored the family's name. Veron reminds his interlocutors of how much Amaru cares about this man. Besides, he can't watch that bastard Asher walking around within the walls of their academy. Joshua lets out a heavy sigh, thinking about the fact that the headmaster of the academy had called him to his office. The boy regrets that now his quiet and carefree days at the academy have gone out the window. Gathering his courage, Joshua exhales again, knocks on the door, and, entering, gives a fake name. The boy reminds the director that he was called, but stops short when he sees his interlocutor. He says that by order of His Majesty, the Emperor, he came to deliver a message. Taking a small velvet box in his hands, the boy immediately opens it. The ring inside it awakens memories, reviving events of the past. Joshua remembers the man then saying he had something for the boy. Arden said that for helping the master of the magic tower, he gave him a ring as a reward. Looking at this ring, Joshua wonders if he should change his plan a little. When his interlocutor had finished his remark, the boy asked him who he was. He replied that he was a member of the intelligence organization, Black Wind, and reported directly to the Emperor. Joshua knew this squad very well because his friend from a past life was in it. The Emperor wanted to know, having rejected Caesar's offer, whether he wanted to submit to his will. It was Marcus's will that the boy should join the Imperial Order the following day. The Emperor's order is absolute, so you must visit the palace as soon as possible. Joshua had heard that the Emperor was an energetic person, but he imagined it differently. One thing is certain, he has a keen eye for people. Swiftly rushing through the air, the fist successfully reaches its final target. The boy who received the blow bends in half, inertially releasing air from himself. Unable to stay on his feet, he falls and starts coughing, trying to breathe. Icarus is ordered to get to his feet immediately because he and his opponent are not finished yet. Agares asks to let his friend go, reminding them that they promised not to interfere in other people's affairs. Addressing his interlocutor, Duncan tells him that there is something he still doesn't understand. What is happening now concerns not only others, but also himself. The boy starts to stutter out of excitement, asking what they did to them. Gevorg asks who said that Agares specifically did something wrong, and he is perplexed. He is told that his past sin lies in his relationship with his brother, now with his friend. Agares asks if the Circle really thinks Asher considers them friends. Veron says he's not sure about that, but this guy definitely loves to interfere. The role of these two is to be hostages who will come to rescue. Agares will just have to do the same thing as with his older brother. The boy remembers the one who loved him despite the fact that their mothers were different. And then he was considered a nuisance, beaten in front of his younger brother Agares. The boy remembers the threats that Veron made, promising to cripple Simez. But now he remembers not only such a distant past, but also the words of a new friend. Agares understood what was going on without him, and what Asher said only gave him courage. Rushing at his opponent, the boy says that he will no longer achieve his goal. The blow comes from a completely different direction. The voice asks who he is hissing at. Veron resorts to threats, saying that if Asher does anything, their families will pay. Icarus, who has come to his senses, speaks up, causing surprise among the members of the Circle. The boy says that they have no dignity since all they can do is take hostages. Duncan starts to get indignant, but Veron interrupts him, asking again and smiling. No one dares to speak at moments when the leader has something on his mind. The same one, having reduced the distance to the limit, looks thoughtfully at his hostage. An evil grin appears on his lips when the boy says that this interests him. And then he hits Icarus in the face with all his might, not even allowing him to put up a block for defense. Kicking the boy mercilessly, Veron says that in this world, only the strongest survives. He says that none of this would have happened if they had silently eaten their leftovers. It's all the fault of the pathetic attempts of the trash to change something. The nobles cannot tolerate such things. Agares tries to break free from the tenacious grip, and the one holding him enjoys the spectacle. He starts to speak, asking what Asher will say, but falls silent. Veron is also forced to shut up and stop when his full name is called. The approaching one asks if he can tell why their promise was broken. Joshua, looking only at his opponent, promises that he will regret what he did. Veron screams heartbreakingly, wondering if he really thinks this is close to the insult inflicted. Joshua says that harming his friends is punished more severely than it seems. Hearing the word friends, Agares even stops resisting. He is so surprised. Joshua continues speaking, promising that Veron will be punished for what he dared to do. The opponent orders him to stop, saying that he is capable of causing harm to more than just families. The words that he can blame everything on Joshua and kick him out of the academy do not touch the guy. Veron laughs madly, asking what the son of a family in decline is capable of. Natasha thinks Joe is better than she imagined, but her colleague doesn't share this interest. He recalls Joshua's recent words and asks if the girl is ready to be punished. And then he turns to the enemy, asking whether he will be able to stand up to those gathered. They are not sure of this guy's strength, believing that someone who is not of noble birth is not capable of such a thing. Natasha is sure that no one can cope with them, except perhaps the Agneses or the Tremblins. Veron declares that he will put an end to this right here and now, but first he wants to know something. The boy asks why he returned the ring to him, since he knows about its properties and power. Joshua calmly replies that he does not act as dirty as people like him. Veron laughs, dismissively waving away the phrase and preparing to teach a lesson. He says that this ring is much more amazing than one can imagine. You just need to pour the required amount of your energy into it, and then he will be able to gain power that will far surpass his current opponent. Veron tells Asher that in this place he is not able to change anything on his own. The sophomore is going to show the freshman how stupid his opponent was. Gevorg never ceases to be amazed by the leader's superiority, even though they all have rings. When Natasha dreams of a new accessory, she notes that her father is unlikely to fulfill such a whim. The girl is annoyed that Varen has a grudge against Asher, who has taken a liking to her. The boy says that with a nature like hers, he would bore her in a day. As Varen begins to say what he feels when he looks at Asher, he thrusts his sword into the slab. He is angry because this guy reminds him of Simeiz, who rebelled against them. Varone bursts out laughing, remembering that this upstart remained bedridden for life. He says that the same awaits his opponent, but falls silent, seeing that he is moving from his place. Varone moves the sword closer to Icarus, recalling his recent words. He asks again if Asher is really ready to sacrifice his family for the sake of the degenerates. Clenching his fist and extending it forward, Joshua clarifies that it was he who said it. And with the words that in this place everything depends on the strength of your family, the boy stuns those around him. Varone can't help but ask where someone like him got such a ring. Joshua, not listening to him, says that he too can show him the strength that he is proud of. Natasha and Gevorg cannot understand where someone like Asher gets such a huge amount of mana. Screaming, the boy comes to the conclusion that such a thing is simply impossible. Seeing Asher in front of them, clad in this armor, those around them are speechless. Even Varone is at a loss, beginning to realize that something is wrong here. He asks the enemy how someone like him can wear armor with that crest. After all, it belongs to the family of Duke Agnes and is called the Knight's Tomb. The others are also very interested. They don't even know what to think, because Babylon has graduated. Gevorg begins to understand who Asher might be and shouts out his guess. Joe asks again if it was Varen who said that everything here depends on the strength of your family. He reveals his identity, voicing his true name and asking what now. Varone can't put two words together coherently, stuttering and then breaking off. Natasha intervenes in the conversation, saying that there was a misunderstanding. They didn't know. Joshua rudely shuts the girl up, saying that her opinion wasn't asked. He continues, telling them not to even dare think that he would spare them. Gevorg reminds us of who they are and what harm will result from causing them. Joshua turns the question back to his interlocutor, asking if he wants to make an enemy out of the Agneses. Gevorg hesitates, mentally understanding perfectly well that such a confrontation will not end well. Joshua lets everyone who wasn't involved in harming his friends go. Gevorg and Natasha shudder as if from a whip, hearing that the boy will judge them. The innocent begin to remember that they supposedly still have unfinished business, and thus the large crowd of students thins out completely, leaving the leaders of the circle alone. Varone tells them to come back, saying that he will not let this kind of behavior go on so easily. Joshua advises him to take care of himself because today is the last day of Araxia. Backing away in fear, he asks in a trembling voice to close his eyes to something like this at least once. Joshua feels confident that he has already given this man a chance. Varone hesitates, not knowing what to do, but nothing is required of him. For in the very next moment, he flies past his comrades at enormous speed. Leaving them both with their mouths open, the boy crashes into a rock at full speed. Magic armor disappears from such a powerful blow as if it had never been there. Gevorg and Natasha look at him with bewilderment, then turn their gaze to Agnes. He is already heading towards the boy, forcing him to swallow and watch him with an unblinking gaze. Addressing Gevorg, Joshua tells him to take his friend and go home. He suddenly gains courage, saying that the official successor is Babylon. Gevorg says that nothing will change and Joshua will definitely regret this day. The boy grins, saying that he is looking forward to this moment. Natasha turns out to be smarter, asking Gevorg to help her. Varone needs to be taken to the infirmary urgently. Realizing that this decision is reasonable, the boy runs away, cursing in frustration at the circumstances. And only after these guys are sure to leave does Joshua allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. A voice makes him turn around, asking what all this means. Joshua notes that everyone has their own secrets, including Agaris himself. However, the guy apologizes for the fact that his friends had to go through this because of him. Icarus assures him that he is fine, and Joe notes that he doesn't look all that surprised. The boy agrees, saying that he had suspicions from the very beginning. It's strange that someone from a family in decline would come here. Such people wouldn't attract attention. Icarus says that everything was clear, since Joe was the only one from a fallen noble family. The latter says he didn't know this, mentally convinced that this guy is an excellent strategist. Most likely, this is what gave him the confidence to confront an army of millions. With a changing expression, Icarus asks the young lord why he is looking at him with such a look. He replies that it's all about the guy's eyes because they are very beautiful. Asking the question mechanically, a relatively recent memory involuntarily comes to mind. King Anthony, who dedicated his life to liberating trans, died at 72. The girl sitting on the pier cries bitterly, unable to contain the sobs bursting out. The man's hand, which had fallen weightlessly on her shoulder, left him just as quickly. A voice is heard nearby, reminding the princess that they need to let go of the deceased. It takes time to stop the uncontrollable sobbing, but the girl manages to cope. Once this happens, the man in the boat is sent on his final voyage. Turning to the warrior, the princess gives him a silent command in the form of a nod. As the man takes aim, a memory appears before his eyes. Dying, His Majesty regretted that he could not do business, but was lounging around. He said then that he entrusted the Trans Empire to his interlocutor, placing his fate in strong hands. Wintro can't get this moment out of her head along with other thoughts, but he is going to ensure Trans's independence at all costs. As the man points his arrow at the boat, he addresses his master with these thoughts. By making such a promise, the knight asks the deceased king to sleep peacefully. After seeing the deceased off in silence for some time, the girl finally speaks up. Turning to Sir Wintro, she says that by her father's will, she leaves Trance to him. The man solemnly promises the princess to dedicate his entire life to this country. He thinks that now that King Anthony is dead, there is no longer any time to delay. The knight is going to fight not only Swello and Avalon, but also the Magic Tower. This is necessary in order to master the source crystal Magma. Smiling, Storm states the fact that he saw the Avalon Academy with his own eyes. Looking at the sky, Joshua thinks it's time for him to prepare to leave this place. When the boy first came here, he didn't even think that he would have to leave so quickly. Joshua wants to get into the Imperial Palace as quickly as possible and get something from the vault. The boy can already imagine how surprised Cain will be when he receives news of this. Turning around at the rustling sound coming from the bushes, Joshua soon sees a stranger. Expressing joy at such a long-awaited meeting, the man says that he was looking for a boy. Joe asks who he is, and he belatedly remembers that he forgot to introduce himself. Introducing himself, Storm promises to spare the boy if he gives up Bronto voluntarily. Joshua runs through the possible future outcomes in his head and begins to speak. He suggests changing the location, saying that this place is not suitable for this kind of conversation. The man is surprised by the reaction, because he expected anything but this. Smiling, he compliments the boy on his wit and lets him lead the way. The academy is already at a considerable distance, almost invisible behind the treetops. The boy walks so confidently, as if he doesn't even think about stopping. The man calls out to him. He asks how much longer the boy plans to go, because this is already more than enough. Joshua asks if the other person really thinks that way. He doesn't understand what the question is. Joshua says that since they have gone far enough, they will not be disturbed in this place. He's not going to give up Bronto without a fight, and his opponent asks if he's been lured. Joshua is confident that in a one-on-one fight, he will not lose to any magician. And attacking the enemy first, the boy activates the aura explosion technique. It is so strong that it can be seen even many miles from the battle site. Joshua himself feels the full force of the attack that has just been carried out, and he begins to lose his breath. But it doesn't seem like the man is having a hard time. He praises the boy, considering him the strongest in the stream. Tripping him, Storm says that it still won't be enough. As Joshua is thrown to the ground, a single cough escapes from the boy's chest. The opponent is going to start with the baby hand, seeing that he is not going to be obedient. Joshua believes that if you let your defense down, you could lose unintentionally. And he calls upon his Rugia to help, knocking the wind out of the enemy in turn. Jack doesn't say the words out loud, but in his mind he calls the boy a damn brat. Realizing that his affairs are bad, the man has no choice but to resort to that technique. Joshua watches his opponent closely, then suddenly jumps to his feet. Storm materializes elsewhere, thinking that it was really dangerous. The man asks if Joe killed the Black Ogre with the lightning power emanating from that spear. Deftly intercepting the handle of Rugia, who had returned to his master, the boy asks. He wonders why on earth he should answer his interlocutor's question. Joe thinks his opponent is stronger than expected, but he has already absorbed Bronto. Storm says that if this is the case, he has no choice, and he will do everything the old-fashioned way. Joshua says he is misunderstood because he would rather die than speak. The man says that this will not be necessary, since we are talking about mind control. A lightning bolt striking the ground becomes a distraction, costing Joshua his advantage. Storm isn't about to give the kid a head start, immediately using the lightning blade. Joe is amazed that the enemy is using fourth-class magic by speaking words. The man, meanwhile, says that he is not going to kill him, but will only leave him dying. And without hesitation, but throwing his hand forward, he uses the lightning spear. Joshua is confident that anyone who comes under such an attack will certainly die. Meanwhile, the spear finds its target, illuminating the area with its bright light. Storm expresses hope that the boy will now behave more calmly. Looking away, the man whistled approvingly at what he saw. While fending off the attack, he compliments him, truly considering his actions to be quite good. Thanking the man for his heartwarming words, the boy attacks from a completely different angle. The enemy asks to stop fighting so cheaply and finally show something worthwhile. And he immediately asks if this is all that a student of the Imperial Academy is capable of. Joshua wipes the smile from the face opposite him, adjusting his grip on the shaft. He believes in showing tension, but at the same time maintaining composure. According to his plan, Joshua should move as simply as possible. Storm notes to himself the excellent control of this guy's mana. Its density is high. The boy, meanwhile, appears right in front of him, moving his spear aside to strike. The attack is not long in coming and turns out to be more powerful than all the previous ones. The man, dodging, says that for a brat, the opponent has quite a lot of moves. Joshua, appearing behind him, says that he does not want to hear such things from the magician. He goes for a wide strike, but Storm avoids it again, changing her position. Now the man attacks the boy from the side, and it is his turn to dodge. Having successfully done this, Joshua lands on the ground, instantly finding his opponent with his gaze. Calling the boy a cockroach, Storm suggests finding out how much longer he can hold out. These words are followed by a series of movements and attacks, from which Joshua runs away. Storm uses her very same technique, catching up with the boy in a lightning-fast movement. Cursing in frustration, Joshua realizes that he can't do this anymore. Jack says he heard there's nothing more shameful than losing to a mage in close combat, and the man offers to feel and enjoy this humiliation on his own skin. Joshua mentally gives the order not to block, but to take everything upon himself. One of the opponents uses the first stance of magical spear mastery. He uses lightning strike from her, and the second one uses lightning blade to counter it. Joshua is thrown back. Even breaking with his legs does not help him stay in place. Then the boy drives Rugia into the ground, slowing down the movement only in this way. Storm pays him another compliment because even a knight can't stand up to something like that. And yet the man says that this is not all, continuing to menacingly advance towards his opponent. Saying this is his last chance, Storm tells Joshua to give him Bronto. Noticing the lightning spheres, the boy assumes they were installed during the attack. Storm advises not to move, because these things can rush at the boy if he squeezes his hand. Joshua asks if he really thinks he'll give up. His opponent talks about shame. Saying that in this case nothing can be done, the man clenches his fist. Not wanting to allow the irreparable to happen, the boy prepares a counterattack with a warlike cry. He uses the second stance of magical spear mastery, the second stage of the Furious Storm. At the same moment, reflecting the enemy attacks, a gigantic crackling column rises into the sky. The man admits that the boy continues to surprise him. He wanted him dead. Storm can't believe the little enemy could even stand up to something like that. The wounded Joshua manages to find the strength to stand on his shaky legs. He doesn't make a sound even when he sees the spheres rising into the air again. Storm explains that until the enemy is destroyed, they will not disappear. Believing that the boy has reached his limit, the man expresses his slight disappointment. Jack asks the boy to show off his genius skills one more time. He, gritting his teeth, remains silent, watching the metamorphoses taking place in the sky. The man laughs, asking if the boy doesn't have the confidence to accept it. Saying he's not going to stop, he activates Rune Flare. The boy looks at what is happening ahead silently, despair taking hold of him. Rugia mockingly asks what he is doing. Did he really give up so easily? Joshua is surprised. Looking from the spear to his enemy, he notices the changes that have taken place around him. At first it seems like time has stood still, but in reality everything has only slowed down. Rugia asks if Joshua isn't even going to use his new power. The boy considers the enemy too strong, but the spear reminds him of his principles. Joshua always chose the path of destruction, regardless of the circumstances and enemies. The boy thinks about these words seriously. Fortunately, time allows. As he grips the handle more comfortably, he remembers that he has survived every battle. And it didn't matter who his enemy was because his name was Joshua Sanders, the greatest spearman. Looking at the chaos unfolding before him, the man bursts into a shrill, mad laugh. He is sure that no one could survive something like this, let alone some boy. Joshua, on the other side, prepares himself by speaking words about magical mastery of the spear. With each new word spoken, the boy's limbs were filled with energy one after another. This completed third stage is called the Path of the Demon by the Magic Knights. After finishing casting the spell and meeting all other conditions, Joshua makes the roll. It cuts through the very essence of magic, absorbing mana in its path, carving its way through. The enchanted weapon flies straight to its target, causing the latter to be extremely perplexed. Stuttering with fear for his life, Storm utters just one word, and the next moment, The space for many kilometers from here is illuminated by light. Rugia flies further, unable to stop such a huge speed. Storm manages to avoid the collision at the very last moment by moving. But Joshua isn't going to let him go that easily, even finding him among the trees. The spear, already returned and in his hands, crackles terrifyingly, foreshadowing death. Unable to believe what is happening, Storm asks himself a question in his mind. The very next moment, an explosion occurs, splashing streams of mana in all directions. Approaching his opponent lying on the ground, Joshua grips the hilt of the crackling Rugia. Storm, trying in vain to bring his breathing back to normal, speaks of two types of energetic principles. He doesn't manage to finish speaking. The man's head falls limply to the side, becoming limp. Almost at the same moment, Joshua feels something rising up from within, asking to get out. He tries to hold back a cough that is bursting out, but only manages to muffle it. Looking at his dirty hands, Joe realizes that he was lucky. He could have died. A sudden sound from behind makes the boy involuntarily cry out in surprise. Moving with lightning speed, the static passes through the small body, causing a scream. Joshua doesn't want to believe it. He wonders if this is the end, and at the same time, he understands that if he closes his eyes now, he will finally be able to rest. Rugia, turning to Joshua, tells him to hurry and start moving his mana. Just make sure to do this before Bronto absorbs Jack's mana and goes into berserker mode. Clenching his fists, the boy fills his chest and gathers the last of his strength. The space around is illuminated by such a bright light that this place has never seen before. In the meeting room of the Academy's faculty, a conversation is taking place among those gathered. This is about concealing identity. It's not new, but Joshua's case is special. Chikirta says that no one revealed their origins, especially in front of their peers. His neighbor reminds him of who the student is and thinks it could end badly. The interlocutor says that remaining silent will also not have a positive effect on the Academy's reputation. The director of the Academy, Stein Ein Albert, chuckled thoughtfully at the bickering between the two. He reasons mentally, considering the problem to be that the children of nobles are involved in this. Chikirta suggests expelling the impudent child from the Academy as a lesson to everyone. His colleague notes that such a decision can only be made by the academic service. Chikirta blames Teacher Kane for the fact that this is precisely what is causing the problems. The man says that they don't even know the reason for such an act. They need to figure it out first. The opponent thinks otherwise. One of the compelling reasons is causing harm to Veron. Kane asks if power has clouded his mind so much that he is willing to sacrifice his child. The man appeals to the others to express their opinion, to see if everyone agrees. His colleagues look away in shame as soon as Kane addresses them. He is speechless, unable to believe his eyes. He had never even imagined anything like this. Chikirta mentally rejoices, already anticipating the imminent promotion that is just around the corner. Kane finally comes to his senses and reminds that no academy has ever expelled students. Moreover, he believes that Joe should be rewarded for stopping Araxia's evil activities. The opponent does not share this position, saying that Kane's remark is shameful for everyone. He also thinks that it is shameful to speak like that, openly informing Chikirta about it. But his teacher is not the only one shaming him, addressing all his other colleagues as well. He reminds them of who they are, saying that people like them don't have to be like this. The opponent tells the speaker to stop. He doesn't want to continue listening to nonsense. The man reacts with bewilderment to the consent spoken by a familiar voice. The man entering, turning to Teacher Kane, says that he completely agrees with him. Upon seeing him and his companion, the director of the academy becomes confused and begins to stutter. For those who entered are counts, and not ordinary ones, but Sten and Agnes, the stars of the Nine. When asked what they are doing there, Arya, Amaru's father, says he couldn't ignore the mess. Arden asks if the father of a child who made a mistake shouldn't report to the academy. When asked not to be formal, the man retorts by saying that he thinks completely differently. After all, this is a meeting, and on top of everything else, it is being decided what Joshua's punishment will be. Arya says that hiding one's identity is indeed wrong, regardless of the reasons. And then, turning to the ethics teacher, he clarifies whether he doesn't have the same opinion. The man is puzzled by such close attention to his person and becomes confused. Arden grins, asking the Joker to stop, who just as good-naturedly brushes off the reprimand. The Duke is asked whether the reason for his visit is to conceal the fact that he has a false identity. All eyes present immediately and fearfully turn to the person asking the question. The director asks his subordinate to watch his expressions. Such things cannot be said. The Duke assures the man that everything is fine, because he really came to the academy because of his son. Agnes is reminded of his own words about children being the ones who will lead the country into the future. From the interlocutor's agreement, the magic teacher, Cecil, concludes that this place was created for the sake of children. The man notes that the teacher's decisions will depend directly on the Duke. Cecil believes it is wrong that the blame for such misdeeds lies entirely with the students. The director begins to worry, asking his subordinate to stop to avoid a potential incident. Chikirda also joins in with the opinion expressed, starting to talk about the influence of Agnes. Laughing nervously, he believes that they have only one way to solve the current problem. Arius gets involved, noticing how the teachers, who had previously turned a blind eye, have changed their tune. The fact that the man knows how his son was abused makes Chikirda nervous. Arden softens the edges, saying he's not here to pressure the academy to please his son. The director is completely at a loss, confused as to why Duke Agnes is here. He says that after hearing that his son had insulted the Stens, he came to ask them for forgiveness. But since Arius had already left for the academy, the Duke had to follow him. The Count says he hasn't forgiven Joe, but a good ending is possible if he apologizes personally. Arden suggests he'll be surprised, and the man says he's looking forward to meeting him. Returning back to the faculty meeting, the Duke says that he considers the personality problem to be serious. He intends to punish his son accordingly, perhaps even resorting to expulsion from the academy. The information overwhelms those present so much that they are speechless. Meanwhile, Joshua, lying in a completely different place, begins to come to his senses. Squinting in pain and hissing, the boy forces his body to respond to the orders to move. Finally, he manages to stand up. The young Count carefully surveys the space around him. The boy's voice sounds hoarse as he calls out the name of his former opponent. In fact, Joshua never thought he could kill Storm with his frail body. The boy tries to stand up, lost in his thoughts, as a terrible pain pierces his body. He doubles over and hisses, trying to understand why the sensations are so strong. He couldn't even imagine that it was possible to experience such a hellish feeling. A familiar voice tells the boy to stop whining and pull himself together. He calls Rugia by name. Spear asks the owner if he feels the growth, and he suddenly realizes that he does. The meaning of unique growth capacity now takes on a completely different meaning. Rugia reassures her master, saying that he won't turn into a decrepit old man anytime soon. Bronto's power only stimulates growth to the point that is optimal for the owner's body. The entity prophesies that in 5 years, the body of its owner will be fully developed. But at the same time, there is something else that Joshua needs to know. The boy becomes wary. To begin with, Rugia warns her master that this is just a guess. But he thinks that Bronto might have awakened by absorbing the power that had lost its master. Rugia believes that this is what is behind the boy's rapid growth. But in general, it is considered impossible to store the source crystal in the human body. At the same time, thanks to this, the curse of Joshua, called the Master, fell from him. The boy is amazed, asking his interlocutor for clarification of the information, while feverishly analyzing it himself. Joe is amazed that the entity took care of this too and asks it what it is. Rugia asks if the owner will regret this, but does not understand what he is talking about. The spear explains that the question is whether the boy can handle the information about who it is. He says it doesn't matter if Rugia doesn't say so. Joshua refuses to use it. Spear tries to laugh it off, but his interlocutor is serious and says everything directly. Joshua has no intention of using an object unknown to him for purposes unknown to him. Rugia is not thrilled about this, but gives in to the boy's unyielding persistence. He says that he is the greatest of all creations, the perfect being, Rugia. The boy clicks his tongue in irritation, realizing that he can't get anything out of this nasty creature. As he leaves, he regrets that he did not throw away the spear immediately, then stops the owner. Rugia reminds him that there is a contract between them. Joshua doesn't remember that. But the interlocutor is sure of the opposite, because without willpower, it would have been impossible to conclude such a contract. Joshua clarifies that it was he who signed the contract, and Rugia confirms these words. It all happened at the exact moment when the great spearman returned to the past. The boy asks Agaris if he has decided to run away from him again. He finally asks them to leave him alone, asking what Amaru is trying to achieve in this way. The second-year student can't stand it any longer, blurting out that Joshua will be expelled like Simeiz. The blonde man suggests that his opponent do something, since the boy exposed himself because of him. Agaris asks what he even knows to say such things. He continues, asking how Amaru can talk about his feelings so easily. Agaris is confident that his interlocutor does not know what it is like to be confronted with absolute power. The fair-haired man remains silent, fully understanding that the person standing opposite him is right. He also doesn't utter a single word. The room is filled only with suppressed sobs. Finally, Amaru speaks up, admitting that he has envied Agaris since childhood. The blonde's older brother never stood out in the family, being the most ordinary one. He tried to keep the younger one away from the title of heir due to his talent. Simeiz was different. There are not many people in the world who show love to their brothers. Amaru was envious from the very beginning that Agaris had such a wonderful older brother. He asks to protect his friend, Joshua von Agnes, and then he will help him in return. Of all the words Amaru has spoken, the one that sticks out the most is the word friend. The boy shudders as if from an electric shock, confirming the correctness of his interlocutor. In a fit of emotion, grabbing Amaru's hand and squeezing it tightly, Agaris thanks him warmly. As he runs away, he admits that thanks to him, a great idea came into his head. Remaining standing in place, Amaru mutters something in confusion. Watching the retreating back, a cheerful male laugh rises into the air, after which its owner turns to his interlocutor. Arius thanks Arden for entertaining him well. The faces of the teacher's council are unforgettable. The man asks what the Duke will do if the old foxes really do expel their son. Arden proudly says that he has a backup option, joining the Imperial Order. Arius admires, saying that now he is even more interested in getting to know this guy. Arden wonders how his friend found time to go to the academy, and he answers. He says he had to make time for it because Joe had brought shame on the family's art. The man says his friend's face makes him pause the progress of this important investigation. The question of Swallow arises between them, about what happened after the death of King Anthony. They, led by Duke Altman, attacked Trans with an army of 200,000. Despite this, they were completely routed, and the commander-in-chief was seriously wounded. Arden does not understand how this could have happened, since the enemy army was insignificant. Arius believes that only one person in Trans could rise to the level of master. He asks his interlocutor if he thinks that it could only be someone they know. The only reason the Empire did not fall was the outstanding Knight Wintro. Throwing his hand forward, Joshua gives a war cry, ordering his opponent to come out. The attempt ends in failure, so he makes another similar move. The boy doesn't approve of Rugia going into hibernation again after his ridiculous monologue. He ponders the meaning of the words demon god's weapon. Although everything, at first glance, is obvious, the demon god is at the top of the hierarchy of demon kings and is worshipped as great. The boy can explain miracles identical to the one that happened recently only by divinity. The boy is pulled out of his thoughts by an enthusiastic voice announcing the discovery of the person he needs. A crowd of students runs towards Joe, calling him the hero of the day. The boy does not understand what is happening. Friends say they were looking for him, asking where their roommate had been. Joshua, delighted to see his friends, admits that he is very glad to see them. The kids ask what happened to him and say that the whole school is in an uproar because of him. Agaris says that he will not run away anymore, and Icarus speaks of a single goal. Joshua doesn't quite understand the message his friends are sending him. Agaris then explains that they are all here to speak out against the punishment of the guilty one. Araxia doesn't have the slightest chance to stand against them. There are only about 100 of them. Joshua still doesn't believe it, so he asks if it's true that they gathered for him. Agaris teases his friend, saying that he sees tears, and he, visibly embarrassed, retorts. Icarus says that there is nothing wrong with tears, and besides, he's always ready to wipe them away. Joshua exhales, realizing that he is ready to trust these people and allows them to joke. Slamming his hand on the table, they ask the director why he is leaving the offender in the academy. Chikirta reminds her interlocutor that there are still children from noble families at the academy. Meanwhile, Stein is trying to understand why Count Krovel also supports them. The interlocutor recalls that the king of mercenaries recently joined this family. And because of this, as he heard, Count Font sent young Lady Charlie to the Agnes estate. The interlocutor clarifies the reason for this decision. Chikirta confirms this assumption. The man chuckles thoughtfully, while the ethics teacher continues to speak. He offers to leave everything to him in case of doubt, promising to take care of everything. Their conversation is interrupted by someone bursting into the director's office without knocking and shouting an appeal to him. The man reports that students have gathered together to organize a protest. Chikirta giggles disgustingly, emphasizing that this is exactly what he was talking about. He is confident that justice will be restored to the academy after Joshua's expulsion. The puzzled speaker carefully corrects the man, saying that it is the other way around. The students are protesting not for Joshua's punishment, but for the punishment of the Araxia student group. Chanting words of protest, the students call on the commissioners to disband the Araxia Circle. Natasha says that she would destroy everyone if only she knew how to use magic. Gevorg asks the teachers what they are going to do with all this mess. Chikirta's words that he will sort everything out are countered by the remark that it is already too late. Teacher Kane is confident that his colleague will not be able to escape responsibility for this matter. The opponent is furious, asking since when does someone like him have the authority to dissolve Araxia? Kane reminds us that one of the students lost any future because of this circle. Chikirta says that his colleague has no evidence to support such statements. Kane reminds that he himself is a witness to what happened to Simaze. He also knows about all the leaders of the circle, which was the reason for his deprivation. Chikirta suggests that he not act like a saint after so many years of inaction. Joe asks the sycophant if he really thinks his position is better. According to his wishes, the boy is ready to take responsibility for special access. Gevorg believes that after expulsion, the illegitimate child will be treated like trash. He has no doubt that Duke Agnes will not tolerate his bastard's irresponsibility. He suggests that Joe stop tarnishing his family's honor if he truly cares about it. The boy grins and remarks that this matter has nothing to do with the Agnes family. Joshua says that despite his last name, he will hold everyone involved accountable. Slowly, as if savoring it, he approaches and calls out the full names of Natasha, Gevorg, and Veron. And he says that it will seem to all of them that every action has a reaction. The enemy is silent, but mentally has a conversation with himself, noticing his trembling hands. This is incredibly infuriating, and Gevorg asks if Joe really thinks he will go unpunished. Chikirta approaches the director, urging him to action through manipulation. This time, the man does not fall for the provocation, saying that he agrees with Teacher Kane. In a place that was supposed to be untouchable, something unacceptable happened. It's wrong. The interlocutor notes that in this way, the director could lose his job. He believes that it is much more important to do what is necessary here and now. The ethics teacher is at a loss when he hears these words, because he was confident that they would take his side. Gevorg intervenes in the conversation, saying that Stein is wrong, and the most important thing is the position. As an example, the boy cites Joe, who supposedly will never become the heir to the family. The words that the question of succession could change hit him like a blow. Those present cannot believe that Duke Agnes and Arius themselves are standing before them. Arden, meanwhile, says that the one who has strength can reach the top in their family. The man reminds him of his words about how he himself considers Joe stronger than Babylon. The boy doesn't answer, but he mentally wonders what the Duke is doing within the walls of the academy. Arden recalls the academy's rule that children solve problems on their own, but he asks if they might have decided to make an enemy out of this in the Agnes family. Gevorg remains silent, but mentally curses with annoyance because the Duke heard everything. Arius says he had no intention of supporting Arden, but asks to be allowed to give advice. He expresses confidence that insightful people like Gevorg will understand everything. The boy speaks up, even though he is trembling with fear, saying that they understand everything. The man expresses satisfaction, but at the same time tells them to stay away from his son. Arden remarks that it's time to get down to business and asks Joshua to follow him. The boy's lips stretch into a smile as he agrees with the man, calling him father. The ruler clarifies what he heard, asking about the severity of Duke Altman's injury. The advisor says that he was not seriously injured physically, but the psychological shock was severe. His Majesty assumes that he will have to visit his subordinate in person. Someone remarks that this man is now nothing more than a defeated general. Captain of the Imperial Knights, Albert, believes that such a person does not deserve personal attention. The rest of the subjects join the speaker, finding a common scapegoat. Albert says that the general, who is in the majority, challenged the enemy, who is in the minority. But in that situation, they had all the advantages in both quality and quantity. The man believes that for such a miserable defeat, this person must be punished. The emperor is amazed that even in this situation, these people continue to be selfish. He begins to think about his brother, but remembers that he is now ruling the country. The ruler notes that the Duke is not the only one to blame for the defeat that took place. He sees the main reason as the lack of collected information, so the result is as follows. The priority is to develop a strategic plan for their next steps. The captain suggests sending even more soldiers, including several masters. The advisor considers Duke Musk's plug to be extremely bad, since everyone is looking at them now. He has offered to observe the situation for some time. The emperor agrees with the proposal. The old man notes that Trans is now waging an information war, making them look like aggressors. The discussion is interrupted by the news from someone who burst into the hall that they have big problems. When asked what happened, Lucifer receives the answer that Trans has chosen a ruler. The nobles begin to be indignant about this, because Trans is under their control. His Highness, first of all, is concerned with the question of who is elected king of the country. The knight begins to speak, laying out all the conventions and postponing the time of possible anger. Wanting his interlocutor to figure everything out for himself, he talks about who will marry the princess. And this man is an outstanding knight, and his name is Wintro. Arden asks if it is true that the interlocutor received a decree from the emperor himself. The son confirms these words, admitting that initially he wanted to study at the academy peacefully. The Duke says that Joe's face says otherwise and asks about his intention to take advantage of the recommendation. The boy says that in reality, he is just an ordinary helpless citizen. Smiling, Arden asks his son to take care of himself, who asks about such a quick farewell. The man says that all he wanted to know was intentions. Arius is perplexed and asks what kind of dismal dialogue he just saw. The man asks if they can now, in that case, move on to his pressing matters. Expressing joy at the meeting, Arius asks Joe if he knows who he is. The boy says he knows the man as a proud knight of Avalon named Steen. Arius is internally shocked, but outwardly remains calm, noting Joshua's calm. The boy sees no point in running away from someone he must meet anyway. Arius says that then he will have to take responsibility for what he said about the rapiers. Joshua bears the pressure in silence, looking unwaveringly into eyes above his own. Before answering, he takes a deep breath and exhales. And then he says that he doesn't think so at all, which surprises his interlocutor. Yet Joshua does not believe that there is any weapon that can surpass the spear. Arden, who had almost left the room, froze cautiously, turning halfway around. Arius gives a wry smile before taking his next steps. The familiar energy flares up, turning into a much more powerful flow of mana. The man believes that one must be very brave to say such things in his presence. A hiss escapes Joshua's chest as he struggles to resist the force of his opponent's power. Now he knows what the bloodlust of a master-level person is like. The pressure is strong. But despite this, the boy is absolutely sure that he can cope with something like this. Noticing the change in the look of the boy standing opposite him, Arius chuckled in surprise. Meanwhile, Joshua takes a step forward and fills it with his mana. The flow turns out to be impressive too, and the Count's legs give way from surprise. Joshua says the ability to demonstrate everything in practice is a strong argument. A man cannot verify that a 10-year-old is capable of piercing his spirit so much. The man suddenly bends in half and exhales, half choking, half laughing. The next moment, the option becomes obvious, as Arius bursts into mad laughter. The boy becomes afraid for this man and cautiously calls him by name. It was now completely clear to Arya why this child was called the greatest wielder of mana. The man is simply incredibly interested to see Joshua's face when he experiences despair. The Duke interrupts his frantic flow of thoughts, forcing him to stop in a tone that does not require objections. Arius comes to his senses, remembering that there was another person in the room. Arden calls out to his son, who obediently responds to his call. The Duke says that if Joshua really wants to leave the academy, he will allow it. The boy mentally repeats the words about his promotion to at least the 3rd Battalion. A smile appears on the lips of the Duke's son, because this request is a trifle for him. Solemnly striking his chest, Joshua says that his lordship's will be carried out. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the Duchy of Agnes, one man is breathing unevenly. Rapid breathing is the cause of a high fever. The woman moans painfully. In this delirium, Vanessa calls her boy by name, alternating with drawn-out sighs. Approaching her bed, the captain asks if this worries his mistress, and she answers. The woman's speech is unrestrained, because summoning her son to the imperial palace would disturb anyone. Vanessa confesses to Siphon that she can't even sleep due to anxiety. He listens to her attentively when she says that all this is happening because of Joshua. The man makes a decision and voices it to the sick, announcing his intention to go to Acadia. Vanessa jumps up in indignation, asking how he dares to act without Arden's permission. Siphon notes that at this rate, along with her fear, their entire plan will go up in flames. He believes that it would be better to at least try to realize what he has planned than to wait for death. The woman says that the Imperial Palace is dangerous even for someone like Siphon. After hearing the words that he could lose his life, the man asks his interlocutor a question. He asks her if she has forgotten that in the past he was also a member of the Order. Besides, if he had to give his life, Siphon would gladly give it for Vanessa. The emotion that appears on the woman's face does not linger for long. She immediately speaks. Vanessa asks the knight to return unharmed, because they have great things ahead of them. Although he agrees, he's well aware that this could be their last moment together. Joshua continues his training by slamming his makeshift weapon against a similar dummy. Following the trajectory of the structure's flight and analyzing the impact, the boy slowly exhales. An involuntary chuckle escaped his lips as Joshua remembered what had happened recently. He couldn't even imagine that Count Steen was such a sleepwalker, it made him shiver. After this, the boy begins to discuss the reason for the Duke's will to rise to the battalion. He must want his son, having received a new title, to leave the duchy, having identified an heir. My thoughts are interrupted by the feeling of someone else very close. Jumping up, the boy shouts at the stranger, asking who he is. The feeling of being alone again hits him just as suddenly, and Joshua is puzzled. The boy exhales in embarrassment, wondering if today's sensitivity might have made it seem that way. And yet, the next moment, measured steps are heard ahead, dispelling the guess. The interlocutor praises the boy, admitting that he did not believe that he would be discovered until the very end. Zero says he would have been seriously hurt if that stick had hit him directly. Joshua is surprised by the visit of a friend, asking him what he is doing there. The guy admits that there is a problem and needs to be informed about the order details. Zero needs to leave Acadia for a while, so the information will have to wait. Joshua suggests that his interlocutor is leaving because of the Principality of Trans, and he is surprised. In response, the boy says that he was just about to say that he also needs more time. Hearing the words about the Imperial Decree, Zero is surprised, but immediately suggests alternatives. Zero asks the other party not to worry about the time limit regarding the search for the coin. The guy also believes that it is time to provide the client with fresh information. Zero keeps the suspense going, and Joshua urges him on, asking for at least a hint about the direction. The interlocutor replies that this information concerns the god of war. Drax was leading Grace. The organization discovered that he had some kind of relationship with the Avalon Imperial family. Joshua is waiting for a continuation, but time goes by and it still doesn't follow, which is disappointing. Zero notes that the boy is not surprised, saying that such things are common knowledge. The guy is surprised that Joe knows about Drax's connection with Marcus, but this is not true. This is news. The boy thought his goal was connected with Caesar, but not with his father, the Emperor. Joshua clarifies whether the Moon Door is 100% sure that the information is true. Zero says they are confident that the information is of a fairly high level of reliability. Hearing further words, Joshua confirms his suspicions about the interference in Swello. They want to put Drax, the invincible god of war, whose skills are close to the master, on the throne. The man addresses Emperor Swello's nephew, his lips stretching into a predatory smile. Arius wonders why he has to do something so annoying to the pathetic family. The advancing people tell the man to shut up, amazed at his impudence and obscenity. The Count remarks that some blood will have to be shed, but of course, not his. The knight who has rushed forward and is standing closest to the enemy forces himself to blink. Meanwhile, Arius is already eliminating the one standing behind him, rushing past like a whirlwind. While the warriors try to figure out where the enemy is, he eliminates them one after another. Realizing that things are bad, the commander orders the shields to be formed. And the very next moment, the knight's weapons fall into the ground one after another. The commander gives the order to activate a technique called the mana shield. The knights almost simultaneously pronounce the necessary words, putting up a magical barrier. Almost immediately, a wind rushes past, striking the force field protecting the structure. Amazingly, the attack achieves its goal, leaving a furrow on the hard surface. Moving away a little further, Arius admits that he finds this technique very interesting. But then he also wants to show something to his opponents. He politely asks them to take a look. The man is interrupted, reminded that there is no time to enjoy the process. Arius is surprised at first, but then expresses relief that his interlocutor has arrived. Literally a moment later, several attacks hit the knight's protective barrier. Watching Duke Tremblay's movements, Arius greets him in a friendly manner. The new character of this battle, meanwhile, strikes, proclaiming him a saint. As soon as it hits the already cracked common shield, a powerful explosion occurs. Covering himself up to breathe less of this dust, Arius expresses his dissatisfaction about this, but he admits that he was always impressed by the man's sharp movements. Gestalt asks Arius why he always takes everything so lightly. Even though they are now in the borderland, this does not change the fact that they are in enemy territory. The interlocutor does not understand the reason for the excitement, because they were not ordered to bring the Emperor's head. Gestalt ardently declares that knights must always give their all. Arius considers this old grumbler to be sullen and meticulous, despite his outstanding abilities. He has more fun with Arden, especially imagining Joe having experienced the taste of despair. Gestalt asks why there was a mention of Drax. The man is amazed at his friend's hearing. He says he did it because he doesn't like the situation they are in. Besides, Arius doesn't think that something like that could deceive people like them. Gestalt believes that they must follow orders strictly. The rest does not matter. Arius makes fun of him, hinting that they are now dancing to the tune of an ordinary brat. With a heavy sigh, Gestalt says that he finally began to understand the man's words, regarding the fact that you can't take your eyes off Arius because this man has a mind of his own. Meanwhile, at Avalon Academy, Joshua can barely contain his emotions. Thinking that he wanted to leave quietly, the boy asks Icarus if he's serious. He asks to allow his former roommate to become his servant and always follow him. Joshua clarifies whether he really wants to become a servant, since he is currently a nobleman by status. Icarus is more confident than ever, saying that he will follow his master even to the Imperial Palace. Joe reflects that he would actually be interested in watching the boy grow up. He asks Icarus to be honest, assuming that he does not really want to be his servant. The boy says he wants to prove his worth by being on the side of someone like Joshua. The latter becomes curious about the spoken words and repeats them thoughtfully. Icarus asks if Joshua himself had asked him to become his subordinate earlier, and he confirms. The boy believes that his interlocutor will reach heights capable of surpassing the name of the Agneses. And when the time comes, Icarus wants the genius to use him like an artist's brush. Joshua believes that there is no more reliable person than the one who is now in front of him. So he begins to speak, to which he receives sincere gratitude from the lips of Icarus. But Joshua disarms the boy with a happy smile on his face, saying that he refuses. Icarus clarifies the reason, assuming that the interlocutor believes that he will be of no use. He notes that even if that is the case, Joe has nothing to lose, since he is not doing this for the reward. Icarus continues to try to defend his point of view, but his opponent interrupts him. Joshua says the person he's talking to is too special to waste his talent on. He suggests that if the desire is so great, he should try to change the academy and improve it. Joshua believes that it would be better for Icarus to remain in a place where vast knowledge is concentrated. Even if they are not the most reliable, it will still be the best thing for a friend. Joshua says that he also does not want his people to become his servants. Icarus is confused for just a moment, repeating to himself the words spoken by this guy. Immediately after this, a grateful smile touches his lips, and the boy speaks again. Covering the stranger's hand with his own, Icarus promises to prove his worth to the young lord at the academy. Beautiful flowers attract the girl's attention, and she can no longer pass by. The third princess, Erona, led by Grace, asks her father to look at these beautifully blossomed flowers. Approaching her, Lucifer remarks that this is how it should be. Flowers are always beautiful. And yet the smile fades when the man involuntarily looks away, pausing. The change cannot be hidden from the girl because she continues to look straight at her father. Approaching, Erona asks the man if he is thinking about his brother Demer again. Lucifer can't help but sigh wearily before he begins to speak. He wonders if he had given up the throne to his brother, the people of the Swellow Empire would have been happier. Something tells the man that in this case the relationship with Trans would also be better. Erona speaks sincerely, carefully starting with the fact that she doesn't understand everything in the world. And yet the girl believes that with the future her father mentioned, the people of the Empire would have suffered more. Erona says she will never forget people's smiles, and her own face lights up with happiness. The girl remembers very well the day when people looked at their future ruler with hope. Erona considers her father not only someone she is proud of, but also the son of their empire. She asks him not to blame himself, because she and the people do not want to see the ruler in such a state. The man is silent for a few moments, enjoying the warm feeling, and then thanks his daughter. However, he says that even if that is the case, at such moments he cannot help himself. Lucifer is completely confident that there has never been a more reliable person than his brother. Aaron reminds him that no one has seen him for a decade. He doesn't care about the Swallow Empire. Hearing the fluttering of wings in the sky, the man looks up, chuckling thoughtfully. Looking at the proximity of birds, he sees in them not only animals, but something deeper. Lucifer remembers how close the Swellow Empire and the Principality of Trans were once. The peaceful conversation is interrupted by the news of a message received from the border guards. The point is that the Principality of Trans attacked the Baker estate and slaughtered about 1,000 people. This truly shocking news horrifies not only the young lady, but the man too. Meanwhile, in the residence of the first magician of the Imperial Palace, the activation of the ball takes place. The man politely asks the owner of the magic tower whether he invited him. The interlocutor greets him, to which Evergrande expresses hope that no problems have arisen. The elder answers negatively, but teases his opponent with words about his departure, which caused the downtime. Asking for his forgiveness, Evergrande says that he has no excuses for this. The owner says that the reason for their connection is different, and asks about the Emperor's attitude towards the magician. A smile blossoms on the man's lips as he says that everything is more than fine with him. The interlocutor suggests that the Emperor of Avalon does not allow the magician to spread his wings because of his character. He expresses confidence in the support of the fourth, most promising prince. However, he believes that his interlocutor chose the wrong one. He does not believe that Caesar will inherit the throne. While Evergrande experiences shame as well as defeat, the tower's master continues. He suggests thinking about changing the candidate before it's too late. Starting to speak under the watchful gaze, the man stops short of saying a word. He falls deep into his thoughts, remembering what he saw then. On the day the magician first met the fourth prince, he felt something inexplicable. Evergrande is pulled out of his memories by his interlocutor, who says that he wanted to suggest something. The old man talks about killing Storm, which causes genuine amazement in the magician. He offers Evergrande to take this man's place because this position is very important. The opponent abruptly refuses, assuming that the tower's owner expected this. He confirms this by talking about another goal that the interlocutor is striving for, and he asks again. Jan asks Evergrande not to play dumb when he mentions the Avalon Empire's treasury. He begins to describe this place in vivid detail, which prompts a clarifying question from his interlocutor. The head of the tower notes that every magician is infinitely greedy for the truth, hence the knowledge. Jan says his offer always stands, so he'll hold the spot for Evergrande. But still, although the old man is ashamed of this, he wants his interlocutor to listen to him. The Tower Master asks Evergrande to conduct an investigation into Jack's murder. Standing before the gates, Joshua notes how much time has passed since he was last here. The guard tells the boy to stop, saying that the palace cannot be entered without permission. He asks Joshua to provide a pass or coat of arms to confirm his identity. The boy declares that he has come to take part in the bloody battle of the Berserkers. Hearing these words, both guards cannot contain their astonished exclamations, but they pull themselves together and look at each other, immediately nodding in unison. One of them laughs, asking this child if he even understands what he is talking about. They promise to forgive him this time if he goes home immediately before it's too late. A smile appears on Joshua's lips after he asks if these people find it funny. He moves closer to the one standing in front, allowing the guard to go and report to the right people. Joshua activates his ring, revealing exactly whose mission he has come on. Hearing these words, the name, and seeing the coat of arms of the Agnes family, the guards are no longer so confident in themselves. Bloody battle is one of the privileges that allows one to join the Order of Imperial Knights. This is possible if you win a fight with an active knight, but they have their own rules. Joe doesn't just want to join the Order, he wants to rise to the 10th rank of the 1st Battalion. But only the title will be a bonus. The boy's true goal is something located in the treasury. Stopping in front of the wall, he remembers that this place is called the Palace of the Beautiful Flower. It is amazing that only by going through the same path as in the past life, Joshua ended up nearby. The boy is interested to know whether she is still imprisoned here or not. He lowers his gaze shyly and forces himself to believe that it is not yet time for this. First, he needs to do something and leave this for later. But as soon as he takes a step, a voice is heard from behind, asking if anyone is there. Joshua is silent and barely breathing, but the interlocutor on the other side does not stop, asking again. Introducing herself as Circe, the girl asks the man standing on the other side of her prison to talk. Joshua remembers this girl from the Britton family very well, so he dives deeper into the memory. Their acquaintance dates back to the time when he was first in the Avalon Palace as a mercenary. She treated the guy warmly, disregarding his status. Joshua did not feel any love or longing in her. At that moment, he was simply grateful to a sweet girl named Circe. Now, not receiving an answer from her interlocutor, she asks him to state his name. Turning slightly, the boy considers whether he should speak at all. And yet he gives in, but introduces himself by his former name, not Agnes, but Sanders. At the Imperial Palace, Swellow is defying His Majesty. The voice belongs to Albert. He believes that other nations will consider them a laughing stock, and this worries him greatly. His Majesty says he does not propose to forget the matter entirely. The captain reminds them that they found the trans coat of arms at the scene. The door swings open, letting in words that this is precisely the problem. This is what they brought the nation to by taking office through their own arrogance. This young man's name is Lucius. He's the first prince of the Swellow Empire. Instantly putting a serious expression on his face, the man respectfully greets the emperor. He answers more informally, but at the same time politely. Lucius continues according to etiquette. Rising, he begins to talk about the reason why he was in such a hurry to get to the palace. It lies in these idiot nobles who occupy their positions. They are indignant. Lucius asks which country will benefit more. Albert thinks trans. Smiling, the interlocutor says that it is for this very reason that he considers them all useless. Albert asks impatiently who else besides trans could have attacked them. The young man brazenly suggests that Musk should use his last bit of brain power before it's too late. Lucifer notes that provoking conflict between nations is beneficial to everyone except trans. If we exclude Valbot, who is busy with the papal elections, the most likely choice remains Avalon. Meanwhile, in the aforementioned state, the ruler is informed of the latest news. They concern the successful completion of missions by Duke Geschalt and Count Arius. Marcus gives the news an excellent rating and asks about what concerns Swallow. The magician says that nothing has been decided on this matter yet. He is putting forward his own assumption. The emperor finds this unexpected. He thinks that it is the merit of old Veron. Jacques carefully says that this is not all the news, which makes his interlocutor even more interested. The mage speaks of rumors regarding the death of Vig, who was the manager of the Locke estate. The emperor chuckles, asking if it is possible that Arden has learned of their plan. Jacques says the investigation revealed nothing of the sort. The Duke was in Acadia at the time. Interrupting the speaker, Marcus asks if he has managed to figure out the identity of the killer. The man tenses his whole body, swallowing nervously, and then falls to the ground. Jachin, fervently asking for forgiveness, admits that he did not have the ability to do this. Marcus waves it off, suggesting to forget about it. He considers his interlocutor incapable of this. Instead, you need to arrange a meeting with that person because he may have information. By the way, it is said that the man's daughter was supposed to enter the academy. The Emperor asks to be more specific as to whether this refers to the academy of their empire. The interlocutor confirms this by first giving a false name for the girl in question. After this, he voices his real name, and Ina's last name turns out to be Grace. Duke Agnes stands proudly before his opponent and invites him to attack. The enemy does not deny himself anything, attacking Arden with a war cry. Since it doesn't require much effort, he coats the weapon with mana at the last moment. The collision of two blades causes an explosion, so powerful is it. Arden notes that his protege still has a lot to learn. But Cain does not want to give up. He warns his opponent that this is not all. Easily fending off the attack, Arden calls the knight's movements out loud interesting. He still doesn't give up and, once again grouping himself, rushes to attack his opponent. He praises the speed, but notes that these movements have no weight behind them. A familiar tread is heard behind, and after it stops, the same voice is heard. Baron Head respectfully greets Duke Agnes, who continues his training. However, he listens to his interlocutor, asking what the matter is, and says that the conversation will be about Joshua. The boys set out for the royal palace. This news astonishes the man, causing him to become distracted. And this brings the Duke closer to a point he would not otherwise have reached. The enemy's sword comes unacceptably close, causing the man to become stunned. And yet he manages to take control of the situation, because it's not for nothing that he is one of the stars. Rising on trembling hands, Cain hisses in pain, amazed at his opponent's resourcefulness. He, approaching, is amazed at his son, who is acting calmly after the incident. The man asks Cain what he thinks about his lord's actions. He begins to stutter, asking the Duke if they weren't just sparring. The man asks to understand him correctly, remembering that his son asked him to do this. Cain is dying to know why the hell his lord asked his father to do such a thing. The man, meanwhile, expresses a desire to approach himself if the knight is shy. Cain jumps to his feet and, screaming, rushes at the enemy, showing initiative. Arden knocks his opponent out of his wits and says he's moving too slowly. Cain falls to the ground again and again. The weapon he was defeated with turns out to be a twig. The young man appears to have lost consciousness, and Head speaks up. The man believes that his lord should not take out his anger on this youth. Arden asks if it's better to take it out on the one who arranged all this, and asks about 20 families. The interlocutor says that they are not particularly active, but the Villises are ready for an official protest. Head is interested in what the Duke thinks about this, and he thoughtfully repeats these words. The vassal notes that if a protest is filed, it is necessary to respond appropriately. Otherwise, there's a good chance that the Villises will raise this issue at the Great Congress of the Nobles. The man understands that in this case, Arden will have to personally solve the problem. He, causing a deep degree of surprise, says that he is not at all against such an outcome. Although he is not the best father, the man sees no point in scolding his son for a job well done. Arden says he will take care of any potential problems with the Marquis of Ville's family. Head assumes his lord's position and reports the news that has arrived from the main house. His Majesty the Emperor wishes to see how much Babylon, the treasure of the empire, has grown. The news that for this reason the eldest son is already on his way here surprises the Duke. From the carriage comes the voice of Siphon, addressing the young Lord Babylon. He reports that they are already on the territory of the imperial family and will soon arrive at the palace. The boy admits that this is his first time here since graduating from the academy. The captain assures his master that he has no need to worry about anything. Hearing the words that the emperor wants to see the genius of the continent, Babylon becomes upset. Siphon understands what the young man is thinking, so he searches his head for the right words. Having finally found them, the man calls out to Babylon, who perks up as if he had been expecting it. Siphon asks the boy to remember that the family's vassals, like him, will be on his side. Babylon freezes for a moment, trying to process what she heard. With a sad smile, he politely thanks Sir Siphon for his support. It hurts the man to see such an expression on Babylon's face. He cannot remain inactive. The knight struggles with himself, urging himself not to cross the line of what is acceptable. Yet he turns to Babylon once again, intending to give a hypothetical example. The boy invites his interlocutor to speak freely without burdening himself too much. And then the man asks what Babylon will do if Arden is not his biological father. The boy is struck as if by lightning. He imagines this picture in his head too clearly. The silence that reigns in the carriage is so tense that it becomes almost tangible. Babylon raises her voice, hoping that Siphon will take back his question. The man tries to laugh it off, saying that one of his subordinates is in the same situation. Babylon relaxes, asking if there is anything he can do to help the man. Having laughed it off, Siphon mentally begins to reproach himself for his lack of restraint. Meanwhile, the guy reflects, believing that even though this is a shock, his life does not have to change. Babylon considers it right to please both fathers, the one who gave life and the one who raised it. After all, this can have a significant impact on a person, helping him grow as an individual. Siphon smiles, thanking the young gentleman for his advice as he finds it useful. The knight also can't help but notice how much his Lord Babylon has grown. A girl's voice on the other side of the wall asks again the name of her new acquaintance. He grins, assuming that his interlocutor is confused by the idea that he is a nobleman. However, the girl answers differently. She likes this name. She considers it beautiful. Cersei says that a very rare flower she read about in a book has the same name. However, although it is very beautiful, there is nothing sadder than the meaning of this flower. Joshua abruptly interrupts the girl, asking her to stop. She asks what's wrong. The boy says that her own fate is hardly much easier than that of the flower. Marcus shed countless rivers of blood even before ascending the throne and becoming emperor. He spared no one in his path, and by that time there was no one left with the surname Britain. The only members of the imperial family that could be called were a few close allies. Marcus's political aim produced a princess who would fulfill his ambitions. Perhaps it was a matter of strange ambition, but only Cersei was born blind. The only reason the emperor is keeping an eye on her is because of the girl's ability. It is called the mind's eye and is capable of seeing through even those who have reached the realm of the master. Joshua wondered if he could have held his own with such dignity if he had been in Cersei's place. And the girl on the other side reaches out to the stone and, touching it, sobs. Asking why she is crying, Cersei says that it is very sad. The girl politely asks the person on the other side to tell her something honestly. But she is interrupted by a girl who comes up from behind, asking why Her Highness is crying. Cersei answers Ellen that everything is fine, and she says that it is time for the lady to get ready for the palace. The girl shudders when she hears footsteps moving away from the stone barrier. With a barely audible sigh, Joshua thinks that the time for their meeting has not yet come. A question addressed to the girl is heard from the villa of Emperor Marcus. He asks her if she is the daughter of the god of war. She answers in agreement and introduces herself. Marcus asks if her father appreciated his gift, and his daughter responds in a respectful manner. However, the man heard that everything was not going as he wanted, the girl clarifies. The emperor, with a malicious grin, begins to talk about a fresh topic of conversation. If Avalon has Duke Agnes, then Swello has First Prince Lucius. Believing that even the god of war would have problems with the latter, the man asks about the plan. The girl says that, to be honest, her father is not completely confident in him. Marcus's gaze changes as he repeats the words after his young interlocutor, asking again. The next moment, an arrogant smirk touches the man's lips, and a moment later, a powerful stream of energy bursts out from under his feet, splashing in all directions. It's already hard for the girl to stand on her feet under the powerful impact, and she's also being hit. Unable to bear the pain, she falls to her knees, beginning to moan muffledly. Marcus asks how dare she talk about failure when they've come so far. He showed mercy by trusting both of them, and they dared to spy on his empire. Through the pain, the girl asks for forgiveness, promising to do everything possible to prevent something like this from happening again. Smiling contentedly, Marcus offers his young interlocutor to change the terms. He offers the title of Duke instead of the previously promised title of Marquise. Trying to control herself, the girl respectfully addresses His Majesty. He suggests that the god of war knows better than anyone about betting on an unpredictable game. Ina is now beginning to understand this man better, as if he is having fun playing with lives. And this man's look speaks volumes about the fact that he is crazy. The girl cautiously says that she is not sure that her father will accept this proposal. Marcus tells me to tell the god of war that he has nothing to worry about. It's meteor time. The man also suggests deciding quickly what is good for them and what is the cause of destruction. Realizing that it is useless to argue with this madman, Ina agrees to carry out his order. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, two people are examining the scene of the incident. One of them notices that this dirt is definitely different from the usual one around. Turning to his colleague, Jacques explains to him that this is not dirt at all. But he stands his ground, adhering to the opinion that this is exactly how it looks. In such a state, he cannot bring himself to call the substance ash. Jacques asks Tetu to focus on the matter at hand, as they are not here for fun. The blonde believes that there is nothing to worry about since there are clues everywhere. The man suggests closing your eyes and listening to the wind, trusting your feelings. Jaqen does not neglect the advice, sharpening his senses to the limit. He opens his eyes soon after, clearly feeling the mana void. Theta reminds us that it can only arise under two circumstances, either naturally or when a 6th level mage's heart takes enough damage. Jaqen remembers this too and begins to put everything together, leading to the obvious conclusion. Theta believes that there is a high probability that Storm was killed by a person possessing Bronto. Cersei can't believe that the boy knew everything so accurately. She asks Ellen if she has heard anything about Joshua Sanders, and she is puzzled. The girl actually heard this name, and the blonde asks where exactly. The maid says that the knights were gossiping about him, saying that a new star had appeared in the Empire. Cersei recalls that this is what outstanding geniuses are called. Ellen confirms these words, and he adds that most nobles do not like this state of affairs. The girl is puzzled, asking her interlocutor what exactly she means. Ellen explains about competition using words her mistress can understand. Cersei makes a guess and is surprised when she is told who Joshua is. On the training ground of the 11th and 12th battalions, taunts are shouted. Hearing all these harsh curses, Joshua notes that they are the same as before. Fans not only verbally cheer for their favorites, they place bets. Swinging his trusty sword, the knight taunts his opponent. He asks him if that's all, and it becomes clear to him why people say that. But the opponent is no slouch either. He, like his opponent, is sharp-tongued. Both mix verbal abuse and ridicule with physical attacks. They are talking about how His Majesty is dividing the troops into battalions. After all, the enemy who is now being hit is precisely one of the last. He hisses with the tension of trying to contain the force his opponent put into his attack. But he still can't stay on his feet, and the young knight stumbles along the ground of the training ground. His opponent asks with a grin if he now understands the difference between the battalions. And as a reward for defending the honor of the battalion, his own share flies into his hands. When he catches it, his friends thank the guy for the lucky win, and they remind him that the loser will challenge him again if he is left alive. The young man thanks his interlocutor for reminding him, because he himself had actually forgotten. The loser asks not to kill him, promising not to attack again, otherwise he will become a servant. Blue Eyes clearly enjoys the pleas addressed to herself, but everyone else starts to slander the one asking for pardon. A cheerful laugh is heard from behind the crowd, and the knights begin to search for its source. To their surprised looks, Joshua says that nothing has changed in this place. He says that he missed him very much and is happy to be here now. The one who approached him asked if the boy was lost, telling him to go where he was going. Joshua's lips stretch into a smile as he promises to finish quickly. The ring that is being activated leaves no one indifferent. The knights are amazed by it. And Joshua says that he came specifically here to take part in the bloody battle of the Berserkers. Having taken a good look at the coat of arms, those present are even more amazed. It is familiar. And the boy, introducing himself, invites anyone who wants to fight him to come forward. The name also does not leave the warriors indifferent. They have heard about the rising star. The young lord is asked if he understands what he is talking about. He nods. A recent combatant asks if he understands why the Berserker battle is not resorted to now. Joshua recites the rules of this competition as if he knew them by heart. Finishing, the boy asks the person standing opposite him whether he is informed correctly. He looks at the Duke's son without a shadow of fear, his question a desire to clarify. Joshua exhales heavily, because he is already irritated that he is not being taken seriously. He reiterates his intention, reminding that the last battalions on the list are obliged to participate. The knights are tensely silent, hiding their eyes from the Duke's son. They don't want to fight him. But not because they consider him strong, and the fear of one of the warriors reaches the ears of the Count. They are afraid that they will be punished for not being able to control their strength, and the boy will get hurt. The guy who recently fought understands that he will have to fight himself. To be completely sure of this, he glances at the crowd of fidgeting knights, and he finds an ideal replacement for himself. And she, realizing where this is all going, is about to leave. But it was not to be. They grabbed him even despite the words that he had serious injuries. Joshua, seeing this, feels bad for them calling themselves knights. And then the boy decides to give these panties some magical acceleration. He begins to disgrace the lower battalions, directly saying that they are good for nothing. The boy calls these people cowards who only know how to bully weaklings. He gets heated up with mockery, denying himself nothing, and already hears an angry snort. Finally, the winner comes forward, calling Joe a brat and asking if he's finished. The knight doesn't like that someone who is just lucky dares to speak about them like that. Taking his sword out of its sheath, he says that if that's the case, he agrees to give the brat a bloody battle. He only asks that he not be blamed for the injuries and consequences he received later. He wanted it himself. Joshua agrees bluntly, saying that he believes this is how it should be. The rest support the winner of the previous fight, asking him to kick the bully's ass. He turns to his opponent, repeating that he is not going to give him any slack. Intending to show that there is a bigger fish for every fish, the knight activates aura. Someone is found who is seriously worried about the boy and suggests that he surrender. Joshua finds his words interesting, remembering that he had been told the same thing in the past. But they worried in vain, and now the time has come for the boy's enemies to worry. The waves of aura emanating from the latter make it clear that his rank is much higher than thought. The ring, the artifact, and such an outstanding aura make those present tense up considerably. Joshua's opponent says that he sees in him only an amateur, the arrogant son of a rich man. The boy grins, inviting him to experience the power of the amateur's fake aura. While he's getting heated up, Joshua calls him a pathetic coward, syllable by syllable. A pathetic coward, approaching his limit, barely restrains himself from rushing into the attack. And yet it doesn't last long. The next moment, the knight rushes at the boy, cursing. The knight's former opponent screams and, turning to him, asks him to stop immediately. But it's too late. With a wide but quick swing of his spear, Joshua attacks. The energy wave after a small explosion affects even those located at a distance. Realizing that this mana is unusual, the boy expresses hope that the boy's opponent is not dead. A sound catches his attention, and the knight raises his eyebrows in surprise. Stuttering slightly, he asks, staring at the approaching man, if he is okay. Joshua, however, turns to a completely different person, namely the vice captain, who intervened in the battle. The one standing opposite and shielding his subordinate is called Viper Bison. Turning to the boy, he remarks that this young lord is very well informed. Joshua says he has also heard of Bloody Bison, one of the Imperial Knights. The interlocutor asks whether the boy knows about the rule regarding the bloody battle of the Berserkers. For it to be official, at least one captain or vice captain must be present. Joshua, in turn, clarifies that Bison is going to cancel the sparring that has begun. But he only wants to make adjustments by declaring himself the young count's opponent. Those present no longer know what to be more surprised about, so they simply gasp in amazement. A former adversary asks his superior to allow him to finish his battle. But he has a different opinion. He thinks that this guy should back down because he can't handle it. But the knight stands his ground, asking to be allowed to preserve the remnants of his warrior pride. The vice captain reminds us of what we can lose by losing the Berserker's bloody battle. And then no one will be able to take care of his daughter. Bison asks him to think about his family. The man actually does it. But even from his face, it is clear how difficult it is to accept the inevitable. Clapping his hands, Joshua praises the altruism of the vice captain of the 12th Battalion. He notices that the boy is talking as if victory is already in his hands. Joshua, smiling provocatively, states the obviousness of what he has just said. He asks Sir Viper if he doesn't feel the difference in their strength and skills. This guy finds Joe's mana strange. He doesn't think the attack he showed earlier was showy. The knights have great respect for the vice captain, so they propose their candidacy in his place. He refuses because he has always considered them his brothers, not his subordinates. The man says that if he can't protect them, then all his words were empty words. Joshua approves of this intention, remembering their past life fighting side by side. Viper Bison was not only the most reliable man, but also an excellent commander. The man, meanwhile, reminds the young lord of the procedure in case of his win. Hearing the mention of reserves, Joe smirks, asking if he has really tarnished the pride of the knights. The man is amazed by the offspring's mastery of wordplay, and meanwhile he continues. Raising Rugia high above himself, the boy vows to achieve this in just 5 years. And he continues, saying that with his help, the last battalions will be considered the strongest. To prove his point, the boy demonstrates his current strength, promising more. Viper can't believe what he's seeing and that the boy is emitting Blade's aura. Joshua, meanwhile, asks what Bison's next move will be. In this pose, Babylon respectfully greets His Majesty, the Son of the Empire. Marcus notices that quite a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. When the man asks Babylon how old he is slightly surprised. But he still answers, saying that he is turning 15 this year. The interlocutor recalls that at that age, even Arden was not so strong. He says the teenager will be the first in history to achieve such a rank, unless he is surpassed. Of course, Marcus means Joshua, and he says he wants to see Babylon as the treasure. While the teenager looks away in embarrassment, Jaqen materializes next to him with a gift. The Emperor says that this elixir can increase mana. Babylon tries to refuse, but the man's desire is different. He orders his interlocutor to drain the flask, taking advantage of his status. Babylon remains silent for a while, as it does not like this arrangement. And yet he agrees, saying that he will carry out any order of His Majesty. Taking the bottle with trembling hands, the boy presses it to his lips. The results are not long in coming, appearing literally in the next moment. Falling exhausted to the floor, Babylon tries to get up but can't even move properly. All he can do is make wheezing sounds and tremble with tension. Touching the boy, Marcus says that they have met before, although he does not remember. And then a promise was made which now was the most opportune time to fulfill. Marcus says that the fight for the title of heir cannot be lost, especially by the son of the emperor. Before losing consciousness completely, Babylon agrees with her father. 5 years pass after this, during which the world undergoes even greater changes. Approaching the perfectly lined up knights, he expresses hope that he is not too late. One of the warriors loudly addresses the others, ordering them to salute their commander. Joshua managed to rise to the rank of Baron, becoming the commander of the 11th and 12th battalions. When he returned as a teenager, the Grand Continent was already in a relatively calm state. There are 3 superpowers on this continent, one of which is Avalon with Emperor Marcus. He secretly allied with Draxvel Grace, a knight of Swello belonging to the 2nd superpower. They entered into open conflict with Swello's vassals, the Principality of Trans. The aim was to incite war, and Emperor Verona understood what the plan was. He not only prevented a war with Trans, but also stopped the preconditions for a continental war. Naturally, people began to appear in Swello who were dissatisfied with the peacekeeping policy. At the same time, in the 3rd superpower, a struggle for power was taking place between the emperor and the church. And then there was a banquet to celebrate the birth of the first prince in the royal palace. When the window opens, a slender female figure in dark clothes appears on the windowsill. She thinks that she only has one chance. There is no way she can fail. When a young lady steps out of the carriage, a vassal addresses her, reminding her to have self-confidence. Cox says the Font family needs to be shown as thriving as it always has been. The girl asks her henchman not to worry. She's not going to give in to the Cromwell family. The man wants them to capture the first prince's full attention, and Charlie finds this amusing. The man who came out to meet them was surprised, saying that he did not expect to see these two here. Natasha and Gevorg mock the situation the Font family is currently in. Cox checks on his mistress's condition while mentally scolding these two assholes. He also mentally addresses Charlie, begging her to restrain herself even though he shares the girl's feelings. To everyone's amazement, the heiress of the Fonts respectfully greets the children of the Marquises. Smiling to himself, Gevorg finds this behavior of the previously impulsive girl boring. Charlie says that he intends to go to the palace since his interlocutors are so taciturn. Gevorg turns to Sir Knight, reminding him of his father's punishment. Understanding exactly what they want from him, the man exhales heavily before taking further action. Apologizing to the lady, he asks her to provide the family coat of arms or an invitation letter. Charlie is once again holding back the emotions that are boiling inside. But Cox can't take it anymore. It underlines the open disrespect and reminds us of the Font family's status. The Marquise's son does not intend to stop there. He suggests that the family in decline withdraw. And then he makes a rude joke about how they don't even have a home. Apparently, they came to beg. Charlie is on edge, biting her lips until they bleed. She breaks the rude phrase addressed to Gevorg into syllables. But then she turns sharply to him, asking how dare he behave like this. Meanwhile, someone approaching the company intervenes, taking the side of the Font family. Joshua orders the knights to return to their posts, taking over their authority. One of the military men tries to object, saying that they are obliged to obey Lord Gevorg. Joshua doesn't care, and he tells his interlocutor this straight to his face in a cold tone. Knowing from stories what this guy is capable of, the knights tense up with their whole bodies. And while they are carrying out the orders of their superiors, Gevorg remains dissatisfied with the current situation. Joshua respectfully asks the young lady Charlie to follow him, and he escorts her to the palace. Gevorg believes that it is the girl who is trying to draw the Agneses into their personal fight, and he shouts after them that even if they unite, they will not be able to defeat their mercenary king Bagration. Exhaling heavily, Natasha notices that Joe hasn't changed, ignoring everyone around him. Gevorg is not going to leave everything so simple. He wants to make the Marquis rot in hell. Charlie says she recognizes Joe, even though he has grown a lot, and she asks how tall he is. The guy notices that he has already walked her a long way, so now she will have to go on her own. Charlie quietly remarks that Joshua hasn't changed at all, remaining just as cold. Looking at his retreating back, an idea arises in the girl's head and she calls out to the guy. Asking Joshua to stop, Charlie invites him to dance with her at the ball. He answers her, slowing down only slightly. The words that escape his lips are an apology. Joshua talks about the castle's security, Charlie doesn't think this is the reason. The guy has a different opinion. Turning around, he says that, in addition, he now has nothing in common with the Agnes family. Now he belongs to another family, a baron named Sanders. The guy knows very well that without defeating Bagration, Duke Font will lose his property. He can't fight yet, so he just has to survive the day. Joshua asks why not go out now since there is no one else with him. The answer is silence, and the guy assumes that he has mixed up the place. But this is not so. The huntress was deliberately silent in order to attack from an unexpected side now. Despite this, Joshua manages to block the nimble blow of the other's blade. The girl jumps back. Realizing that the moment has passed, she slides due to inertia. She asks Joshua who he is, since he managed to detect the energy of true death. Calling his interlocutor Aisha Strufe, the guy asks her to stop trying to kill the prince. These words come as a complete surprise to the girl. She thought she was anonymous. Aisha believed that there was not a single person in the world who could know her name. And succumbing to her emotions, the girl releases a stream of mana from herself, directing it at the enemy. Joshua thinks to himself that he thought Aisha would be difficult to talk to. Passing through the boy's earring, the mana takes on a certain form, revealing its face. The girl standing opposite sees her almost immediately, involuntarily freezing in her tracks. She knows what it's called. This energy is called dragon fear. To escape the influence of the haze, the girl forces herself to overcome the numbness. But she does this not for what it might seem. Aisha puts the dagger to her chest. Apologizing to the great mana master, the girl introduces herself, admitting her mistake. She calls the man who wanted to punish her Lord Black Dragon, and he condescends to mercy, since the girl did not know his identity, but repeats himself. As he said earlier, Aisha will have to give up trying to kill the first prince. Fighting the incredible desire inside herself, the girl squeezes out words of consent. Joe advises her to leave Acadia, as Black Wind, upon learning of the failure, will begin to pursue. The girl asks her interlocutor not to worry, but he, shouting, reminds her of the consequences of disobedience. The dark elf knows this without being reminded, and yet she obediently agrees with her master. In her wake, only a column of dust remains as the assassin disappears into the darkness. Joshua grins, thinking that the girl is exactly the same as in her past life. The guy can't believe that the elf fell for the fact that he is the Black Dragon. This girl will soon become the queen of killers, and it is not without reason that she took on this mission. After she failed, the elf was left with a scar that would never heal. He knows the culprit, but he doesn't want to leave a stain on Aisha Joshua's extraordinary career. The guy asks the girl to run as fast as she can, because their paths will cross again in this life. Aisha can't believe she met him, and she's sure others don't know him either. And although the girl will be persecuted for some time, she now enjoys her freedom. The Baron is greeted with a compliment on his appearance and is offered a dance. A woman inquires about rumors regarding a mana mine with mana stones. A group of several girls are wondering who the prince will deign to dance with this time. When noticing Charlie, the current topic becomes the situation of her family and her presence in this place. The guests believe that there is no family ready to support the Fonts. The girl hears everything. The herald announces the arrival of the first Prince Caesar and Princess Circe. And when the doors to the hall open, all attention is focused on the royal persons. The first prince thanks everyone for coming and asks them to enjoy the reception to the fullest. Every young girl, without exception, dreams of becoming a young man's partner, at least today. Ellen informs Circe that Joshua Sanders is not on the list again this year. The princess cannot understand why she has not been able to get him out of her head for all these 5 years. The guy asks his sister to repeat it, but she timidly replies that she didn't say anything like that. The guy thought that it would be difficult for his sister to be back in the limelight after such a long break. The words about how he probably worried for nothing are abruptly cut off. The prince notices someone. The girl turns out to be Charlie, and the young man rushes straight towards her. He says, turning to the young Lady Font, that he was afraid he would not see her this year either. The guy says he feels happy knowing that she was able to come here today. The girl formally introduces herself and greets the little son, but he becomes embarrassed. And he admits that he has been following the Fonts' affairs since the day he met Charlie in the past. The girl cannot believe what she heard, and while apologizing, she tries to clarify these words. And Kaiser admits that he had wanted to see this lady for a long time. To everyone's amazement, the prince asks permission to invite the girl to dance. A look of confusion spread through the room. Everyone expected the partner to be a successful lady. Charlie also doesn't understand the prince, wondering if his words are true. But the girl doesn't want to make new enemies, because her family already has a lot of problems. While Charlie expresses her sincere regret, she questions the rationale behind the dance. Now the guy doesn't understand. He's trying to figure out the reason for such a refusal. The interlocutor begins to hesitate, starting to speak but pauses, choosing softer words. Joshua, approaching, says that the thing is that she already has a partner. The prince asks his new interlocutor whether he belongs to the Imperial Knights. He, saying that he was pleased to meet you, introduces himself to someone screaming nearby. Cersei asks again the name of the man who introduced himself, and a wave of excitement rolls through the hall. Those present cannot believe that they are seeing a man who has taken the young titles. At the same time, they assume that the reason why Fonte is here is because of the Duke's son. The prince, meanwhile, says that it is an honor for him to meet someone like Joshua. He responds with dry reciprocity, but apologizes, insisting on an agreement with Lady Charlie. The prince looks at his interlocutor silently for a while, considering the possible options. A smirk appears on his lips as a mischievous idea comes to mind. The guy asks Charlie if they really agreed to dance with this man. The girl confirms these words, continuing to say something else, but she is interrupted. Gevorg, addressing Joshua, declares his arrogance. The prince clarifies this point. The interlocutor apologizes for his intrusion, but says that he cannot bear to see rudeness. When Joshua interrupts him as brazenly as he did Charlie, the boy flinches in surprise. The Baron invites his opponent to return to his seat if he knows what true politeness is. Listening closely, Gevorg understands what they are talking about, hearing the dissatisfied whispers of the surrounding ladies. Joshua confirms this, advising him to leave again if he truly cares about the prince. The Baron also reminds his old acquaintance of his past shame, and he gets angry. The prince reassures everyone, saying that everything is fine. He wants everyone to enjoy the ball. Joshua puts on an act, apologizing again and saying he wasn't aware. The prince believes that he is the one who should apologize to the already established couple of dancers. However, he asks Lady Charlie for a chance to dance with her at the next ball. The girl agrees, saying that it would be the greatest honor for her. As he leaves, the prince expresses his hope that everyone present will be able to enjoy this ball. Joe offers Charlie his hand, and the girl assumes that she will be forever in his debt. She asks why he helped, because he could also get into trouble for this act. Joshua says this can be considered a fulfillment of a promise made 5 years ago. Charlie says she thought he had already forgotten about it, but she is mentally upset. She doesn't understand whether this guy doesn't know what it means to give someone your coat of arms. She tries to hold back, but the words come out through clenched teeth. Joe preempts her by saying that he can't help her now since he's still an Imperial Knight. The girl pretends not to understand him, saying that she just wanted to satisfy his curiosity. Repeating the words about height, Charlie asks the guy not to accidentally step on her toes. The man indignantly curses the Lord. He is offended by the blow dealt. And this after everything he went through to survive next to this demon for 5 years. The man is angry that at this time this scoundrel is enjoying a banquet in the Imperial Palace. The guard asks the tramp to stop and leave, because there is no place for people like him here. By pointing to his coat of arms, Cain emphasizes whose specific vassal he is. When the dance ends, those around no longer remember that the Font family is in decline. They are too enchanted by the girl and her partner, who look so beautiful together. They are considered a beautiful couple, the likes of which cannot be found in all of Avalon, and they receive compliments. Natasha and Gevorg do not share the same opinion, promising to show these two hell. Charlie sincerely and generously thanks her partner for the honor bestowed upon her. Running away, incredibly happy, she says goodbye to him until they meet again later. Joshua smiles indulgently, noting the girl's inherent impatience. Meanwhile, someone approaches him from behind with barely audible steps, attracting his attention. Cersei clarifies whether the guy is the same Joshua with whom she communicated before. The girl is surprised to feel a telepathic impulse coming from the front. While the gentlemen invite her to dance, Cersei receives a message that the medicine is ready soon. The girl asks Baron Sanders to wait, trying to clarify the information received. He finishes his thought by saying that this is his way of repaying the girl for her warmth. Cersei stops, unable to utter a word due to the misunderstanding she has experienced, and Joshua finally mentally asks her to take care of herself and stay healthy. The next day, one of the students asks the other to move. The boss will appear soon. The boy jumps in surprise when a loud voice catches his attention. Taking a position in line with his comrades, the herald calls them to get ready. Everyone stands at attention when Icarus appears on the horizon. As Baron Havist's heir passes by, everyone tenses up until their hearts skip a beat. And then the younger ones simultaneously congratulate him on his graduation, calling him bro. Icarus reminds them that he asked them not to do this, because others would misunderstand them. One of the boys says that he cannot deprive the benefactor of their Academy of Honors. But getting off topic, he asks his interlocutor where he will go now. Smiling, he replies that he had already decided a long time ago what he would do. And using a metaphor, Icarus says that he is going to set out towards the sun. Somewhere, in a completely different place, Joshua sneezes loudly. Rubbing his nose, he thinks, trying to figure out where he managed to catch a cold. Behind them, the voices become impulsive. The guards are not letting in someone who is desperately trying to get through. Cain screams angrily, proclaiming that he has lived the last 5 years of his life in hell. He and the knights trying to hold him back freeze when they hear a familiar voice. Joshua says he's glad his lawyer decided to come to him first. Cain tries to restrain not only the trembling of his body, but also his voice when he addresses his master. He breaks down, asking how Joe dared to enjoy luxury while leaving it to the devil. When told that the knight had dedicated his entire youth to his master, he only apologized. Cain asks to forget, glad at least that he is understood. Joshua laughs nervously. He assumes that the knight has already reached a certain stage since he has already come here. His gaze changes abruptly, the tears in his eyes dry up, and Cain takes a different pose. He says that he is so strong that he will not lose to anyone except his lord. Joshua is puzzled by this behavior of the young man. He is already beginning to regret what he said. They apologize to the battalion commander for interrupting his conversation. When Joe asks what happened, he is told that there is a guest waiting for him outside. Running his fingers through his hair, Icarus enjoys the pleasant touch of the breeze. He jumps in surprise when he hears his name being addressed. Joshua can't quite believe that Icarus is actually standing in front of him. The interlocutor says that the fact that his face was forgotten saddens him greatly. Cain, meanwhile, tries to calm his pounding heart, overwhelmed by the incomparable beauty. Forcing himself, the knight extends his hand to Icarus, saying that he has heard a lot about him. He says he would never have thought that such a beautiful lady was a child prodigy. Cain ignores the protest to call him that, introducing himself and allowing them to communicate informally. Icarus feels sick from such pressure. He doesn't even know how to react. Joe comes to the rescue, asking the knight to stop, who asks his lord for forgiveness. Icarus is glad that he was remembered and asks about the promise he made earlier. He kept his end of the bargain, and now it was Joshua's turn to take his comrade under his wing. Baron Sanders chuckles, asking rhetorically how he could forget such a thing. He says that the position of strategist cannot be empty, and Icarus is the one and only. He notices that Joe, as before, continues to say such embarrassing words carelessly. Cain doesn't like the two's intention to leave him out, so he asks them about it. And joining the heirs, the knight asks the strategist to take care of him as well. Icarus is pleased with the title of chief strategist, and Cain thanks him for the compliment. Then Joshua suggests discussing their further plan. The knight and strategist ask again in surprise. Sanders says he is simple and that he will first need to see his majesty. Cain can't help but hear the words that he and Icarus need to go to the fonts. The strategist is also confused by what he heard, clarifying what Joshua said. There is a deathly silence in the throne room. No one dares even move. The emperor watches those present carefully, looking for his victim. Each of them mentally prays that his majesty's wrath will pass them by. Only in Duke Agnes's head, thoughts of a completely different kind are swarming. Finally standing up, Marcus admits that frankly he is at a loss for words. He asks if there are no people willing to take part in the Battle of the Masters. He is not going to allow the Empire to become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Stopping nearby, Marcus asks Arden about his thoughts on the matter, and also about whether Avalon's status will change if you refuse to participate in the Battle of the Masters in Reinhard. Still wondering how to answer, the man begins to speak but is interrupted. A familiar male voice promises to show all the greatness of the Avalon Empire. Joe says he's willing to participate, and Marcus greets him with a slightly mocking expression. Nevertheless, the boy holds himself with dignity, formally greeting his emperor. Hearing someone else's last name instead of his own, Arden remains silent and unperturbed. Meanwhile, the emperor clarifies whether he understood his interlocutor correctly. Joshua confirms that he will represent the Avalon Empire in the Battle of Masters. Marcus reminds us that this is not some ordinary tournament in the boondocks. He asks how old Joshua is, and he says he is 15. The man grins, amused by the fact that he took part in the Battle of the Masters at the age of 15. He offers to demonstrate to those present that Joe has the necessary qualifications to participate. Arya wants to personally check what level this boy's growth has reached. But just as he admits the thought that this is his chance, he catches Arden's eye. The man doesn't understand why the hell he's so concerned about the bastard if he sent him away himself. Joshua says that he wants to put forward a condition before proving his qualifications. The guy will agree to participate only if his desire is satisfied. While Marcus tries to comprehend what he has heard, the first murmurs of discontent appear in the hall. Those present believe that this boy has already crossed all boundaries of what is permissible. To drown everyone out, the Emperor resorts to using more than just his voice. He unleashes a wave of his suffocating mana on those present, forcing them to tense up. Marcus is ready to give the guy everything he wants, except freedom from the obligations of an imperial knight. Hearing this answer, Joshua does not respond, and the silence that has fallen over the room drags on. Marcus asks about leaving and states that the guy is his property. Joshua starts to speak, reminding the ruler of the rules, but he is interrupted. In an authoritative tone, Marcus declares that in the Avalon Empire, his word is law. But even though Joshua is silent, his gaze remains unwavering. The guy's intentions are serious. Smiling, his opponent says that if that's the case, he will also have a condition. Joshua asks what this condition is. The man interrupts him again, saying that something will happen first. To everyone's surprise, Marcus attacks. Even Joshua didn't fully believe that this man's madness had reached such a level. An explosion thunders, and the guards standing outside the hall turn around in fear. Not everyone has time to react inside. Some are much less lucky. But those who manage to duck in time wonder what just happened. Meanwhile, the battle between the ruler and Joshua is already in full swing. Turning around abruptly, Marcus bursts out laughing, saying that he finds this incredibly ridiculous. Joshua puts his weapon away but remains vigilant, keeping a close eye on his opponent. Turning to Arden, Marcus says that he has never envied him in his life. And yet now that very day has come. The Emperor says that this was a test. He wondered if the boy had reached the sword's aura, but it turned out that he had already surpassed it. The Emperor likes this. He assumes that now he cannot behave childishly. He allows Joe to do whatever he wants and agrees to fulfill the request if he wins. As Charlie tries to concentrate, she is distracted by a prolonged knock on the door. The servant apologizes for this, but there is no other way, because the mistress has visitors. Having received permission, Cox politely lets the two inside, who also do not neglect their manners. They exchange respectful greetings and formal courtesies. Icarus introduces himself, not only stating his name, but also briefly describing his estate. Charlie says it's different. She's the one who always wanted to meet such an outstanding person. The girl's gaze involuntarily catches a detail that she had somehow overlooked earlier. Seeing the coat of arms of a family she knows very well, Charlie relaxes a little. She suggests that Arden sent the two after learning of the font's dire situation. But Kane completely dispels this erroneous guess by directly saying that this is not so. He says they came to help her on behalf of another gentleman, Baron Joshua Sanders. The girl can't believe what she heard. She just blinks her eyes stupidly and asks again. Looking at the palace, Joe thinks that he will be glad to leave it, freed from unnecessary suspicions. Just as he turns to leave, his eyes meet those of someone standing very close. Arden notices that his son hasn't been here for 5 years and is now trying to leave without saying goodbye. The man asks if he despises him for choosing Babylon as his heir. The interlocutor responds as soon as the question is uttered, with a brief but confident agreement. But he doesn't despise him because of the question of inheritance. The guy approves of this decision. A man who abandoned the Agneses without a shred of doubt has no right to claim the inheritance. Joshua asks if he really thinks he would despise his father for something like that. The man gathers his courage before asking why then. Joe despised his father because he and Lucia meant nothing to him, but he makes excuses. But now the boy doesn't despise him, because for the first time he saw his mother so happy. The son thanks his father for taking care of his mother and taking the knights for training. But that's not all. The guy would also like to thank Arden for the future. He denies it, saying that it is he who should thank his son. The idol is interrupted by a question from a subordinate about the departure of his captain. He and the others want to know why their commander decided to leave. Assuming these knights are his, Arden notifies his son that it is time for him to leave. Seeing Agnes, the soldier is amazed, but his comrade pulls him back because something else is important. Viper Bison asks the commander why he wants to leave secretly from everyone. He doesn't understand why Joe wants to leave his subordinates, the 11th and 12th battalions. The guy says there was a misunderstanding. He never thought of them as subordinates. This news comes as a bolt from the blue, but Joshua is quick to clarify his words. He says he meant that they are not only his people, but his most valuable comrades. The kids ask me not to joke like that again, because they were seriously scared. Joshua says he is leaving on personal business. He promises to return for them soon. Bison asks if the leader will stop them if they want to help him with the matter. He had been watching this guy all this time, having studied all his habits quite well. The man believes that Joshua is leaving alone to avoid endangering his battalions. When the guy addresses his interlocutor, his voice sounds stern, and he maintains a theatrical pause. And then he allows himself to smile and sincerely thanks his subordinate for everything. The man is at a loss, completely forgetting what he was going to say, and is slightly pushed aside. The knights believe that now it is their turn to repay him in the same coin. They promise never to leave the commander, either as subordinates or as comrades. They promise to wait for their leader as long as it takes, without saying goodbye to him. And with these words, they pay their commander eternal tribute, drawing their swords. Walking under such a stream, he thinks that the imperial palace turned out to be generous. After all, Joshua managed to achieve every one of his goals except one. He managed to become the commander of a battalion of imperial knights and visited the secret vault. There he again acquired the obsidian earrings, his best weapon from his past life. Joshua managed to meet with the Queen of Assassins, preventing her from being seriously injured. The guy was also able to form a squad that he can proudly call his own people. But unfortunately, he failed to carry out the most important point of his plan. However, Joe managed to find out about the third force protecting Caesar, which he did not know about before. Come to think of it, he didn't know anything at all before, after he became the prince's enemy. And since the moon door is in Reinhard, you need to find out about all the changes as soon as possible. Joshua wants to find the threat lurking in the shadows that he doesn't yet know about. The church bell of the temple located in the empire of Hvalbot begins to ring. The goddess of seven heads is asked to grant peace and the ability to endure solitude with fortitude, and also to provide assistance in protection and bestow all its other benefits. The prayer of Christian, paladin of the Holy Empire of Hvalbota, is interrupted by the calling of his name. And speaking about the rumors about the interlocutor's departure, he confirms the words of his master. Sebastian says that he came to wish you a safe journey. He is one of the stars. Although he is sure that only one of the 9 and the superhumans could seriously harm Christian. But the man still warns to be careful when facing the divine knight Wintro. He has special powers and is also being watched by magicians from the magic tower. The paladin promises that his interlocutor has nothing to worry about. He does not intend to interfere in politics. Sebastian recalls the location of the Battle of the Masters and talks about preparing the carriage. Christian asks him to wait because he had other plans before leaving. He was planning to visit the border because rumors had it that a lich had appeared there. Hearing these words, his interlocutor is amazed and asks in surprise to clarify this information. When high-ranking mages, having outlived their time, cannot leave the teachings, they turn into leeches. Christian says that the high priest knows this information and can be trusted. When asked where this place is, the paladin names the eastern part of Avalon, Treffia. By calling Icarus my lady, Cain reminds me of his request to entrust such things to him. The interlocutor's indignation regarding gender leaves the knight indifferent. He does not believe it. Icarus suggests that Cain was possessed by a lustful demon. A girl who came up from behind informs the knight that Cromwell has reached the magic tower. This means they can no longer use the teleportation gate. Within the Acadia capital's teleportation gate, Baron Sanders is approached and the alternatives explained. There is no gate directly connecting Reinhardt and Acadia. The nearest ones will be used. The old man falls silent for a long time, looking intently and thoughtfully at the person standing in front of him. Joshua cheerfully asks to ease the tension if there is something on his face. The interlocutor apologizes, explaining that when he looks at the Baron, he sees a talented magician. He had amazing control over his abilities, but unfortunately, a misfortune befell him. And since not a single clue has been found for 5 years, the magic tower is involved in the battle. The man clears his throat, realizing he has said too much, and focuses on the matter at hand. He warns that it is normal to feel nauseous when teleporting long distances. Before completing the assigned task, the man wishes the young Baron a safe journey. Joshua lands at the teleportation gate of the hybrid palace of the Tremblin Duchy. The guy can't get the words out of his head that the magic tower is still looking for Storm. Baron Sanders is brought out of his thoughts by a cheerfully greeting voice. Count Hybrid recalls that the last time they saw each other was at a banquet in honor of His Majesty. Joe says that he is surprised by the personal meeting and learns that this is an order from His Majesty. He issued a decree that families should show sufficient hospitality to the pride of the Joshua Empire. The guy doesn't like this. It's not good for him that everyone knows about his movements. Noi Ken Hybrid, meanwhile, invites his interlocutor to go into the palace. He says that he appreciates the Count's kindness, but he still has important business. The man begins to worry, because His Majesty had given an order regarding this. Joshua asks him to forgive him, but the matter is really important. He will try to return for dinner. When asked where he's going, the guy answers honestly, his path lies to the Mercenary Guild. The hand that tosses the coin sends it into the pond, causing it to spin several times. It enters the water's surface with a corresponding sound, beginning to sink to the bottom. There the coin hits several others with a dull thud, causing one of them to move to the side. A man dressed in all black and wearing a mask begins to read texts in an unknown language. The voice addressing him makes him flinch in surprise and stop mid-sentence. The one who approached assumes that the Silent One is going to destroy the Agneses with the hands of Babylon. If so, there will be another opportunity, he suggests, letting them know if any assistance is needed. Finally, the figure speaks up, saying that he will not obey the interlocutor no matter what. But there was no talk of submission. Instead, he offered cooperation. Although it is not visible behind the mask, the man smiles and then turns around, getting ready to leave. He thinks that it sounds too mundane. At this rate, his interlocutor's father will have a heart attack. He is stopped by words about a madman who is going crazy about killing and fighting for his father. And he asks his interlocutor to keep in mind that his offer always remains valid. And he reveals the name of the one hiding behind the mask, calling him Drax Vel Grace. He calls his opponent incredible in many ways, especially for a young man who is a piece of trash. The second name is also revealed. This man is none other than Caesar Ben Britain. This is how the people who led Joshua to inevitable death in the past met. There is some outrage in the mercenary guild over the lack of opportunity to obtain a badge. The thing is, you need to get bronze first, but Joshua is looking for workarounds. The manager, whose name is Hybrid, says he cannot afford such incompetence. Joshua, starting to get angry, asks if his interlocutor knows who he is, and he starts to hesitate. But then he answers, and his answer is more than complete. Then the Baron becomes completely perplexed. The man says that he doesn't trust him, which is why he needs a reason. Joe reminds his interlocutor that mercenaries are paid to provide their skills. Hybrid is perplexed and asks why the Baron suddenly started talking about such things. The guy continues, saying that they can have nothing but a business relationship. Joshua just wants to offer his services to those who need them, and he doesn't understand what even more compelling reason is required of him to receive the token. In the end, Hybrid gives in, promising to give the Baron a task to obtain a silver badge. Joshua promises to complete it under any circumstances, regardless of the nature of the task. Pulling out one of the drawers, the man thoughtfully begins to announce the difficulty of the applicant's mission. He ends by saying that this task has been awarded 5 stars. Joshua clarifies, because he knows that missions of this level are comparable to scouting a dragon's lair. Hybrid says it's just a request for supplies and surveillance. Noticing that he has no choice, Joshua asks when it will be time to move out. We need to head south now, to the Treffia region, which was previously occupied by the county of Rebrick. The man politely asks Baron Joshua Sanders to take care of it, who corrects him. He says that from now on he is no longer an aristocrat from Avalon, but an ordinary mercenary Ash. Hearing the name his interlocutor gave him, the man says that it suits him perfectly. Joshua pauses, admitting that he had almost forgotten the most important thing. He asks if they sent him on this mission without asking about his abilities. The man asks, puzzled, if the boy wants any specific reward. He replies that he hopes to receive a reward commensurate with the difficulty of the mission given. Squatting down, the man grabs the soil, passing the excess through his fingers. By rubbing the earth in this way, he forces the particles to renew their properties. There is a rustling sound from behind a nearby tree, and soon a partner appears from the bushes. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention to his voice, he silently shakes his head. The man thinks, starting to run through various options in his head. But his attention is drawn to a bird flying past, which is an unambiguous indicator. When the postal bird reaches the addressee, he carefully removes the parchment from the corresponding tube. Cox asks his mistress, noticing the changes in her facial expressions, if something is wrong. After a short pause, Charlie reports that her father has lost consciousness. The man feels as if he has been doused with a bucket of ice water, and he asks incredulously about his duke. Icarus suggests ending the campaign, as he needs to take the duke's place as soon as possible. Kane turns it all into a joke and says that at least this way the body won't rust. Cox believes that the lady is too tired. She needs rest. Besides, the estate is not far away. A hand gently landing on the man's shoulder makes him shut up, and the girl speaks up. She thanks Cox, but says she is not tired, and he tries to gently object to his mistress. But Charlie says that's precisely why she doesn't want to cause any inconvenience. Kane says that there is no need to worry too much, as he is carrying out his lord's orders. By suggesting that they leave the bird here, Icarus reminds them that they have little time left. Having witnessed his own negligence, he, screaming in surprise, pays the price. And hurrying towards the company, he shouts, asking them to get out of there as quickly as possible. But it's too late. Strong ropes are already entangling the faithful knight Joshua, causing him to be surprised. Watching Sir Kane soar upward, Charlie shouts out a message to him. The stranger in dark clothes standing behind her is amazed by the girl's frivolity. Attacking from behind, he asks the young lady to behave quietly and be obedient. He notices the stone flying at him at the very last moment and does not have time to do anything. Icarus grabs Charlie's hand tightly and drags her as far as he can, telling her to run without looking back. The mercenary takes responsibility for taking the lady, but orders the rest to be disposed of. The shadow people who appeared out of nowhere obediently confirm their master's order. A voice coming from above mockingly asks who is going to be taken away, and Cain, under the puzzled looks of the mercenaries, scatters their friends in his path. They are wondering, trying to understand how he managed to escape from the trap. The knight's gaze is full of unhealthy anticipation as his blade hovers over his first victim. The force of the impact causes an explosion, and the shockwave spreads over long distances. The master belatedly realizes that this knight is strong, but he does not lose faith in himself. Hearing the words about the thoughtless use of mana, Cain asks dismissively. He notes that the explosion that occurred should be heard by all people in the area. The master of the mercenary group becomes increasingly convinced that this man is dangerous. He gives the order to change priorities, ordering that the knight be dealt with first. The man calls out to the culprit, reminding him that he ordered it to be moved to another place. Someone else from the company inquires about the location of the loot box. Joe is asked to move, amazed that someone like him could even be a mercenary. He says he's trying, but he's secretly regretting taking on the silver-level task. The bear is pulled back, frightened by the fact that the newcomer might turn out to be a mana user. He is skeptical about this, but tells Joshua, without his friends, to stay close to him. Hearing the words that this is a 2-star task instead of the stated 5, the guy becomes wary. And literally a moment later, a voice alerts the camp, telling them to prepare for battle. Hybrid asks mana users to step forward and deal with the enemies as quickly as possible. Many are trying to understand what a pack of undead is doing in a place like this. They are told not to be a crybaby because they are easy to kill, just cut off their heads. The question of what to do becomes relevant again when a headless man appears on the horizon. Even Hybrid is confused, realizing that everything is much more serious than expected. This high-ranking monster is a Dullahan. Its armor is not easy to penetrate. A smile appears on Joshua's lips, because everything is exactly as he expected. The bear reminds the newcomer to stay close to him, otherwise he could die. Joshua slows down, but not because of the man's words. He saw someone. A suspiciously familiar energy emanates from the figure flying through the air. When graceful maiden hands form a magical sign, suspicions only increase. Meanwhile, the girl finishes reading the spell for the freezing star. The chosen technique turns out to be effective against the undead. It affects the entire group. Even the bear understands that this is 4th-class magic, but it is even more shocking. Joshua knows that finding a magician who has reached the 2nd circle and above is difficult. Therefore, in the Tref region, there can only be one mage capable of using the 4th rank, and his name is Iselin Jin Rebrick, who is an archmage of the ice element. And right now, this girl has demonstrated in all her glory the strength she is capable of. But unfortunately, the ice shackles were unable to neutralize everyone. Dullahan is slowly moving. Iselin can't believe her eyes, because she thought her magic was quite powerful. Catching up with the girl, Hybrid tells her to step back, saying that he will do the rest. The man also turns out to be a mana user, as everyone soon discovers. Directing his magical weapon, he attacks the monster, who has not yet fully recovered. He manages to successfully crush the ice, all in the blink of an eye. But the technology is quite expensive, and the Hybrid's breathing is labored and difficult. The mercenaries begin to rejoice, admiring the strength of such an outstanding man. Joshua had heard of it, and yet such power, seen with his own eyes, was astounding. He remembers that in a past life he knew a man who loved this weapon. It was valuable, and the guy assumes that his other artifact already exists. Meanwhile, Iselin stares at the back of the man standing in front of her. The leader is informed that another pack of undead is approaching, and he's advised to leave quickly. The man cannot believe what he is hearing, and behind him he hears the neighing of horses. Someone from the crowd desperately asks to pay attention to the number of headless riders. There are 5 of them, and the mercenaries are puzzled as to why there are so many undead with 2 stars. The brave fellows decide to retreat, considering lives more valuable than money. Seeing such brazen desertion, Hybrid helplessly asks his subordinates to return. There are chuckles nearby, and the Baron asks if he really thinks they will return. He asks his interlocutor to ensure that his reward for this is decent, and ignoring the Hybrid calling him questioningly, he activates his mana. They call out to the bear, saying that the newbie is up to his old tricks again, and he turns around in surprise. He again expresses concern about Joshua, and his friend is concerned about his own skin. Meanwhile, the trusty spear is already flashing brightly in Baron Sanders' hands. One of the Dullahans raises his sword invitingly, directing the army to attack, and then he immediately takes off from his place, as if he was just waiting for this command. Joshua slowly takes Rugia back, filling him with his magical energy. The boy speaks words that allow him to activate the 4th stage of spear mastery, and he suddenly thrusts his weapon in front of himself, illuminating the horde of enemies with a light full of mana. The technique he uses this time is annihilation. The undead freeze in place. Unable to continue their journey, they are blown away by a powerful stream. Even the Dullahans have it tough, though their resistance is proving more successful. The worst thing happens to those who are very close, because the flow of mana incinerates them. Although Hybrid had heard of Baron Sanders' strength, he now had the chance to witness it. Bear and Scar are more unrestrained. They practically scream in amazement. When everyone is incinerated by the harmful mana, the situation reaches its climax. Hybrid admits that he has never heard of such a technique from the Agnes family. But what most surprises the man is that the guy uses a spear, not a blade. Joshua advises him not to try to find out too much, as it could harm him. Later, in the leader's tent, the guy clarifies the true nature of their mission. Hybrid says he said it because that's what the customer wanted, Joshua continues. When asked about the consequences, the man says that he himself did not expect such powerful monsters. Remembering the very essence of the mission, Joshua asks about the final monster. The interlocutor replies that it is a lich and names the town in which this undead is located. Hearing that she lives near Island's father's castle, Joe puts 2 and 2 together. He thinks, running through the options in his head, and Hybrid tries to figure out the plan. Joshua becomes cheerful at the thought that after the task he will get what he wants. He says that it's time for them to move out. This camp is completely out of place. The man says that it will take some time to obtain entry permission. There is also a territorial war going on in the county, with the Imperials regulating entry by identification. These words are news to Joshua, who asks for more information about the territorial war. Iselin, entering the tent, says that in reality, everything is not as it seems. This is not a war at all, but a brutal massacre carried out by the Marquis of Cromwell. Another burst of mana is heard from behind, but not as strong as before. The girl stops and desperately shouts the knight's name into the darkness of the night. Icarus holds her back, reminding her that the lady must not be captured, but must focus on escaping. Charlie understands perfectly well that his interlocutor is right, and out of helplessness, he only hisses angrily. Heading somewhere, she says that there is a pier a little further from here. Cox goes first, so the fact that he stops and lets out a muffled groan makes you tense. Charlie, not paying any attention to this, asks the man to prepare a boat for them. But she herself, without Cox's contrition, clearly sees that the pier is destroyed. A man materializes from the shadows in front of the man and begins talking about a way to escape. He says that the only way they can escape from here is by dying. Despite the fact that Cox and Icarus are scared, they heroically ask their mistress to escape. She screams in horror as blood sprays into the air. The attacker's eyes become completely round, and a wheeze escapes his lips. And he becomes the last one, as the arrow hits him right on target. When the mercenary falls in front of Cox, he freezes, but forces himself to concentrate. Asking where this arrow came from, he begins to look around cautiously. A male silhouette appears in front, asking if those he saved are okay. This man is Troy, a count and soldier of the Font family, and he volunteers to accompany the lady. When they approach the right place, those who notice the man let him inside. Troy asks where everyone is, because he clearly remembers giving the order to be extremely attentive. The man expresses joy at meeting Lady Charlie and at the safety of Cox and the others. When the others are mentioned, the girl's look becomes even sadder. Icarus asks the lady not to worry about Sir Kane, but she finds it difficult not to think about the knight's self-sacrifice. The interlocutor says that Baron Joshua's first knight will not die so easily. He is strong. The girl thinks deeply, remembering Kane and analyzing his abilities. She's pulled out of her thoughts by a voice, allowing the young lady to settle down comfortably. Hearing that Troy is going to the boardroom, Charlie wants to go too, but they try to dissuade her. But the girl is adamant. She wants to take her father's place when he is unable to rule. She feels obliged to prove to her vassals that she is the Lord's trusted person. Baron Arno is told of the impossibility of abandoning the position just mentioned. But it is impossible to protect everyone, and a proposal is made to ensure the safety of at least one. Troy asks about the actions of the Marquis of Cromwell. The interlocutor rejoices at the arrival of the gentleman. Charlie announces her intention to attend the meeting and asks to report everything to her. Arno, who is the vassal of the Fonts, believes that the girl is too young to take part in such a thing. He wants to tell everything after the meeting, but Charlie refuses, insisting on his request. A third person intervenes in the conversation, bringing the girl up to date and informing her about the most important problem. Charlie realizes that things are more serious than she thought. They could be surrounded by a blockade. The girl mentally admits to herself that she has no ideas for resolving the current situation, but someone else has them, and he suggests forgetting about other items of trade. Icarus asks, leading to the answer, Is it not possible to produce food directly on the property? Arno politely apologizes before asking the name of the person he is honored to meet. Troy reports that this boy helped Lady Charlie escape and get here safely. Arno doesn't care about this kind of thing. He believes that outsiders shouldn't get involved in this kind of thing. Charlie says that Icarus was the best in his class, and now he is her guest. The man asks why she trusts a man who just graduated from the academy. He thinks that it would be better for the girl to leave, since with the Lord's illness they don't have time for fooling around. The words that all this is not a game make Charlie ask to repeat them. Cox, unable to bear his mistress's insults, enters the conversation. Becoming increasingly heated, he talks about the help Charlie gave her father. Arno considers this a waste of time since he has just anyone as an ally. Cox stands his ground, saying that it is not the quality but the quantity of allies that is relevant. The opponent does not believe in Icarus at all, if only because he does not trust this man. He has about the same opinion about Charlie. This lady is inexperienced and has never participated in meetings. The man openly declares that he refuses to follow the orders of such an incompetent person. Icarus considers this just empty talk. He intends to prove his point with action. After all, he believes that during a discussion you can only trust your own skills. And Icarus speaks up, addressing the Baron with words that he understands his feelings. Effort without results is indeed a waste of time, but this is not relevant during wartime. The man is forced to praise his interlocutor because he understands how everything happens. Icarus continues, saying that therefore the lady must be given her due. There is no more reliable ally. Taking a figurine from the table, the boy declares that he himself is such a person. Arno calls the words spoken simply the nonsense of a child and speaks of Icarus's arrogance. He continues, saying that the food produced by the estates will be enough for 70%. Thus, with the necessary defense maintenance, it is possible to hold out for quite a long time. The girl begins to understand, and she, turning to Icarus, begins to express her assumption. He confirms her words, explaining his plan for the rest of those present who did not understand. Arno has a slightly different vision than he needs. He thinks that they are being asked to abandon people. Icarus denies it and says that the enemy will most likely offer one final battle. The opponent is again against it. He considers this to be just speculation, which has no logical basis. And then a warrior bursts into the room, out of breath, reporting a problem that has arisen. An enemy army is gathering in front of the canyon, already numbering about 30,000. The information is truly shocking, and those present openly express their concerns. Troy realizes that Sir Icarus was right, and he clarifies the details of the previous prediction. Smiling, the boy says that the enemy doesn't care whether they agree or not. In case of refusal, as well as in case of agreement, the situation for him will be approximately the same. Troy asks about the enemy's benefit in concentrating font forces in the specified location. The man believes that everyone present knows that the canyon is ideal for defense. Icarus agrees, but says that the enemy also has another goal. Holding a figure over the map, the strategist begins to talk about what it is. By loudly placing it near the river, Icarus concludes that it is she who is the additional target. To sum it up, he reports that all this is nothing more than sabotage. Although Arno doesn't want to admit it out loud, in his mind he already agreed with this boy. Troy, however, impressed by the previous confirmation, is horrified. One of the men remarks that if this is the case, they have a chance of winning. He orders Troy to hurry and prepare its troops, as delay could prove costly. Hearing that the Count will go to his platoon, Arno hisses with displeasure, defeated by the boy. Cox urges him, saying that silence could be interpreted as agreement with Icarus's plan. The man remains silent, clenching his teeth in rage. He is in an unpleasant situation. And yet the Baron gives in, saying that he is ready to obey the orders of young Lady Charlie. Troy asks that we gather here again once all preparations are completed. As soon as they are alone with themselves, relieved sighs can be heard. Closing her eyes exhaustedly, Lady Charlie praises Icarus, calling him amazing. She couldn't even imagine that he would be able to shut up the aristocrats. Now the girl is calm, but the interlocutor gently retorts, saying that she should thank his master for everything. The girl agrees to this, already imagining the consequences of this, but she is interrupted. Icarus asks permission to ask for something. The young lady agrees without hesitation. First, he clarifies the initial position of the two sides, and Charlie confirms his guess. Everything was like this until the moment the mercenary king joined the enemy. He is strong. After listening to the girl, Icarus comes to the conclusion that he chooses targets only with the highest priority. He himself believes that the armies of the Cromwells and Fonts are approximately equal, with the exception of the king. This is where the pitfall appears, because Icarus cannot imagine such an outcome. But what bothers him most is that one of the leaders of the five is under threat of death. As Charlie begins to speak, she lets out an uncontrollable cry because she thought exactly the same thing. Icarus asks her to keep in mind that something like this is impossible without help from within. He asks her not to trust the people around her under any circumstances. A voice comes from the tent, asking the interlocutor what he means. Joshua asks the woman standing opposite him about the massacre carried out by Cromwell. Iselin says that everything is exactly as she said and explains why it is so. Passions flared up due to Cromwell's unilateral declaration of war. Fanzel disappeared. A third one joins them, finding the ignorance of the one who was in the imperial court strange. The man says that the Cromwells destroyed the Rebricks and recently began the siege of Fonti. And this is not some minor skirmish, but a large-scale war that will determine the future. Joshua says there's a chance Emperor Marcus is the one running this. Hybrid notices that the rumors about this dog receiving orders from the Emperor are starting to make sense. Joshua reminds him of his title, as such words could be interpreted as treason. The interlocutor notes that after the fall of the Fonts, the next target could be the Agneses. He also wants to ask Baron Joshua for some personal favor. The boy is intrigued by this and asks about its specific content. The man responds without a hint of embarrassment, asking him to take care of Lady Iselin. Somewhere very close, a wolf's drawn-out howl at the moon is heard, and a tree nearby cracks. But a trained horse carries its rider, fearlessly walking over the bumps. Approaching the right place, Christian says that he could not even imagine such ruins. He is asked to stop, and the direction of travel is inquired about, since the territory is limited. The paladin says he was sent to investigate the peculiar remains by the Valbod Empire. The interlocutor asks you to refrain from making excuses and leave the territory under Avalon's control. Christian isn't going to try to prove anything to the impenetrable people, so he remains silent. He comes up with another plan, and the man leaves his mare away from that place. A grinding sound is heard from behind one of the bricks at the very bottom, after which it moves away. A scuffle is heard from the darkness, followed by the paladin's quiet curses. He wonders what this empire is thinking about. He never thought that the ruins were being monitored like that. What's really suspicious is that the royal mages are working with the mages of the Magic Tower. Christian is curious about the connection between the Lich that appeared here and the Avalon Empire. Standing in front of Reba's castle, he tries to understand what Emperor Marcus wants to achieve with this. The door opens easily, but with a piercing, otherworldly creak. Christian carefully enters inside and carefully looks around for enemies. Listening to the outside noises, you can only hear the rustling of the swaying chandelier. Well, and besides this, the sound of the cautious but confident steps of the paladin himself. As he moves further, the man begins to think about the reliability of the old building structure. And in the pitch silence, a rustling wheezing sound reaches the strained ear. At first, the slow source of motion begins to pick up speed. Christian places his hand on the hilt of his weapon, preparing for the upcoming skirmish. The creature appears from a completely different direction, its approach distorted by the acoustics of the hall. Assuming it is a form of ghoul, the paladin notes its impressive speed. Although he himself is no slouch, dodging the attack, the man faces another unpleasant outcome. Under the influence of the weight of both and the applied force, the floor sags and collapses. Christian doesn't have time to group himself properly, hitting his back painfully. The undead suffer the same fate but seem unfazed, rising with a wheezing sound. And jumping sharply to his feet, he rushes at his victim who manages to strike. It takes more effort than it should, and Christian has to fight shortness of breath. Something catches the man's eye, and he curses in annoyance at his own carelessness. Dozens of pairs of eyes are waiting for the right moment to stare at their victim and tear them to pieces. And when they finally break away, the paladin thinks that his end has come. But he is not going to give up so easily, letting out a battle cry. And the next moment, the paladin rushes forward, starting to dance among the dead. Their punches are powerful and their speed is impressive, so Christian has a hard time. He decides to take a long-range approach, using the lightning spear. The creatures are not only pushed back, but also dealt decent damage. And yet, what he sees next leaves Christian confused, refusing to believe his eyes. An anomaly occurs with the creature, suspiciously similar to healing. And then, with an unpleasant wheezing and gnashing of teeth, the undead rushes towards the enemy again. She moves in from behind, surrounding Christian from all sides and leaving no escape route. The paladin then turns to his holy sword, asking it to answer the call. The undead first wheeze questioningly, and then, hissing, begin to back away. Christian says that he is obliged to punish each of them in the name of the god Hermes. Solemnly plunging the weapon in front of him, the man calls upon the Holy Cross for help. The undead surrounding him, starting with the closest ones, begin to scream shrilly. Living dead are thrown in different directions, along with massive damage. Christian tries to understand how powerful the Lich is, since ghouls are so drawn to holy energy. The paladin had hoped to come and sort everything out quickly and quietly, but that was no longer possible. Sharply pulling the sword aside, the man throws off the remnants of filth from it. He understands that although a scandal cannot be avoided, everything needs to be sorted out quickly. Turning to Hermes, Christian asks him to awaken the saints and find the source of evil. Breaking away from the man's hand, the created source of light begins its journey. He moves further and further, going deeper into the corridors, until he finds what was asked for. One of the figures turns halfway, and an eye sparkles from the impenetrable darkness. Christian is overcome with emotion as he tries to figure out what he's doing there. Meanwhile, a portal silently opens behind him, which the man does not notice. Tentacles burst out of it, rushing towards the target with lightning speed and causing it to scream. Christian tries to wriggle around, looking for the source from which the shoots originate, and a single curse escapes his lips as he appears before his eyes. The paladin asks in a raised voice if they really want to start a continental war. After all, this is no ordinary undead standing before him. Those like him are called Death Knights. Taking a parchment with a familiar seal from the hands of the person standing opposite, they unfold it. Having delved into what was written, the sorceress gives a silent signal to her subordinate, who reacts. Approaching the required place, he begins to cast a spell, reciting an ancient spell. And soon, in the place where there had just been emptiness, a portal appears leading to the city. Hybrid says that he will return to the castle for a short time and then go here again. He is being asked to do whatever is necessary before things get complicated, which will happen soon. He says that he will try to do everything in his power, expressing confidence in assistance. They wish the man good luck on his journey. He thanks them and gives the order to set off. Iselin notices that Joshua has not said a word, and he says that he has nothing to say. The girl has a different opinion. She asks what is the value of an artifact that is only being developed. Turning to his interlocutor, he remains silent because she has not yet said everything. Recalling the seriousness of the situation, she does not understand why Joshua asks for so little. He says he decided that a man like Captain Aiden Hybrid could be useful. The girl is puzzled when she hears these words. She involuntarily repeats them after her interlocutor. And then she suddenly bursts out laughing, saying that she thinks Joshua is funny. Iselin promises to personally provide him with what he wants a little later, as soon as everything is over. Joshua looks away, hiding his true thoughts behind a polite smile. He asks cautiously, warning in advance how Count Rebrick disappeared. The guy doesn't miss the dramatic changes the girl's face undergoes. Then he apologizes, starting to say that he allows, if it is difficult, not to answer the question. And Iselin says that the main problem is that it all happened very suddenly. Their family estate was set on fire and everyone, including knights and servants, could have been killed. A memory from 5 years ago involuntarily appears before the girl's eyes. Her father then asked those in charge not to allow the enemies to pass, and for the rest to run away. Iselin didn't want to leave her father then, saying that they couldn't do it. The man was then so furious that the daughter had never seen her father. He shouted at her unusually loudly and insistently, telling her to just listen to him. The vassal holding her hand reminded her that if they didn't hurry, they would all be killed. The girl was torn between feelings and duty. The struggle was difficult, but it was resolved quickly. Before finally putting an end to it, Iselin burst into tears, unable to hold back a sob. Running away from her father, she screamed loudly that she would wait for him. He, without saying anything in response, hurried to construct a protective spell, and the enemies running after them shouted furiously, ordering them not to let the people escape. They were going to kill everyone, no matter the cost, but their voices were drowned out by screams of agony. Iselin ends the story by saying that her father bought time by letting them leave. When, over time, people began to forget about it, she decided to return to help. Then rumors about the Lich appeared, and the girl wanted to see him with her own eyes. Joshua starts to softly talk about something concerning this Lich, but is interrupted. More precisely, he himself is interrupted, as someone's very familiar presence falls upon the guy. A puzzled Iselin tries to attract the attention of her interlocutor, bringing him back to her. But he doesn't listen at all, abruptly throwing open the door of their carriage and rushing out. Joshua is sure that he felt his presence, Caesar's damn dog, and this accomplice, who is loyal to the fourth prince, is called Velvel. Knocking down the door in front of him, Joshua bursts inside. Hybrid asks what happened and why this guy does whatever he wants. Joshua replies that he needs to check something, suggesting to meet later. The Baron is asked to wait and explain everything, but he is already at an impressive distance. He runs further and further along the trail, beginning to feel the presence of its owner more and more clearly. And suddenly it breaks sharply, ending up exactly on the symbol inscribed on the slabs. Joshua suggests that this pentagram was drawn relatively recently, He definitely felt the presence and traces of a second-tier aura after the battle. The fact that everything except the runes looks normal seems strange to Joe, and not only that. The guy knows what it is, and the anti-magic field surprises him, prompting him to action. Touching it with his magic, Joshua causes someone else's work to shatter with a crash. At first glance, the chained man looks lifeless, and the boy takes a closer look. Christian, as if life had been breathed into him, begins to moan and shudder. Joshua is convinced that it was an illusion spell and asks the blonde a question. He asks if this is his work and what exactly happened in this place. Beginning to speak more meaningfully, the paladin tries to warn his interlocutor. He asks in confusion what he means, but the enemy is already very close. He throws a punch and Joshua manages to dodge it at the last moment. Having jumped and done a somersault with a roll, the guy finds himself facing his opponent. He begins to wonder why he didn't sense the creature approaching. Joshua admits that he has never seen a death knight like this before. And then Rugia, who had been sleeping for a long time, speaks up, claiming the right to the undead. Joshua feels with every cell how great the entity's desire to appropriate the Death Knight is. At that moment, the guy's body is pierced by pain, and he cannot suppress an involuntary scream. The Death Knight, meanwhile, is already nearby, advancing with a drawn sword. Removing his hand from his face, the young baron shows the world his scarlet eyes. By exposing the shaft of his spear to someone else's attack, the guy builds a successful block. Christian, at the same time, is trying to understand why he feels two energies at the same time. He didn't know that this was possible, and even now, feeling it, he finds it hard to believe. And Joshua, in a voice not his own, once again lays claim to the undead knight. By striking the first blow, he declares that the enemy is his prey. As the undead moves backwards by inertia, they bend in half and freeze for a moment. Leaping at the enemy, he cuts through the area with his loud roar. The guy asks him to just die, since the knight will never defeat him. He suddenly, in an otherworldly voice, orders the enemy not to play with him. Rugia's face changes. His gaze becomes more interested. The enemy rushes forward, clad in ethereal embodiment his physical sword. And this raises questions in his opponent, since he could not even think about such a thing. Also because the wolf's fang blade is impossible to miss when it comes to howling. At the same time, the imperial palace of the Swellow Empire is shrouded in mist. Inside, it is not much better, and even on the contrary, there is a stench characteristic of a massacre. Approaching with a confident gait, the interlocutor declares to Emperor Verona his weakness. Lucius believes that a man with such priorities has no right to be emperor. The latter remains silent, even when the provocateur's speech turns to the similar opinion of his subjects. Lucius says that even they want to leave Swellow and settle in other lands. Verona asks if the interlocutor believes that the war will be for the sake of the people of this country. After all, as soon as it starts, fathers and mothers will lose their children. Is that really pleasant? Lucius knew they would not reach a compromise, and he brings up the mention of the emperor's brother. This topic is one of the most pressing for the ruler, so he remains silent, immersed in memories. But he pulls himself together and asks how long his opponent had been planning all this since the moment of sending it. Lucius asks His Majesty not to worry about anything. There are those who will take care of everything. Duke Altman will never know about this again because he is no longer a resident. Lucius says that he deserves the title of sage, for he knows where this is all heading. When he says that Verona's time has come, he warns of the consequences of this. Bursting into an evil laugh, Lucius asks what will happen to him, and just one swing of his faithful sword decides the outcome of Verona's life led by Grace. The Death Knight breathes heavily, clinging to his essence with all his might. Stuttering, he rhetorically asks what happened to him and how it all happened. The enemy says he doesn't know exactly how it happened, but he is sure of one thing. The souls of people, especially masters, cannot be forced to follow this path. It is personal. He doesn't know what prompted him to choose, but he asks if they can walk the path together. He apologizes to the Death Knight, but immediately corrects himself, knowing his true name. Once upon a time in life, this man remembered Wintro, a knight of distinguished status. He was afraid to look at him. It was painful to realize his potential loss. And yet, one way or another, it happened that the man then lost to his opponent. The result was the loss of the title of master and exile to the countryside. Although in reality, it was just an excuse to stay away from the Emperor of Verona. After all, then the man became a very convenient scapegoat, especially at that moment. And all this was the work of the Emperor's brother, the first monarch he served. The man then asked why the opponent didn't simply seize power by force. Demeter then said that he was not so greedy for power, and that Lucius would take his brother's place. The dying man could not believe what he heard. He cursed silently. He acknowledged his stupidity and belatedly realized that he should have stayed near Verona. Demeter then gave Evergrande the opportunity to create the desired demonic beast. and he agreed, promising to let his interlocutor know how everything would be completed. Joshua is silent for a moment and then concludes by starting to talk about the ingredients for resurrection. He says that a demonic beast cannot be created without personal consent either. And the guy ends this sentence by addressing not the Death Knight, but Duke Altman. He asks to kill him, believing that he made the wrong decision back then. Now he is not free. He is forced to play by someone else's rules. This is a necessary measure. Joshua says he can offer better conditions. He will be able to control the Death Knight. But in return, he must allow his power to be borrowed. Only then will the choice be accepted. Joshua says it's his suggestion and a way to show respect to King Altman. Smiling, he says that the guy confirmed his thoughts about himself. He turned out to be as interesting as they say, but he doesn't see the point in choosing otherwise. Rather than be a slave to a dark magician, he would prefer to be on the side of the continent's greatest genius. Finally convinced that his proposal is accepted, Joshua is about to begin. And the first thing he does is call upon his faithful Rugius, and he obediently responds to the call. Former Wild King Altman hisses in discomfort as he is enveloped. Joshua, however, is not going to stop there, intending to finish what he has already started. Hybrid tells everyone to be on guard, as there is a possibility that there are more enemies than it seems. The man becomes wary after sensing a large amount of demonic energy being released. Meanwhile, they are asked to stop, saying that guests are no longer welcome in Reb Castle. When asked about his identity, Mondrain, a holy knight from the Empire of Havalbat, speaks on behalf of everyone. Hybrid says that their comrade is inside the castle. They can't just leave him there. The Holy Knight speaks of the real threat of this castle and what is happening inside. Hybrid asks if he heard a threat to mercenaries on the territory of their empire. After all, if this is really the case, it is a serious military provocation. Mondrain asks to forget about the War of the Continents, because peace may be under threat. But the man pauses without finishing, looking in amazement at what has appeared in front of him. Seeing such a frightened look, Hybrid also turns around, wanting to see the threat. And at the same moment, demonic tentacles move further out of the half-open crevice. The man clearly feels danger. Something approaching from within instills horror. Mondrain orders his subordinates to kill every demon they see. The Holy Knights raise their weapons to the ready just as the pernicious pressure intensifies. When he emerges from the mist, Mondrain realizes that this is no ordinary lich. He becomes terrified at the mere thought of the Demon King's appearance. All eyes are frightened except one. The girl looks at what is happening with cold readiness, and having fully emerged from the haze, he asks Aiden if he was waiting for him. When questioned, Joshua says that he managed everything without outside help. Mondrain, however, steps forward, ordering that this demon not be allowed to escape and that he be stopped. The Holy Knight's blow is parried by the hybrid, causing a look of surprise on his face. The man orders him to put down his sword, as this man is a nobleman of the Avalon Empire. The opponent talks about demonic energy emanating from him. He is clearly not human. Joe mentally addresses Ruggy, recalling his words about the measure, who retorts. Stepping forward, the saint asks them if they think something is wrong here. Seiran says that the amount of this energy would be enough to kill them all. Mondrain remarks that they don't know what this demon will do if they let him go. Then the girl offers him a compromise, to leave the choice to God. The girl offers to test this man's essence using the tear of God. She turns to Joshua himself, asking about his attitude towards such a proposal. He thinks deeply, mentally weighing the pros and cons, calculating potential options. Her voice breaks into thoughts, causing surprise and saying that deception will not be difficult. Joshua addresses his interlocutor in the same mental way, asking about her expectations for this help. The girl replies that the Baron is just her type, as handsome as they say. Rugia notes that he has never seen such an impious saint before and is eager to act. The guy refuses his interlocutor's help out loud, and her look becomes perplexed. When Joshua releases the Holy Knight, the others, seeing his face, shout out his name. They are harsh in their expressions, asking what the bastard did to Sir Christian. And Joshua, noticing movement from the Holy Knights, orders them to stand in their places. As the others shield themselves from the bright light, Seiran is shocked by the energy reversal. While she tries to understand who Joshua is, strange things begin to happen to the holy artifact. The girl tries in vain to hold him back, because Tyr still manages to escape. And Joshua, who caught the artifact, says that greedy people do not deserve to use it. He adds that since they don't believe him, all that remains is to demonstrate everything now. And immediately after these words, the boy forces those present to shield themselves from the blinding light again. Only this time, the thing is that he splits the artifact into many small particles. By calling Joe a demon, the knight becomes convinced that his intention was desecration. However, when he finally gets a chance to look at his opponent, something incredible happens. And it makes not only him, but also others open their mouths in amazement. The saint voices the thoughts of those present, rhetorically asking how this is possible. After all, Joshua is neither a paladin of Valbata nor even a follower. The girl can't understand why the wings of Archangel Michael appeared on this guy. And Joe replies that he is neither a beast nor a demon, as the holy knights consider him to be. When he asks to put aside their differences, he is rudely shut up, reminded of what was done with the artifact. Joe asks if this thing is really a holy artifact if it breaks so easily. Seiran remembers that the tear of God really can't be used in that way. Joshua points out that now is not the time to argue, as Christian's life is at risk. Addressing Sir Christian, the Holy Knight notices demonic energy emanating from him. He begins to doubt, because the original energy was perceived differently, on a different level. Rushing forward, Seiran confirms that they have no time to argue. They must absolutely help Sir Christian and bring him back alive at any cost. Otherwise, they won't be able to look Sir Sebastian and Priest Harold in the eyes. They immediately rush to the girl's aid, also giving advice, instantly rethinking what was happening. The saint thinks that Sir Mondrain should go with the others, but he has doubts. In response to cautious objections, the girl reminds her interlocutor about Mikhail's wings she saw. The Holy Knight quietly confirms that he saw them with his own eyes. Seiran tries to convince him that by disobeying he will go against the will of their lord. These words have a sobering effect on the knight, instantly changing his point of view. Saying that he understands everything, Mondrain agrees to maintain a strategic retreat for now. Joshua smiles secretly, quietly rejoicing that his plan has succeeded. The girl again addresses him telepathically, starting to talk about his trick. She believes that fate will bring them together again, causing their paths to cross again. Rugia, meanwhile, is indignant about the abundance of holy energy that she had to absorb. Joshua thinks about how he learned about his ability to control demonic energy. The hybrid who approached him interrupted his thoughts with a question about what just happened. Joshua promises to explain everything, but only when they return, they still need to get the money. At the Magic Tower, they ask why their mages were sent to the Avalon Empire. Elisha reminds us that undead have been spotted in the area and that there could be dire consequences. Jacques agrees with his colleague, adding his own words about sending representatives of the tower. Letting out a tired sigh, the leader reassures his subordinates, taking responsibility. He advises not to look up to Theta and their capabilities. Everyone was chosen based on skills. In terms of potential, this child is out of reach even for someone like him. Elisha thinks that the old man believes in this child, since he speaks about him in such a way. He also adds that they sent their people to the Avalon Empire at the request of Evergrande. A woman cannot remain calm when it comes to this traitor. Jan asks if his interlocutors remember the man's words before leaving. He declared that he would follow in the footsteps of the very one who had defined the boundaries of battle mages. An idea comes to Elisha's mind, but she asks not to voice it out loud, hoping for the best. Jacques, who had been calm until then, slams his hand on the table and says that this is impossible. After all, 20 years have passed since he disappeared, and during this time no one has found anything. The man can't believe that this traitor Evergrande managed to succeed. We are talking about a man who was the only one with knowledge of the location of the elves. John expresses understanding about his interlocutor's feelings, but speaks of his own trust in Evergrande. He asks how many people would refuse to receive information about this person, and the man remains silent, because the answer immediately arises in the mind of each of those present. Jacques asks a question, saying that he will be the last one. The man asks about the rationality of the decision. Giving his full name, Ian asks if his plan is seriously being questioned. The colleagues remain silent this time as well, because the head of the Magic Tower had never made any wrong decisions before. The empty corridor is filled with the sound of a heart-rending cough, alternating with attempts to exhale. There are other symptoms that soon sprinkle the pages of the ancient tome. Evergrande doesn't understand what happened, why he lost contact with Duke Altman. The mage suggests that the matter may be with the paladin from Valbata who invaded Reb. The man doesn't want to believe that the master's body was taken away from him so quickly. Now he has only one trump card left, which means that past mistakes cannot be repeated. The man recalls doing everything in his power to win the Emperor's favor. He did everything to be able to touch the Dark Book of Spells. Evergrande is not going to tolerate any more fiascos like what happened this time. As he lifts the lid, he tells his interlocutor that he will allow him to return to this world. Even though he will be a lich, the mage believes that this is not as bad as it might seem at first. The man Evergrande is addressing is none other than Zeev Dick Orbis, but the magician doesn't like the old name. He's going to give his old friend a new one, his own. He calls the lich Barbarian, believing that this name is most suitable for him. By giving the seal, Hybrid says that they managed to find out the truth about the Lich and defeat the demon. And all this is thanks to Joshua, he thanks, but considers the award presented to be rather strange. He also finds it no less strange that Iselin is loading her things onto his horse. The girl reminds the Baron of his request, saying that she does not have all the necessary components. When she says that Joe should protect her from the Cromwells, the guy laughs nervously, remembering. Hybrid suggests going to Reinhardt immediately, and the Baron is surprised by this too. When asked the corresponding question, the man says that he also has something to prove. The interlocutor is surprised by this formulation and inertially asks again. By calling on Levon, the man creates ambiguous thoughts in Joshua's head. The guy remembers that one of his abilities is changing his appearance, and now he can see the true form of Captain Aiden, which was hidden by Levon. The man asks Joe if he thinks he is now worthy of taking part in the battle. In the Cromwell Assembly Hall, a man asks if they shouldn't have won. Gever, the head of the family, indignantly asks how the enemy can withstand their onslaught. They tell him that they are sure that the head of Font needs urgent medical attention. But for some unknown reason, the genius Icarus helps the enemy. And this may be the reason. This is especially true of the sabotage plan, which was uncovered, depriving the army of its advantage. Attempts to smooth over the situation with a proposal are cut short by a stern order to remain silent. The head of the family orders that new plans be developed immediately. Losing to a child would be simply ridiculous. He is offered to turn to the king of mercenaries because the situation is getting worse. Gever believes that the Fonts no longer have a leader, which makes the request for help pathetic. Plus, Emperor Marcus will try to recruit the mercenary king as his servant. This means that another way to reach the coveted canyon is needed. A warrior bursts into the hall, announcing an urgent message to those present. The soldiers who intercepted the Font's supply lines were killed, and Gevger is stunned by the news. He can't imagine that those soldiers could lose to ordinary workers. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure involved in this is watching the result of the plan's implementation. People are told to keep in line, not to be afraid, and to protect all supplies at the cost of their own lives. And the enemy commander gives the order to deal with all the trash from Fonti. And his subordinates, having heard the cherished words, deal with their opponents without mercy. The Font people are worried about the leakage of information, but at the same time, they desperately want to live. One of the men's eyes widen as he sees a new figure in front of him, and the magician, throwing forward the magic staff, constructs a spell for the fireball. They decide to run in all directions because if they remain standing like this, they will burn alive. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure in a cloak flashes before my eyes, starting to move with lightning speed. While protecting one side from the enemy, she selflessly protects the other. The Font people are amazed that their defender was able to repel the fire without using mana. The stranger says that he is here to protect them, and they ask him about the reason for his help. And the guy, getting rid of the veil of his anonymity, introduces himself. Additionally, the Canyon Reaper says that he is only following the orders of his master, Joshua. Watching the last drop fall from the neck of the vessel, Icarus exhales tiredly. He believes that the implementation of the plan is being delayed, which is starting to make the guy nervous. The interlocutor believes that they are starting to catch up, causing the opponent to ask a clarifying question. Arno is confident that the enemy learned of their supply routes and began to block them. Icarus reminds them that only they know about this, and that exposure can mean only one thing. The man asks to clarify, meaning that his interlocutor dares to call him an enemy spy. Arno says that although the peasant may not understand, the nobles are very concerned about their honor. They all confirm their loyalty to the Font family. No one would dare to betray them. The man says he also has questions, for example, about getting closer to Lady Charlie. The words about Icarus wanting to use her to become the Duke of Font are irritating. The man looks at the guy, ready to say those very words, but doesn't have time. They report the arrival of supplies and tell them to open the gates, but also to be on guard. Arno finally advises his interlocutor to be more mindful of what he is doing, and also warns that many people here will not let an unwanted guest out of their sight. Charlie gives orders to transfer the wounded and distribute supplies to those in need. The lady asks to let her help because she is tired. The girl thanks the volunteer. Icarus asks what happened and why there are so many wounded. Charlie recounts the news. The guy becomes increasingly convinced that the enemy was aware of the enemy's trajectory. And then a voice is heard from behind, announcing that it was he who helped the warriors survive. Kane does not hesitate to express his own praise, listing his achievements. His friends are happy to see him despite this, but the guy continues to maintain the image he created for himself. But what he sees makes him feel embarrassed and raises characteristic questions in his head. Charlie expresses deep joy, admitting that they tried to contact but were unable to. Arno cautiously inquires about the knight's identity, asking if he can be trusted. Charlie says that this is the one she was talking about, and the man dryly expresses joy. Kane asks why he is so nervous, and Icarus restrainedly offers to greet the commander. The sounds of a trumpet and the approaching clatter of hooves attract everyone's attention. Even before dismounting, the messenger reports the news that the river has been frozen. This makes it easier for the enemy to move, having already begun moving towards Fonts. The man throws the weapon over his shoulder and bursts into barking laughter. He jubilantly places his foot on the frozen water, marking the beginning of the journey. The mercenary king orders his dogs to rob Fonts completely. Those who were just waiting for a signal from their leader rush towards the castle with a war cry. In Reinhard, at the Temple of Hermes, they inquire about Sir Christian's condition. The interlocutor says that they managed to get rid of all the demonic energy in the body. The combination with the saint could very likely damage the brain of the Holy Knight. A new interlocutor who appears in the room notes that recovery will be long. High Priest Harold expresses hope that Chris will be able to get back on his feet. One of the interlocutors suggests that the group stage of the battle will have to be abandoned. Harold says the priority is Sir Christian's recovery, then the tournament, and he changes the subject, talking about the saint's story about seeing Michael's wings. Mondrain confirms this, also mentioning the name of the one from whom the holy energy emanated. But the man still doesn't believe it, because Joshua was also emitting demonic energy. Harold says that these energies are incompatible in one body, and Christian is an example of this. However, if the Baron did find a loophole, his power would be beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Mondrain can't believe his ears, assuming that the boy has reached the level of a godlike being. The priest denies this, believing that he was not the source of the demonic energy. Although he doesn't know what kind of energy it was, Michael's wings are a great opportunity for the Order. After all, of the 7 archangels, Michael, called the God of War, is considered the most powerful. Because right now the main problem is not the Battle of the Masters, but the threat. After some time of walking in silence, Hybrid finally breaks it. He asks his companion if she finds the festival amazing, and she answers hesitantly. The man asks if the girl is upset that Joshua went on urgent business. And then Iselin breaks down. She is indignant about the fact that the guy is so frivolous. Meanwhile, people notice the mighty Asker, the second greatest mercenary. Iselin considers his companion to be quite famous, and he apologizes for the inconvenience. A cry reaches the man's ears, announcing Wintrow's appearance. The townspeople begin to chant the title of their prince, giving him praise. And the guard orders that the distinguished knight be greeted with all due honors. Iselin says that he is also famous, and his interlocutor smirks, reminding him of his title. The man considers Wintrow to be the complete opposite of the girl, but she is not a knight either. And the prince, to their amazement, turns to the hybrid, calling him an even greater monster. When the man calls him the second mercenary, his voice is filled with hostility. The opponent doesn't intend to put on a show here, so he simply remains silent. But Wintrow doesn't like this, but he chuckles thoughtfully and moves forward. And moving in a royal manner, he asks the hybrid to let him pass further. The man belatedly comes to his senses and in a hurry to correct himself speaks up. He asks Prince Wintrow to forgive them and says that it is an honor for them to meet him. The man says that this meeting made him realize that he had the wrong opinion about him. Wintrow even slows down, allowing him to reward his opponent with a condescending grin. And he says that he eagerly awaits the day when they will cross their blades. Meanwhile, more and more people are gathering for the Battle of the Masters Draw in Reinhard. There is talk that there has never been a battle on a larger scale than the current one. According to the rules of small talk, this is the most relevant topic for discussion. But there are those in the room who do not intend to be guided by dry etiquette alone. Politely coughing, the man announces that the drawing of lots will begin in 30 minutes. He asks that a replacement representative be prepared as soon as possible if there are no candidates. Sonia Moon Terra, princess and representative of Terra, expresses joy at the anticipation of the beginning. Lord Luck suggests that this is the girl's first time at such an event. A mercenary representative says he is one of the few representatives with experience. Sonia asks him about his opinion about the winner. He agrees with the girl about the favorite. The interlocutor considers him to be on a completely different level than all the other masters. The two unanimously say that they can't listen to this anymore, and the girl is surprised by this. Representatives of the Swellow Empire, Jessur and Asur Logan do not approve of the princess's favorite, and she says that she doesn't want to hear anything from them because they lost to Prince Wintrow. The girl tells them to stop and apologize immediately, but the guys don't consider themselves wrong. They intervene in the verbal altercation, offering to end it as quickly as possible. The princess is not happy with this outcome. She moans stubbornly and childishly. Geminis are of approximately the same opinion, but behave more reservedly. The mercenary representative awkwardly changes the subject, suggesting that the warring parties look at their watches. But Avalon's representative has not yet shown up, which could mean that the application for participation will be rejected. Lax suggests that the Empire decided to send the Baron's older brother Babylon instead, but the guy suddenly stops with a start when he hears rhythmic steps coming towards him. At the sight of the look of the one I just dared to mention, everything inside me turns cold, and Babylon rudely asks who dared to say that they are brothers. The mercenary representative stutters and apologizes for the misunderstanding, and the blonde man scares him. At the same moment, the doors open and the herald announces the names of those who have arrived and their statuses. Seeing Asker, those present cannot contain their admiration, but Wintro is also loved. The twins don't like this, and the person standing next to them advises them not to speak ill of the mighty Asker. One of the guys says that only a fight with this man can convince him. He asks Babylon about his own opinion, considering it all a simple deception. When the blonde man speaks up, he admits that he hopes for the same. The twins look at him in amazement, completely not expecting such a statement. Meanwhile, the herald announces the first representative of the Avalon Empire, Joshua Sanders. When the guy slowly enters, maintaining his dignity, all eyes of those present turn to him. Even Prince Wintro, the distinguished knight, becomes interested in this person. And Sonia Moon Terra completely forgets how to breathe for a moment. Geminis cannot bring themselves to connect the name of this person with his appearance. Sonia believes that even though Joshua is young, he is definitely not inferior to Wintro and Asker. The Baron himself slows down at the sight of the one with whom he had just crossed eyes. Babylon's gaze is fixed squarely on his brother. He stops noticing those gathered around. Inside him, in his head, there is a primordial storm that can hardly be calmed. Joshua understands his brother's feelings, practically reading them on his face, and exhales heavily. And the guy walks past, just like the blonde guy, without saying a word to his opponent. Somehow, Babylon manages to contain the storm within itself. Hybrid makes fun of his friend, who good-naturedly returns the teasing. Meanwhile, the presenter addresses all representatives and members of the families, asking for their attention. Before the draw, he plans to explain the format of the upcoming event. The box contains balls with the numbers of the Battle of Masters participants written on them. The position of each will depend on the number on the drawn ball. So the couples will compete with each other, but due to odd numbers, the last participant is eliminated. The most important thing is that the master title will not be given according to each battle. If half of the masters deem a participant worthy, he will be called a master during the battle. To ensure fair judging, 3 masters from the Empire and 3 independent masters were invited. As soon as the presenter asks questions, a man's hand rises into the air. Hybrid asks about the rewards for the winner. He is told that they will be as before. The winner of the event will have the right to challenge the superhumans or one of the stars. For Babylon, this information is new, and he is mentally amazed by it. And the presenter adds that the winner of this battle will receive the Hammer of Naga as a reward. These same words become news to the rest of those present. Wintro is one of them too, because it changes everything, and it's even better this way. But this also means that the winner of this Battle of Masters will become the owner of Reinhard. This neutral city does not belong to any country, but is incredibly profitable. Wintro believes that if he becomes the winner, Swallow will no longer be a hindrance to him. The host suggests getting down to business and finally starting to draw your lot. Sonia, like a true lady, is let to the front of the line, full of enthusiasm as she pulls out the ball. Hybrid follows her, and although the man is outwardly calm, he's a little worried on the inside. Wintro, on the other hand, is filled with cold confidence as he plunges his hand into the dark box. Babylon, as usual, finds it difficult to contain his feelings, but he manages to cope. Lord Joshua ends up being the one who is sorting into groups. He is extremely calm. A little later, the host presents the final tournament bracket to the participants. Spectators are rooting for their favorites, already imagining how intense the battle will be. As if it were a setup, Wintro will be fought against the mighty Asker. Although the pairing will be difficult, Sonia is comforted by the thought that the battle will be between magicians. And yet, the girl considers it wrong to confront the 7th mage of the Magic Tower. And Teta says that he wanted Code Zero because magic duels irritate him. Gemini expresses confidence that there will be something to see today. One of them considers it a shame to lose to a commoner of unknown origin. The princess asks if the brothers are tired of talking about such topics all day. They don't think so at all, unlike the fact that apples don't ripen that easily. Another person joins the conversation, finding the analogy of these wits amusing, and they flare up. And Lilia notes that these are just social constructs and the perception of dishonest people. Geminis don't find it funny, asking if it's wrong to call a spade a spade. Then the paladin says that apples can be of different colors. That's what she means. Lily believes that these two are not capable of defeating any person here. Not now, not ever. The boys flare up, saying that they will not tolerate such a thing even for the inhabitants of the Empire. The presenter, drawing attention to himself, asks everyone to be ready for the matches in 2 days. In addition, he asks that the results of the draw be communicated to his trusted persons. Participants who are late will be disqualified immediately. As they leave, the twins suggest that they soon find out which of them is right. Sonia mentally admires Lilia, understanding why she received such a nickname. Switching his friend's attention to another source, Hybrid asks him to evaluate it. Before Joe could even open his mouth, he had allies and beauties at that. Now understanding what the man was getting at, the boy reluctantly and tensely agreed with him. And Babylon, who happens to be nearby, continues to drill the younger one with a murderous look. However, when he turns to him, he pretends not to be interested in him. He mentally admits that no matter what he does, he will never surpass Baron Sanders. However, the guy believes that Joshua will eventually become a puppy obediently reaching for his palm. A voice rings out from the stands, announcing the start of the opening ceremony of the Battle of the Masters. The spectators are going wild. They are wondering who will be the winner this time. They are jubilant. Meanwhile, the commentator begins to announce the representative of the Kingdom of Heart. It is the Knight of Steel, Lord Basileus, who gives praise to the said kingdom from the stands. And the fans are asking their favorite to show the trash from the Empire what they are made of. Meanwhile, the commentator names the opponent, who is from the Avalon Empire. That man is none other than the incredible rookie and first representative Joshua. He also has fans, and they ask the guy to prove that young age does not matter. One of the judges of the Battle of Masters, Windmill, admires the popularity of this child. Touching on the topic of experience and age, the man asks his colleagues for their opinions on the upcoming match. Jordan considers Babylon to be the obvious favorite. Cariesta supports his colleague's opinion. Although the use of a spear as a weapon alarms the man, making him think about a trump card. Nearby, another member of the judging team is tormented by unbearable itching and thirst. It's incredibly hard to endure. Arya wants to challenge young Joshua to a duel right now. The host announces the beginning to those gathered, asking them to warmly welcome both participants. The spectators' seats erupt in thunderous applause, and the referee leaves the scene of the fight. The Basileus does not believe that a knight of the Empire would use a spear as a weapon. The man asks permission to help the boy, giving him the right to start and asking him to try. Joshua doesn't hesitate, silently taking off at that very moment. The enemy is taken aback by such incredible speed, freezing in deep confusion. An explosion thunders, sending a shockwave through the space, forcing the man to move back. Applying enough force, he can't believe that this guy is so strong. He only made his first move, approaching a couple of steps, and already there was such force. Remembering the age of his opponent, Vasilevs finds it hard to believe that he is only 15 years old. Joshua chuckles cheerfully, asking why his uncle got so tense just from one movement. These words hurt him and he jumps up, telling Joe not to get cocky because of some blow. He's about to say something else, but his opponent's weapon is too close. Somehow, the man manages to get away and he chuckles nervously. Basileus mentally asks Joshua who he thinks he is, attacking in an identical manner, and the man goes around the opponent from the side, offering to try his own technique. The surprise on the young man's face disappears as suddenly as it appeared. The man, meeting his gaze, belatedly realizes that he has miscalculated, and the guy, making a sweeping movement with his spear, sends the enemy flying. An uncontrollable, discreet cough immediately erupts from his chest. But Vasilevs does not give up his attempts to resist and tries to slow down. Finally, the man succeeds, but he is not happy with his small victory. The skin on my cheek starts to burn and something wet and warm starts to run down it. Everything is clear. And Basileus is not even talking about the wound he received, but about the fact that the enemy is far beyond him. Joshua talks about 10 movements. The opponent asks him to repeat what he said. The guy believes that these masters' duels are the easiest way to show off the spear's full glory. Considering what has already happened, Joshua promises to deal with his opponent in 10 moves. Mentally calling the boy a scumbag, the man gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. He acknowledges the enemy's strength, but at the same time he is not going to give in to his game. Declaring that from now on he will give it his all, Basileus activates the aura. The presenter announces that there is an astonishing amount of mana on the tip of one of the fighter's blades. Joshua, smiling, thinks that those at the top always feel lonely. He also recalls that he had many titles in the past. Only his own bad reputation grew, while the reputation of the spear remained at the bottom. This is what bothered Joshua the most in the past. But now everything is different. The guy is going to prove to the whole world that there is no better weapon than a spear. Basileus expresses disappointment, saying that he did not expect the enemy to be so reckless. He's going to show you what can happen when you throw away your gun. And at that very moment, a piercing cry from a tense man cuts through space. The announcer announces that Lord Basileus has managed to deflect Lord Joshua's spear. And then Lord Vasilevs immediately rushed towards Lord Joshua. Since Lord Joshua currently has no weapons, the current situation is extremely dangerous. The speaker wonders if the young man's path will really end right now at the hands of Lord Basileus. Finding himself very close, the aforementioned one shouts to the enemy that it's all over. But the incredible happens. Joshua catches the spear with a loud thud as it fits comfortably in his hand. With a satisfied grin, the guy says that not everything is as simple as it seems at first glance. But Vasilevs does not give up, which he informs his opponent. He is no fool either. While saying that he will surpass his opponent, the man strikes the ladder. Another explosion, no less powerful than the previous one, envelops space. If it weren't for the protective barrier, the spectators in the stands would have had a hard time. Arya's stomach turns from the realization of this. He groans at the top of his voice, causing confusion among his colleagues. The referee notes that the entire arena was covered by an incredible explosion, and he is concerned about one question. Who remained the winner among these ruins and smoke? The one who managed to strike, or the one who anticipated it? The man adds that everyone will be able to find out as soon as the smoke clears. Hidden from the view of his spectators, Joshua asks if his opponent wants to continue. He groans vaguely in response, but finds the strength to voice what's on his mind. At the mercy of the spear and its owner, Basileus admits his defeat. And when the smoke clears, the crowd starts to cheer as Joshua's win is announced. The guy's fans continuously chant their hero's name, making him smile. And the host asks the judges if they have anything to say about this, asking for a verdict. Windmill believes that Vasilev's defeat is obvious to everyone. He couldn't do anything. And the man votes to grant Lord Joshua Sanders the title of Battlemaster. The decision is made unanimously by the judges, despite Arius's excited antics. He thinks about how he's been waiting all these 5 years for Joshua to reach his peak. The man can no longer restrain himself from allowing a fleeting thought about Agnes and Marcus. And despite his condition, Arius says that he agrees to give Joshua the title of Master. As the guy walks past the fans, they encourage him with words of support. Rugia laughs, satisfied that everyone is happy, supposedly over a mere trifle. Joshua's words about the joy that is expected at the festival irritate the entity because of the injustice. Having noticed the spear, people begin to admire it, expressing a desire to have one for themselves. Rugia basks in the rays of her own greatness, feeling at home in them like a fish in water. Lord Joshua is approached, causing him to turn around to congratulate him on his first victory. The girl finds this side of the guy quite surprising, considering his mood to be good. Joe asks his interlocutor not to address him as Lord, since he is no longer part of the Agnes. Iselin suggests calling him Baron Sanders, but the boy asks to be called by his first name. The girl is embarrassed and tries to object, but Joshua gently interrupts her with a touch on the shoulder. He says that he considers them friends, so this kind of treatment is more than normal. The girl is seduced by these words, since she did not even dare to hope for them. Joshua changes the subject by asking why Iselin is alone, and she can't help but feel flustered. Speaking about Hybrid, the girl says that he is worried about the upcoming battle with Wintro. Joshua recalls that before his reincarnation, the latter became one of the superhumans and the Nine. Although Hybrid is unaware of such an outcome, he's still nervous, sensing Wintro's aura. Bronto's power reacts to this man's magma, and Joshua himself feels something like this for the first time. Iselin brings the guy out of his thoughts by asking permission to ask him a question. The girl asks what Joshua knows about the relationship between Axler and Bagration. The conversation is interrupted by a man, who teases the boy and asks about their potential confrontation. In response to the man's confidence, Joshua asks him if he himself is too self-confident. Hybrid believes that if you truly believe, no obstacles will become an obstacle. And he asks what these two were talking about. Was it really about the artifact? Joe is surprised, asking about the readiness. The Hybrid chuckles nastily, saying that the boy needs to be measured to complete the process. Iselin is confused by the words and phrases the man used to convey the information. Joshua allows you to come into his room tonight to do this deed. And his interlocutors, absent-mindedly saying goodbye to the guy, are amazed by the openness of this man. A male voice comes from inside, its owner admiring the 15-year-old's talents. He is confident that in just 5 years, no one in the world will be able to stop Joshua Sanders. The man's interlocutor assumes that this guy is from Avalon, despite the previous results. The presence of such a powerful warrior in the Empire changes everything, and the balance will soon be destroyed. A third person enters the conversation, agreeing with the words of the previous one. because many people want this. And what scares him most are those who will not be content with dreams alone. The question arises whether it would be better to get rid of the Baron if everything started because of him. Carefully closing the door behind her, Iselin turns slowly to look around. Joshua allows her to hang up her coat and make herself at home, and the girl agrees. She finds amazing what she once considered impossible when she was alone with a guy. Joshua ignores this, offering to continue where they left off last time. The girl asks if he means their conversation about Axler and the mercenary king Bagration. The guy confirms these words, not understanding why Iceland should stay near the mercenary. Joe finds the mercenary hierarchy enviable, despite the prejudices against it. Their own system is divided into silver and gold ranks depending on skills. The boy relates Bagration to the title of king of the country, noting that hybrids spoke out against it. This is expressed in the fact that the man helps the last of the Redbrick family, ignoring the king. Iselin agrees that Axler despises him, believing that Bagration is destroying the mercenaries. The girl talks about rumors that the mercenary king and the emperor have some connection. She believes that covering this up with a request is too suspicious. Joe believes that the actions of mercenaries should be neutral, but the king does otherwise. The guy suddenly agrees to help, assuming that Iselin called him for this. To the surprised exclamation, he again repeats the words that they are friends. The girl is amazed, almost as much as the first time, and mentally feels great gratitude. After her lips stretch into a smile, Iselin begins to speak. She reports that Axler is going to win the battle in order to challenge Bagration to a duel. Joshua clarifies if she wants him to win and then challenge the mercenary king. Actively denying this, Iselin says that, on the contrary, she wants Joshua to avoid Bagration. Tears well up in her eyes when she says that she no longer wants to lose loved ones. She talks about wanting to forget everything and move on as Joshua hugs her. He assumes she was very scared and promises to keep that in mind. The girl cries out loud, hearing the words that she will never lose anyone again. They stand like this for a very long time, silently, until Iselin stops shaking. Then Joshua asks her if she can now loosen her grip and let him go. The girl jumps back, talking about the promise, and the guy suggests waiting until the end of the battle. Iselin is surprised by this guy's straightforwardness, asking again about getting down to business. And then she screams out, asking why Joshua started to undress. He reminds his interlocutor that she wanted to take measurements for Levon. It's more convenient that way. Iselin says that he doesn't need to do anything, she can take care of everything herself. Then Joshua says that in this case he completely entrusts himself into her hands. The announcer announces that the arena is hosting its first mage versus mage battle. On the 4th day of the Battle of Masters, the same thing will happen as in the Continental Magic battles. And while the spectators are in a frenzy, wanting to see the spectacle as soon as possible, they come out. Yawning with boredom, one of the opponents openly declares his laziness to fight. Instead of fighting, Teta suggests deciding everything with rock, paper, scissors. But his opponent suggests something else, so that his opponent would give up before being disgraced. Teta is amazed that this guy can use all types of magic at once. Joshua addresses the Soul Giver to darkness, the wielder of the Wolf's Fang Blade. The summoner asks the King of Men to show himself to this world, and he obeys. The knight asks what's going on, and Joe says he needs something from him. The interlocutor asks to continue, since he had already sworn allegiance to Baron Sanders. Speaking of allies at the Fonts estate, Joshua asks to go there and help. Meanwhile, Teta, kneeling on the ground, is about to erect a stone wall. At first, it seems that his plan is successful, but expectations turn out to be different from reality. The dense stone cracks almost immediately under the impact of a powerful shockwave. Theta reminds us that this is just a competition, not a fight to the death. Stell says he's seen enough people who aren't vigilant enough. He says he's not going to lose like all those who came home with nothing. And the man produces a fire flash, forcing the opponent to tense up even more. But he quickly pulls himself together, asking if Stell really thinks participation is voluntary. The boy mentally adds that all this is happening because of the damn Code Zero. And his opponent remains relentless, dousing his opponent with a new batch of heat. The commentator notes the amazing actions of the Power Mage of the Kingdom of Terra. The audience excitedly cheers on both Stella and the Magic Tower participant. Iselin also finds both of them surprising, considering their level to be completely different from hers. Joshua thinks differently. He is sure that the girl will surpass both of them. She is surprised by her friend. The Baron retorts softly, saying that he has already finished his business, and also praises those spells. The guy involuntarily remembers that in the past, Caesar wiped the Kingdom of Terra off the face of the earth. However, in the end, Joshua was killed by his own magic circle, Stella. Iselin notices that something is wrong. Even though Teta is casting spells, his mana is unstable. The young man, meanwhile, admits that he didn't think the enemy would take everything seriously. He adds that he now has a reason to put in a little effort. The enemy is amazed that Tete managed to survive such a powerful attack. The boy grins, asking for opinions and saying that this wall of winds was created by him. Stella finds it hard to believe that his attack was repelled by some wind spell. Teta says that wind element spells tend to be weak in defense, so he found new ways to use spells on the element he specializes in. Stell is confident that all his spells cannot be blocked by such skills. The man is simply going to destroy the enemy's barrier. He grins and suggests seeing if he can do it. Joshua's mind races and the answer comes to him naturally. The man wrapped in the wind became one himself, giving birth to countless legends across the continent. The boy manages to get very close to the enemy and he screams in denial. Before taking off, he expresses disbelief at being outdone. Looking at the winner, Joshua remembers him as a traitor to the Magic Tower. The commentator announces the out and the corresponding loss of Lord Stella. And under his official words about Teta's victory, he asks the question that worries everyone. Will a mage participating in the battle for the first time be able to become the first Master of Magic? Since 4 of the judges voted, Lord Teta is granted the right to become the Master of Magic. The boy mentally exhaled, because he was afraid of an opponent who was much stronger. Continuing his thoughts, he turns to Code Zero, first star Joshua. The latter catches the gaze directed at him and is surprised, but he is distracted. Iselin is surprised that Stella's magic had no effect. She is curious about that spell. Joshua mentally expresses the belief that she was the 3rd mage in the past. The girl asks Joe to be careful because Stell is close to reaching 6th grade. There are also many rumors surrounding him, and a man named Teta is even stronger. According to Iselin's observations, he is at least a 6th class master. Joe says that in moments like these, he truly feels like a martial artist. He is excited by the thought that Teta is here and he can't wait to fight this magician. Meanwhile, the commentator asks everyone to pay him some attention. While he talks about the next fight starting soon, the arena regenerates, and the man continues, expressing confidence that the continent was expecting this battle. After all, on one of the competing sides is the distinguished knight, Prince Wintro. The name of his opponent is also on everyone's lips, because he is the greatest mercenary. He is known by the nickname Mighty Axler, and his name is Lord Aiden Hybrid. And when both opponents are facing each other, the referee calls them to begin the fight. Both sides have fans, and this time they are cheering the favorites with chants. Iselin hopes that Hybrid is not too nervous because the girl is worried about her friend. Joshua reassures her that someone he knows won't give up without a fight, but the guy knows how it will all end. Because in his past life, this fight caused a stir. While he considers whether the change will affect this life, Wintro wishes his opponent luck. Hybrid reciprocates, but corrects himself, remembering that they are on a battlefield. A man asks his opponent to drop the formalities, and the latter responds. Wintro asks if Hybrid dares to think that they are on the same level. The man doesn't like the words that he is only second, he hits. The blow turns out to be much stronger than Wintro expected, and he admits this to his opponent. But the prince is confident that there is a limit to what an opponent can do with his bare hands. And yet, a cry of surprise escapes Wintro's lips the very next moment. His opponent manages not only to withstand, but also to break through the enemy's attack. The astonished prince asks how the Hybrid managed to destroy the aura of his sword. He grins bloodthirstily, after which he assures his interlocutor that this is nothing. And suddenly jumping forward, he asks if he really managed to surprise the prince. The blow is so unexpected that Wintro fails to block it. And even more than that, the force put into the attack sends the knight flying an impressive distance. He groans loudly, trying not only to stop, but also to stay on his feet. When this succeeds, Wintro says that the Hybrid's appearance does not match the tricks he uses. He also believes that knights will never understand mercenaries, because their principles are strikingly different. Withrow then asks his opponent not to expect him to stand aside, and taking the most comfortable position, the knight calls upon the Lord of Fires, Wolfgang. At first, Hybrid prudently protects himself from the attack with his hands, but changes tactics. By destroying the ground beneath the enemy's feet more and more, the knight offers him the chance to survive. The explosion that resounds over the arena and illuminates its territory with light hides the Hybrid. The commentator expresses interest in whether Axler can survive such an attack. Joshua is becoming more and more convinced that it is him, because he looks exactly like the one in the vision. When the boy gained control of the Death Knight, he saw his memories. Rugia asks why Joshua made that Death Knight his ally in the first place. After all, the further he moves away from his owner, the more he begins to weaken. Unable to bear the entity's ridicule, the boy reacts, causing Iselin's bewilderment with his behavior. The girl thinks that this is because she began to suppress the heat from the arena with her cold. Joshua assures her that everything is fine. He was just a little out of sorts from the intense heat. Meanwhile, the hybrid leaps forward with a battle cry, revealing himself to be quite alive. And what's more, if you look closely, you can see that there are almost no injuries on the man. Wintrow says he didn't even think about finishing, offering to test the opponent's endurance. When he says that everything is just beginning, he says that this is only what he thinks. The man is not going to play anymore, and he creates an earthquake, the collapse of the earth. The cracks emanating from under the hybrid's fists begin to spread too quickly. But Wintrow just laughs, believing that something like that won't be able to stop him. The enemy smirks, finding his opponent's words amusing since he was only creating the path. The commentator comments on this, simultaneously inserting words as befits him. Hybrid suggests ending the attrition and moving on to direct confrontation. Wintrow has to work hard again to hold the block. It's not easy. At the most unexpected moment, Hybrid skillfully dodges the blow, doing a cartwheel. However, by abruptly changing his direction, the man pretends to perform a sweep. But this too turns out to be a trick, because the hybrid actually performs an overhead strike. Wintrow, not expecting this, tries to group himself to get away, but it's too late. Saying that this is the end, Hybrid swings his arm to perform Aura Fist. The moment he lowers it, crushed stones of various sizes fly up. The man breathes heavily, because in reality, the use of force does not go unnoticed. And then, when the dust from the stones settles, an unharmed Wintrow appears before his eyes. Smiling, the knight asks if he really thinks such a blow can be called the final one. Saying he is disappointed, he steps forward, ending up very close to his opponent. Hybrid is mentally amazed, because one of his blows should have knocked down a second-class knight. And this man not only survived, he continues to stand on his feet with such confidence. Iselin says that as a magician, she cannot say whose victory it is, and asks the participants' opinion. Joshua is in unbearable pain, and the girl expresses concern about the guy's well-being. The thing is, Bronto is getting out of control. Rugia doesn't seem very surprised. He says that the man called the Prince is hiding his true potential. Wintrow's skills are not just any lights, but hellish flames that can burn anything. Rugia says that this skill comes from the primordial magma stone, which has extinction, and the man who has it already knows that Joshua has exactly the same one. The boy tries to see the realization in Wintrow's eyes, but he is absorbed in the battle. But just when he's about to move on to something else, the knight finds Joshua with his eyes. Only a fool wouldn't have guessed that Wintrow was looking right at him. Rugia clarifies that magma, located inside the knight, sensed Bronto's energy. Originally, the primordial stones were considered parts of God, so there cannot be more than one of them. And while Joshua ponders the meaning of what was said, passions in the arena heat up. The hybrid feels uneasy. It is difficult to imagine that such power could come from a mortal. It's more like a god who can control the greatest volcanoes. Wintrow screams, asking the invisible interlocutor to burn everything he sees to the ground. And it turns out to be the flame of extinction, aimed at none other than the hybrid. The man shouts, telling his opponent that he can withstand this attack too, and he puts most of his strength into this defense, desperately trying to maintain the hold. Iselin, not caring what anyone thinks of her, begs the man with all her might not to lose. Meanwhile, Prince Wintrow's lights explode as the commentator reports, and the next moment, the audience begins to panic, afraid that they too might be affected. And although they say that the greatest magicians of the continent cannot break through this barrier, it is scary. The alarmists turn out to be right, and those who manage to come to their senses in time rush to get away. As things calm down and the smoke clears, faint laughter can be heard throughout the arena. Hybrid says he can't believe the vaunted knight would involve spectators in the battle. He asks not to worry about it because he restrained himself and the damage should be small. The hybrid is surprised by this, wondering how strong his former opponent is. He answers this question by saying that he himself does not know this yet. The prince is eager to gain the title of master of this battle by winning for the sake of the newborn trance. As he starts to talk about something else, he pauses, mentally turning to Joshua Sanders. Wintrow ends up thinking that he has his eye on this guy. As the healers perform restoration, healing the man's wounds, he desperately holds back. But the wounds are so serious that they are not healing. They are ordering reinforcements to be called. Iselin is indignant that they are not being allowed in, even though the battle is already over. They apologize to her, but say that interactions between the participants are temporarily suspended. Joshua says that this girl is his companion and tries to push her status. The man bends a little, but does not give in completely, gently insisting on his own. Lord Rain asks for these people to enter, which leaves Joshua puzzled. The man, reminding him of his status as a baron, says that there is no need to worry about him. Without waiting for the gatekeepers to answer him, Iselin rushes inside, addressing the hybrid. The girl asks how the man feels and whether he recognizes her. He apologizes for screwing up so badly, but Iselin says the fight was great. Seeing that the treatment is not working, Joshua wants to try using holy magic, because holy magic grows stronger along with its user, with his current powers. Joshua is confident that he can, and to everyone's amazement, he pronounces the words of restoration. Slowly but surely, the hybrid's wounds begin to heal, starting with the smaller ones. Iselin is surprised. Even the priest is surprised, because he was unable to move from the spot. Seconds later, the hybrid is amazed at the complete restoration of his body. Iselin asks Joe how he was able to use holy magic, and he answers with a half-truth. And he adds that this was his first time. The guy is sincerely glad that he was successful. Meanwhile, the knights unanimously congratulate their lord on his victory. They encourage him, saying that there is only a little time left to get the final prize. A man expresses annoyance that one of his opponents has given up, but he is satisfied with today's fight, and in his mind he understands that he shouldn't underestimate the rumors. However, if they are true, Wintrow will meet Baron Joshua in the finale. Rising from his seat, the knight informs those present of his short absence. The knights consider solo walks dangerous and ask to be allowed to accompany them. But Wintrow asks them not to worry, assuring them that he will be completely fine. Later, he says that he would never have thought that his interlocutor would end up on streets like these. He replies, naming the prince's identity, that this only shows how outstanding they are. Zero asks to understand their situation, as the location has changed due to the absence of the door leader. Wintrow says the organization has the information he needs. The interlocutor clarifies. The prince asks to expose everything the door knows about Joshua, ready to pay any amount. The interlocutor, with a false smile, warns that he is sorry to say the following words, and he speaks superficially about why the organization does not want to harm this person. Wintrow reminds him of the amount, and Zero begins listing his reasons for refusing to cooperate. The prince thinks it's only a matter of price and asks what they can agree on. Zero replies that information about Joshua is now worth 100 million gold. As Wintrow leaves, he realizes that the Moon Door member didn't want to tell him anything in the first place. He also suggests that this means that information about Joshua must be invaluable. And while the next option is maturing in his head, Zero's head is also filled with curious thoughts. He is asked if the man is interested in knowing why the impossible price was asked. Zero evades the answer, and his interlocutor assures him that in his place he would think similarly. The man mentally regrets that they had to give up 1 million gold pieces. In recent years, an exorbitant amount of money has been spent on cutting off rotten parts. Meanwhile, the interlocutor asks if he knows about the special assassin who killed the elders. Rumor has it that he is trying to unite all the assassin organizations across the continent. Zero is amazed by what he hears, because it's difficult to even imagine something like this being implemented. The interlocutor says that he agrees, but the assassin was able to win the trust of many colleagues. No one knows exactly who this man is, but many call him the King of Assassins. The most important thing is that this king was seen uttering the name Joshua Sanders. Zero puts the facts together and deduces that the assassin wants to kill the Baron in this way. The interlocutor is not sure, but the fact that the king is looking for Joshua could have a negative impact. This is precisely the reason why information about the Baron cannot be allowed to leak out. The man sharply pulls his fist back and punches the air with a loud cry. A satisfied smirk appears on his lips as he addresses his interlocutor. The hybrid found it incredible that Joshua had managed to completely cure him. And while he's going on, Iselin thinks that she's seen this somewhere before. The man suggests that the girl misses Baron Sanders. She complains about being scared, and Hybrid insists that Iselin is dejected. The girl says it's not because of Joe, but because of the man she saw in the temple. Iselin explains that he looked like a lion, and the organizers called him Rain. Hybrid has a guess and names the person who comes to mind. The girl expresses joy that she actually heard the title of the Lion King. Hybrid thinks that Rain believes that if Joe wins, he will challenge him for Reinhard. Iselin asks why the man thinks he will be the one being challenged. Hybrid explains that traditionally, the winner of the Battle of the Masters becomes King of Reinhard. If he defeats the current King Reinhard, perhaps people will recognize his strength. Hearing that this is not all, the girl is surprised, asking about it openly. Hybrid says that Rain is the easiest opponent on the path to becoming a superhuman. Tete can't believe that his opponent dares to make such statements and throw around such meaningless words. He denies it, turning to Joshua Sanders and calling him a killer. The guy says he's only here to warn his interlocutor, and he directly states that Evergrande will soon kill the current head of the Magic Tower, Jan. Tete tells Joshua to be quiet, believing that he wanted to distract him while the competition was going on. Before the attack, the guy stands incredibly calm even when she almost touches him. Taetu is struck by such composure and stops, thinking about the seriousness of what was said. First, the boy asks Joshua why he thinks he would believe something like that, and the interlocutor begins to talk about trying to find traces of Bronto and the Lightning Master. Teta doesn't understand and asks directly what this has to do with the previous part of the conversation. Joshua says he's been gathering information about Evergrande for 5 years and he wants to take over the tower. The interlocutor becomes interested in where he got such a grandiose story and information. The boy leaves, not wanting to listen to any more fairy tales, and asks to forget about the magic tower. Joshua lets Teta make his own choice, but offers something if he tells the truth. In exchange for capturing Evergrande, he wants the interlocutor's support in becoming emperor. A loud announcement of breaking news sounds at Prince Wintrow's headquarters. The knight asks if his interlocutor has obtained information about Baron Joshua, and he confirms. But at the same time, he reports that Teta, one of the 7 magicians, refused to participate in the semi-finals. Ian yells at the aforementioned man, calling him an idiot and accusing him of refusing to compete in the semi-finals against Code Zero. The boy expresses understanding about the anger, but asks to be heard first. He tells the true story of where Bronto is now and what caused the unification. The boy ends by saying that it was just ordinary self-defense. Teta washes his hands of it, saying it's true, although he doesn't believe it himself since Joshua was just a little kid. He recalls that he was warned about the traitor, so now it is important to clarify the information. Ultimately, Jan agrees to turn a blind eye, knowing firsthand the identity of his subordinate. The leader asks him to do himself a favor and return to the tower, as there will be a gathering soon. He says this is necessary in order to appoint a new assistant to the head. When Teta hears Evergrande's name, everything inside the boy goes cold, because he remembers the warning. Joshua is congratulated on the fact that he only has one final battle left to survive. The head of the Moon Door respectfully apologizes for meeting him so late. He's going to get straight to the point and answer all the questions Joshua has asked him. The guy says he is impressed by all the information that was prepared in advance. The interlocutor says that it would be great to receive payment for their services first. Joshua is confident that revealing the location of the promised item will not change anything for the door. And to the deepest amazement of the head of the organization, the guy names the name of his interlocutor, Lilia. The girl takes a more compressed pose, saying that she now began to understand Joshua's praises. However, she still thinks that even someone like him could not understand this. The girl says that everything has changed, and this token has become even more valuable than before. The blood token is the symbol of Hermes, and for his followers it is the Holy Grail. In the Empire of Valbot, people are divided between supporters of the sects of the Empire and the Pope. Lilia says that after the conflict, the Pope's sect allowed her to remain in this position. She talks about the disappearance of the Tier of God and its main suspect, namely Joshua. The guy remembers the words that were spoken some time ago. The episode is still fresh in his memory. Then he found himself in a difficult situation and was forced to resort to radical methods. The Holy Knights didn't believe the guy until they saw Michael's wings behind him. Lily says that the Pope was looking for something like a blood token to replace the Tear of God. And then Joshua says that he is currently with the Avalon Imperial family. The guy asks his interlocutor not to worry because he is trying to figure out what to do. The girl agrees that apparently they can only trust him. But the information about the Holy Grail paid off Joshua's debts. Now a new contract is needed. Joshua expresses understanding and says he can pay for the information right now. Lily says that she doesn't need money, and the guy asks what she wants then. The girl says that her only condition is to ask him to marry her. Later, breathing heavily, she remembers that Joshua was unable to give her a definite answer. The girl wonders if she wasn't charming enough to seduce this guy. They ask her if they can come in, since Lord Joshua has already left, and the girl allows it. Zero reports that Font forces are approaching Aden Canyon. The Cromwells have frozen the river. And right now, the Mercenary King is heading straight to the center of Aden Canyon. The most amazing thing about this is how they were able to freeze the Dennis River. They were told that they used a magic scroll that contained a high-grade blizzard. Lily is surprised because the caster must be at least 1 level higher. Zero agrees with her, and they also believe that this scroll may be one of the most ancient. The girl is offended that the Cromwells are using a precious object for such purposes. Hearing the words that victory over Fonts is only a matter of time, the leader thinks about it. To tell the truth, she already has serious doubts about this. The commentator announces the long-awaited conclusion of the Battle of the Masters. He says that everyone is here to begin the finale and find out the name of the new king. The man first introduces the representative of the Avalon Empire, listing his achievements. Prince Wintrow limits himself to more modest titles, but no less famous. And the last-named man informs his opponent that he does not intend to give in. Joshua responds with solidarity, because that is exactly what he wanted. And a little later, the guy takes off, rushing towards his opponent with undisguised enthusiasm. The rightful king of trance and one of the 9 stars responds with the same burning readiness. Wintrow is known for his weapon, a sword whose parts are connected with wire. In the eastern continent, it is known as the composite sword, but more commonly known as the whip sword. This weapon, also called the snake sword, allows one to control the power of the magma stone. Joshua has been training for this fight, but something like this manages to discourage him. Wintrow is unusually confident, saying that he has the entire arena at his command. Joshua is upset that the knight has a weapon he didn't know about. Too deeply immersed in these thoughts, he does not have time to dodge the next blow. Another lunge is less successful, but still comes too close. Joshua is well aware that Wintrow uses the sword to strike to disorient his target. Moreover, his skills are not inferior to those of a swordmaster, so it will be difficult to deal with him. Although Hybrid says he is confident of Baron Joshua's victory, he is mentally worried about the boy. The man is even ready to bet everything on the fact that he will win, he confesses to Iceland about the bets. The odds on the prince were 2-1, and on Baron Joshua they were a whopping 12-1. Iselin can't believe her ears. She curses uncontrollably when addressing her interlocutor. When the latter asks where she is going, the sorceress says that everyone here is brainwashed. The girl is also going to place a bet, and, of course, all in on Joshua. He also thinks that although Wintrow is weaker than he was in the past, it is difficult to fight. Meanwhile, the prince asks his opponent if this is all he can do. He asks to entertain him at least a little, so as not to become completely disappointed in this battle. Leaning forward, Wintrow says that this is the end and commands the flame of extinction to consume. The flame of extinction has the ability to melt everything it touches, even artifacts. Wintrow is sure that the same fate awaits the enemy's spear, but he is not going to give up like that. The knight is amazed that Joshua managed to reflect the fires that melt even mana, and the guess that the primordial stone is sitting inside this boy is becoming stronger and stronger. But the man interpreted this feeling as the possibility of a new enemy appearing. Wintrow says that Joshua is the same as him, because magma reacts to the primordial stone. The prince admits that he has never fought with such people, and he is not going to miss the chance. He says he has always been curious to see the extreme limits of magma. The man had long wanted to go beyond the boundaries and awaken his magma. The commentator notices Wintrow's excitement and impatience, which are more evident than usual. He says that, engulfed in flames, the prince is just like the god of the fires of hell. The contender for the title of winner does not disappoint him. His body begins to undergo changes. The same thing happens with the serpent sword, which is engulfed in flames, becoming part of it. And before the eyes of all appears the true god of hellfire and the embodiment of hell. Joshua grins at his opponent's warning, believing that he needs to match it. The guy clarifies whether it is true that Wintrow believes that he does not know about this power of God. And then he asks the prince to look carefully, because he is not the only one in this favor. Joe suggests that Wintrow should also be careful, since he himself cannot control himself. He adds that this happens especially in cases where he is so excited. Wintrow acknowledges his opponent's speed, but believes that this alone won't allow him to win. Joshua ducks a punch when the man says he will be the winner in the end. The guy thinks that his opponent's pride is excessive and tells him so openly. Joshua says the games are over and now he will show who is stronger. Wintrow doesn't have time to react, and an involuntary curse escapes his mouth. Getting his feet back on the ground, he calls upon the Fire Lord, Wolfgang, creating a wall of fire. Wintrow is confident that enemy attacks will not be able to overcome this fiery barrier. Meanwhile, Joshua takes advantage of the advantage and goes around his opponent from the other side. Wintrow doesn't intend to let himself get hurt by attacking, but his opponent's speed is great. The commentator calls this battle a battle between gods beyond human capabilities. Wintrow says that the magma inside him is desperately wanting to devour his brother Bronto. Joshua says that the primordial stone within him demands the same. He offers to make a bet. Its essence is that the loser gives up the stone and becomes the winner's follower. The enemy agrees to this condition without thinking for a second. Wintrow is confident that official recognition of trans will then only be a matter of time. The man expresses hope that Joshua Sanders will keep his promise, and the guy realizes that this is Wintrow's first stance, called the Breath of the Lord of Fire. Joshua recalls that this man was always compared to the sun. Enemies cannot approach him. But the boy's spear was able to pierce him thanks to the technique that made him the greatest spearman. Joshua is full of anticipation as he enters the fourth stance of the fifth stage of spear handling, and he produces the final version of the first stance's lightning strike, Speed Clarity. And the guy finishes everything with the technique of the transcendent power of the true lightning strike. A strangled cough escapes Wintrow's chest, and the man freezes for a few moments. He mentally notes that he saw nothing, only the echo of some shadow. An atmosphere always full of blood and death, and a swift sword like that of Archduke Lucius himself. In his last minutes, he thinks about how, according to rumors, the sound from the blade comes after the impact. And after that, flying an impressive distance away from the opponent, it crashes into the wall with a roar. Even though the boys wanted Joe to win, this outcome makes them cry out. The commentator asks directly into the microphone what just happened, and he answers his own question, naming the winner of this year's Battle of the Masters. Joshua lifts his chin proudly, enjoying his moment of glory. Wintrow tries to figure out where he is and why he is here and not on the battlefield. It comes to him that he has lost consciousness and, apparently, lost. The man admits that the guy's latest attack was beyond his comprehension. And when Wintrow admits his loss, a voice is heard expressing its disappointment. Trying to determine its source, the man becomes confused by the activation of magma. She did this without her owner's knowledge, and he is unable to stop this process. He feels as if all his strength has disappeared somewhere, irrevocably dissolved. Looking at this huge fireball, Wintrow tries to understand what it is. Magma speaks to him, saying that they, the primordial stones, do not accept defeat. And as soon as the owner does this, he loses the right to possess it. Wintrow can't believe his ears. And then a completely different voice, laughing evilly, says that he will take magma for himself. As the entity's jaws snap shut, the man jumps up with a terrified cry. Trying to bring his breathing back to normal, he tries to understand whether this was an ordinary dream. Wintrow feels like it was too real, and now he can't feel magma. The man is distracted from his sad thoughts by an envelope on the nightstand, attracting his attention. It contains a message from Joe, who limits himself to absorbing magma. The man chuckles maliciously as he reads the polite lines about hope for a successful treatment. Then the laughter becomes more sincere when the prince realizes that he has really been beaten. As Joshua approaches Reinhardt's throne, all eyes are on him. After congratulating the boy in advance, he's informed about the beginning of the traditional coronation ceremony. Joshua apologizes before saying he's in a hurry and asks to get straight to the point. Kanagat, the king's assistant and observer, as well as the head of finance, stutters. Rain approves of the adjustments, admitting that he too is getting bored. He proposes to encourage the king's initiative, ignoring Kanagata's objections. He notes that they are under pressure, as no one considers Reinhardt's kings to be real. The Lion King asks why the man is saying this while staring straight at him. Joshua says he is disappointed, prompting Kanagata to ask for clarification. The guy asks since when Reinhardt has been influenced by other people. He argues that here anyone with decent skills can become a king. Joshua says he will refuse a reward that results in hatred and anxiety. They ask him to wait, clarifying whether the guy really intends to give up the title of king. Kanagat asks Joshua to return, saying that he has pledged his honor to the will of Naga. The man asks Joe for forgiveness and also suggests that he think about his decision again. The guy doesn't understand why he shouldn't do it if he's going to worry about what others think. He suggests choosing the first person they come across if the kingdom just needs a ruler for show. Seeing such a look, the man believes that this guy really wants to change Reinhardt for the better. He falls to his knees with sincere words of forgiveness, acknowledging Joshua as his king. Others follow his example, asking him to help them change Reinhardt for the better. Joshua advises these people not to attach too much importance to traditions. Kanagat agrees to this, promising that he will try to ignore any people's views. Joshua expresses hope that the man will fulfill his promise as he did his. And the guy announces that he, Joshua Sanders, will be the new king of Reinhardt. The people are not only rejoicing over the appointment of a new king, they are also happy about Joshua's candidacy. Rain is mentally amazed that this guy managed to influence these stubborn sheep. But the man wants to skip the formalities and finally get to the most important thing. Rain asks Joshua for permission to ask him a question. It's a Battle of the Masters tradition. The guy says that although he doesn't know its essence, he's not sure he can give a satisfactory answer. The interlocutor finds this quite normal and gets down to business. He wants the new king to take advantage of his privilege and choose an opponent from among the great ones. Joshua expresses his utter conviction of Rain's self-interest and politely apologizes to him. The guy is going to fight one of the 12 superhumans, the leader of 1,000,000 mercenaries. Upon hearing Bagration's name, both Iselin and Hybrid felt deep confusion. And somewhere in another part of this world, a potential enemy expresses surprise. He couldn't even imagine that such an ordinary person would have such skills. The king of mercenaries asks his interlocutor with anticipation to tell him his name. He is called the Proud Knight, Cain the Proud, who serves for the good of the Sanders family. Bagration, grinning, says that he will certainly remember this glorious name. The king of mercenaries openly declares that he has recognized an opponent like him. He adds that he will remember this name after entering the afterlife. The knight thinks with fear and annoyance that he will not be able to stop one of the superhumans. The explosion that followed this confrontation rippled across the space in all directions. Bagratión's grinning face is sprinkled with hot drops. His mad eyes do not blink. Kane's face distorts with horror, because he could not have expected such an outcome. It turns out that the blood does not belong to either of the opponents, and they are both surprised. Only Bagration does not show his emotions, only asking what he is. Lich replies that he is going to take this child behind him with him, and the interlocutor is perplexed. And the Death Knight, leaving the question unanswered, creates a wall of darkness between them. The king says that he never even thought that he could meet two amazing people on the same day. He talks about hiding such talents, but stops short as there are no opponents ahead. But the man is not very upset, believing that Fontaine will soon meet its end anyway. Hearing the sound of the horn of retreat, Bagration becomes irritated, since he did not give such an order. The banner raises even more questions, and the man is informed of the arrival of a messenger from Reinhard. He asks Bagration to take part in a duel with the winner of the Battle of the Masters. The man becomes more and more heated, asking not to tell him that it is Mighty Axler. Although this is good, because then Bagration will be able to take advantage of the opportunity by killing the hybrid. Icarus is worried that Kane has not returned yet, and there is no news either. His hand is gently covered, and a gentle girlish voice is heard, in which one can feel care. Charlie asks her interlocutor to rest because she is sure that she will not be able to hold out without him. For the sake of the lady, Icarus allows himself to agree and accept her manifestation of concern. Charlie begins the 11th meeting by asking if the communication sphere from the vault has been found. The answer was yes, but the item was found only thanks to the Duke waking up. The girl agrees that this coincidence turned out to be a real miracle for them. Cox says this is good news and they can now contact the outside world. He believes Charlie's father would be proud of her if he could see his daughter at that moment. The girl cannot even express all the gratitude she feels towards this count. The news about the disappearance of the mercenary king is discussed, and Charlie is alarmed by this news. Rumors about the true reason surface, and the lady asks who could have performed such a miracle. She is informed that the winner of the Battle of the Masters was the well-known Joshua Sanders. Tears well up in the girl's eyes, caused by an excess of feelings. Icarus laughs quietly but happily, mentally admitting that he is surprised. He thought Joe had forgotten about them. The strategist promises to protect everyone until his friend returns. Arno bursts into the meeting room and calls Icarus names, saying that he has ruined them all. Troy asks the man to be more restrained, but he says that he will understand everything himself now. The fragments of Sir Kane's sword, which was supposedly killed by Icarus, are brought into public view. Charlie can't believe his eyes and nervously starts asking a lot of questions. Arno is confident that he is right. He believes that Icarus intends to destroy the army from within. The man accuses the boy of spying for Cromwell, intending to destroy him. An argument ensues between them, during which their information turns out to be completely different. Icarus himself enters the conversation, saying that both men are right, they do not understand him. The boy says that he provided different information to each of those present. Charlie voices the thoughts of everyone present when he asks Icarus why he is doing this. Arno stands his ground, convinced that this peasant is in fact a Cromwell spy. Icarus reminds Charlie of his words, admitting that he set the traps. In reality, Kane went on the 5th route. Disappearance means one thing. The man who was told about the 5th route is the spy, and the departing Cox is slowed down, reminding him that he has been exposed. Icarus invites the man to lay his cards on the table. The boy addresses Cox as the golden monster of the Empire, Count Cox Lon Bagan. The man evades this by saying that Icarus also knew about this route. He is more suspicious. Then the interlocutor asks where Cox went at night because there is evidence of this. The man says he couldn't sleep last night, suggesting that he might have been seen then. Icarus grins, emphasizing that he didn't say it happened yesterday. The man turns sharply to his interlocutor and swallows nervously, while the other continues speaking in a measured manner. Icarus says that the report and Cox's story are lies. He asks if the man is sure that he is just going for a walk. Arno is on Cox's side. He advises him and Charlie not to listen to all this nonsense. The man believes that the farmer is trying to play on doubts to create big problems. But Charlie thinks hard, but cannot find any reason for Old Man Cax to betray him. After all, since childhood, this man protected her and was always there for the little lady. The girl considers it impossible to betray her only friend and teacher. But he speaks up, saying that he hoped to remain a good person in her eyes. But he believes that it will now be very difficult to do this, and Cox confesses to his involvement. The Count openly says that it was he who tried to poison the Duke and passed information to the enemy. Even after this, Charlie refuses to believe it, saying that everything said is a lie. But denial is quickly replaced by resentment and rage, and the girl asks about the reason for the betrayal. Recalling his nickname, Cox says the golden monster is hungry for gold. Icarus suggests that this is not all, reporting on the man's connection with the Cromwell family. The guy says he's really curious about how powerful the guy who bosses Cox around is. He asks the man to be honest, believing that Cromwell is just one of the pawns. The mad look suddenly clears up. The feverish speech becomes calm. Cox says the Font family is a result of his efforts and his youth. Arno can't resist asking why then betray his special family. Cox says that honor, loyalty, and even shame only matter in life. And today, the Font family will end, and honor and loyalty will disappear. Arno asks what Count Cox did, saying that he will not be able to get away with it. Charlie notices what is happening on the other side of the window first, and asks Icarus to join her. At the same moment, another explosion thunders, causing everything to rattle with redoubled force. But all this is happening not only around the castle, the entire settlement is collapsing under the powerful onslaught. And when it seems that things can't get any worse, the main building goes up in flames. Joshua pledges to do his utmost to make Reinhardt a better place during his reign. Rain agrees with this, but also expresses a little disappointment as he wanted to fight the boy. Joshua asks if there really needs to be a compelling reason to choose the mercenary king. He asks Rain not to be upset, because if necessary, they can always fight him. The man says that he likes Joshua because he reminds him of himself in his youth with his enthusiasm. He gives the boy a personal gift as a promise to carry out these words. When Joshua takes the thing, he asks what it is, and Rain begins with some light foreplay. He says that in his entire life he has only had one loss and the same number of draws. Rain asks Joshua to be mindful of those around him, as the eyes don't always see the whole picture. And sometimes it is simply vital to take a closer look at those around you and not underestimate them. The boy thinks seriously about these words, saying them out loud. He looks at the gift presented by Rain for some time, now reasoning silently. And then he smiles, and turning to leave, begins to speak, remembering something very important. Joshua leaves, thanking Rain for his valuable advice, although he doesn't quite understand what the man meant. The man reminds the boy to write his name on the Naga tombstone, telling him about the location of this place. Joshua thanks him for this too, promising to do everything in the best possible way. The blue-haired man says that this will be the only chance to deal with Joshua Sanders. There is no time to relax. Jordan expresses his agreement with this, but reminds him of the Swallow Empire, which remains a problem. Chariesta comes to the man's aid, explaining who ascended the throne after the death of Emperor Marcus. Windmill curses, believing that things are only getting worse and wanting to deal with problems as they arise. He's about to say something else, but a movement from ahead makes the man stop and fall silent. The silhouette approaching the company says that he will not allow them to carry out their insidious plans. Arius says that he himself can't wait for this, because he so wants to be alone with Joshua. The girl expresses disappointment in Joshua, recalling her request not to do this. Hybrid asks his friend to calm down, confident that the guy has his own reasons for this. Iselin mentally notes that this is idiotic. She considers the mercenary king to be a much greater monster. It is unpleasant for her to even think about the fact that she cannot help her friend who is risking his life. Hybrid asks Iselin to stop worrying and, on the contrary, to enjoy Joshua's success. The man adds that if he had known that everything would turn out like this, he would have bet all his savings on the guy. Now he has 36,000 gold, and Hybrid can't even believe that it's all his. He is happy that he will be able to retire and asks Iselin to come to him quickly. They greet the man, and he, taken aback by the surprise, asks what the greatest swordswoman is doing here. Lily, in turn, asks when she needed some good reason she is here because of the reward. Hybrid expresses surprise, saying that he never thought that someone like her would become interested in gambling. The woman says she thought it was a rather interesting way to show her faith in her lover. The man starts asking who she is talking about, but suddenly he himself realizes that she is talking about Joshua. Iselin feels a burning pang of jealousy, so she turns to the swordswoman asking a bold question. She asks Lilia who she is to call Joshua her lover without knowing him. The woman says that there is no person on the entire continent who knows this guy better than her. The girl gives a false name, claiming to be Joshua's dearest friend. She says that their mutual friend has been protecting her all this time, and she has been supporting him. The girl emphasizes every word, saying that she has done it more than anyone else. The swordswoman isn't going to give up so easily either, mockingly asking if she's sure about this. Showing her rival the silver ticket, she asks if Iselin has done more. Hybrid asks if Lilia really bet such an obscene amount of money on Joshua. The woman says she placed a bet of 50,000, which is more than anyone else. Iselin lets out a nervous laugh, and then her face changes, and then she speaks up. Her tone of voice becomes terrifying as she asks if the swordswoman is underestimating her. When it becomes clear what Iselin is going to show her, Lilia begins to speak but stumbles. The hybrid is amazed not only by this thing, but also by the sparkling atmosphere that permeates the air around the rivals. This ticket can only be obtained for bets exceeding 100,000 gold. Iselin says the total amount is 500,000 gold, which is nothing to her precious friend. Lily changes her mind about the girl, admitting that she is now interested in her. Iselin doesn't intend to say why she carries such a sum of money with her, but she mentally runs the answer through her head. The thing is, she borrowed this money using the family heirloom. She refused to leave the Blue Wing. And yet she only did it because she was 100% sure that Joshua would win. The girl dreams of how she will buy back her estate and what will happen between her and Joshua afterwards. Hybrid shamelessly interrupts the vanilla dreams, asking where his place is in this scenario. The man feels bad because everyone has forgotten about him, because he is also an invaluable friend. Lilia laughs, admitting that it was a surprise to her, as she thought she knew Joshua well enough. She says that now she wants to get to know the guy even better, to which Iselin mentally responds with a rude refusal. After this, the woman invites Hybrid to return to the topic of their conversation, but he does not understand what she is talking about. Using communication magic, Lilia expresses a desire to resume the previously suspended deal. And although Iselin doesn't hear anything out loud, she makes the right guess from her rival's expression. Lily continues the silent conversation, informing the man that she has prepared favorable conditions for him. She knows Hybrid isn't interested in titles, so she has a better offer. The swordswoman wants this man to take his place once Joshua has destroyed Bagration. And while they continue to discuss the details of the deal, somewhere Windmill groans with effort. However, all his efforts and attempts to reach the weapon are in vain. And Arius, without turning to his interlocutor, expresses joy that he has finally come. The man invites the newcomer to leave formalities aside and get straight to the fun. He challenges Joshua to create the greatest event in history. Arius asks the boy to entertain him so that he doesn't waste his time in vain. Meanwhile, Joshua casts a careful glance at the battlefield, analyzing Count Arius's skills. The fact that he managed to destroy 3 masters at once speaks of a power equal to that of superhumans. The man, meanwhile, asks the boy to stop thinking and just enjoy the moment. He asks Joshua not to even try to ruin this moment that is so exciting for him. The boy doesn't even have time to answer, because there's no one left in the place where Arius had just stood. He notices only the dents from the footprints where the man's strong foot had just stepped. Joshua gives Arius some credit, thinking that even his presence is hard to detect. The guy wants to stop this man before he gets lost and ends up in a blind spot. After the attack, Arius voices its name, which is the butterfly dance, and asks Joshua to trust his instincts. The guy asks if all the other masters are as crazy as this man. The latter asks him to stop chatting and not to lag behind. Worrying about the others is pointless now, and he adds that time is an unimaginable luxury for them now. Rugia speaks up, asking why his master is holding back and assuming that he is afraid. But that's not the point, and Joshua mentally replies that it's all because of the excitement of the unexpected challenge. Bursting into a manic laughter, the man says that this is exactly what he has been longing for. He praises Joshua shamelessly, expressing his conviction that the guy is the best. He promises to tell his opponent something interesting if he manages to defeat him, and it will concern the real relationship between his father, Arden Agnes, and his mother, Lucia. These words unsettle Joshua's spiritual balance, and the boy's movements become a little imprecise. And Arius, turning around sharply, laughs madly again and notes that his opponent is moving too slowly. Joshua attacks with a beam from Rugia, but instead of hitting the enemy, the attack hits the ground. Recalling what Arius had said earlier, the boy asks what these words mean. The man asks his opponent to forget about it and concentrate only on him. Joshua strikes after saying that Arius has been waiting for this battle for over 5 years. But after the guy thinks he's got it, he realizes that the feeling was wrong. Before attacking again, the man warns the boy of his location. Joshua turns towards the voice, but there is no one there. It comes from the other side. And while the guy is trying to catch his eye on the silhouette of his opponent, he appears in an unexpected place. Arius says that he still has many tricks left and asks to enjoy them to the fullest. And then he uses the secret technique of the head of the Sten family, the temptation of full bloom. Joshua pauses only long enough to decipher his opponent's attack, but then immediately springs into action. While shouting a call to magma, he makes a movement with his weapon so as not to waste time. The boy moves to the 5th stage of magical spear mastery, taking the 2nd stance, and attacks his opponent with Firewall Flame Dragon Rise. Passing through the youth's body, the magic enters the spear, and then, breaking out, rushes with lightning speed towards Arius. But the man does not feel fear even when a huge fiery dragon appears right in front of him. On the contrary, he bursts into uncontrollable laughter like a madman, because his dream has come true. Reina notes that today will be his last time performing his duties as ruler. The man believes that this hammer is always incredibly majestic and amazing. Demetrius, the first knight, suggests that Rain stay here for now if he has no goal. He offers to visit the knights, but doesn't finish his sentence because the earth begins to shake violently. Kanagat refutes the young man's assumption about an earthquake, suggesting that he take a closer look. Everyone else's gaze, just like his, is captivated by something incredible. Arius tells Joshua that he adores him with all his heart. He just wishes he had the time. The man regrets his loss, but he still would like to enjoy the battle longer. The guy asks his interlocutor to stop taking people for his food and tell him what he promised. Arius says that a promise is a promise and begins to speak to the point. Firstly, it turns out that the Agneses have no real heir, and Arden and Marcus are behind this. Only the head of the Agneses knows about this. Arya is surprised that her friend has not taken anything for almost 20 years. The man finds the boy's expression interesting and begins to talk about the strongest people in the Empire. There are 3 who are stronger than Arius himself, one of whom is Joshua's father. Suddenly, behind the boy, there is a rapidly approaching noise and voices telling him to protect the king. Arius retreats, saying that it looks like he'll have to tell Joshua about his family another time. The man advises the boy to keep all this in mind and to be wary of his father, the Black God of Avalon. Saying that he has taken care of the other masters, Arius disappears, leaving Joshua with a lot of questions. As they say goodbye, the man says that they will see each other soon, and the boy begins to actively analyze. Uneasy about Arius's words, Joshua is curious about what exactly is going on between Arden and Marcus. The guy feels like something is wrong and his fate is changing due to his return to the past, which ruins his plans. Joshua is brought out of his thoughts by an unfamiliar voice addressing him as his king. Demetrius asks permission to introduce himself, does so, and asks what happened here. Kanagat asks if Joshua was hurt, berating himself for not having taken care of the ruler's safety. As he gets closer, the man starts apologizing profusely, saying it was his mistake. Turning to Demetrius, Kanagat asks if he really didn't listen to their king at all. He calls everyone pathetic mice who bring nothing useful and trash who have no place anywhere. Kanagat says that these are the people of the continent, and they are thinking about them, about the people of Reinhard. Rain is mentally amazed that this man turned out to be more concerned about the king than anyone else. Demetrius turns to Kanagat, pointing out to him the presence of traces of a battle between people of the master level. He suggests finding out their identities as soon as possible, since the masters are representatives of nations. Changing, the man agrees to make the first move, introducing himself as a knight named Legrand. Demetrius is amazed that this lord has shown his true form for the first time in 20 years. The man begins to talk about their long-standing dream, the flame of which was revived by King Joshua. Demetrius is even more amazed when he hears words about how it is time to stop pandering to other nations. And Legrand continues his tirade, saying that change requires taking a step forward. A man asks his king for permission to accompany him on his travels. Joshua is not at all against it. He says that he agrees to this since his interlocutor wants it. Expressing joy at these words, Legrand turns to the other knights. Addressing them as a brother, he gives them the order to all follow their king. And now the first sword is raised in agreement with these words, and its owner speaks with respect. Demetrius publicly announces his intention to support King Joshua Sanders. Following him, other voices of support take to the air, wanting to defend their king. And soon all the knights, as one, become ready to follow the wishes of their king. And Joshua, hearing these unanimous exclamations, cannot help but smile with flattery. Even as a child, he had heard many times the story of a knight who made a deal with a demon. An unforgettable sword. He was the creature that managed to come closest to death itself. It was an immortal creature, capable of regenerating even when its limbs were severed. However, he, the legendary Death Knight, could not exist in a human body. Cain thanks his companion, but he is tormented by the question of why he decided to save him. Leech says it wasn't his initiative. He was simply following orders from Lord Joshua Sanders. Cain screams, assuming that this boy made a deal with a demon to save his loved ones. The man tells the knight to shut up, saying that because of him, he can't hear anything. To Cain's surprised look, he confirms that he has mastered the methods of perceiving atmospheric vibrations. Hearing the words that an explosion occurred at the location of his friends, the young man begins to worry. And although Icarus is there, the excitement barely subsides, and the headache intensifies from thoughts about the king of mercenaries. Suddenly, the young man calms down because he has an idea. Apologizing to the Lich, he asks him to teach him how to sense atmospheric vibrations too. Several days have passed since these events. Somewhere along the road, a carriage is hurrying, not stopping even during a major jolt. They approach the Duke of Font's daughter to inform her that they are almost there. Arno spots a place behind some rocks nearby where he can leave the horses. Charlie thanks the Baron for the fact that it was only thanks to him that they all managed to escape. But Icarus has a different opinion about him. The guy thinks that something is wrong, as if Arno knew about the explosion. If there is an ambush behind these stones, they will not be able to defend themselves. The Baron cannot help but know this. This strengthens the guy's suspicions, and he, thinking it over again, turns to the man. Icarus asks if he is sure that their people have found Sir Kane's sword, and receives a rather cheeky answer. The guy says that this is important, because even in a tense struggle, they could not find the secret routes. Arno flares up, calling Icarus a scumbag who suspects him and threatening to cut his throat. But the boy fearlessly calls the man to account, pointing out the lack of suspicion about Cox's plans. Icarus asks why the leader of the Knights does not speak of his suspicions when everything is obvious. When the man speaks up, he stutters once, asking if this boy really wanted to die. Icarus is gently pulled back by another man, who thinks that the time is not right for sorting things out. The guy says that he is sure that they are not being pursued, because otherwise they would not have been able to escape from the canyon without losses. Arno says it's because he knows this territory like the back of his hand, unlike his enemies. Charlie says he believes Lord Icarus's words because it has been quiet for too long. The girl gives the example that even Cromwell's killers showed themselves, in contrast to the attack on them. Arno tries to defend his opinion, saying that their enemies will never find these paths. Icarus is finally convinced that the Baron is lying, but at the same time, the man has nowhere to run. The guy makes his voice louder, but he is already addressing those who are behind the stones. He acknowledges the fact that there is nowhere left to run, so he asks them to show themselves. Arno lets out a tired sigh, then says, as if to himself, that the commoner continues to ruin his plans. Everyone gasps except Icarus. The man can't stand it and asks what the Baron is talking about. Arno asks to forget about it and orders those who are sitting in ambush to show their faces. When they fulfill this request, even Icarus feels uneasy, because these are the knightly orders of Fonts, and among them are not only the third and fourth, but also Baron Glenn himself. This raises many questions, one of which is where their knightly honor is. But Arno has his own mind, and as Cox said, he sees no point in dying with his fallen family. But not everyone agrees with him. There are still those who are ready to fight for their mistress to the end. Arno says that as the leader, he has done enough and allows them to die with the Fonts, if that is what they want. Charlie asks everyone to stop, promising to fulfill all conditions so as not to shed unnecessary blood. The girl asks to let everyone else go, knowing full well that they only need her and her father. Arno says that leaving traces behind is not good, and voices his desire to kill Icarus. The girl says that she is ready to accept all of the Cromwell's conditions if the Baron promises to do nothing. Icarus is silent, but active thought processes are taking place in his head. The subordinate asks his mistress to allow them to fight for her until the death. Charlie thanks everyone who remained loyal for everything they did for the Fonts, but asks them to stop. Arno expresses his respect to her and promises to guarantee the safety of her subordinates. Calling Charlie's choice the right one, the man now asks her to follow him. Desperately fighting the urge to pull away, the girl nods to Arno and confidently extends her hand. There are only centimeters left before the fingers touch, and the knights hiss with hostility. Suddenly, a familiar male voice is heard from somewhere nearby, forbidding Charlie to touch this hand. Arno turns sharply to his subordinates, asking who dared to ruin such a moment. And then he appears, politely asking to allow the man to answer this question. Hearing Kane's voice directly behind and above them, the traitors cry out in surprise. Icarus cannot believe that this obnoxious young man is standing in front of him, and he asks about it rhetorically. And Kane, calling himself a knight of honor who saves ladies, officially announces his appearance. Arno nervously asks how this kid knew they were here, assuming the worst outcome. However, Kane does not answer him and even flies past, landing in a completely different place. The force of the blow even causes the man's body to shake, and he grunts through his teeth. And Kane, falling on one knee before Charlie, asks the girl not to worry about anything. After all, he is going to personally deal with this traitor and hopeless idiot. The girl whines, saying that she has already chosen the words of apology to him for their meeting in the afterlife. Kane asks not to cry because ladies should never shed their tears and undertakes to destroy evil. Arno grins colorlessly, asking if the young man really thinks he can do anything against him. He plans to kill each of them right in front of the young lady and the head of the Font family. Icarus asks if Kane will be okay, since their enemies are strong, but he only jokes it off. Amidst surprised sighs, the young man says that he will not deal with everyone alone, and he adds that he brought excellent support with him. After these words, the fight begins. Arno asks if Kane really thinks they can all escape from him. While parrying the blow, the young man also asks why the man thought they were going to run away from him. After all, the knight is confident that the two of them will be more than enough to kill all of their opponents. Arno tries to provoke Kane's emotions by calling him a northerner, whom even the Empire has rejected. He advises him not to be so arrogant and promises to show him a method of mana training. The man was taught this by the master of the Empire, which clearly demonstrates the difference between their training. Kane actually feels the change, realizing that the man's mana has doubled. Meanwhile, the Death Knight delivers a finishing blow, dealing with all his opponents. Feeling a powerful wave coming from that place, Arno and Kane's gazes turn there. Saying that he is finished with everyone, the Lich advises his unwitting companion to also hurry. Arno doesn't understand what the hell this is and how this man managed to deal with everyone on his own. Kane notices his confusion and, extremely pleased with himself, declares that this is Joshua's second night. The young man rushes forward to attack and introduces his colleague as the Black Knight of the River Dennis. The man finds a more stable position and angrily addresses his opponent. He tells him to shut his mouth, saying that it doesn't matter who the man is. Kane assumes that since Arno knows where he is from, he made inquiries about him, but still missed something. The young man expresses confidence that the man will be very surprised to learn who his teacher is. Noticing the sword's aura only in a slightly different execution, Arno involuntarily guesses everything. And satisfied with this reaction, Kane produces a strike from the great sword of Agnes. Completing his maneuver, the young man says that now this man knows who is really strong here. From the side, while the knight brings his breathing back to normal, admiring voices begin to be heard. Those present find it difficult to believe what they see, as well as the fact that Joshua has two such strong swordsmen. In the midst of praise and admiration, Icarus suddenly comes to his senses and hurries to address everyone else. He says that now is not the time to relax because they need to hurry and get out of this place. This idea inspires Charlie, and she suggests going to Peril Castle. The girl is sure that its owner will not refuse to accept them because he is her uncle. Brave knights follow their master directly, trusting him unquestioningly. He mentally reasons as he goes, considering all the possible options for the future. Rain is amazed at the guy's speed. He assumes that he even slowed down on purpose. Legrand apologizes before asking why the man is with them when he could have been relaxing in Reinhardt. He asks the man not to be so cold, and asks if they will be able to enter Avalon's territory at all. Legrand didn't even expect such a thing. He simply follows his king without thinking about anything else. Finally stopping, Joshua listens to what those he meets along the way tell him, and they congratulate the worthy master of Avalon, Baron Joshua Sanders, on his return. And they say that by order of the Emperor, they must accompany the guy and fulfill any of his wishes. Count Calster says that he was not informed that the Baron was already accompanied by such a retinue. And when he asks his escorts to leave, Legrand wonders if this was worth expecting. But then, to everyone's surprise, Joshua says that these people are his knights. The guy asks if this is a problem and Calster groans. Although puzzled, he says that since these are Joshua's trusted people, there shouldn't be any problems. Legrand thinks that he feels significance even in such a short dialogue. And now the man is absolutely sure that this guy is the very king they were waiting for. Meanwhile, the door to the headquarters of the Reinhardt Borderland Mercenary Guild swings open. Hybrid asks what it means that the king of mercenaries has issued a call. They tell him that this is what it means, and that it happened near the southern region of Avalon, not far from the Font family. Darmian is asked to calm down since no one asked Hybrid's opinion on this matter. The man asks why they didn't report everything to him. He would have been able to guess and speak out. Darmian asks if he himself should not know what he is doing since the title has already been promised. However, this man has no knights who could help him in this matter. The young man believes that this is a great opportunity for people like them to gain status. Therefore, anyone who proves themselves to the barbarian will be able to get a place under his wing. He ends by saying that anyone with common sense will follow the king of mercenaries. The hooded figure remarks that it seems they have no choice, and the hybrid asks what he's talking about. Iselin responds that she feels it is necessary to intervene in order to stop the mercenary king. She decides to go to the Fonts, and a serious scandal breaks out in the Cromwell castle. Gever almost shouts at the man standing opposite her, asking how he dared to let her go. The man reminds Arno that he trusted him, and he so meanly set him up. Unable to contain the urge to cough, the Baron swallows his pride and expresses deep regret. Then he asks to give him another chance, promising to fix everything and do it right. He reinforces this by saying that although she thinks she is safe, she is actually mistaken. The man asks how dare Arno ask for a second chance when he screwed up so badly. Gever speaks of his son, and a voice from behind suggests that he contact him. The head of the Cromwells clarifies, and he receives the answer that the guild has announced a call, but the mercenaries will still need time to arrive. Gever believes that Gevorg and his knights are more than enough to take Peril Castle. However, the king believes that his interlocutor underestimates what the enemy is capable of. Gever doesn't want to give Arno a second chance just because they're afraid of A-rank knights. However, Bagration reminds that this man is himself an A-rank knight. Arno is mentally amazed that someone could find out what he so carefully hid, and Bagration begins to talk about why Peril Castle will not be able to hold out for even a night. The king believes that all they have to do now is buy some time for his people. He talks about using this man as bait, and the Duke smirks. He suggests that they will probably have to prepare for the worst possible outcome. And sometime later, their comrades are already fighting with all their might, trying to destroy the Font family. Peril Castle is surrounded on all sides, and now no one can escape from it. All this is the work of Gevorg, who wants to deal with everything alone, considering his opponent's weaklings. Infusing his voice with confidence, Charlie gives the order to cut all the ropes. Her order is immediately carried out with trained precision and synchronicity. The mechanism immediately comes to life, starting to act and providing support to its owners. The ballista arrow hits its target accurately, incapacitating several enemy squads. The others are luckier, noticing the danger. They encourage each other to run. It takes longer for the next group to arrive, and they share the fate of their predecessors. In front of another part of the fortress, an order is heard to destroy the walls, and the soldiers rush to carry it out. The man doesn't want to let the tyrant get to the gate, but the girl asks him to leave it to others. Meanwhile, the enemy is getting closer and closer to the gates, and an order to destroy them is heard. Those standing inside are pierced by this unpleasant sound hitting their eardrums. Icarus asks Cain what's going on, as he doesn't see the Black Knight of the River Dennis anywhere. The words that the young man also doesn't know this make the strategist tense up even more. At the same moment, another blow is heard at the gate, and it shatters into pieces. The enemy army rushes inside with a war cry, encouraging each other to destroy the Font family. But Icarus had a plan for just such a case, so he gives the appropriate order. The enemies notice something falling from above at the last moment, intending to warn the others, but in vain. They are crushed with a corresponding sound, knocking out of the people their last abruptly interrupted scream. Cain praises Icarus and suggests that it will now be more difficult for enemies to break through. But the strategist denies this, saying it may not buy them as much time as it seems. Charlie notices something out of place before anyone else, but it's too late. Others notice the master almost immediately behind her, and someone gives the order to stop him. As soon as Charlie is behind his subordinate, an explosion thunders in front of them. The area is filled with the familiar aura of the sword when its owner grips his weapon. She makes Cain involuntarily fall into memories, awakening feelings he has already experienced. And this is puzzling, because it cannot end well, as practice soon shows. The knight leaps forward, covering Icarus with his body in a stinging lunge, knocking away pieces of broken stones. The silhouette that emerged bursts into laughter, praising the traps that the enemy army had created. But while they may be fun to play with, this place will soon become the grave of all those gathered. The left twin, an A-rank knight, asks nicely to give up the castle and become slaves of the Cromwells. His twin, Right, promises to let everyone live if they do as they say. Cain tells him not to joke with him like that, because they will never give up, and the Font family will live forever. Right grins and says that in that case they will all die, and then gives the order to defeat the enemy. Two opposing currents collide, and the air is filled with screams and the clang of metal. Raising his voice, Cain says they can all go home before it's too late. Right clarifies whether this is the same knight who is currently on everyone's lips. The enemy remains silent even as their blades collide with a piercing sound. Right invites the knight to check what he really is, to see if all these rumors are true. Playing with the wine in his glass, the guy bursts out laughing, noting that their people are already inside. Gevorg is firmly convinced that the defeat of the Fonts is only a matter of time. His self-confident speech is interrupted by a messenger who bursts into the commander's tent with urgent news. Hearing the request, Gevorg only laughs. He mocks the 3rd Division's fears of losing. Meanwhile, the battle continues, and the Fontov army gets its second wind. Left laughs wildly, expressing confidence that they won't be able to stop him with his abilities. Charlie is urgently asked to save herself, but the girl does not want to hide, wanting to fight back the enemy. And Left continues to laugh, agreeing with her that they have nowhere else to hide. He literally shouts after those running away, calling on them to come back to him and fight. And the man, swinging well, makes a wide lunge in an arc. Feeling something behind him, Charlie turns around to check and is forced to stop. Count Beardo pushes the girl away from himself, fully understanding how everything could end for her. At the same moment, an explosion throws Charlie back, knocking him to the ground. The girl manages to get up somehow, and she immediately bursts into tears, mourning the sacrifice of her close associate. And Left says that it's too early to be sad, saying that she was ordered to deliver it to Gevorg as a trophy. To avoid showing her weakness to her opponent, the girl blinks away tears and bites her lip. Help comes suddenly with a familiar voice asking the lady to get up and run. Icarus fires again, but the enemy cuts the projectile as if it were a toy. The strategist states that they will not lose, but they just need to hold out a little longer. His opponent calls Icarus stupid, believing that no one can change their situation. Charlie tells Left to shut up, saying that they will do everything they can to survive. The man doesn't like this behavior, he strikes back. But at Icarus, the force of the attack throws him aside, even though he tries to stay on his feet. Left raises his voice, asking how Charlie dares to resist when he spared her. The girl screams from the strong and stinging blow, unable to resist. Left comes up with a brilliant idea. He's going to tell Gevorg that Charlie died during the battle. The man assumes that the girl really wants to go to the next world, since she dares to attack him and disobey him. And Left is already shouting, saying that if she really wants it so much, he will fulfill her wish. Charlie lets out a breath through his teeth, tensing his whole body, because it seems that this will make it easier to bear the pain. But nothing happens that she had already managed to imagine. Left's ability to see returns faster, and he asks passionately what happened. And when the haze clears, a stranger appears before your eyes. Even though Charlie only sees his back, she knows exactly who is in front of her and stutters out the man's name. Left is not impressed, saying he will kill anyone who dares to stand in his way. The man laughs madly, already anticipating how he will teach a lesson to the fool who dared to interfere with him. Well, Joshua doesn't utter a single sound, preferring actions to words. His blow is so powerful that it causes the opponent to instantly lose consciousness. Joshua, having measured the passed-out man with a long, appraising glance, straightens up to his full height. Icarus also witnesses this scene, still trying to get his ragged breathing back to normal. Joshua encourages his friends with kind words and says that he will return to them soon. The guy disappears as quickly as he appears, causing Charlie and Icarus to flinch in surprise. Cain continues his battle with Right, their blades crossing once again. The enemy tells the knight that even if they manage to defend the castle, it will only delay the inevitable. Time is not on their side, as new troops are constantly arriving to join their enemies. Cain thinks that he won't be able to stop everyone, and that there's no point in retreating, and there's nowhere to go. Joshua asks his knight how much longer he will mess around with his opponent. He advises his friend to hurry up and finish off Right finally. The young man, not expecting such a phenomenon, could only stutter and name his lord's title. And the boy, having made a demonstrative arc around the knight, speaks up again. As Joshua goes on his way, he says that he will wait for Cain all this time. Right, calling the stranger an idiot, announces his intention to kill him. Cain is a dragonite. He asks how the enemy dares to insult his lord in front of him. The knight is sure that this man is as high as the sky is above Joshua, which is what he tells him. Right is amazed at the power of the blow because he thought that his opponent had no strength left. Somewhere else, warriors scattered in all directions by the explosion hiss in pain and despair. They don't understand what it was and assume they've walked into another trap. A man appears right from the epicenter of the fire and says that he will mercifully give them a chance to be saved. Joshua allows those who are not happy with the massacre that Cromwell carried out to leave. The warriors become aggressive, asking who he thinks he is and inciting their comrades to attack the stranger. They rush at him with the intention of destroying Castle Peril for Cromwell. Joshua draws his eyebrows together even more, noticing that his opponents wanted this to happen. He's thinking about the 5th phase of his spear technique, which will make it impossible for anyone to resist the guy. However, Joshua knows for sure that if he doesn't practice, his skills will decline. The boy thinks about combining the destructive power of magma and the growth power of Bronto. He already sees what results from the combination of these two primeval stones. Joshua is confident that this way he can reach a completely different level using these two forces. And the guy immediately carries out the 5th phase of the spear technique, harmony of fire and lightning. By performing thunder blasts, Joshua manages to take out enemy warriors from several towers at once. The rest of the remaining ones scream frantically, experiencing hellish pain. However, their cries quickly fade away, ending abruptly at almost the same time. Gevorg cannot believe that some ordinary lightning could destroy his vanguard. The guy suspects that Fonz has a hidden trump card, but he doesn't despair. While the commander is giving the order, Gevorg is informed that someone is attacking them. Remembering the request from the 3rd Division, an unpleasant thought comes to the guy's mind. Legrand appeals to the proud knights of Wilhelm to listen to his command. The man suggests that his comrades destroy the enemies that stand in the way of their king, sending them forward. But he himself does not intend to stand aside at this time, already constructing an attack in his own hands. The knight makes a large, sweeping gesture, directing energy towards the nearest target. As the siege tower begins to fall, Cromwell's warriors warn each other. Gevorg not only can't believe what he sees, he can't even put a couple of words together. Icarus acknowledges the fact that these people have come to their aid and is amazed at the strength of his unexpected allies. Cain asks not to joke with him, considering himself the only one who can stand next to his lord. He says he's not going to let some unknown bastard take his place like that. Icarus loses his temper, calling the knight an idiot because first they need to regroup. At this time, Wright, defeated a little earlier by Cain, moves weakly and, wincing, makes an inarticulate sound. Gevorg orders everyone to be killed, but the warrior reminds him that their people are still inside. The guy doesn't seem to hear him, saying that they must thin out the enemy at any cost. Someone approaching the company notes the fact that Gevorg has not changed at all. Joshua assumes that his interlocutor will suffer the same fate as Verona Shenvillas. The guy asks, interrupted by lack of air, what he is doing here if he should be in Reinhard. Joshua says Gevorg and his family crossed a line that should not have been crossed. He says that he does not intend to kill the Cromwell heir, but instead of life, he will take everything else. Gevorg asks what kind of nonsense this guy is talking about and tells him to look around and count all the knights. Cain says that his lord will not be alone because his faithful sir is always with him. And the young man makes a solemn promise to eliminate the enemies that stand in the way of his lord. The warriors, hearing the knight's name, give in, telling each other rumors about this very strong man. Gevorg has a different opinion. He believes that there is nothing to worry about a weak knight with such a stupid title. He begins to talk about regret, but Legrand, who has arrived, retorts, saying that they will be the ones to regret it. And the man immediately backs up his words with actions, demonstrating his loyalty to the king. Cain, with a spirit of competition, tells these unknown knights that he will deal with everything himself. Gevorg cannot believe what is happening, thinking that it is a dream, because 5,000 soldiers were killed like flies. Joshua refutes his words, suggesting that he finally accept the current reality. Addressing Gevorg, the guy says that everything that happens to him from this moment will be his worst nightmare. He wants to snap back but bites his tongue, emitting an annoying hiss instead of a threat. Joshua, declaring this battle over, says that Gevorg is now his captive. He grins as he expresses hope that his interlocutor will enjoy life without a title. After all, the place where Gevorg goes, the power of his family will have absolutely no significance. People have already forgotten the place called the Forest of Dark Creatures. Along with this, the time when they bowed their knees before true power faded from memory. They forgot the promise they had promised to keep, but which they should not have broken. Returning to his friends, as stated earlier, Joshua is the first to strike up a conversation. He admits that because of all these events, he did not have the opportunity to greet them properly. And the girl melts when the guy praises her for her excellent work and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Suddenly behind Joshua, the sound of a blade being drawn from its sheath is heard. The boy tenses as the warrior, apparently Fontov, swings his blade wide, and he reverently turns to the god of the battlefield, beginning to praise the god of war. The other survivors also join their ally, starting to praise Joshua Sanders. Calling him the greatest master of Avalon, they graciously welcome the boy to Castle Peril. As Joshua rides past them and is feted, Rain grins approvingly, and then the man expresses his knowledge that he has a good eye for people. Despite the fact that the Cromwell army numbered 5,000, they still suffered a crushing defeat. The emperor is informed of the imperial aristocrats and A-rank knights who died in battle. Marcus asks if the Fonts really still possess such overwhelming power. They tell him that this family has called upon Baron Joshua Sanders and the Knights of Wilhelm to help. Addressing the emperor, Talon von Brühle urges his interlocutor to punish Baron Joshua. Marcus chuckles thoughtfully and retreats into himself for a moment. But almost immediately he turns to Arden, asking Father Joshua what he thinks about it. He says that this boy not only reduced the number of talents, but also threatened stability. Arden remains sullenly silent when the emperor asks what to do about it now. The man is told that this boy must be punished according to their laws. The emperor waits a while longer for an answer, after which he lets out a long, drawn-out, and loud chuckle. And then, rising from his seat, he says that, as suggested, he should punish Joshua. After all, these circumstances brought him a lot of problems, and yet he did enough service to the Cromwells. The man expresses confidence that everyone will agree that the Font family's complaints are now justified, and Joshua's journey to Reinhard was also successful, thanks to which his name is on everyone's lips. Before sinking his teeth into this delicious piece, Rain bursts into a mischievous laugh. He admits that he considered the Fonts to be vain, but despite this, they turned out to be so hospitable. The man hears fawning and words about how Lord Kiraz will definitely find out about Joshua Rain's support. The guy who heard this says that the man made a little mistake, and the Lion King is not helping him. Joshua asks Rain if he thinks it's time to finish the job. The man asks to call a spade, saying that Lady Charlie or Kiraz pays for everything. Joshua says that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been allowed in, and asks the Lion King to pay the entrance tax. Rain asks the guy how much money he needs, but he says that money won't buy him off here. The guy admits that he came here to ask the man to become a guarantor. The Lion King says nothing in response, but he becomes wary and listens with utmost attention. And Joshua says that he has challenged the mercenary king, Bagration, to Castle Peril for a duel of superhumans. The guy believes that the presence of 2 superhumans in this place can attract people's attention. Rain agrees, but adds that he has 2 conditions. Joshua allows him to voice them. The man wants a favor from the guy in the future, but he can refuse if it seems too unreasonable. And the second condition is Rain's request to make Joshua his heir. A verbal altercation is taking place at Cromville Castle, with the transfer of control being the topic of conversation. If the truth about his help to Bagration gets out, the losses in the war for territory will be disastrous for him. This will not only tarnish the mercenary king's career, but will also become a big problem in future events. The man asks his interlocutor not to worry, because he is ready to do everything possible to win. This is precisely the reason why Gever must hand over control to Bagration. The king asks if the man should do anything, if he really thinks what is happening to his son is normal. Gever says he doesn't care about this idiot, it's just that events haven't taken the best turn. The man regrets that he does not have the opportunity to change the situation with his own hands. At some point, he manages to curb his anger and pull himself together, and Gever slowly exhales. After thinking it over, he agrees to give Bagration command of his troops in this war. But the only condition is an unprecedented victory and Joshua's body, which will be hung above the entrance. Bagration is satisfied with this arrangement. He promises to show this guy the true face of despair. The mercenary king pledges to drag Joshua to hell with his own hands. Icarus expresses the assumption that his advice to find a witness was followed. He asks Joshua what his ultimate goal is, and he replies that he plans to become emperor. Cain can't contain his emotions, asking if his lord is planning to seize control of Avalon. The knight begins to panic, believing that if anyone hears them, they will be considered traitors. Icarus takes a more reasonable approach, reminding his interlocutor of the risks and asking questions. Joshua doesn't recommend sticking to the Britain name alone, and Icarus is getting impatient. But then he himself understands everything, saying that now he has the goal of becoming an employee of the Imperial Chancellery. Cain asking him to tell him why they need a witness and how Joshua is going to ascend the throne. The Baron believes that this conversation should be continued later and asks Icarus to use this as needed. He asks where Joshua got so much money, and Cain says that he has never seen so much. The guy says that betting is legal in Rhine, so he decided to have a little fun. Icarus sees no point in spending military resources on anyone other than themselves. He believes they have an obligation to use this money to provide for their families after the war ends. Joshua points out that they already have plenty of time to spare, so he allowed himself to do this. Icarus has a different opinion and asks how long the guy plans to remain a baron. The boy is inspired by the idea of building the greatest estate in the world, complete with people, furniture, and decorations. Joshua laughs nervously, asking if Icarus has any idea how much money this would require. Seeing his steadfastness, Icarus orders the boy to write a detailed report with all the ensuing arguments. Joshua thinks that this little book has too many points, but his interlocutor is impenetrable. Cain expresses an understanding of how his lord could become emperor without having Briton blood in his veins. He talks about a marriage of convenience and asks Joshua how he likes the idea. The alarm that suddenly activated prevents us from continuing the conversation. Shouting that the enemy is advancing, the person in charge orders everyone else to prepare for battle. Addressing the commander, the knight announces the completion of the readiness of all troops. But he still suggests surrendering since there are few warriors left. But Charlie doesn't see a problem with this. Someone reports that Joshua has opened the gates and adds that the Baron has gone to the battlefield. Icarus reminds us of the difference in power between Cromwell and Fontaine, saying that it is too great. Joshua replies that they won't see victory by hiding behind the castle walls either, so they will fight. Icar believes that such tactics are best used when they have an advantage, and not vice versa. The guy tells him in response that this is precisely the reason he does it, believing that they have an advantage. Icarus is puzzled when he hears these words and asks in bewilderment about this. A sharp and long sound of a military horn rolls over the forest, causing everyone to involuntarily tense up. The enemies rush towards the enemy, raising their banners and repeating the Marquis's order to surround the castle. Cain asks Joshua if everything is okay, since he has an understanding of what the flag symbolizes. It symbolizes the Order of Knights, which was created specifically to fight superhumans. Joshua speaks to Cain through a magical connection, asking him to first listen carefully. And then she tells him about the discovery of a special point for mana manipulation in those who have surpassed A rank. The knight can also gain power that can rival the sword's aura. Joshua is about to show it to Cain, but Cain asks him to wait. While all this is happening, someone in the crowd shouts out words about forming a resistance to superhumans. But Joshua doesn't care. He continues to fill his body with mana and just smiles silently. After this, the guy turns his gaze to the side in order to find his first target. It turns out to be an unfriendly knight who is already swinging for his first attack. He carries it out furiously, telling his opponent to die, but Joshua easily manages to parry the attack. Several more knights come to their friend's aid, urging each other to continue the attack. So soon, Joshua finds himself surrounded by enemies who attack him almost simultaneously. The guy concludes that these people deserve to be called the vanguard of the Marquis of Cromwell, and yet they prove too weak to stop him. Intending to show them what true strength is, the boy channels aura power. Thus, just one spear can easily destroy the entire battlefield. For those who follow him, this weapon will be more reliable than anything else. For those who decide to oppose him, the spear will become more terrible than the punishment of the gods of death. Hearing the voice in his head, Cain is in awe of it, and Icarus understands that it is speaking to everyone. The voice continues to say that this is a war song and a story about a lone warrior with a spear. The enemy army believes that this is just a ploy to instill fear in them. They urge each other on to move forward, but soon their bravado voices turn into shouts. Cain shares that he feels a surge of energy simply from listening to his lord. Legrand speaks of his king with pride, but Cain doesn't like it. The knight claims ownership of the lord, saying that he was the first to serve Joshua. One of the fonts gives the order to everyone else to follow Baron Joshua Sanders. Cain asks Icarus if he is sure they should abandon the castle before additional troops arrive. The strategist expresses confidence that Lady Charlie will be able to control them. When he sees that the girl understands him incorrectly, he rushes to correct everything, asking the noblewoman to stop. Meanwhile, someone notes the fact of the fall of the vanguard even before it reached the castle. The company says that because there are only planes around, they have nowhere to hide their troops. Cromwell laughs, suggesting that peril will soon fall. Bagration agrees with him, proposing to celebrate. But then the sound of hooves is heard ahead, and the rider informs the detachment of an urgent message. He says that Joshua managed to defeat the entire vanguard, and the enemies are now approaching them. He doesn't even manage to finish properly, and at the end of the sentence, the man's words stop in a squeal. Joshua expresses joy at meeting the king of mercenaries, saying that he has been waiting for this for a long time. The next moment, Bagration hears words that this guy is that very spearman. Cromwell is also stunned by this news, because he has never seen this man in person before. Meanwhile, Joshua continues, expressing his joy at meeting her in person. Bagration compliments the guy, realizing that he is not a coward and expressing surprise at meeting him in person. He just asks not to say that the guy went through all this trouble just to reach an agreement. Joshua ignores this, approaching the mercenary directly with an offer to engage in a duel. Bagration says that he is busy now, but as soon as he sorts everything out, he will come to the potential opponent himself. From somewhere behind Joshua, a voice suddenly comes out, drawing attention to itself. Right on the fly, Rain greets the mercenary king with the words that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Bagration reciprocates when the Lion King lands, addressing him by his title. The man says he heard that the Knights of Wilhelm are now under the command of Baron Joshua. He assumes that the open speech means that Rain represents the Free Knights Alliance. The Lion King was once the leader of these wandering people who do not submit to any state. Rain addresses Joshua, making it clear that he will only be a witness to the fight, but not a participant. Bagration asks why he should believe this nonsense, and the man asks him to watch his language. After all, it was the king of mercenaries who ignored the challenge to a duel from the winner of the Battle of Masters. The man wonders in his mind why Rain is getting involved if it won't bring him any benefit. Out loud, the king of mercenaries chuckled dismissively, cursing traditions. but he still agrees to have a duel here and now since they want it so much. Cromwell rudely pulls the man up, asking who gave him the right to decide this issue on his own. Bagration reminds us that command has been transferred to him and talks about the advantages of such a decision. To prove that he has the right to speak for the Fonts, Joshua shows the coat of arms. The knights begin to discuss what this all means, hinting at Charlie's relationship with the boy. Bagration expresses satisfaction that his opponent has power. That is enough for him. The mercenary king expresses confidence that this boring war will come to an end today. Later, the Cromwell army lines up, taking the necessary position for this battle. Their opposing side does the same, in accordance with the rules. Cain expresses understanding about what Icarus had previously spoken to the Lord about. He suggests that they were initially pushing for this option, because that is how the war would truly end. Rain respectfully asks to be told the rules before officially beginning the duel. The first thing the man says is that the duelists themselves choose the method of fighting. If one side admits defeat or is unable to continue, the fight will end. Joining his opponent's agreement, Bagration says that he remembers these rules by heart. And Rain, hearing understanding and readiness from both sides, announces the beginning of the battle. Joshua is the first to take decisive action, spraying his mana in all directions. His knight admires his lord, amazed by such an abundance of aura from the very beginning. Bagration expresses understanding about how the vanguard managed to lose to Joshua. He says that the quality of mana is determined at birth, and aura has the same qualities. The man states that his aura is meant to crush his enemies, aggressive and wild. Believing that Joshua's support aura is nothing compared to it, Bagration casts Aura Overlay. Cain can't help but note with delight that his opponent managed to suppress his lord's aura. Bagration laughs wildly, expressing interest in how many attacks Joshua can withstand. When the man's face becomes completely insane, the mercenary king orders his opponent to die. Joshua is having a hard time. Even he himself did not expect such a strong onslaught. And yet the guy manages to overpower the disproportionately strong man, pushing him back. The resulting explosion from the attack generates an even larger shockwave than a normal aura burst. Icarus screams in despair, and Cain notes that one blow blew everything around for many miles. The detachment commander orders that shields be erected immediately to protect the Marquis of Cromwell. He looks up, suddenly hearing a strange sound in the air, and begins to search for its source. Right in front of him, a familiar object flies out of the clouds of dust, spinning incessantly. The Marquis takes an involuntary step back, instinctively afraid of being caught. Luck turns out to be on his side, as the axe lands where he had just been standing. The man peers at the weapon, trying to understand why it is not in the hands of its owner, and the merciless truth covers him in the very next moment, causing him to fall. Everything is confirmed faster than anyone can utter a sound or word. But when Bagration's body falls to the ground next to his head, a loud exhalation escapes the lips of the first man. Charlie gasps with bated breath, because it is simply impossible to contain such emotions. Cromwell finally understands what this state of affairs means for him. Someone in the crowd cries out, stating that Joshua killed the mercenary king with just one blow. The warriors begin to talk about the Cromwell's possessions belonging to them, but Gever shuts them up. He asks if they seriously believe that this battle will actually end the war. The man says it's a conflict between his family and the Font family. Joshua has no right to make decisions in the affairs of other people's families. This is a violation of imperial law. When Cromwell literally screams, ordering the people to be prepared, the guy can't take it anymore. The man orders everyone to arm themselves, because they have a numerical advantage over the enemy. Continuing to incite the warriors, the Marquis begins to put pressure on such priorities as honor and family prosperity. However, unrest has already arisen among the people. Some see no point in fighting without the mercenary king. Gever says that the reward for Bagration is still valid. He agrees to distribute this money. The man continues to manipulate, asking if this isn't what they've been dreaming about for so long. Cromwell continues to tempt the mercenaries with noble titles and a better life. Finally, he succeeds, and the first fish falls on this hook. Soon the whole crowd draws their swords, tempted by the treasured life. Cain assumes that the mercenaries are going to finish the job. Legrand tells the knights to get ready. Joshua turns to the Marquis, saying that he cannot believe that he actually went along with this. The boy turns to the hybrid, who is not here, apologizing to his friend for the death of these mercenaries. But then, from somewhere nearby, a familiar voice is heard calling for the ice spear. When the first icicle falls in front of an army, someone recognizes third-level magic. Hybrid, ordering the mercenaries as their new commander, speaks of the invalidity of the agreement with the Cromwells. He speaks loudly enough for everyone to hear, ordering his subordinates to retreat. By displaying the insignia, the man announces the end of the mercenary king's era. He speaks as the only owner of the diamond seal, besides the late Bagration. The man announces his intention to bring order to their ranks and restore old traditions. Cromwell orders him to be silent, asking who the other man thinks he is. Hybrid says that if Gevhor needs compensation, he can discuss it with the late king. Cromwell orders his army to attack this scoundrel and show him the dangers of feuding with the Cromwells. Iceland reacts faster, telling everyone to stop immediately, otherwise things will get tough. She tries to appeal to the warrior's voice of reason, saying that this war is already over. Gevhor begins to provoke the hybrid, asking why he is hiding behind some magician. The girl is furious that Cromwell did not recognize her, depriving her of everything he had previously taken away. She can barely control her emotions so as not to finish this man off right now with her own hands. Suddenly something happens that makes the girl change the trajectory of her thoughts. She drops her friend's name when Joshua thanks Iselin for stopping the mercenaries. And then he asks her not to worry and leave everything else to him. The guy approaches the Marquis, offering him to surrender peacefully, but he stands his ground. Joshua asks if Cromwell is sure that without the mercenary king, they are stronger than him. He addresses everyone present with his magical voice, showing his strength and power. Joshua advises the Marquis not to sacrifice these guys because of his pride. Cromwell asks those who have thrown down their swords what they are doing, threatening to sentence those who disobey his orders. Joshua again approaches the Marquis with a request to allow him to propose to him. The guy says that he is ready to let Gevhor go, but only on one condition. Gevhor says that he will not agree to this, because any proposal will tarnish the pride of his family. The guy clarifies, that is, the man would prefer to follow Bagration. He tenses up at the words that his choice will be death, and suddenly speaks up. Hissing angrily, the man asks what Joshua wants in return, what his conditions are. And the first thing the guy asks for is to return the lands to Fontam, which he took before the war began. After this, Cromwell must pay them 1,000,000 gold pieces as compensation. The man thinks that such a sum would be equivalent to his slavery to this family. But since he has no other choice to survive, Gevhor takes the oath of a nobleman. When he swears to fulfill his part of the bargain in the emperor's name, Joshua's friends can't help but smile. And the Marquis orders his army to retreat and return home immediately. Hearing a signal that suddenly pierced the area, the trio at the other end of the crater shudder. Cain asks what the sound is, and Icarus replies that it is the signal for the Cromwells to retreat. And then it dawns on each of the Font's troops that the war is over and they have won. Cromwell, however, mentally addresses Joshua, saying that this oath means nothing to him. By threatening the guy, the man promises to make him regret his decision to let him go. And then Joshua asks the Marquis to wait. He asks what else is needed from him. The guy tells him that the entire imperial family saw everything that happened here. Cromwell begins to speak, addressing his interlocutor defiantly, but stops short. Instead of speaking coherently, all he does is stutter and stammer. Marcus finds this amusing and admits that he never doubted this boy. Sometime later, fireworks are exploding over Castle Peril. Iceland adds charm to the overall celebration, basking in the attention. The warriors are talking about how this girl is not only talented, but also very beautiful. Iselin distracts Charlie from his favorite activity by addressing his friend by name. She speaks with all sincerity about how happy she is to see her again. And Iselin politely thanks the lady for her kind words and invitation. Nearby, Cain's malicious laughter is heard as he recounts the battle between Joshua and Bagration. He expresses his intention to write a war song as great as their lord. Legrand mockingly agrees that Cain must have at least one grand goal. The knight reminds his interlocutor that he was the first to serve this lord. And then he adds that even Joshua's father recognized him as a genius, prompting clarifying questions from the audience. Cain bursts out laughing and then says, okay, he can teach them a few tricks. The guy calls out the codename, which is the Knight of the Golden Spirit, and he explains that their goal is to become stronger than the legendary Seven of Avalon. The knights love this idea and want to become the greatest knights on the entire continent. Icarus mentally assumes that this is the beginning of a new friendship, and he likes it. Cain asks Joshua where he was going at this hour of the night, because he thought he wanted to rest. The guy says everything is fine, but he needs his entourage to do something for him. Joshua wants Cain to go to Font's castle at noon, and the knight doesn't understand why. Icarus says Joshua wants to get rid of the traitors, starting with Count Cox. The boy gives the rest of the knights the order to go back to Reinhard. The man asks why there, and not, for example, to Aden Canyon. Icarus answers for Joshua, explaining that Reinhard is now in danger. The boy says that news of the absence of knights in the city will soon spread throughout the empire. And then the man realizes that the true leader of the king of mercenaries in Cromwell is the emperor. Icarus confirms this, also saying that Marcus might take the chance to capture Reinhard. Legrand begins to blame himself for this. believing that if something happens, it will all happen because of him. Icarus assures the man that everything is under control and that soon they won't have to worry about such things. After all, changes on the entire continent now depend only on the decision of their milord. And since the fate of the continent is now in Joshua's hands, Cain wants to know what decision he will make. The guy, deliberately dragging out the intrigue, says that he will share with his comrades what fate he has chosen. When he begins to speak these words, Cain and Icarus cannot believe their ears. The commanders of the Knights of Wilhelm are even more confused by what they hear. And later, Cain asks Icarus why he thinks the Lord made this particular decision. He replies that it doesn't matter to him, and he himself will follow his master anywhere. Charlie asks what happened so urgently that they decided to discuss it with her. Icarus thanks the girl for taking the time to receive them, and Cain relays the order to Joe and says that since it concerns the fonts, they decided to talk to Charlie. The girl's face darkens when she hears what kind of matter Baron Sanders' subordinates decided to discuss with her. She chuckles thoughtfully and for a long time, trying to force herself to concentrate and put aside personal feelings. And after that, pushing back his chair with a disgusting sound, he says that they must get rid of these people. Charlie sees no point in showing mercy to pathetic traitors. She is ready to do this for the sake of those who suffered from them and for the sake of the newly reborn Font family. The girl says that although she has no right to do this, she asks the guys to take care of everything. The boys simultaneously let out a sigh of relief, as they were afraid of a negative reaction. And the next moment, they unanimously suggest that the girl rely on them. The knight suddenly remembers something and asks about it without embarrassment. He even suggests that Charlie wanted to marry Joshua out loud. Icarus pulls his friend up, saying that he can't ask about such things, but he justifies everything with interest. Charlie laughs, calling the guys a perfect match for each other, and Icarus instinctively asks again. The girl admits that she gave Joshua this coat of arms simply to attract his attention. At the same time, Charlie says that now she herself does not know exactly what she feels for this person. Hearing that the girl thinks Joshua is like a god, Cain says that's why they called him that. Icarus tells the knight to know his place, and he suddenly bursts into coughing. Charlie says that she doesn't think about things like love or marriage right now because she's very busy. And stopping at the door, the girl suggests that her friends deal with these traitors. The girl says that she will go with them to see the faces of these traitors before the face of death. The inscription on this grave states that it belongs to the mercenary king, Bagration. Joshua stands silently in front of the small rock, and there is perfect silence all around. But it is interrupted by the voice of Rugia. Ordering his master to concentrate and begin, he agrees. Extending his hand towards Bagration's grave, the boy envelops the rest of his body with energy. He wraps himself in it until it is enough, and Rugia speaks again. He speaks to the fallen Knight of Kings, and to the 9,000 spirits whose grievances are thicker than darkness. Rugia states his name and introduces himself as the demonic god of weapons. And then he orders them to come out to him and his master and drown their sorrows. Rugia says that in exchange, he will give them a chance to walk this mortal earth again. By attaching his viscous tentacles, the god commands the corpse to obey him. When he hears himself addressed as Dullahan, his muscles contract. Joshua instinctively asks if this really is Lord Dullahan. At first, the only answer is silence, but then the undead somehow miraculously makes a voice. The Dullahan speaks of one who demands submission from him and forces him to bend his knees. And the guy at this time mentally notes the demonic energy of incredible power. Rugia agrees that Dullahan is considered a legend in the demon realm, among the creatures he created. But unlike the Death Knight, this one shouldn't feel hatred towards Joshua for killing him. The boy hesitates, asking if the creature is rushing towards him too fast. And Dullahan starts his old song again, talking about the one who demands submission from him. Repeating what it said earlier, the creature tells Joshua to prove his strength to him. Rugia says that Dullahan never obeys anyone weaker than himself. Calling the condition quite simple as a joke, Joshua gets on his opponent's nerves. Taking a closer look, the guy realizes that such a strong blow actually left only a scratch. Joshua is so surprised by this that he asks the question out loud. And then he grins and, agreeing, says that now he will be serious, wanting to use aura. Rugia counters by saying that Dullahan only recognizes demonic energy, which is practically pure. In confirmation of these words, the creature declares that it does not intend to submit to the weak. Joshua asks Rugia why he said all this only now, when they have already resurrected the body. God just laughs, and then says that even his strongest relative could not defeat him. But since Joshua is with him, the legendary Lord Rugia, he doesn't have to worry about it too much. The guy answers his weapon mentally, saying that these words don't really help him. Joshua asks if his interlocutor understands how difficult it is for him to use demonic energy. Saying that he is already doing everything he can, the guy suddenly notices something strange. Even Rugia is impressed, saying that this simply can't be true. God says that this was supposed to happen several thousand years later, but not now. He continues to cackle, wondering how this happened, and Dullahan can barely get a word in when he tries to address his opponent. When Joshua appears before the undead in his new form, the creature does the unthinkable. By striking his chest with his fist, Dullahan expresses his readiness to serve his new master. After Joshua says so be it, he turns to his demon god. He orders him to activate the seal of obedience, which he does immediately. Now Dullahan accepts everything with blind obedience, and then Rugia speaks up. He says that the power of control originally belonged to a demonic god. Joshua asks for clarification. Rugia says that this seal represents the realm of demons, but his symbol shines through it. God says that this creature was a fallen angel with 6 pairs of wings. He left the heavenly kingdom and was accepted by the demonic god in his kingdom, and then became a thief. This creature was nowhere to be found, but was very strong for elimination. Joshua is interested in its name. Rugia says that this angel was called the one who stole the light, Lucifer. And the owner standing opposite admires the second awakening of his demonic spear. Charlie doesn't show any obvious emotion the entire way to his destination. And so she and her retinue reach the ruined castle of her family in Aiden Canyon. The archers are ordered to raise their weapons at the ready as the enemy is approaching and to close the gates. Arno starts cursing incessantly, throwing out curses and being glad that he didn't go to Castle Peril. The man says that he knew about this turn of events, that the war would be lost by Cromwell. Cox asks why he stayed then and didn't run, to which Arno reminds his interlocutor about the blocked routes. A man advises a man to think about how to get out of this situation alive. Arno can't find the right words to respond, so he just hisses. Exhaling heavily, Kane guesses that the traitors are not going to surrender to them. Saying that this makes it much easier to defend himself, Icarus asks the knight to return to his place. But he refuses, asking to rather watch everything more carefully and enjoy the spectacle. Wanting to show off his progress, Kane says he has something interesting to show off too. The knight explains that he has a different way of using aura, calling it aura over aura. Noticing the approaching enemy, Cox gives the order to open fire on him. The young man remembers to himself how he discovered the ability to impose aura on the aura surrounding the body. With these thoughts in mind, the knight activates a special armor, covering himself with a protective aura. During the time that he continues his movement, not a single arrow manages to wound Kane. Cox states this, and Arno screams, suggesting that the enemy is creating a barrier of aura. The knight orders these cowards to stop hiding behind the castle walls and to engage him in a fair duel. He doesn't like their strategy. It only evokes pity and contempt in the young man. And having filled his blade with an aura of a different type, Kane strikes at the castle gates. A voice is heard from outside confirming this and the intention to recapture the Fontov fortress. There is no escape. Both men understand this, so neither of them dares to object. Later, when they are finally deprived of their rights and powers, footsteps are heard nearby. Charlie asks the men, one by one, if they have anything else they want to say. Arno says that the girl does not dare to do this to him because he is a nobleman of the Avalon Empire, a baron. He is already screaming at the top of his voice, saying that she has no right to tie him up like this. The man tells her to remove these shackles from him and show respect, and then he will be ready to forgive her for the misunderstanding. He continues to demand that he be released, but the girl remains silent. Trying to appear indifferent, Charlie asks Cox personally for his final word. He, addressing the girl respectfully, asks what a pathetic traitor like him can say. The man says his only regret is that he failed to achieve his goals. Charlie is taken aback by this and unable to contain her emotions completely. She asks if this is all. When there is no answer, the girl leaves, thanking the man for everything he has done for her. Raising her hand up, she gives the order to the archers to raise their weapons to the ready. Arno screams as he asks if all these people realize that they are going against the will of the Emperor himself. He continues to rush about, trying to free himself and get away. But Charlie remains silent, and she will never know that Cox is mentally asking her to take care of herself. Lowering her hand sharply and unwaveringly, the girl gives a silent order to the archers. Arno continues his pathetic attempts, asking if they really think they can get away with it. However, the end of his question is lost in a gurgling wheeze that dies down almost immediately. This officially ended the territorial war between the Marquis of Cromwell and the Duke of Font. But to sort out everything else, Joshua decided to stay at his friend's family estate. Legrand still can't believe that he is leaving his king alone. It is hard to come to terms with this. The knight thinks about the reciprocal condition for Rain witnessing the duel between Bagration and Joshua. noting to himself that King Reinhard had agreed to become the successor to the leadership of the Alliance of Free Knights. Hybrid, having taken the affairs of the mercenary guild into his own hands, was able to smooth over most of the previously existing conflicts. And while he is thinking with self-irony about his unenviable position in the coming years, someone calls out to him. Almost everyone loves the current head and offers him all sorts of things, including even dinner. The man's personal image quickly rose, reaching unprecedented heights among mercenaries. But despite the fact that everything was calm for a while, something happened in one small village. When a huge shadow suddenly falls on the peasant, he turns around, trying to understand what it is. And while he and the other settlers try to get a better look at the strange figure, it begins to act. The huge mouth fills with thunderous crackling sounds, echoing the glow. And the dragon, hovering in the air, directs its flame forward into the nearest mountain. The explosion is so powerful that clouds of dust and soot descend even to the foot of the mountain. Sometime later in Castle Peril, a stuttering voice asks what is going on. Cain asks Joshua why he wants to abandon his subordinates again. The guy asks him to let him go. The knight asks his lord why he is going to the eastern district of Treffia. Joshua says the dragon has nothing to do with it, he just needs to go there for personal reasons. Icarus says that the Cromwells could return at any moment for revenge, and that leaving the castle would be unwise. He believes that it is too dangerous and cannot be delayed. Iselin also supports the strategist. Cain asks Joshua why all the girls around him are so beautiful. The boy remembers that they only saw Iselin as a child, so the knight doesn't remember her. Joshua says out loud that the sorceress is nearby because he promised to protect her. Icarus is wary, trying to understand what kind of relationship these two have if the guy is protecting her. Joshua manages to break through and announces his firm intention to go to Treffia. Cain still stands by his own cause, saying that dragons are capable of destroying the entire empire in one attack. Iselin adds that these creatures do not appear out of nowhere, but are considered guardians of the otherworldly realm. The girl believes that the dragon's appearance is a warning, and that it will soon disappear on its own. Joshua says that while he's no expert on dragons, this is definitely a warning. The guy believes that this dragon is a creature that they will have to take care of in the future, and he mentally adds that this creature may be connected with the evil dragon Crevasse. In the capital of the Avalon Empire, in a luxurious flower palace, the question sounds like a lady. Those gathered say about Circe that they are not able to cure her illness with their current capabilities. And no one knows how long it will last like this, so it's worth preparing for the worst. And while they whisper about the curse, the girl in her delirium calls for Joshua. She recalls his words about how the cure for her illness was almost ready. There is a commotion outside the door, which develops into sounds of a struggle and disgruntled voices. Bursting into the chambers, Kaiser announces his arrival and asks his sister how she is feeling. The headmaid begins with a formal introduction, but the young man doesn't care. Ellen reports that nothing helps Circe and that over time she only gets worse. Hearing her brother, the girl turns to him, but he asks her not to get up because now she needs peace. The boy exhales heavily before saying that their father pushed Circe too hard. The girl denies this, saying that if this way she can help the country, she will do it with pleasure. The young man asks his sister to be sincere because she did not ask anyone for this cursed power. He says that if he were in her position, he would have run away from this place long ago. Remembering the words about how little time she has left, Kaiser says that she will use the sight of truth. Circe stutters when she asks her brother what he is saying. Asking her to let go, the girl begs Kaiser not to do what he is going to do. The maids stand up for their mistress, asking for the princess to be returned to her former place. But the prince's retinue orders the servant to be thrown out of the way if she values her own life. The maids don't know what to do, torn between duty and the fear of death. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Triphis forest, the wind carries echoes of some song throughout the area. Humming a melody, this child diligently draws something, but suddenly freezes. When the same wind brings the rustling of bushes to his ears, the little man falls silent. Joshua says he knew he would find what he wanted right there. The guy introduces himself, expresses joy at meeting him, and says that he is here to save Ash. The girl says that although she doesn't know how the stranger got here, he clearly got something mixed up. She says it's not her name, but Joshua says it was given to her by him in a past life and he liked it. Filling his body with mana, the boy asks Ash to get him Sanders' flower if she can. And then Joshua destroys the anti-magic field in the area with just one precise move. The girl, recoiling in fear, cries out in disbelief, lamenting the broken barrier. Even when almost nothing remains of the magical veil, Ash refuses to believe what happened. Addressing the last surviving elf, Joshua informs him that he wants to talk to him. He, calling the guy greedy, asks how he dared to talk to him at all. Saying that they have nothing to talk about, the elf gives a silent order to the creatures around him. Joshua admits that he might be rude, but at the same time, he is here to save the elf. The latter is deeply surprised by what she sees and hears in the next moment, and Joshua asks if she's ready to give up her title and become Crevass's slave until the end of time. The ogres, who had not previously shown a single hint of fear, suddenly began to squeal in fear. The elf knows what's going on. The thing is that this guy used dragon fear. When the creatures escape, Ash tries to stop them, telling them to return immediately. Joshua suggests that they talk to her about it right now, and the elf turns sharply to look at him. She asks the guy how an ordinary person can use the black dragon's fear. The girl is sure that this is not something that was recreated using magic, because people are not capable of imitation. Joshua offers to tell everything about it, but only warns that he has one condition. The guy asks to at least listen to him because he is the only ally of the elves. He says that someone knows where Zevdik Orbis is now, earning himself a trust point. Ash thinks that this man was their old friend who sacrificed himself to save them. The girl couldn't even imagine that he was alive, and she clearly remembers that his relatives did not have time to thank Zaef. The elf asks what the guy wants in return, and he says it's a small request. The guy starts talking about a man born with the sight of truth, who was given a short life. Joshua asks to create a cure for this disease, and Ash agrees, but on the condition that he tells about fear. The guy suggests making a mana pledge to each other, because in such situations, trust means a lot. Ash says she can make a potion if she has all the necessary ingredients on hand. But in reality, the elf doesn't want to help the guy, and just searching for the components will take a lot of time. And so she meekly pronounces the words for the vow, confident that her part of the agreement will not be fulfilled. Ash pretends to tell him about the ingredients needed, but asks Joshua to start first. The guy says he has everything except Sanders's flower, and as he starts to speak, the girl stops. Only now does the meaning of what was said dawn on her, and she cries out in shock, asking a question. The girl doesn't believe that this guy managed to collect the vast majority of the components. After all, some of them are impossible for a human to obtain. Joshua clarifies for a piece of the dragon's heart. Handing the earring to the elf, the boy says that this is the answer to her second condition. The girl doesn't want to believe that the accessory was made from a black dragon, but this answer really fits. This item is full of curses just like the mind's eye, and to top it all off, it has a curse. Ash remembers that no one can handle this thing except demons or demon kings. And then something important dawns on the elf. She understands that this could not have been enough to destroy the barrier. The girl asks her interlocutor whether he is really a human being, and if so, who exactly he is. Joshua chuckles, asking if he still seems like just an ordinary person to her. And when Ash repeats his question again, the guy says that he is a god. The girl shouts the word after Joshua and jerks back sharply. When the elf faints, the guy laughs good-naturedly, stating this fact. He always has fun when he teases Ash and the Killer King. And now he also has the perfect excuse to take the elf with him. The Emperor is informed that Arden has agreed to carry out his orders to lead the vanguard in the war. Marcus doesn't show even a shadow of surprise, because he knew for sure that the man had no other choice. The subordinate begins to talk about the source of this man's money and about those whom the Emperor got rid of. Jaqen finds Agnes's meek obedience to orders very suspicious. The man confidently states that this person cannot betray him, and the interlocutor must know this. Joshua recently caused a great stir by killing Imperial men, including Marcus's minion. Arden understands that his son's life is at stake, so he will do everything to make the Emperor turn a blind eye to it. A thought enters Jaqen's head and he begins to speak, but the Lord interrupts him. Marcus speaks with pleasure about the fact that now both Reinhardt and Joshua are in his hands. The Emperor orders Jaqen to summon the nobility to a meeting and to bring Sanders to it. The Kaiser announces that he has transferred Cersei to his place, assuming that the Emperor still does not know about it. But the young man is curious why his interlocutor, although he had no intention of helping him, did this. He says that all this is because of the current situation in the Empire, because a war for unification will soon be unleashed. Evergrande believes that everything will end quickly, since the Black God Agnes will lead the troops to war. The magician expresses confidence that after the war, the throne will be occupied by the person sitting opposite. The Kaiser asks if his interlocutor really thinks he will be able to get around the first prince. The young man says that there is no point in flattery, and if this is true, he does not intend to continue this conversation. Evergrande asks the second prince to wait and, after a little hesitation, voices his wish. The magician expresses his intention to become the master of the magic tower, forcing the young man to ask again. Kaiser misunderstands the man, believing that he wants to betray them by joining this organization. Evergrande says he wants to retain his status as court mage. Hearing the man's ambition, Kaiser says he simply can't believe what he's hearing. He invites the man to rejoice in the fact that he can live in the position of a court magician. But the young man is impressed, because he could not even imagine that the proud magician would do anything out of greed. The young man says he likes the fact that Evergrande is a realist. And then the Kaiser asks what is needed for him to take the throne. The magician agrees to let the second prince in on all the details, answering him respectfully. Evergrande says he is currently developing a secret potion that will hide any disease. They can use it on Circe and supposedly cure the princess, but in reality use the girl for their own purposes. The man immediately warns the young man that after the potion's effect wears off, the girl will die. The Kaiser thinks his sister will like it because she is supposed to die anyway. The young man expresses confidence that the girl will be glad to die for him, and asks the magician to continue. Evergrande expresses joy that the Kaiser liked his plan and obediently carries out the request. Sometime later, saying that he has understood his plan, Kaiser leaves its implementation to the man. He thanks the second prince for his kind words and wishes him good luck. The magician allows himself to breathe a sigh of relief only when he hears the sound of the door closing. Expressing his opinion that everything went well, the man asks his interlocutor about it. Caesar asks if Evergrande thinks his older brother will act as they thought. After all, among them, the second eldest brother is the smartest. It won't be easy with him. Evergrande believes that those who are willing to do anything for their own goals can become brutes, but not Cairo. This man did everything to gain the throne, but after his reign, he became one of the predecessors. Cairo became one of the greatest kings in Asgard's history, gaining control of more than half the continent. But Evergrande believes that this is not enough to win the second prince's trust. The first prince, Kisser, has the support of the Tremblays, which is comparable in strength to the Angus family. Evergrande thinks that everything will change if Sieve Dick Orbis intervenes. The magician says out loud that if they continue to help Kaiser, he will sooner or later gain their trust. And then they use the second prince to put pressure on the first. In this way, they will be able to defeat him, enlisting the support of Kisser. Caesar agrees that this is exactly his plan, but that's if everything goes smoothly. Evergrande asks what this means and is told the name Joshua Sanders. It is reminiscent of how the kingdom of Reinhard ignored its previous king. But now it has accepted Joshua, who is probably hiding something, which is the reason for his elimination. And Caesar asks his magician to make Baron Sanders also become a threat to the Avalon Empire. If they can do this, then neither Joshua nor Kaiser will be able to use their powers in the Empire. The guy expresses confidence that Evergrande will cope, because he trusts him more than anyone else. The man appears satisfied with this state of affairs, so he allows himself to ask a question. He asks the fourth prince who he thinks he is like, Brutus or Cairo. Caesar stops and admits that he has never thought about it, but he is interested. The young man says that he likes Heimdallr, so he wants to be like him. Sanders' flowers are also known as forgetful flowers and are native to the Treffia region. When Ash points to the mountain ahead, Joshua says that it won't be difficult to get back. The elf asks if he's sure because while it is not too late, they can go back. To break the endless flow, Joshua reminds his interlocutor of who he is, and the elf, afraid to contradict the god, respectfully falls silent. But this doesn't last long, and the girl tries to pretend that she doesn't believe her interlocutor. She says she's only helping because she wants to see her old friend. Joshua agrees, saying that in order to get something, you have to give something in return. The guy thinks that the princess, after taking the medicine, will lose her memory. He is distracted from his thoughts by a menacing roar, causing Ash to jump in place. She starts screaming that it's the end for them and that they're going to die right here on this very spot. And all because Crevasse has returned, which is what the elf is screaming about as she runs away. Meanwhile, the dragon himself, addressing the couple, says that they will pay for entering his lands. With its thunderous voice, the giant creature commands Joshua to die, aiming at him. But since the guy is already prepared, it is not particularly difficult for him to hold off the enemy's attack. Ash is less lucky. No matter how hard she tries, she can't keep her balance or stay on her feet. Sometime later, only powerful, impulsive tremors can be heard in the forest. But after that, literally a few centimeters from Joshua, a giant mouth snaps. Pushing off the ground, the guy makes a high jump, literally riding a dragon. But this movement turns out to be a deception. As with a war cry, he attacks. When a rapidly approaching sound is heard behind the boy, he reacts, but with a delay. A huge paw makes a push that is difficult to resist, especially if you come to your senses at the very end. The dragon throws the guy back, forcing him to crash into a nearby barrier with a stifled exhalation. But Joshua even likes this. He admits that the creature is stronger than he thought. Although the guy says that he knew that black dragons are not easy to deal with. The creature feels something strange towards Joshua, so it asks who he is. The guy assumes that if he calls himself a god, the dragon will immediately go berserk, so he needs to be inventive. Ash intervenes in the conversation, telling the dragon what Joshua told her. The elf says that she considers this man dubious because he lies about his origin. Realizing that the girl might say something irreparable, Joshua tells her to shut her mouth. The elf quickly comes to her senses and obediently bites her tongue. And the dragon asks if he is really in the human kingdom now. Ash doesn't understand what he's talking about. The creature notices that the guy is attacking him with demonic energy, but healing his wounds with holy energy. The guy comes to the conclusion that Crevasse is not very hot-tempered, and this is good news for him. But the dragon immediately repeats the words that he will punish all those who dared to encroach on his lands. That is why anyone's personality does not bother him at all. The boy lets out a hissing sound from the effort, realizing that he shouldn't have expected much. Just as Joshua is about to repel the next attack, Rugia wakes up. He asks why they don't teach this overgrown lizard a lesson, and the guy agrees to it. Joshua expresses confidence that if he defeats the dragon, it will be the absolute pinnacle of his power. The guy decides to use the art that he was never able to achieve in his past life, and it turns out to be the 6th stage of the technique of wielding a magic spear. At some point, darkness falls over the guy's eyes, followed by a change of scenery. Joshua remembers what happened before, but he can't comprehend where and how he managed to move. The sound of several dozen strong and large wings is heard behind him, causing the guy to turn around. One of the creatures ominously threatens to tear someone to pieces, and Joshua takes it personally. The guy assumes that this is the kingdom of demons, and these creatures are them. And just when he has time to think that there are too many of them, the incredible happens. Turning towards the direction the demons were flying, Joshua's eyes were immediately struck by a blinding light. Lucifer deals with the creatures playfully, and the guy decides to approach him. But as soon as he tries to do this, nothing comes out, and Joshua gasps. Everything starts to flash before his eyes like a film strip, and the guy notices the changed surroundings. The Standing One says that he is no longer angry, but for betraying the faith, he is obliged to deprive the Hunched One of his wings. When the angel's name is called, Joshua can't help but scream. The guy can't believe what he sees in front of him is Mikhail, but he understands that it is in Rugia's memories. Asking him not to be angry with him, the angel deprives his fellow angel of his wings with one barely perceptible movement. The events change again, only this time the guy doesn't see a soul in front of him. But behind me there is a crackling sound, forcing me to involuntarily turn towards it. What the guy sees in front of him makes him experience mixed emotions. And yet Joshua manages to understand what it is, as well as what is wanted from him. Meanwhile, Ash calls the guy an idiot, suggesting that he couldn't handle the black dragon's breath. The elf is already starting to say that she knew Joshua was not a god, when suddenly she stops. Even the dragon is surprised by what now appears before him, and together they try to understand why this man's appearance has changed so dramatically. Joshua doesn't understand why he hides behind this illusion, but he is sure that it was not just like that. The guy thinks that fragments of Rugia's memory will open up with each stage. This means that by reaching the final one, Joshua will know the whole truth. The dragon says that he cannot understand whether the person in front of him is good or evil, but as long as Joshua poses a threat to his territory, he will do everything to destroy him. When a dragon spews fire at its opponent, the opponent already knows what to do. So Joshua resorts to the technique of the dragon dance, which shakes the heavens. He manages not only to defend himself from the stream of deadly flame, but also to advance his attack. When the dragon's breath runs out, the boy rushes forward with his spear drawn. His opponent can't believe that this man managed to pierce right through his breath. But another surprise befalls him, causing him to cry out in pain and surprise. Ash wonders how this man managed to pierce the black dragon's body. She knows for sure that even the highest-ranking demons are not capable of this. Hitting the ground, the shockwave from the giant body makes the elf recoil. Joshua slowly moves from his place and with the same gait walks towards his defeated opponent. The black dragon asks how he managed to do this, who the hell he is anyway. And the guy says that it's not so important. What's more important is that he knows the reason for Crevasse's anger. Joshua proves this by saying that the reason is the incident on the outskirts of Treffia and the incident with the Rebrick Castle. From these words, the dragon concludes that this man knows a lot. Crevasse says that humans have crossed a line that should not have been crossed. Creating leeches is a sin. Joshua understands that this is just the beginning of everything, but he does not say a single word out loud yet. The boy recalls that he had wondered in a past life what had caused the conflict between Crevasse and the Empire. Now Joshua is almost certain that the cause of everything was none other than Evergrande. He also apologizes to his invisible interlocutor mentally, saying that he will take on this role. With his wounded arms flailing, Cain delivers his 273,060th blow. But this is not enough for him. He believes that he must train more, much more, to become stronger. A voice from behind notes that the knight has been training for 4 days already. Icarus came to him with an offer to at least catch his breath a little. The young man says that he cannot, because in order to be useful to his lord, he needs to become stronger. Icarus reports that their lord has received a decree from the emperor, and Cain is amazed at his friend's foresight. He says that it is not difficult to guess, because they took part in the war and brought knights from another nation. Cain says it's not easy to guess, and you definitely won't know unless you open it. And a little later, the kids unanimously suggest that each other open this letter. Icarus suggests that they are thinking along the same lines. As he begins to unfold the envelope, the strategist comments on his actions. But Cain suddenly grabs his hand, saying that only the Lord has the right to open it. That is why the knight is going to take responsibility for their arbitrariness upon himself. Icarus says that these are his words, and Cain interrupts the strategist, saying that it is his duty to protect the lady. The knight laughs, saying that many already know that Lord Icarus is not such a lord, so it's time to admit it. And his interlocutor finally gives in, although admitting that everyone knew her gender from the start is not so pleasant. Cain suggests discussing this later since they have more important things to do now, but the strategist expresses doubts. But it was too late. The knight began to read and learned that Joshua and Arden were to appear on the carpet before the emperor. Seeing the worry on his friend's face, Icarus asks what's inside, and the guide tells him the gist. 5 days are allotted for everything, which is physically impossible for Joshua. Icarus has a different opinion, expressing confidence that their lord has already finished his business and is returning. Cain doubts it, but the strategist does not hesitate, saying that they will set course for the palace tomorrow morning. But first of all, the girl suggests doing what their lord had previously asked them to do. Cain is ambivalent about this, concerned that they cannot leave the fonts unprotected. Icarus says that there is no need to worry about that either, because she has already asked someone about it. The mercenary squad moves in absolute silence until one of the men addresses his lord. He asks him if he thinks it was worth accepting this request, to which he receives an affirmative answer. Hybrid says that one must be able to make amends for one's guilt, and he is referring to the request for protection of the Font family. In a completely different place, the elf informs Joshua that the medicine is finished. The guy praises her for her excellent work, and Ash asks if she can ask him a question. She wonders why she should go with him, since Joshua has already gotten what he wanted and is offering to let her go. A memory flashes back to a conversation with a black dragon who agreed to the possibility of reaching an agreement. Joshua then asked for Ash, a fully bloomed Sanders flower, and something from the near future. He tells the elf that she will be his servant since he still doesn't have one. Ash protests, expressing displeasure and reminding her that she is descended from high elves. The guy remembers how diligently the girl obeyed the black dragon and increases her service life. The elf asks him to take his words back, offering to make a deal with her in return. She says that she can tell about the stones, but she can't live as a servant since she has just received freedom. When Joshua remains silent, Ash decides to at least try to reduce the sentence to 3 or 5 years. The guy agrees and asks about the stones. The elf cannot stop rejoicing at her happiness. Finally calming down, she names the piece of the god with the powers of wind, Tempest. Crevasse appears in front of the pair like a rock, causing Ash to flinch and scream. He informs his interlocutors that he has recovered and suggests that they set out on their journey. Joshua agrees, expressing hope that the Black Dragon will fulfill his part of the bargain. Meanwhile, in the great palace of the Avalon Empire, in the Kaltiki Palace, they are reporting to the Emperor. He is informed that with the exception of Duke Agnes, all the principal nobility has arrived. Marcus asks if this is true and states the fact that Arden is not here yet. The man expresses satisfaction and says what will happen if the Duke or his son do not show up on time. He plans to kill one of their people for every 10 minutes of waiting. Marcus says that only the Knights of Wilhelm can be spared, since they will become his. The man stops short, never finishing his thought, as he begins to feel someone's overwhelming presence. And immediately after that, people on the other side of the window start shouting about a dragon. Following the panic, the bell ringer wakes up, and the military gives the order to take up their positions. But the Black Dragon flies over the city as if it has no interest in worldly affairs. Rod Den Haag, commander of the Imperial Knights, orders the knights from the 1st to the 3rd battalions to concentrate on defending the palace. The subordinates line up according to the order and unanimously accept the order. Rod orders battalions 4 through 6 to go inside the palace, and battalions 7 through 9 to defend the gates. The man is about to give an order to the others, but he is interrupted, apologizing for the delay. Katjes reports his arrival and the arrival of 8 men from the 12th Battalion. Lenger from the 11th Battalion calls the latecomer an idiot, since they are already short of fighters. Rod says that since Joshua isn't here, the 11th and 12th Battalions will act as support. Katjes accepts the order, responding with unquestioning consent. When he is caught, the man asks the Centurions to watch where they are going, and they, laughing, ask if he barks too loudly when Commander Joshua is not there. Katjes is almost losing his temper, but Lenger asks him to calm down, as now is not the time for this. Ash screeches, saying that she would never do that, asking her to kill him instead. Joshua begs her, saying that Crevasse himself allowed her to fly on him and encourages her to jump. The guy asks to think of it as training, but the girl doesn't understand him at all. Joshua explains that you need to train to overcome your fears. The guy reminds Ash that she will soon have to climb Yggdrasil, and the girl is amazed by this knowledge. Joshua says he doesn't know everything, but it's impossible to come to a solution by avoiding the problem. He advises to face the fear and take one step in that direction right now. Finding the current situation absurd, the dragon throws both of them down, ordering them to leave immediately. And while Ash squeals that she's falling, Joshua controls the air. Arya is asked to calm down, saying that now the only thing that matters is the safety of His Majesty Emperor Marcus. Geshalt's interlocutor reminds him that this man is one of the strongest people in Avalon. The man says he is angry because the Imperial Magician disappeared as soon as the dragon appeared. And after that, he instantly switches over, asking Arden for details of his arrival. Evergrande says that although everything happened a little early, everything happened according to the Emperor's expectations. The magician says that he only needs to offer the Black Dragon conditions that he cannot refuse. Marcus asks if he is sure, because if they fail, certain death awaits them all. Evergrande reassures his interlocutor and explains what Crevasse's true interest is. He suggests that the dragon has become interested in the source of demonic energy. The magician believes that Crevasse wants to see him in person and satisfy his curiosity. Despite its status as the protector of the Middle Realm, the dragon is nothing more than a giant lizard. Evergrande believes that it will be very easy to gain his support with the help of demonic energy. They will be helped in this by the Demon Horn, a mid-ranking demon that will satisfy the dragon's greed. The magician is confident that this way they will be able not only to enslave Crevasse, but also to completely control him. Marcus asks Evergrande if he has received the horn, and he responds with absolute agreement. The man is puzzled, cursing silently as he remembers that he almost broke the contract with the demon. Marcus asks why he stopped talking, and he begins to hesitate, unable to find the words quickly. Suddenly, a loud voice is heard from outside, alerting everyone that the Black Dragon is retreating. Evergrande curses again in his mind, realizing that his plan is about to go down the drain. Stuttering, he begins to apologize profusely to His Majesty and asks for permission to leave. He justifies this desire by saying that he needs to fulfill the orders given earlier by the Emperor. The bishop chuckled thoughtfully and long, realizing that this man was hiding something. Evergrande remains obediently silent, afraid to blurt out anything unnecessary again. As a result, Marcus gives in, releasing the magician, and he thanks His Majesty. Having already sensed something was wrong, the Emperor is not going to leave all this unsupervised. Therefore, he uses magical telepathy to contact Jaqen, ordering him to follow the magician. The man allows you to get rid of this damn magician if he has some kind of intrigue in mind. Those gathered cannot believe that the dragon is retreating, talking about it. They don't understand why he's flying away if he just arrived. But the eyes can't be fooled. A conversation ensues between them about how the creature's breath is capable of burning an entire city to the ground. The man believes that the first thing to do is to get rid of the reason why the dragon appeared. Hearing the reproach in the nobleman's subsequent words, Cromwell reminds him who advised him to end the war earlier. He expresses confidence that none other than Joshua Sanders is behind it all. And just as he manages to say that this guy will be the reason for the fall of the Empire, he is announced. As soon as she enters the hall, the elf speaks about people in a very disrespectful manner. Cromwell almost jumps up and down to turn around at the sound of someone else's footsteps. An atmosphere of tension immediately fills the room as Ash turns to his companion. She asks if she managed to attract the attention of these people. Joshua says that he wanted something else. And yet he is more inclined to believe that it will serve his purpose, which is what the guy says. Talon openly calls Joshua's behavior rude, and Pryor also expresses dissatisfaction with the scene. Some join in, suggesting that Joshua has lost his manners since becoming a master. Talon asks the boy if he understands the Emperor's current position and orders Joshua to behave like a knight. Ash offers to let them know if the guy wants to shut them up, saying he has a great spell for that. And then the herald makes everyone turn towards the exit, announcing the appearance of the Emperor. The respectful silence does not last long. The first obsequious greeting cuts the air. Everyone else picks it up, and soon the hall is filled with voices in different tones. Greeting Marcus, Joshua tells Ash to repeat after him. The elf does so, but with some hesitation. Passing by his subjects, the man stops next to the girl. The look with which His Majesty measures the elf makes her tense. She thinks that although she has lived for a long time, she has never met people with such a strong thirst for blood. Marcus, meanwhile, turns to Joshua, expressing surprise at such a quick return. The boy says that he hastened to arrive on the orders of His Majesty to fulfill the will of the Emperor. The man asks the guy to clarify what he means by these words. Joshua replies that Marquis von Brühl kindly reminded him of his duty as an imperial knight. Immediately after this, the guy says that the black dragon that appeared is angry because of the Marquis of Cromwell. Joshua promises the Emperor to arrest the man as soon as Marcus gives him the order. A man, hearing such words, is at a loss for a moment, not expecting such impudence. He addresses Joshua in his mind, calling him an arrogant child and saying that this will not help him. The smile that appeared on the man's lips signifies that the childish games are over. Marcus thinks that having Arden on a leash is more than enough. The man speaks up, causing everyone to be amazed by his permission to let the guy do whatever he wants. The nobles cannot believe that the Emperor has just abandoned them and are actively thinking about it. Cromwell asks His Majesty to wait, saying that this child is lying. He starts to say that he was following Marcus's orders, and Marcus brazenly interrupts him. The man asks Arden what he would do in his place when his subordinates accused him. Cromwell tries to object, but his voice trembles with fear of punishment and he stutters. Arden meekly says that he is only following His Majesty's orders. Marcus openly says that he finds this answer boring, but he doesn't even slow down. Cromwell's chill deepens when he hears a chilling voice nearby. Joshua says that the hour has come when he will take the Marquis to the cell. Later, when the boy enters the hall, the nobles begin to talk about what he did. Arius giggles uncontrollably at the mention of Joshua catching that traitor Marquis Cromwell. Many people's attention is drawn to a small man walking briskly behind the guy, and Joshua himself, turning to Marcus, reports that his order was carried out in the best possible way. Before answering, the man pauses for a long moment, looking the Baron over carefully. And then he says that every time he sees him, he is surprised, and even gets a little scared. And although the man says that only Joshua brings him joy, he speaks of punishment for the Knights of Wilhelm. And then the man says that he would not like to lose a person like Baron Sanders. So he won't punish him, but instead wants the boy to become his sword. And as a gift, the Emperor promises to give the guy his daughter, Princess Circe. Someone in the know intervenes in the conversation, reminding her that the girl's health is currently extremely poor. Marcus agrees, arguing that his choice is because Joshua won't even have to take care of her. The title will be retained, and the boy will be able to claim the throne regardless of his position. Marcus notes that such a chance comes once in a lifetime. Even Arden failed to achieve the title of Emperor. The man asks to say just one vow, and his cherished dream will come true. Joshua remains silent, and the Emperor asks why he doubts his choice. The boy thinks that the father's attitude towards his daughter has not changed, but he will not use Circe. And reluctantly, Joshua refuses the offer, saying that he can't do it. Marcus's eye twitches, and there are oohs and ahs all around, followed by whispers. The courtiers cannot believe that this guy refused the princess, refused such an opportunity. Marcus laughs, asking if Joshua means to say he's turning down his offer. He reminds that dealing with the knights can be considered treason, so now he gives orders. Their gazes meet, and for a moment there is absolute silence in the room. And then Joshua, asking him for forgiveness, reminds Marcus that he compared him to a sword. Hearing that the sword is a thing, and everything has its own price, the man understands what the Baron is getting at. But Joshua denies this, saying that he is not ready for something like this yet. He asks for a little more time. He asks to postpone this moment until he turns 18, and until then to wait. Marcus suddenly remembers the boy's age and agrees to follow tradition by waiting until he comes of age. Then he asks Joshua what he wants, and the Baron pretends to hesitate. Marcus openly says that he wants to win the guy over to his side and asks about his desires. Joshua pretends to think about it, and then begins to voice his request. It turns out to be the creation of a knightly order from the battalions that are now under his command. Hearing such impudence, almost everyone in the room cried out indignantly. They begin to hum, asking the Emperor not to hear this man's requests, because such a thing is unacceptable. The Emperor is silenced by the words that it is not proper for ordinary knights to occupy the castle. Marcus turns to Joshua, assuming that the guy has already figured everything out himself based on this reaction. The boy talks about his past as an illegitimate child and expresses sympathy for his battalions. He says he wants to give each of his boys the opportunity to become the greatest knight in the Empire. After listening carefully to the bastard, Marcus agrees that this is a good and very noble idea. If we are talking about creating the greatest knightly order on the continent, then the Emperor does not see a problem with this. The man says he sees no point in refusing the request and publicly approves of it. And he asks if Joshua wants anything else, but the guy refuses, saying that this is enough. The man says that from this moment on, Baron Sanders and the Knights of Wilhelm are forgiven. At the same time, Marcus grants the boy the title of Earl and the possessions of the traitor Marquis Cromwell. At this point, the Emperor ends the meeting of the nobility, and Joshua advises him to come up with a second name for himself. The man smiles, saying that he will look forward to their sweet meeting. And Arden, passing by, notices that his son is getting closer and closer to the very center of power. Talon says he can't even believe that his empire is in such disarray. Pryor believes that there is no need to worry about this, because this guy is quickly attracting the attention of the nobility. Ash abruptly and rudely interrupts their conversations, reminding them of what the Emperor said about Joshua. The girl says that the generous Count Joshua gave these old men a chance. It consists in the fact that everyone who joins them will be endowed with special privileges. While the nobility tries to figure out what's what, Ash says that whoever thinks for too long will get nothing. Therefore, he advises them all to dare if they want to live without needing anything. For a while, the nobles look at each other, thinking about roughly the same thing. And after this, everyone, as one, rushes towards the elf with shouts and threats, wanting to be the first. Talon understands that this state of affairs does not bode well because this is how Joshua will gain power. And this, together with the support of the knightly order, foreshadows a power capable of eclipsing Marcus. Closing the door, the man leans against it and tells his interlocutor that they screwed up. Evergrande suggests that Crevasse didn't take their bait. When he asks what they should do now, his interlocutor asks him not to worry, saying that nothing has changed. He says he never thought Heimdall would be right and Joshua is the problem. He's going to assign this guy to another contractor, but Evergrande doesn't agree with that. It seems to him that now it is more important to eliminate the Emperor and the Magic Tower. Moreover, the preparations are completed, and Heimdall has made public the information about Ashir Ben Britain. The magician's accomplice thinks this is excellent and says that they will eliminate the Emperor step by step. He expresses hope that this man will continue to be as greedy as he is now. Excitedly, he asks Evergrande if he doesn't think this is just incredible. He says he wants it and calls someone the Emperor of Death, and the magician screams. The man makes a guess about the shadow subspace and talks about the Black Wind. And indeed, the intruder is captured and asks how his presence was discovered. Between attempts to breathe, Jachin tries to convey how difficult it is to find him. The figure finally allows itself to speak to explain the reason to its victim. And Asmodeus, a demon of the highest level, says that it is all because people are not given the ability to comprehend him. There is a celebration in the Order of Imperial Knights. Subordinates congratulate their commander on his victory. They are surprised that Joshua dared to say something like that in front of all the nobility. Katjes asks the guy, since they're talking about it, what kind of knightly order he wants to create. Joshua admits that he cannot go into details, but is willing to tell the legend of Swallow. It's about how the first overworld knights of Avalon will surpass the Wyvern Knights. And this will happen with the help of the continent's greatest predator, which everyone fears. The knights are excited, assuming that each of them will get their own dragon in the future. Ash addresses them mentally, allowing them to continue dreaming, when in reality their leader is nothing but a fool. Joshua is asked to forgive the interruption, but he has a visitor with an urgent message. Armstrong steps forward, apologizing for the disturbance and saying it was him. A little later, Ash, as befits a servant, places a cup in front of her master's guest. Joshua thanks the Golden Mane commander for his time and asks about the purpose of the visit. He says that Duke Agnes is calling him, and the guy asks why now. The man replies that Arden is inviting his son to the celebration, because no one has ever achieved such success. He also adds the suggestion that Lady Lucia is waiting for him, which touches Joshua. The guy admits that he wants to meet his mother, but he has things to do that he needs to finish first. Armstrong says he needs to tell Arden something, so he inquires about the direction of affairs. Joshua says he wants to visit the Palace of Diamond Flowers, but it has nothing to do with the princess. The interlocutor expresses regret, saying that he wanted to see the Duke's son's skills in wielding a spear. And he explains that the Emperor decided to find a husband for Cersei through a duel. And it's all thanks to the court mage Evergrande, who recently completed the cure for the princess. Joshua, unable to contain his emotions, crushes the table in front of him and almost growls. Armstrong falls silent in respect, impressed by the spectacle. Meanwhile, the guy asks where Evergrande is now and if he is with the princess by any chance. Icarus asks Cain why he brought Iselin all the way here, and he says that she wanted it herself. They start talking about how much it will cost them all to pass through the teleportation gate. Meanwhile, the girl approaches the magician and tells him everything as it is, how many there are and what they need. The old man emerges from his slumber and casts an appraising glance at the trio. It becomes obvious to him that in front of him is a young girl, an escaped knight and a magician. And the grandfather says that since they are not from the nobility, he must check their identities in the hope of hitting the jackpot. Cain says he has a bad feeling, and Icarus doesn't see anything strange in this, explaining. The girl reminds him that these gates are well protected from bandits, which angers the knight even more. He begins to regret that they came here, but does not have time to finish this sentence. The girl thinks that her gesture is enough because magic merchants with a gold plate are incredibly rare. But the old man has a different opinion. He asks how untalented Iselin is that she decided to become a traitor. He says that he sees that she is very weak and asks if that couple are also traitors or not. Icarus says that the grandfather's behavior is rude, and they are from the Sanders family. Their owner is Joshua. The old man says that he didn't even think about making fun of them. He just had to check everything. He groans, calling Joshua famous and admitting that he didn't know they were this man's people. Grandfather says that he will not check their IDs, but they will have to pay 3,000 gold pieces. Cain is indignant, noting that for that kind of money one could cross the entire continent. The knight, calling the grandfather a swindler, orders him to stop fooling them, but he responds with indignation. The magician agrees that their family may be famous, but he calls them stupid. Cain is ready to fight, but Icarus asks him not to mess with this old man and to go back. The latter says that he is not against the knight's attack, but promises to burn him to the ground. And commanding the rune flare, the elderly man makes it burn and pierce his enemies. Icarus wonders why a fourth-class mage is in charge of the teleportation gate. And Iselin, realizing how it could all end, asks again for the exact price. She says that she will give him 3,000 gold pieces, even allowing him to check. The grandfather mentally rejoices because he did not expect that this girl had money, and he decides to resort to trickery, saying that the price has now changed due to the moral damage caused. Cain says he is not going to tolerate this and says he will teach the magician a lesson. But when the young man wants to swing his sword, it does not come out of its sheath. Iselin then calls upon her ice magic, commanding it to cover and freeze the ground with its cold breath. She gets bored, so she just uses a technique called ice field. And the old magician says that he doesn't believe his eyes, doesn't believe that some pathetic merchant is capable of this. He asks the girl how she managed to use a 5th-class spell. And Iselin says that she demands compensation for the insult, because she should not have been treated that way. The girl says that if he refuses, she will have no other choice, and she will report everything to the Magic Tower on behalf of the vice head of the Merchants Guild. The old man curses to himself, realizing that this time he has gotten involved with the wrong people. The master of the Magic Tower is already indebted to the nobility of Avalon, and they have already received an answer. If this girl reports everything, the head of the department will simply throw out the old man. So he does the only right thing by apologizing. Iselin asks what about the money, and Icarus and Cain chant about payment. The girl says that there should be 100 gold pieces per person, and the passage will be free. The mage begins to stutter when he asks the amount again, and Cain and Icarus think that Iselin looks like Joshua. Meanwhile, Joshua meets with the second prince, who asks what Count Sanders wants. The guy thinks that because of his actions, the future is slowly starting to change. Therefore, new factors begin to emerge that he knew nothing about. This time, he is the only one responsible for his own life, and the Kaiser asks what the purpose of Count Sanders' visit is. The boy says he is here to see Cersei and asks for a personal visit with her. The Kaiser's retinue begins to resent the lack of respect shown to their lord. But the second prince himself pulls them up, asking them to remain silent for a while. The young man says that Joshua doesn't even have the right to be here, let alone the possibility of a personal meeting. The guy says that the princess's husband will soon be determined through the bloody battle. He pretends to be interested in this too, and refers to the fact that he wants to check on Cersei's condition first. The retinue grins again, asking how Joshua dares to enter the palace for such a reason. The Kaiser asks if the Count really thinks he can defeat all the Imperial Knights single-handedly. Joshua chuckles good-naturedly, saying he knows it's impossible. Kaiser grins back, pauses, and then says he likes the guy. He agrees to support the idea, but to make it more interesting, he suggests that they make a bet. Kaiser wants Joshua to swear allegiance to him, not Marcus, if he loses. And while the prince continues to throw around titles, the guy thinks that this is exactly what he expected. Joshua agrees, saying he likes the deal, but asks to be allowed to visit Cersei now. He also insists on a personal meeting, saying that he does not even want to see the prince nearby. The boys standing on either side of the prince speak up again, telling Joshua to know his place. Addressing him as the commander of the reserve battalions awakens anger in the guy. Feeling the air filled with an overwhelming energy, the couple gasps. Joshua's strength proves so superior to their own that the knights fall on their faces. They understand that if this is the case, the Count has already gone beyond human capabilities, becoming a Superman. Joshua unscrupulously says that he will slit their throats if they dare interrupt him again. The men can't even squeeze out words of agreement, they can barely breathe. Kaiser says that this is precisely why he asked them to calm down and allows Joshua a private meeting. The prince believes that thanks to this man, the bloody battle will finally become interesting. He can't wait to see if Joshua will defeat all the Imperial Knights or become his loyal sword. The second prince expresses hope that this guy will keep his promise. His brother is worried that his sister has not yet fully recovered. He says that he doesn't understand why their father is so desperate to find a husband for Cersei. Rod agrees with his interlocutor, admitting that he too is confused by this arrangement. Kisser asks his opinion about Joshua. Is it okay if he becomes the first contender of the battle? Rod says that the Count is no longer his subordinate, and the prince then asks to deal with him personally. Kisser begs his uncle to do this, and he thinks about how tense his nephew is. He believes that the reason is that he was the most influential person after Emperor Marcus, and if Joshua marries Cersei, he will be able to claim the throne, which makes him a big threat. Rod asks if Kisser thinks it would be best to lure the Count to their side. He starts to speak, but suddenly falls silent, and uninvited memories burst into his head. The girl's smile then was the most beautiful that Kisser had ever seen. And it was not intended for him at all, but for someone else, this very Joshua Sanders. At some point, the fingers squeezed the stem too tightly. The first prince says he doesn't think he's ready to accept this state of affairs. Rod assumes they have no choice, though another knight capable of stopping Joshua comes to mind. The prince can hardly believe that there is anyone other than his uncle who can stop this guy. But there is. For Rod announces the return of this man, the famous Sir Galahad, and the commander of the Imperial Knights says that he is ready to provide the first prince with any kind of assistance. He expresses confidence that Galahad will be the winner of the bloody battle. Joshua reads either a spell or a prayer for those who connect people with heaven, to those who are most skilled in healing, asking that their warm light be allowed to illuminate this world. As Joshua speaks his last words, Cersei clenches her teeth even harder than before. The guy thinks that he was worried, but everything, surprisingly, went as it should. The girl is breathing heavily, and he continues to think that now she should feel better. Finally, Cersei's breathing changes, as if she is deliberately forcing herself to breathe slower. So Joshua realizes that she has woken up and asks her about it. The girl recognizes the guy. Cersei can't believe that it's really him, but the guy calms her down, reminding her of the promise about the medicine. He thanks the girl for waiting so long, and the princess begins to talk about Evergrande. Joshua expresses confidence that the man's medicine was poison, and it is better to trust him. The guy says that Cersei will make a full recovery after taking this medicine, but there is one side effect. Joshua thinks that he can't take away the girl's memories without consent. He remembers how on the day she died, his whole mind was filled with regret and remorse. Joshua also thinks that he doubts even now that she will continue to be used. Suddenly, the girl asks him why he doubts. She asks him not to bear this burden alone and to think about her feelings too. Cersei asks how she will feel if she knows that he is doing all this for her alone. The girl asks him to visit her in the near future if he's so worried about him. The guy agrees to give her a promise as a true friend, sealing the oath. The girl recalls their first meeting when she compared Joshua's name to her favorite flower. The boy remembers this all too well as the fact that it upset Cersei because of the meaning of the Sanders flower. The girl asks Joshua if he knows about him, and he answers with absolute agreement. He asks the princess not to forget him and always remember him. And the girl replies that this will never happen. She says she has a little whim that Joshua himself should give her this medicine. The guy agrees with this too, involuntarily plunging into memories of his past life. This girl helped him so much then, and now she's also there and sincerely thanks him. The guy says that he should be the one thanking her and mentally promises to take care of the princess. So they make two promises, one of which each keeps only in his own thoughts. The knight cheerfully remarks how long it has been since they were in the capital of Avalon. He remembers that they once escaped from here. It seems to him that it was literally yesterday. Iceland asks if it's okay if she joins them later, which is news to Icarus. The girl honestly admits to her friends that she has some business in the Magic Tower. Icar is understanding about this, and Iselin, saying goodbye, asks the guys not to miss her very much. Kane is also about to leave the strategist, saying that he also has several urgent matters to attend to. The girl asks where the knight is going, but he again answers vaguely. Hearing the words about mockery, Icarus says that he can put on a real demonstration of it. Kane admits that he wanted to see his old senior comrades. Although the guy doesn't explain the reason directly, He hints that he's going to engage in recruitment. He begins to wax eloquent in praise of the knightly order created by Joshua, not forgetting to take credit for its achievements. Icarus mentions the Knights of Reinhardt and says that now it feels like a real family is forming. As a result, the girl lets Cain go, saying that she will eagerly await good news from him. The knight promises to live up to the strategist's expectations, and she responds to her interlocutor in a friendly manner. Reading the message about the mercenary mage, Woof, the manager of the tower, cannot believe what he read. His indignation is interrupted by a request that the man go downstairs for a minute to talk to the new magician. Hearing the details, the manager realizes that he has already seen a suspiciously similar description. A little later, apologizing for the long wait, the man introduces himself, stating his position. Iselin assures him that everything is fine. On the contrary, she did not expect such a quick meeting. The man admits that he is interested in a person like Celine, which is why he came down so quickly. To begin with, Wolf is going to clarify a few points, one of which is organizational affiliation. But Iselin says that she did not come to join the tower, but only for class registration. Wolf can't believe that this girl was able to achieve everything through self-study without using the knowledge of the tower. But he immediately changes his tune, trying to lure Iselin with words about how she won't be able to go any further without this knowledge. The girl says that she does not intend to change her affiliation, and her interlocutor clarifies this. Iselin asks if her interlocutor knows what the owner of this tower has officially announced. What she means is that Storm is dead, and the leader will choose a candidate from among those who have registered their class. Wolf interrupts her, saying that talent doesn't mean much here, since she's only at the beginning of 5th grade. Iselin clarifies that it will only be difficult for this class, to which he receives an affirmative answer. Then the girl decides to clearly demonstrate her abilities by asking if he praises this one. At first, Wolf doesn't really understand what this girl is going to do, but when several elements fly past him at once, he squeals like a lady. All of them, colliding at one point, produce a large explosion, which makes Wolf's eye start twitching. Having come to his senses a little, he is amazed that Iselin used a multi-attribute spell without any effort. This can only mean one thing, namely that this sorceress has already moved on to the 6th grade. Looking at what was happening around, disturbing thoughts arose in the knight's head. He worries that his master will have to fight all the knights of Avalon. Cain is seriously worried, because Joshua's noble family could be destroyed and elevated to the status of a count. The young man turns to talk about Galahad's return and regret about the failed duel. The one in front sarcastically says that it was not his intention to steal other people's opportunities. And Cain, mentally addressing them, says that he will not allow his master to be insulted. The owner of the hand that suddenly fell on the knight's shoulder asks him to calm down. Cain is confused by the fact that he didn't even sense the presence of this man. He remembers that all the knights of the Empire have gathered, but he is still amazed by such incredible power. Cain flinches when he realizes it's only Joshua and asks him to be open about his presence. The guy asks his friend not to fuss, but he says that he cannot leave these scoundrels unpunished. Joshua tells the knight that he cannot defeat this man with his current strength. The boy continues, introducing Galahad as the one whom the commander of the Imperial Order has chosen as his successor. And he, continuing to approach, says that he recognized Joshua at first sight, and he is as good as they say. Galahad says he is honored to meet Count Sanders in person. He continues to rant, but Joshua cuts off the flow of speech, calling all these words nonsense. The guy asks if Galahad should not be guarding the third prince. When asked why he is still here then, the man's eyebrows move towards the bridge of his nose. But he quickly changes his tune, returning to his manners and trying to prick Joshua by talking about excesses. Galahad says that he has a lot to do, so he is forced to leave the count with only a greeting. Cain is amazed that this man, having insulted Joshua, is now pretending to be a friendly guy. Only now does the knight notice something he simply could not see, calling out to his lord in concern. He says that he knows this man very well, mentally recalling his betrayal in a past life. He was also among Joshua's comrades, but because of his vile act, everything will be different now. And together they think that they met each other at the perfect time. Joshua thinks about tearing this man to pieces and thus committing the first act of revenge. Cain, meanwhile, reminds his master that the action is about to begin. He is also going to go to ensure the safety of his lord. Joshua thanks the knight, saying that he will feel much calmer with him and agrees to move on. Cain responds cheerfully and follows his master. A little later, a formation takes place at the Great Colosseum of the Avalon Empire. Marcus, stating his name and title, addresses the knights and says what the winner will receive as a reward. He begins to tell the rules, according to which the battle will only end when there is only one person left. The Emperor adds that the duration will not matter and declares the beginning of the bloody battle. Claiming to be the second son of the Huddles, the blonde man says he wants to fight Count Joshua first. A large queue of people immediately forms behind him, wanting to cross blades with Sanders. Joshua asks them all to put aside their pride and attack him as a crowd. The boys listen to his words, asking him not to blame them for being rude since he wanted it himself. They actually do it, but Joshua stands motionless until the very last moment. After this, he uses the 6th stage of the magic spear, using the head of the earth. And thanks to this, he produces the Great Mountain's enhanced pressure, causing the attackers to stagger. The next moment, they are already scattered in different directions, forcing them to scream in despair. And when they all fall at Joshua's feet, his gaze finds his next opponent, and he tells him directly that he wants to fight with him, with Galahad. At first, he successfully restrains himself and it seems does not even feel the pressure of the guy's aura. But then he laughs ominously and thanks Joshua for reducing the number of his competitors. Valmont Don Brown was born in the county of the same name into a family renowned for its fencing skills. At the age of 20, he rose to the rank of vice captain of the Imperial Order of the 9th Imperial Battalion. From then on, the father reproached the young man for not having any more privileges. He pushed him to be the best, pushed him to do something that would be an even better achievement than before. Eventually, he grew tired of his surroundings and no longer wanted to try at all. He thought about how good it was to be vice captain, because no one would dare accuse him of not training. But one day Rod burst into his office and shouted from the doorway that he was really fooling around again. The man says that if his interlocutor had not been lazy, he could have become an unrivaled warrior. Valmont apologized to Rod and asked what brought him to him, whether it was just punishment. Rizik was informed that the Emperor had given him an order that was perfect for a lazy person like him. It was necessary to go to the Duchy of Agnes and take the mana identification test. It was on that day that things began to change. The day Valmont met the child of the Duke's concubine. This made the ginger boy's heart beat faster because he too had once shown, and now he wanted to do it again. From then on, Valmont began to try. But it was just ordinary arrogance, and he realized that he was wrong. Joshua wasn't someone the redhead could surpass through sheer hard work. He was a giant. And Galahad is now praising Count Sanders for such an excellent move. Marcus, meanwhile, analyzes the guy, realizing that he has poured applied-type mana into his voice. He develops this conversation to the point that Avalon can be greatly ridiculed by other nations. Rod apologizes for his subordinates, promising to punish each of them personally after the tournament. Suddenly, a voice is heard in the arena, the owner of which begins to beg Joshua. This is Valmont, and he wishes to fight the great master, Count Sanders. He approaches Galahad, asking him to let him fight Joshua first. The guy says that at his current level, he will never be able to beat him. He politely asks Valmont to admit his defeat and step aside so that he doesn't get hit by something. The pressure is so incredible that the young man thinks his consciousness is being erased. He forces himself to focus and envelop his body in mana to protect himself from Joshua's aura. After this, Valmont explodes his mana with effort and turns to his opponent. He says he won't admit defeat even without trading blows with Joshua. And while he asks the guy not to even think about disgracing his dignity, he listens attentively to the speaker. Joshua recognizes Valmont as an opponent and asks him to demonstrate the power of chivalry in this case. Materializing mana into energy, the guy strikes and asks the redhead to show the distance between them. Valmont manages to put up a block, but it requires quite a lot of effort. The man thinks that he can't reflect Count Joshua's sword aura right now. The only way he has is to cut aura and bounce off of it. The knight is about to take as much mana as he can from the mana hall, as Count Joshua changes the properties of his. Valmont plans to carefully control every piece of mana and modify them to suit his needs. With a war cry, exhausted from the effort, the man performs mana-to-mana intersection. Joshua sees this Sir's progress and realizes that he has just awakened aura overlay. And this is despite the fact that he had never seen it before, which raises the question of his genius. However, these thoughts are overshadowed by others, much more disturbing, and Joshua involuntarily tenses. This is because the mana fragments that Valmont just launched are undergoing changes. Joshua remembers seeing something similar in a past life, such as the deep righteousness of the Browns. And indeed, Valmont, in the very next moment, names the technique and adds a continuation to it. The fast star, true to its name, rushes towards its opponent at full speed. And then Joshua uses the 4th stage of the art of his magic spear. It's called Island Destruction, and thanks to it, the guy successfully manages to parry the enemy's attack. Valmont can't believe his opponent managed to block Deep Righteousness so easily. The knight fails to finish speaking. Instead, a sound of exhaustion escapes from him. and Belmont understands that his body can no longer withstand the use of the imposed aura. Joshua confirms this, but also praises his opponent for being able to use power beyond his level. The words that he can rise higher touch Belmont, but he considers this his limit. Joshua says that overcoming it is not difficult. All that is important is the right motivation and goal. The guy expresses confidence that with such opportunities, Belmont will definitely be able to achieve this. Galahad says that it is unpleasant to listen to such things, and it is also impolite to say them. He himself says that Belmont is a lazy man who has no right to stand at the head of the knights. Looking at Belmont, Joshua remembers that this man had not developed much in his past life. But it was not his fault, but Galahad's, and the boy calls him a narrow-minded egoist. He asks how he dares to speak about him like that and judge him if he doesn't know him at all. And Joshua rudely interrupts further statements, saying that Galahad is afraid of Sir Belmont's talent. After all, in the end, he will surpass Rod's successor, and he will overshadow him, and the Count will be pleased about this. The guy says that Galahad will never defeat the Cheese Belmont, and he starts to lose his temper. The provocation succeeds, because the next moment the two of them both take off. Realizing what was about to happen, Rod ordered everyone gathered in the tournament hall to move as far away as possible. He tells them outright that the battle that is about to break out will take place between two superhumans. And although only two are currently participating in it, the others also feel the influence of the inhuman auras. And Joshua and Galahad move all over the field, hardly staying in one place for long. Finally, the games end, and the third prince's bodyguard cries out in surprise. Turning to Count Joshua, he asks him in a trembling and stuttering voice to wait. But the guy is not merciful. He doesn't care about the pleas of the one who dared to commit such a mean act in a past life. So, having delivered a rough and sharp sweeping blow, Joshua has no regrets. And even though their fight is over, blood is still in the air. But no one should be angry about this sudden death. There is no need to be sad if this person's name is forgotten in the pages of history later. After all, thanks to such shining people, this land is still under protection. But for some, this supreme sacrifice will not be forgotten. It will not be in vain. Along with this, it is worth letting go of the resentment that Joshua held in his heart for so long. This will become a holy poem of the Holy Spirit of the dead, who was unable to fall into deep sleep under all this chaos. The first voice from the crowd asks Count Joshua what he has done. There is not a single voice in support of the guy. Everyone only reproaches and vilifies him. Someone jumps into the arena and says that he hasn't paid attention to his actions for a long time. However, now the man cannot ignore such a vile act. Rushing towards Joshua, the commander of the Imperial Knights promises to execute him immediately. The guy is mentally surprised by this. He did not expect that Rod would be so enraged by Galahad's death. And in this case, there is only one way to calm such a person down, namely by using force. At some point, the guy feels that he is being pushed away by some unknown force. And then he realizes that a breakthrough was made in his attitude, forcing him to take flight. The force of this blow is so impressive that a powerful gust of air washes over the area around it. Despite Arden's outwardly calm appearance, he's asked about his nervous woes. Marcus asks him if he thinks the old man would dare to offend the spoiled son of the Duke. The Emperor finds this amusing, lost in thought as Rod teaches Joshua a lesson. After all, he is the most powerful swordsman in the Avalon Empire. His respect must be worth something. Meanwhile, the eyes of the Empire's most powerful swordsman catch movement nearby. And the next moment he sees something he never expected, and Joshua speaks up. He asks the commander of the Imperial Knights to give him some time to explain what happened. But he doesn't allow it, reminding him that this guy killed an Imperial Knight in front of so many people. He says that there is no need to explain anything anymore, but now he will have to pay for his sins. Joshua digs deeper into his arguments and decides to change his tactics a little. Only his opponent gets ahead of the guy, making a very nimble jump for his age. The moment he finds himself on Joshua's trident, he literally feels the weight of it. Well, the next movement comes as a complete surprise, leaving you dumbfounded. Seeing this look full of hatred, the guy is convinced of his opponent's strength. Although I managed to dodge the blow, Aura left a cut on my cheek, so I needed to defend myself against it. The boy advances to the 6th stage of the demonic spear art, earth dividing and mountain destruction. The space around the Colosseum is once again consumed by Aura, but it is different from what it was before. Although Rod is very strong, Joshua also turns out to be no slouch, forcing his opponent to at least back off. The man thinks that he expected this, but it looks simply ridiculous. And he admits that his opponent is strong, and that he has no other choice. The man is going to use a secret technique that he still keeps hidden. And Joshua, before the irreparable happens, says that Galahad killed the 3rd prince. The man does not believe that the third prince could have been killed by his bodyguard. But Joshua confirms these words, saying that it was for this very reason that he punished Galahad. Rod has doubts, but says that the guy is trying to justify himself with these words. After all, this man was a great swordsman. If he had lived to this age, he would have surpassed Galahad. But the third prince was not greedy for power, and harm was inflicted on him for an unclear purpose. Joshua agrees, and Rod asks if he's really playing a prank on him. The guy denies it and asks the man to think about what would happen if the prince had a reason to enter the fight for the throne. After all, then no one would be able to resist him, and this is a fairly compelling argument. Joshua ends things by asking why the bodyguard returned alive and his prince returned dead. Rod says that these speculations are not enough and asks to be shown solid evidence. Joshua says he overheard this conversation firsthand. Rod stands his ground, emphasizing that he caused the death of the Imperial Knight without having any evidence. A voice nearby said that they didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore. The knights stand their ground because Sfey Galahad gave his life for the Empire of Avalon. And then Cain appears out of nowhere, asking how they all dare threaten his master. When asked who he is, the young man identifies himself as one of the Knights of the Golden Spirit. Cain also pronounces his full name and calls himself the First Sword of Joshua Sanders. Those present find all this painfully funny, amazed that Joe has such a knight under his command. The guy thanks Cain for always coming when things get serious. Several more voices can be heard from the side, their owners wanting to protect Joshua. The three apologize to their commander for arriving so late. They were far away. Those standing around Joshua also notice members of the Count's battalion, but they intend to break through by force. A light skirmish ensues between them, in which the trio are asked who they are. Cain clarifies that these guys are not from the 11th and 12th battalions, to which he receives a positive answer. But at the same time, Joshua says that these guys became his Knights of Crevasse. Addressing each of the new arrivals by name, Rod gives them a warning. He promises to kill every one of them if they don't retreat soon. Joshua notices that the gentleman is missing something important, and he asks what it is. The guy replies that while they are wasting time here, Galahad's assistants will get rid of all the evidence. We had to act quickly, even though no one expected this knight to die today. Joshua advises searching all the places where this man lived, especially his family home. If this is not enough and necessary, even Galahad's body must be searched. Joshua allows him to disbelieve, but reminds him that this will cause the henchmen to destroy more evidence. The guy suddenly realizes that he can help him and asks if Rod is afraid of the truth. He understands what the Knight Commander might fear, that those he trusted would turn out to be traitors. After all, in the end, it will definitely turn out that one of the trusted persons killed the third prince, committing treason. Rod gives in, but gives his interlocutor an ultimatum, according to which he will be held responsible for the murder. The medics will search Galahad's body immediately, and if they find nothing, Joshua will pay for everything. A figure suddenly appears over the body of the deceased and mercilessly destroys all the medics. She tries to hide from prying eyes by creating a blinding explosion around herself. And yet, some manage to catch the silhouette in the hood, and a chase follows. The pursuers shout, telling him not to let him escape and to pursue him until they catch him. The chase is accompanied by similar words, not wanting to let the mysterious figure escape. Joshua knows this man, remembering that he was on Galahad's side even on the day of the Count's death. The guy is about to follow, but they tell him to stop, saying that suspicions against him have not been removed. But a commanding voice, addressing Captain Rod, orders him to release Count Sanders. Marcus asks if they shouldn't check who this unknown mysterious man is. Rod tries to object, but the Emperor reminds him that the father can be held accountable for the son's misdeeds. He believes that the lack of proper upbringing is the parent's fault and asks Arden about it. He answers vaguely, saying that everything will be as the Emperor wishes. Marcus allows Joshua to capture this mysterious man, agreeing to resolve the matter later. Thanking the Emperor for these words, the boy meets his father's gaze. They look at each other for just one brief moment, and then Joshua disappears. This comes as a surprise to Cain, and he instinctively shouts out his lord's name. And then, saying that he was leaving again without him, the young man asked him to wait. The crystal ball, which had previously been simply transparent and dark, is illuminated with light, marking the beginning of a connection. Greeting the prince, Evergrande asks if something has happened for him to be in such a hurry. Caesar confirms this and asks how long it will take to conquer the magic tower. The man replies that it may take some time, since the head of this organization has many followers. Caesar expresses understanding and promises that by their next meeting, Evergrande will be the tower's master. The prince says that Count Joshua killed Sir Galahad and is now getting to the bottom of it. The magician begins to get indignant, calling these events an unimaginable variable. He begins to talk about their assistant's connection with the Dark Monarch, one of the 9. Caesar thinks that Joshua has something because he can move around so freely without strangers. The prince asks Evergrant to return as soon as the issue with the magic tower is resolved, and he agrees, expressing understanding and asking Caesar to remain safe until then. Upon landing, the mysterious kidnapper settles down to catch his breath. Strange sounds are heard behind them, forcing them to turn around to check the source. When lightning lights up the sky, there is no doubt who created it. But the girl shifts her weight more comfortably to set off again. Delay could be costly, and abruptly breaking away from the spot, she again rushes on her way, continuing her journey to the cherished goal. Another flash is accompanied by a strange sound, and Joshua completes the technique. It is Cain, and he asks if his lord is going to go to that place. The knight thinks it's suspicious, a trap, and Joshua says he has to do something. The boy calmly rushes forward, causing Cain to cry out, and the knight goes after his master, asking him to wait. When he catches up with him, he talks about it and asks if the count is torturing him too much. Cain boasts that he trained tirelessly, but he doesn't get to use a sword very often. The boy asks the knight why he spent so much time training with a sword. He replies that at first he did it in order to succeed as a knight, but not later. The thing is, Cain admired Joshua and wanted his sword to be like the Lord's sword. The boy says that this is not what he wants to hear and asks the knight to go his own way. Joshua says he was once as genuinely helpful as he is because he was confident in himself. Nothing scared him, but it turned out that the real scariness was where he had never even thought. Joshua recalls a scene from the past when the Kaiser awarded him the title of Archduke. The second prince then offered him his supposedly most sincere congratulations, naming him by his new title. Joshua then vowed to carry this honor and stay by his side for the rest of his days. The captain of the Order of the Imperial Knights also congratulated him, saying that he was proud of his great deeds. And then he expressed a desire to become Joshua's friend, if he didn't mind, of course. Sanders then reminded his interlocutor that they had known each other for more than 20 years. Hearing the friendly words, Galahad allowed Joshua to call him by his name from that moment on. And sometime later, Archduke Sanders was already cursing, addressing the emperor by name. And from Galahad's look, it was not difficult to guess that he despised the mortally wounded man. And then the very thing happened, after which Joshua was given the opportunity to correct his mistakes. Now the guy says that living for others is not always fun. He advises Cain not to say that. He asks the young man to live his own life, but not to be someone's sword. Cain remains impenetrable even when his interlocutor says that otherwise he will regret it. But then he speaks up, saying that the day he chose to serve Joshua was significant for him. The knight does not mind that his lord does not understand his intentions. It is important to him that he knows of his sincerity. The knight doesn't have time to react, which forces Joshua to protect him. The guy asks Cain to get ready because the people in front of them are not ordinary men. They must not show even the slightest hint of weakness, or they will be killed in the blink of an eye. Joshua notes that there are about 100 people surrounding them and they are trying to buy time. The guy thinks that he expected such a strategy, so he can predict everything else. Joshua is ready to kill this man, even if the Dark Monarch hates him, because he will crush anyone who stands in his way while he carries out his revenge. Meanwhile, the spear flies towards its target at almost exactly the same speed as the thoughts of its owner. And the girl, who didn't expect this, notices the weapon at the very last moment. She barely manages to dodge to the side to escape the attack and stay alive. Joshua knows for sure that behind the mask he tore to shreds lies Galahad's lover, Evangeline. The boy calls on his creature for help, telling it to wake up and bring him the prey. He orders the one who has awakened from sleep to kill everyone who stands in his way. But the Death Knight is not enough for him, and the guy also summons the Dullahan. Soon they reveal themselves to the world in all their glory, standing as a wall behind their master. Evangeline's subordinates come to their senses, delegating responsibilities and reorganizing. However, Dullahan is not going to let them go so easily, saying that they cannot escape from him. The demonic energy turns out to be faster than Evangeline's henchmen rushing ahead of them. They are well aware that the undead are going to block their exit, and they are trying to be faster. But it was not to be, because the darkness collapsed, forcing the mercenaries to strain themselves. They begin to fear that they will not be able to escape anywhere, clearly feeling these changes in the almost physical atmosphere. This is because Dullahan uses a power called the 8th Demon Realm, the Endless Hell. The next moment, the headless figure that appears in front of the enemy begins to rapidly multiply. One of them, with a corresponding clang, draws a sword from its sheath and heads towards the enemy. Some people recognize the Headless Knights, are amazed by this, and call them by their true name. Joshua mentally notes that this is exactly the power of the ruler of the Dullahans. Cain surveys the army of his unexpected ally with cautious slowness, while the Count is amused. Turning to his lord, the knight asks if he really summoned these dead men himself. Joshua asks if Cain now understands why he told him to live his life, and he asks the boy what if his true goal is to summon the Demon King and turn everything around into a sea of blood. What will the knight do then? One of Evangeline's mercenaries gives the order to release the Dark Death formation. Several people take on this task and produce black dragon thorns. Their hands, touching the ground in unison, activate invisible runes and direct their power forward. Next on the agenda is the Dragon's Poison Mist. Joshua orders Cain not to breathe as these poisonous fumes are coming out of the ground. The next moment, following the fire, the field is filled with the screams of people struggling in agony. In this pitch-black oven, it is hardly possible to make out anything, only shadows and silhouettes. After some time, only the soot remains and the smoke begins to recede. The attention of these two is drawn to the sounds of footsteps breaking the perfect silence, and soon they notice who is leaving them. Joshua is now completely satisfied. As the Death Knight lowers Evangeline's body to the ground, she lets out a strangled wheeze. Looking up at the culprit of her man's death, she calls him a fucking monster. Joshua asks if she's the real monster here. The woman asks him, confused, what he means, while the lich begins to dissipate. Joshua asks her what she thinks it's like to die alone in the trees. And this despite the fact that you don't even know why fate was so cruel to you. Rugia tells him not to talk, but to kill this woman. His voice comes as a surprise to Joshua. Rugia says he was gone for so long because it takes time to regain his memory. The creature advises its master to concentrate on the revenge he has been waiting for so long. It advises piercing a woman's heart with a spear so that her soul will burn in agony forever. Seeing the doubt in Joshua's eyes, Rugia begins to egg him on, constantly repeating words about murder. The installation works, and the guy begins to perceive these words as his own. Evangeline no longer knows what scares her more, the imminent death or that crazy look. Cain reacts almost instantly, asking his lord not to do what he intends. But the knight suddenly realizes that he does not have enough skill to stop Joshua. But someone else grabs it, and the Queen of Killers manages to prevent the irreparable. Joshua blurts out in a voice that is not his own, asking why she is interfering in his affairs. The girl does not show her fear of turning her back on such a ruthless man. But turning sharply, she greets Joshua and says that Evangeline has important information. She starts talking about how if the guy kills her, she won't get anything, but he interrupts her. Joshua says he doesn't care, and next time he will kill anyone who gets in his way. Throwing down his sword, Cain says that since he so desires it, he will have to do it. Joshua asks if this is the life the young man has chosen for himself. Cain confirms these words and, after a short pause, continues speaking. He expresses confusion about what is happening, but also confidence in what is good and what is not. Joshua suggests that the knight is no longer on his side, but he denies this. He says that he will always be by his lord's side, even if he turns into a demon king and loses his memories. And all this because Joshua Sanders was and will be his first and last master. It is also his duty to prevent him from making a mistake, so he asks the guy not to do it. The Queen of Killers says she thinks the same way, that this woman should not be killed. After all, she is the only person who knows where the third prince's body is hidden. In the palace of the second prince, it is said that the speaker already guessed about this. He admits to his interlocutor that he is interested in what he is up to. Caesar gives his older brother credit for being well aware of his plans. The Kaiser confirms these words and explains, saying that the younger one is here because he needs Circe. The second prince admits that he doesn't know what this is for, but mercifully allows his sister to be taken. Caesar expresses gratitude to his older brother, promising to certainly thank him for this. And then, from the other side of the castle, a thunderous voice is heard calling the fourth prince to account. Caesar recognizes this voice, and he, meanwhile, declares the blonde a traitor plotting against the empire. Joshua tells the third prince's killer to come out, saying that he will be judged by him and the great court of the sun. All this is happening right in front of the palace of the second prince, the Kaiser. Having been lost in restless thoughts for some time now, Lucia lets out a heavy sigh. Arden asks the woman why she is sighing, assuming it is because of Joshua. Lucia greets his lordship, and he begins to say that he does not know what rumors are circulating around her. But he asks the woman not to leave the estate without permission, because now is not the best time for this. Lucia tries to object, but the Duke interrupts her, telling her not to forget her status. The man thinks that he won't be able to keep an eye on this woman with Jacques watching everywhere. The man who burst in reports that they have problems, and Arden asks about the source. Armstrong conveys to his lord the information that the Emperor has declared an urgent assembly. The reason for this was the great judgment of the sun, which will be held again 2 whole decades later. The Great Court of the Sun is the court held for members of the royal family. It was held only a few times throughout the history of the Avalon Empire. Apart from crimes more serious than treason, members of the royal family are not tried for other offenses. But even for more serious crimes, only the emperor can punish a member of his family. Therefore, residents are obliged to report any suspicion of treason to the imperial palace. And now this trinity appears before the emperor regarding an identical request. The hall is completely silent, broken only by the wave of the hands of the Imperial Knights Commander's subordinates. The man's gaze is directed straight at Joshua, and he doesn't even try to hide his hostility towards him. The guy remarks that he is not a criminal, so why is Raul so hostile towards him? Marcus asks Joshua not to worry about the details and to get to the point without wasting time. The Emperor clarifies the Count's accusation and asks if he has any compelling evidence of this. Joshua confirms this, saying that he caught one of the men who were covering for Sir Galahad. Then the Count turns to Evangeline, asking her to reveal the location of the body for the sake of her child. The woman shudders at the mention of her son's name, asking how her interlocutor knows about him. Thoughts automatically come into her head that she should at least protect Edvin. And then Evangeline confesses that the fourth prince hired them to kill his brother and make him undead. They raised his corpse in a secret room in the basement of his royal palace. If you go there, you can find the third prince in the form of a living dead man. Marcus considers this the worst crime, but he cannot believe that Caesar did such a thing. The emperor finds a search to be the only option to confirm or deny this. However, he notes that so far no one has noticed even the slightest bit of demonic energy inside. Marcus sees 2 options here, the first of which is slander, and the second is someone very skilled. The man suggests that they will have to call priests from the Holy Empire to his palace to investigate. Joshua suggests another way, asking the emperor not to worry about it, which is to use the imperial archives. Marcus asks how he can know something that the emperor himself does not know. The first prince desperately begs His Highness not to grant access to Count Sanders. Kisser believes that letting Joshua in would be tantamount to helping him, which would render the trial pointless. Therefore, the prince believes that the Count must himself find the secret room where the undead were created. The knights agree that the trial must be fair, as evidence can be falsified. Besides, no one knows what kind of relationship this woman actually had with Sir Galahad. Marcus notices that everyone is in agreement except Joshua himself and asks what he is going to do. The boy wonders how close the first and fourth princes are, but it is clear that the circumstances are against him. Marcus urges him on, asking if he should really find him guilty of disrespecting the royal family. Joshua agrees to find the secret room in the basement on his own and asks for permission to do so. Rod tells the boy to stop using aura immediately, reminding him of who he is in front of. The man starts to talk about what will happen if Joshua doesn't stop, but stops. Cain cries out to his lord, who straightens up and begins to speak. Joshua admits that he also has good abilities in the field of using sacred power. He can find a secret room on his own without a priest, but if he refuses, the guy undertakes to stand up for himself. The family is indignant that this brat dares to raise a sword against his majesty. It is treason. And Joshua, while still removing aura, expresses his understanding that his actions now were impolite. But he asks if that is not why the sword has 2 sides, and he understands that from this moment on, the resistance becomes open. Marcus thinks about how he can't stand it when this insolent man continues to do whatever he wants. He addresses Joshua mentally, allowing this liberty, but already anticipating how to get rid of him. Marcus officially gives his permission to clear Caesar's name and appoints Count Sanders as investigator. The emperor gives Joshua 2 days to complete everything, asking him to handle everything within that time. If this fails, the emperor promises that the count will certainly pay for everything. Kisser clarifies whether this is really all that his interlocutor came to him for, just to form an alliance. The second prince says it's temporary until they deal with Joshua. Kisser denies that he wanted to lure Count Sanders to his side. And Caesar concludes from this that the rumors about his brother's interest in Charlie were true. Kisser says that if they are going to be allies, they need to clear up some things right away. The first prince asks Caesar if he really killed their brother. He confirms these words, agreeing that the third prince is now undead and locked in the basement. Caesar is sure that Kisser only has a general idea about this and does not know who is covering for him. The elders cannot believe that their father ordered his fourth son to kill the third. Caesar corrects his brothers, saying that Marcus supported him, but was merely an observer. The younger one notes that he does this because, unlike his older ones, he does not have support. Caesar says that he doesn't want to be an emperor. His goal is to become number 2, to be reckoned with. The Kaiser is astonished that such a man would take upon himself the murder of their third brother. Kisser expresses understanding about the difficulties of being the last in line of succession to the throne. But he does remind Caesar of what awaits him if Joshua manages to find the secret room. But the fourth prince is not worried about this, considering the magician hiding the entrance to be the best. However, he is mistaken, because the very next day the group stands in front of a secret room in the basement. Caesar cannot understand how the knight managed to detect the barrier created by the magician. Moreover, it was a 6th class barrier spell that even a mage couldn't find. Joshua turns to the prince and says that there is nothing surprising here, but he stupidly clarifies. The guy asks his interlocutor to relax, saying that he hasn't even started. Joshua asks Rod to make sure that the fourth prince doesn't go anywhere until then. As the people enter the portal, the captain of the Imperial Knights addresses the prince but stops short, and he, saying that since things have come to this, gives his uncle the order to kill them all. Meanwhile, in the neutral city of Reinhard, at the Moon Door headquarters, a subordinate addresses his mistress. He reports a message from Team Blue Moon, sent to observe the Avalon Empire. After listening carefully, Lilia understands perfectly well that Marcus is trying to start a continental war. This became evident after the first blow was struck without cause and open gatherings took place in calm times. Zero suggests that creating the undead was also part of Marcus's plan, as he is a very powerful fighter. The man asks if they shouldn't find the Holy Grail as soon as possible to stop them. The woman asks Zero if Joshua hadn't told him that the relic was in the royal archives. He believes that they cannot sit idle waiting for the Count. His loss could end badly. Lilia suggests that Zero doesn't know what kind of person Joshua Sanders really is. The atmosphere inside changes abruptly, causing everyone present to tense up. Lenger curses, unable to understand what it is, feeling as if something is leaving his body. Rod appears nearby, asking everyone to remain alert, as he believes that they could be separated. Caesar is silent for only a moment, then expresses knowledge that his ally will like it. After all, he now has a lot of material to create new undead that will become faithful dogs. The fourth prince especially wants Joshua Sanders to become his subordinate. He also tries to evoke memories associated with this place. But Rugia brings him to his senses, telling him to pull himself together and notifying him that something supernatural is present here. As Joshua tries to pry out details, the entity falls silent and a growl is heard nearby. Taking a closer look, the guy realizes that it is undead, easily guessing whose it is. The Lich roars, giving a prick to his army, and then rushes towards the enemy. Meanwhile, Rugia says that he doesn't mean this place. There are even more undead. Upon hearing that it is on another floor, Joshua is surprised and asks how big this place is. Rugia says that it doesn't matter. What's more important is that this entire huge army will soon belong to them. Joshua doesn't understand what they're talking about, and the spear explains, offering to steal something that Caesar didn't even use. Rugia asks the boy to stand still and trust himself to him, while the undead continue to advance. The entity commands the reanimated corpses to submit to it by kneeling before it. He makes Joshua speak in his voice about how their current master is insignificant to him. The guy declares that from now on he is their new master, and the undead are obliged to serve only him. The Lich screams hysterically as a mark appears on his neck, indicating his identity. Exactly the same ones arise in everyone, forcing even the most rebellious to bow before the new master. Rugia continues to speak in Joshua's voice, intending to subjugate the undead on all the other floors. Meanwhile, the knights try to cope with their own enemy, but their efforts are laughable. Even Rod is amazed at his strength and, cursing, asks who he is. The Lich responds, asking his interlocutor if he really cares who he is. Heinz says he knows this Superman who will soon join the ranks of his own subordinates. Rod says that then his interlocutor should know that he will not put up with any crap. And the man, aiming the attack directly at the Lich, orders the undead to disappear. Katjas expected nothing less from the captain. But Lenger still has doubts, even though he wants to believe in the best. And Rod suddenly realizes that something has started to go wrong, trying to figure out the reason for this. As the vortex forming in the center begins to mix with his own power, someone screams. It soon becomes clear that she is not simply being mixed in. She is being absorbed by the Lich. And then, when the first volley is fired, Heinz laughs, saying that this is Rod's skill returning to him. The undead assumes the captain will be able to survive this, but says he is not sure about the others. Rod curses mentally, realizing that it is too late to retreat and repel the attack. However, another hero appears, telling the Lich that they will not allow him to do this. The captain wants to cut off the undead's head with one blow so that Balmont doesn't get hit. But it was not to be. Heinz takes some action that changes everything in his favor. When the reflection occurs, Balmont tries to understand how the Lich managed to parry Rod's sword. He doesn't understand what kind of magic allows the undead to be so strong, because the distance was quite considerable. Rod asks the redhead not to be fooled, admitting that he is surprised that he is using aura at such a moment. The Lich merely mocks them, not considering this an achievement, not considering that the knights have made any progress. He is sure that the rest are completely untalented, however, this does not surprise him. When the Lich says that even then Rod was a piece of meat to him, he finally remembers him. For in close combat, the knights could not defeat only one battle mage, Zeev Dik Orbis, and he notes that he spent too much time on a man who is about to die. And he commands his enemy to die in order to be reborn and become his faithful servant. Rod orders the knights to raise their aura as high as they can. After all, the enemy is advancing, and they need to hold out until reinforcements arrive. The light is so blinding that it is impossible to look at it. And yet Rod forces himself to clash with the enemy, trusting at least his instincts. As their blades cross, the captain asks a pressing question out loud. He is curious how their enemy can use a technique that is only available to members of the Britain family. But for some reason, the thought of what this Lich did to the third prince of Keskalain keeps coming into my head. While saying he will find out about it very soon, Zeev deals with his targets almost simultaneously. Saying that he will now take him with him, the Lich points his hand at the captain of the Imperial Knights. The man tries to resist with all his might, but it turns out pathetic, and the undead laughs. He invites Rod to dream of power while he dies, because his rage and hatred will become his targets. The Lich moves on to the part about how the achievements the knight doesn't earn will become his shackles. And after that, he will wear them when he passes away to another world for many centuries. Breathing heavily, Balmont despises himself for his own weakness. He wants to save his captain. But then a familiar sound is heard from the side, and the man turns his gaze to check it out for himself. It really is a portal, and the one who was with them originally really does appear from it. While Rugia speaks of his Napoleonic plans, Zeev responds in a way that strikes the essence. The Lich asks the newcomer where he gets his demonic energy from and if he is really a demon. And Rugia notes that they have finally met, offering to take the body of the interlocutor and the Death Knight. At this time, Balmont is cursing, trying to understand what is going on and where Joshua came from. And the next moment there is a flash, and Joshua disappears along with the undead. In another dimension, Zeev laughs, expressing understanding of what is happening. He talks about the spear, asking if it is Bonga by any chance. Joshua is unfamiliar with this word, so he openly asks what it is. The Lich explains that these are demons who have lost most of their powers and have been trapped in some object. The man says that many people seal defeated enemies this way for the sake of strength or as a trophy. Lich speculates that Rugia's ability is spatial manipulation. Joshua disappoints him by saying that this dimension was not created by the spear, but by someone else. Zeev suggests doing what this guy wants, since this performance has dragged on for a long time. Death Knight Joshua asks his master for permission to deal with one of the enemies. The guy begins to speculate about who this man in the guise of a knight might be. He is inclined to believe that it is the third prince, since the knight uses the Britain family's technique. Zeev considers the Night King ungrateful, since it was he who brought him back to life. And then he says that he is going to show why he is considered the best battle mage on the continent. In this case, Joshua decides to show his opponent in return why he is called the Knight of the Spear. Meanwhile, the Black Knight with a war cry rushes at the one hidden under the visor. They cross blades with a characteristic ringing sound, clashing in a serious duel. Zeev, forming runes on the ends of his hands, performs the summoning technique. The next moment, the ghosts that burst out of them attack Joshua from two sides. However, by skillfully spinning his spear, the guy successfully manages to block the attacks of both. It may seem so from the outside and at first glance, but the Lich outplays everything. Depriving his opponent of the ability to do anything with his spear, Zeev steps forward. He asks Joshua to let him show him his special creation of black magic, the Dark Hole. The guy pulls his own stunt by saying he doesn't need to look to know what it is. He asks the Lich if he seriously thinks he can defeat him by sealing his spear. When faced with the undead in direct combat, Joshua says he doesn't even stand a chance. The melee mage laughs, sarcastically suggesting that everyone take a look at this upstart knight. He asks Joshua if he really thinks he can block his magic with his bare hands. And he announces his intention to crush his spirit and mana, but the guy has a diametrically opposite opinion on this matter. And Joshua turns to the 6th level of the art of the magical spear, the unarmed. Something happens that makes Zeev tense up and almost cry out in shock. The Lich mentally wonders what is happening and why the dark hole has changed direction. And while she sucks in not Joshua, but Zeev, the guy summons the destroying black sphere. The process becomes even more intense, and soon completely absorbs the Lich's scream. Looking at all this, Joshua mentally turns to his opponent because he was defeated by his own skill. The guy considers such eternal confinement in that dimension shameful for the best magician of the continent. Meanwhile, a Death Knight battle is taking place relatively nearby. Making a wide lunge, the Black Knight's opponent parries and throws aside his sword. And with lightning speed, he takes off from his place, rushing towards the enemy and not allowing him to react. The Black Knight only takes action when the blade enters him. He asks how it is that his opponent uses such obvious tricks. The Lich asks if he's really trying to give him an easy victory. When his opponent falls, the man asks him what's wrong with him. He wonders why the enemy doesn't want to show his real skills. And he weakly replies that he studied martial arts for his own pleasure. He was not interested in becoming emperor or in forming his own army. That's why the third prince left his family, but then his mother disappeared and he went looking for her. Rugia offers Joshua to lure the disappearing man to his side before it is too late. The creature asks the boy to wake up, saying that Keskaline became a Death Knight of his own free will. Rugia suggests that the prince not let him disappear if he really cares about him that much. After thinking for a moment, Joshua speaks up, saying that he will not promise to fulfill all his wishes. Because getting to the truth isn't as easy as beating someone up to solve problems. But if the prince makes a contract with him, Joshua will definitely be able to promise him one thing. He will do everything in his power to help him, so he asks about his own wish right now. Joshua thinks about how words have different power depending on who says them. And the third prince says that if it is really him, then he believes that the impossible will become possible. The Lich Prince agrees to a contract with Joshua and asks him to state his name. The guy does this without thinking and offers to move straight to the contract. And immediately, the first thing Joshua does is restore the third prince. When this process is complete, Keskaline pronounces the name of his contractor, tasting it. He likes it. The prince says that he finds it good. Calling herself, Keskaline vows to serve her master until the end of time. And then a loud voice is heard asking Joshua if he is really standing in their way. Zayev says he knows one thing for sure and asks why this guy is in the Middle Kingdom. Joshua tries to understand what this means, because he didn't even think that after being captured, the Lich would be able to speak. But Rugia corrects him, saying that it is not Zeal, but the one who made a contract with him and made him a Lich. And he explains that this creature is the 32nd among the best demons, and his name is Asmodeus. Despite this demon was once one of the 7 kings who wielded sinister powers. Long ago, his influence spread beyond the demonic realm all the way to the Middle Realm. It spread so much that it seemed to rule the entire world, but the demon's greed did not end there. He eventually sought out the divine realm to overthrow one of the 7 archangels, Raphael. Asmodeus considered himself the undisputed winner, so he did not take his opponent seriously. However, both of them were so strong that in that battle they inflicted mortal wounds on each other. Now, many years later, this demon has reappeared, somehow cheating death itself. And now Asmodeus says that he is interested, and Joshua asks him to show himself, not to do stupid things. The demon admits that it is quite difficult for him to do this now, but one day Joshua will be worthy to see it. But everything has its time. Instead, the demon offers his interlocutor another game. Since today is the significant day when they met, Asmodeus gives Zayev to Joshua. The demon says that he looks forward to their next meeting, calling the boy the demon god's weapon. Joshua is about to stop him, but suddenly he begins to sense a divine power behind him. Accumulating in one place into sheaves of sparks, it begins to break the barrier of endless hell. The Lich notices that she is destroying the power that keeps their bodies whole. Someone is forcibly removing the summoning. The culprit becomes known almost immediately, announcing that he has found the missing item. Arius states the fact that this thing is definitely effective. Joshua asks the Duke and Count why they are here and where Rod is with the rest of the troops. Gestalt asks not to worry about them, saying that doctors took them away, something else is more important now. The Duke believes that few would have thought that the royal archives could contain the Holy Grail. Gestalt reminds that the artifact usually reacts to demonic energy, which is strange. Joshua is amazed by the power of the Grail, now understanding perfectly why the Moon Door wants it. Arius says he doesn't know how he did it, but black magic and demonic energy are banned on the continent. The man shares that he would be happy to tell Joshua to humbly accept this aura. He is about to counter with some kind of argument, but the guy does not allow it. The man bursts out laughing, daring his opponent not to hold back. He challenges Joshua to a real fight this time, attacking quickly and precisely. Some hits still manage to get the guy. It's good that he has aura. Joshua is convinced that Arius's words were indeed true. He is more serious than before. This can be understood even by the look, which has lost its former playful sparkle. Although Count Arius tries to behave as before, his movements are now more precise and precise. He laughs, teasing Joshua, saying that he'll never get it by poking it with that thing. But Arius still says that he likes it. But the mockery and jokes are interrupted by the intervention of a third person. Gestalt says Joshua is putting them in an increasingly difficult position. He asks the guy to follow them, as this is the Emperor's order, and he is thinking about this man. The Duke cut his way into the stars with his sword, and now he is an even more difficult opponent than Baru. After all, even among the 9 themselves, this man is called the King of the Sword. Joshua is almost certain that Caesar got him involved in this mess, but he hasn't taken into account one important point. Joshua is not going to fall into the trap that the 4th prince has set for him. Arius screams piercingly after the guy, asking where he is running off to and asking him to come back. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the same time, in the magic tower, their own intrigues were taking place. The sound of drops breaking on the floor accompanies the ragged breathing. Tata notices that he doesn't feel any mana at all and asks Evergrande what he did. He says that in such an environment, without mana, a mage like him would simply poison himself by trying to use mana. Tata thinks about how Evergrande himself uses magic, and an idea comes to mind. For something like this to be possible, the mage must reach the maximum level of magic use. Evergrande says that now he will forcibly send Tata back and blame her for everything that happened. But before that, the man wants to destroy the man's magic circle so that he cannot use magic. Tata is confident that Evergrande will never be able to hide his magical crimes and avoid being branded a traitor. And he asks if his interlocutor really doesn't know what the old man, to whom he is so loyal, did. And all in order to become the head of the magic tower, for this world is teeming with traitors and betrayers. Evergrande says it was John who taught him that the winners are always right. The losers will always be sinners, regardless of whose side is right. At that moment, a girl's voice is heard from behind, saying that this means he himself will be remembered as a sinner. And then Iselin performs the limiter return and closes it. At that moment, Teta realized that he could breathe easier and his strength was beginning to return. Evergrande can't believe that someone could interfere with his perfect plan, so he turns to the stranger. Looking closely at the face of the one who is right in front of him, Teta suddenly remembers her. But he still clarifies whether she is the mercenary who tried to become one of the 7 sorcerers. He asks how Iselin manages to use magic in such a place. Behind the girl, menacing voices are heard, ordering her to seize the one who entered this place without permission. Iselin says that they don't have time for talking. First, they need to get out of this place. Once again trying to move, Evergrande suddenly realizes that he is being teleported. He is angry at Iselin for having managed to almost completely ruin his plan. The man is told about a letter for him, but he says that he will read it later as he is busy now. But the words that this letter was sent by the 4th prince make Evergrande think. A little later, the magician contacts Caesar, who asks him about the current situation in the magic tower. The man confidently announces that they will successfully capture her within a day. Caesar tells him not to return to Avalon for now and says that contacting him now will be problematic. The prince explains that their secret was discovered just like the Holy Grail. He suggests that Marcus allowed information to leak to Kvaboltu and a civil war is brewing. Caesar believes that if the emperor uses this to his advantage, war will soon break out on the continent. And because of his brother's situation, he won't be able to do anything until this war is over. This is what Caesar gives as the reason why he wants to leave the Empire of Avalon. Evergrande wonders how the prince plans to control Joshua in this case. Caesar asks the magician not to worry about this because someone will take care of it for him. Therefore, he asks Evergrande to continue with the plan so that there are no obstacles in their way. The perfectly flat surface of the wall begins to ripple like the surface of water from raindrops. And then it starts to crack. A portal opens in it, releasing a person from within. Joshua is already waiting, turning to his milord, and he asks why he is here. When asked what happened to all those people behind Cain, he begins to hesitate, unable to confess. He still manages to convey that Rod was taken. Trembly went inside, and the knight tried to go after Joshua. But these people tried to detain him, so Cain had no other choice. Joshua throws the jokes aside, suggesting that the knight get out because time waits for no one. Cain asks if his lord has defeated Arius and Geshalt, and he can't resist a friendly jibe. But Joshua still admits that he had to run away because he did not want to listen to the elders. Cain screams and asks if this was a trap they had set up. Joshua confirms these words, saying that the emperor was used, as were the count and the duke. The guy also reminds them that they can become dangerous criminals if they harm Marcus's people. Joshua remembers Asmodeus's request to be patient, as they would meet again in the future. And the way he called the guy the weapon of the demon god evokes conflicting feelings in him. Joshua begins to think about this, remembering Asmodeus's words about the taboos on the continent. Cain clarifies about the puppeteer his lord mentioned when speaking of his past life. The knight assumes it is Caesar, and he is very persistent in pursuing Joshua. Cain stops mid-sentence, as what he sees leaves him speechless. One of the centurions addresses Count Joshua, voicing the order of His Majesty Emperor Marcus. It states that the guy cannot leave this place, and disobedience will be considered treason. Cain asks Joshua if this is too serious, since it seems as if there is an army of 10,000 in front of them. The guy understands what the matter is, why Marcus decided to play this game this way. A familiar voice pulls him out of his thoughts, not even asking, but presenting him with the fait accompli to surrender. Gestalt orders the young men to submit as the emperor commands, or lay down their heads before his sword. The man releases his all-consuming aura immediately after these words, causing Cain to bristle. The knight asks how it is possible that this man's aura is so overwhelming. Cain wonders how they can escape this monster, and Joshua replies that it is not a problem. Gestalt accepts the boy's choice and expresses condolences to Arden, who will lose his son today. Joshua thinks that events are ultimately taking a turn that is undesirable for him. And at that moment, when they are both ready to act, a familiar, confident male voice is heard. The centurions begin to scream one after another as the new aura that suddenly appeared overwhelms their bodies. They only know of one person who has such a level of killer aura, and right now, laying down the ground for the centurions to walk on, he heads straight towards the Trinity. Cain addresses his milord, noting that the great demon himself has appeared. Gestalt addresses Arden, saying that no one could have ever imagined that he would appear like this. The man is surprised that Duke Agnes is worried about his blood, even though he is a bastard. Gestalt also says that he is here by royal order and asks to assess the situation sensibly. When these words have no effect, the man asks if Arden is really going to disobey the Emperor's orders. Standing right in front of Joshua like a wall, the man simply stares at his opponent for a moment. And then he confidently asks if it's strange for a father to come for his son. Behind this scene, several centurions come to their senses and ask Duke Agnes not to do this. They ask him to think about his family, because it's not only about him, but also about others, and he is an idol for them. Gestalt picks up on these words, turning them into manipulation and asking his potential opponent to back down. Arden asks him if he seriously thinks he would do something like that. Joshua can't understand why this man is doing this, because he is just the child of his concubine. The thought that comes to mind is that it was all because his father saw how much he had grown. From somewhere behind, familiar laughter and applause can be heard, accompanied by appropriate words. Arius asks Tremblay if this father-son relationship is really wonderful. He makes some sort of impression on Arden, who drops the name of his old friend. And he believes that now that everyone's intentions are clear, there should be no reason for doubt. Arius offers to fulfill his duty and punish the traitors who deserve it. Even though he wants to, Cain doesn't even have time to react in time, unlike Duke Agnes. And Tremblay also disappears from sight at about the same moment. Joshua mentally calls upon the power of magma, asking it to protect him. It responds to its owner's call instantly, not only creating a shield, but also inflicting damage. It proves so effective that Gestalt is forced to retreat, trying to put out the flames. While Cain solicitously inquires about his milord's condition, Tremblay asks himself a pressing question. Joshua asks if he really thought that he ran away before because he was afraid of losing to them. Or maybe the old man looks at him so arrogantly because he is still young. Joshua starts talking about what needs to be done before he starts thinking about dealing with Duke Agnes. And then he turns to his father officially and says that he no longer wishes either help or harm for the Duke's family. After all, this is exactly how he lived before and how he plans to live in the future. The guy turns to Cain, he responds, and Joshua tells him that they need to leave immediately. Tremblay starts his tirade again about how this is an order from the Emperor that must be obeyed. And he again says that if they refuse to obey him, they will lay down their heads before his sword. Despite his son's words, Arden still acts on his heart, causing surprise among those present. Gestalt tells him to get out of his way, and he replies that he is doing well enough as is. The Duke reminds his opponent that the Emperor's orders are above anyone else's in Avalon. And Arden believes that everyone should be equal before the law, which is why this place hasn't changed. Many centurions have already come to their senses, and on Tremblay's orders, they are going to stop Joshua Sanders. But Cain appears ahead of his master, clearing the way for the guy, telling him to get out of their way. When confronted by the royal knights, the young man notices some changes in them. A personal fight is the best confirmation that they have improved their skills. And yet, during all this time, he himself did not sit idle and also became stronger. Smiling, the young man asks his opponent what he thinks of his signature move. A new group of centurions appears and tells Joshua to quickly drop his weapons and surrender immediately. Cain states the fact that there are too many of them and they are distinguished by their skill, unlike the previous ones. Joshua doesn't want to run away because he hasn't committed any crimes and doesn't want to look like a sinner on the run. And then the guy decides to address his opponents with the voice of Aura, telling them to stop. He promises to defeat anyone who stands in his way, regardless of rank or status. Not even all the centurions have time to understand and feel how they begin to lose consciousness. And Arius, realizing that this is the power of aura, praises the guy for having such a convenient skill. Asking to sing him a lullaby, the Count appears very close, beginning to dance masterfully between the opponents. Even for Joshua, this proves difficult, let alone for his faithful knight. So Cain quickly leaves the ring, and Count Arius starts laughing. He asks Joshua what he is waiting for, because he knows very well how to stop all this. The man wonders if the boy is afraid that the whole world will call him the worst evil. Joshua gets fed up with this affectation, so he settles the matter with a single blow. Arius laughs with a strained expression, asking why the guy didn't cut off his head. Joshua says in an ominous tone that he believes it is wrong to end every life. He explains why he acted this way, and Arius asks if the guy isn't being overly kind. In the end, the man lets them go, noting that he doesn't see anyone who could stop them. However, laughing, Arius asks the guy not to forget what he told him last time. Rod says he is incredibly ashamed to show himself to Prince Kisser like this. He expresses regret that these shameful events passed him by. Kisser asks his uncle not to judge himself so harshly, because no one could know about such things. He asks Rod not to feel too guilty and to focus on getting back into action. After all, the Empire of Avalon needs its heroes. It needs a captain of the Royal Knights. Kisser says that he needs to take his leave and asks his uncle not to overexert himself, at least for his sake. Balmont wishes the first prince a safe journey back, but he ignores him. And although the young man feels awkward, he continues to stand in the same position until Kisser moves away. And yet, the redhead can't help but wonder what will happen to Joshua Sanders after all this. Kisser says that this man will be stripped of his title because he disobeyed the crown's orders. And now Joshua is just a deserter with a price on his head. Leaving the room, the first prince asks Balmont to take good care of Captain Rod. When the door closes behind Kisser, the older man allows himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He asks Balmont if this doesn't amuse him, but the young man doesn't understand his interlocutor. The man says that he is talking about the fact that a guy who is not even 20 has raised the entire empire up in arms. Rod admits that he didn't believe that Joshua defeated Bagration, but recent events have confirmed everything. The man is absolutely sure that this guy will be the first to become a star before the age of 20. He can't help but grin when he talks about how Joshua is an inspiration to so many people. Rod believes that their empire is lucky to have so many young talents, but Balmont is worried about him. The knight captain says he is going to take responsibility for this mess and relinquish his powers. The young man does not understand why his interlocutor suddenly decided to act in such a way. Rod explains, saying that he is stepping aside for one of the young talents of their empire. The man says that he wants none other than Balmont to take his post next. However, Rod says that he will not blame his interlocutor if he wants to refuse it, because he knows better than anyone else that the redhead is still not quite ready for this role. Balmont takes these words seriously, beginning to think hard about the captain's intentions. He tries to say something, but something stops him, his hands involuntarily clenching into fists. He remembers Joshua's words about motivation, because that's exactly what the guy meant back then. Having played this memory over in his head and compared it with his own thoughts, Balmont changes his view. With all the determination he can muster, the young knight says he will take it with dignity. Marcus's gaze is fixed precisely on the person standing in front of him. The Emperor looks at his interlocutor without blinking. Gestalt also does not take his eyes off this man, mentally reveling in his victory. But Duke Agnes, although chained, holds himself just as confidently, not showing his weakness to the enemy. Finally, Marcus speaks up, asking how Arden came to recognize these crumbs of paternal love in himself. And when he talks about the problems created by the man, he says that the Emperor has gone too far. Marcus repeats the Duke's words and asks how much he has chosen to ignore during all this time. But Arden is convinced of the opposite, that the Emperor chose to ignore the actions of the fourth prince. Gestalt interrupts the man, reminding him of who he is standing in front of and asking him to show respect. Arden switches to him, reminding him that Tremblay is no different from Marcus. After all, initially this man was not concerned with anything related to demonic energy and prohibited on the continent. Arden talks about using the undead to drag the Valbot Empire into conflict, about a secret union with a small empire to conquer its neighbors, and about the appearance of the Holy Grail at this time. Arden suggests that Marcus was already concerned about whether Joshua would prove to be a significant variable, which will stop Cromwell and begin the great judgment of the sun for good or for evil. And in the end, Marcus decided to remove it so that Avalon would shine forever, in the name of the Britons or in the name of his own egoism. The Emperor cannot bear it any longer, saying that Arden is crossing the line and rises from his seat. He asks if the man really thinks he can snarl at him and turn his back on the Empire. He asks if the Duke is really going to leave his family and his society. Arden doesn't respond to this, and Marcus continues, saying that he doesn't really think so. The man says that the Duke is incapable of bearing vindictiveness and suggests simplifying the situation. Marcus moves on to Joshua, asking if he doesn't perform even better during a crisis. The Emperor is ready to invite the guy to Avalon personally if he performs some feat, Arden responds. The man asks if Marcus ever thought that this child would one day grow up and point a sword against the Empire. These words puzzle Marcus, and for a while he falls deep into his thoughts. Meanwhile, the small crew travels not too quickly through one of the forests of Avalon. Ash calls her interlocutor a brute, reminding him of what he promised her some time ago. The elf continues her indignation, but stops, realizing that they are starting to stop. Leaving the carriage, she asks what is happening, but the driver runs away with frightened screams. The elf notices a man ahead, and he addresses her, albeit in a changed but familiar voice. Ash knows for sure that the one standing before her is Crevasse, the black dragon. But she doesn't understand how he did it. He also says that he does not consider this time to be a good time to relax. He asks Ash if she knows who Joshua is currently hunting, but the elf says she doesn't really. The dragon calls out Zeev's name, saying that it is he, the elf's bosom friend and at the same time a traitor. The elf cannot believe what she heard, asking again about Orbis's betrayal. She recalls the man's exploits, and the dragon expresses his regrets to her, speaking of the true nature of people. Crevasse asks Ash to stop looking for Zaev if she has figured everything out and to do her own work. The dragon begins to talk about the birthstone, but the girl interrupts him, asking about the location of Orbis. Crevasse peers into the elf's eyes, trying to decipher the creature's intentions. He stares long and hard, wanting to make Ash doubt, to force her to give in, but she is adamant. And then the dragon gives in, and closing his eyes, chuckles thoughtfully and long drawn out. He replies that this man is in a place called the Great Plains of Ayasa, in a place now called the Magic Tower, which people built by stealing what belonged to them. Trying to catch his breath, Teta acknowledges the fact that the current in this place is too strong. The man is sure that this girl will not be able to carry him, so she will have to go alone, but Iselin refuses. Words about how it doesn't matter how long it takes are interrupted by the voices of the chase and the order to capture Tetu. After all, this is precisely the strict order of the new owner of the tower, who even allows the unification of his circles. Intending to destroy the couple once and for all, the mages create stone rain. And while somewhere the cavalry is trotting, the maid expresses disbelief in what recently happened. After all, her princess not only got up and moved after being on the brink of life and death, she also regained her sight. Cersei agrees, considering what happened a miracle, but she is worried about her memory loss. In response to Ellen's question, the girl answers by saying that she cannot remember anything after 10 years. However, her heart still aches when she hears the name of one person in the royal family. And of course, she means the princess of our hero, Joshua Sanders. Suddenly, the girl decisively turns to her maid, and she responds with all readiness. And she asks Ellen for the name of the captain of the second rank of the Imperial Knightly Order. In Arcadia, the capital of the Avalon Empire, a commanding voice tells everyone else to remain alert. He is confident that the chances that this man is still here are high, and that action must be taken immediately. You can't fight an enemy like him alone, but you have to call for help with flares. Realizing that things are even worse than she thought, Icarus sets out to get to Joshua as quickly as possible. However, in this rush, the girl does not notice that she has been exposed. Joshua suggests that Marcus didn't want the Britons to become less powerful. He thinks so because the man took such a step as his expulsion from the Empire. Cain agrees that strengthening his lord within the royal family has been a failed attempt. Bursting into their presence, Icarus angrily asks how their stay in Arcadia turned into an accusation of treason. The girl informs her lord that a huge reward has been placed on his head and Cain's. Icarus believes that as Joshua's subordinate, the knight should have guided him on the right path. The girl asks about their future plans, and the guy says that first they need to get out of Arcadia. Cain says that they will then go to Reinhard, offering to be where they will be considered kings. Icarus only partially agrees with this. This country is the worst of the options, with the exception of Arcadia. To Cain's amazement, the girl says that when Marcus started all this, he definitely thought of Reinhard. For if Lord King Reinhard and Avalon become enemies, the Emperor will have a reason to invade. Joshua mentally agrees with the girl because this way the very image of this kingdom could be spoiled. Icarus, meanwhile, continues, saying that the political situation is not too good either. Armies are gathering at the borders of every country as if the war would start right now. Cain clarifies that the entire continent is preparing for war, and the girl is leaning towards this option. She's also worried about 2 other countries, and the knight asks which ones. The first of these Icarus names is the Principality of Wintro, Trance, and Joshua makes a guess about the second. When he suggests it is Terra, Cain asks why his lord would think of a kingdom of magic. Joshua chuckles, coming to the conclusion that fate remains the same even if timelines change. Cain does not understand what his master is talking about, so he asks him to explain. Joshua changes the subject, reminding them that they already all know where they're going. He expresses his determination to clear the first problem, the Great Plains of Aias, out of the way. As soon as he says the name of the magic tower, the door slowly opens. The man who appeared on the threshold states the fact that he has found his target. Cain hisses in displeasure, concluding that they have already been discovered, and stands up to defend his count. But he asks the knight to put away his sword, to which the young man asks, puzzled, about the reason. Joshua says it's okay because the man is one of his few allies. And then he praises Katzes for having managed to reach them safe and sound. He expresses deep regret to his captain, admitting that the battalions wanted to follow him. However, they cannot leave Avalon and leave their families, so he asks for forgiveness for this. Joshua fails to completely hide his true emotions because he is genuinely surprised. The next moment he grins and turns to the real captain of the 12th Battalion. The guy says that there is nothing to apologize for because he understands everything perfectly. When Joshua asks Katkiss not to worry about it and to get up, he thanks him. Suddenly the blonde remembers that he has a message for the Count. The one they call the King of Assassins came to their squad and said that he was going to Reinhardt first. Joshua says he feels like he has gained a lot of support again and asks about the letter's recipient. But contrary to expectations, it was not the Queen of Assassins who sent him, but Princess Circe. Cain is touched by the fact that this girl sent a letter to her lover even in such difficult times. The continuation of romantic assumptions is interrupted by Icarus, who asks the knight to learn to use his head. She changes the subject, suggesting that her lord leave Avalon, as they have already been delayed too long. Joshua agrees with his strategist, saying that they will leave immediately. Although the boy expresses a little regret about his knights remaining here, he wishes them all the best. Kaijas expresses the wish that God would bless Joshua himself. He asks the Count to return to them alive after the required time has passed. Evergrande admits that he was quite surprised, even though it wasn't the main body. The man asks what is happening in the secret room under the 4th Imperial Palace. The owner of the Asmodeus contract says he did not expect such a turn of events, and I couldn't even imagine that Joshua's spear was the weapon of a demonic god. Barubaru asks the magician not to be so surprised, because this is just the shell of a demonic god. He speaks of Crevasse, and Evergrande confirms that he is heading to the magic tower with the elf. These words puzzle the Lich, and he seriously wonders if this is the same elf. But one thing he knows for sure is that too many variables arise when an army is practically formed. Evergrande asks his interlocutor not to worry and begins to talk about the birthstone. He informs Baruber that they have found a clue at the site of Stormwind. The Lich expresses understanding and satisfaction and orders the mage to create a Lich to lead his army. Evergrande says there is something else he must tell Baruber, and he hurries. The mage begins to talk about the information they are spreading about Ashir van Britten. The man clarifies that it is now being distributed among members of the royal family. Barubaru asks if Heimdallr hadn't foreseen this, which makes him curious. The Lich smirks as he says he wants to see the Emperor's expression in person when he finds out about this. Namely, that the princess, whom he thought was dead, is alive and kicking. And right now she is in the house of Duke Agnes, bearing the name of Joshua's mother. The crew, with the princess inside, moves on its way, unaware of the imminent future. Looking thoughtfully out the window, the girl mentally expresses deep dissatisfaction. She doesn't like the idea of living to be used by someone, to enter into a marriage of convenience that she doesn't want. As soon as she allows herself to think that she would prefer to die, something unexpected happens. One of the knights accompanying the carriage, who had just been alive, falls from his horse dead. The horse, freed from the rider's will, runs forward with a wild neigh, and the guards begin to sound the alarm. One of the knights orders the others to rush into the attack in order to protect their princess. The men don't even have time to get close to the unknown creature. It attacks them itself, and quite effectively. One of the centurions, soberly assessing the situation, rushes towards the princess, urging her to run. However, he doesn't even manage to finish speaking, and the princess screams in surprise. Her carriage is cut in two, and she tries to survive, giving in to the instinct of self-preservation. When the dust and debris settle a little, the girl rises up on her elbows to assess the situation. But you don't need to be particularly sighted to see this person. After all, such an overwhelming aura emanates from him that one can understand where he is by his sensations. Lucia's eyes snap open and she gasps, realizing a little too late that she had just been sleeping. The woman is amazed that despite its frequency, she still cannot get used to this nightmare. But what's even more incomprehensible is that Lucia has a clear feeling that this is not just an ordinary dream. When there is a knock on the door of her chambers, the woman mentally wonders who it could be. A sudden thought occurs to her, and Lucia rushes headlong to meet her night guest. Throwing open the door, she shouts out her son's name, belatedly realizing she has made a mistake. The woman asks Siphon how he ended up here, what brought him here at such a late hour. The man says that the whole thing is that Vanessa wanted him to visit Lucia. But Siphon asks if he named her correctly, or should he say Ashir, Princess of the Van Britons. Those present congratulate Evergrande on his coronation as the new master of the Magic Tower. They wish for the light of truth to shine brightly upon the new head of their magical organization. The magician says that he sincerely thanks everyone for their hospitality and expresses his intention to change the foundations. He announces that he intends to travel beyond the Ayas plains to transform the continent into a world of magicians. The man says he feels obligated to create a magical empire across the continent, and those present begin to praise him and again shower him with congratulations. The man mentally triumphs, thinking that only a small part remains to be done. After all that was left for him to do was choose from among all these magicians a lich who would lead the army of the undead. Suddenly, Evergrande is called out, saying that Teta and the hired sorceress have been lost. Scorpius, occupying the Seven Mages' void chair, asks to be allowed to do this with Zephyros. Meanwhile, in the Great Plains, the trio are asked what brings them to this place, and they also ask to show at least one identification mark. Cain starts rummaging through his pockets, wondering where he put that thing. While the young man is doing this, the gatekeeper notices something that also alarms him. He says that if they are heading to the Magic Tower, knights are strictly forbidden to enter there. Cain says he hasn't heard of anything like that, but is told that the requirements were recently updated. The knight expresses dissatisfaction, to which the entire group is given the cold shoulder. And then Joshua comes forward, starting to voice what he claims is the true purpose of his visit. He says he is here to become a magician, but the man doesn't believe him. He argues that with such strong muscles, hardly anyone would want to become a magician. Joshua grins and suggests, in that case, proving everything with a visual example. He addresses Magma, demonstrating his incredible strength, and his interlocutor cries out in surprise. The man openly expresses his admiration, while the other asks the guy to stop to prevent a fire. Cain calls his master a fraud, but Icarus believes that he always had a talent for such things. Hearing that it is Fire Wall, the gatekeeper asks if it is a 4th-tier spell. His friend tries to appeal to the man's voice of reason by starting to talk about the Hall of Mana. He continues by giving a clear example and reminding that this Archduke has fire traits. Joshua asks if they still don't believe him and offers to show him another element. He makes up a name on the fly, calling it Lightning Wave, but the Count's plans are thwarted. Calling the mages to attention, they are informed that Tarpeion's hideout has been discovered. Hearing further words about mercenary mages, Joshua can't help but draw a parallel with Iselin. The gatekeepers approach the Count with an offer not only of entry into the tower, but also of a reward. But Joshua interrupts the men, saying that if they don't open the door for him, he'll break through it himself. And without listening any further to the gatekeeper's stupid questions, the guy orders them to get out of the way immediately. Icarus and Cain only have time to cry out in unison, calling out to their lord. And he, with an uncontrollable flash, breaks through the gates and rushes towards his goal. Meanwhile, on the Great Plains of Ayas, near the outskirts of the Tower of Trials, its own events are unfolding. Opposite the portal, several magical runes appear, indicating an imminent transfer. Appearing in one of these, Zephyros gives the order to kill the traitor Tarpeion and his assistants. He encourages his subordinates with the words that this will be done for the common good of the future kingdom. Following the order flawlessly, each of the mages soon finds themselves on the other side of the portal. One of them, noticing the anomaly before the others, stops abruptly and screams in fear. Soon the giants are noticed by everyone else, following the example of the first. But a commanding voice is heard from behind. Zephyros orders his subordinates not to stop, but to attack, because this tower is a training ground for magicians. He says that everything they will see here is an illusion, but his words refute it. Zephyros mentally suggests that Tarpeion can alter the ancient ruins of the tower at will, although he believes it is only a matter of time, and builds a wall of fire. And then, in this hellish flame, screams full of pain are heard from creatures struggling in agony. When a drop of dew falls from a nearby leaf and lands on Iselin, the girl gasps and winces. Reluctantly getting up, she begins to look around in an attempt to understand what this place is. Teta, sitting with his back to her, says that they are now on the 17th floor of the test tower. Iselin asks what happened and is told that they were followed for 4 days without a break. The girl is worried about the magician's eye, but he says that the real problem is the destroyed circle. The man says that Iselin should restore it, because he himself is unlikely to succeed. From Teta's words, the girl concludes that they are stuck here. She suggests holding out until reinforcements arrive. The man asks her not to worry, reassuring her with words that it is not so easy to get here. This tower was built using ancient circles and is now used by magicians for training. As we progress, the entities and traps of this place become more powerful. Therefore, they need to wait exactly until the magic tower gives up when climbing to higher floors. Iselin says she thought all the trials here were just illusions, and learns that Teta made them tangible. This is all because he was the caretaker of this place, and during his work he learned a lot of interesting things. However, the man admits that when all the circles are activated, he cannot control them. He is unable to finish speaking due to a powerful vibration, which Iselin believes is evidence of the actions of his pursuers. This comes as a surprise to Teta, and he suggests that they also not stay in one place for too long. The man suggests holding out until the army arrives, but Iselin says it's just one person. Teta is amazed by this, asking how one person could stand against the tower and their pursuers. And Iselin replies that it's all because Joshua is the best on the entire continent. Hearing a familiar name, Teta confuses him with a completely different person, believing that they are finished. Meanwhile, on another floor, ferocious monsters attack Zephyros and Scorpius's squad. However, the very next moment it becomes clear that all their efforts are in vain. The surviving comrades expected nothing less from the mages who were part of the Seven, and they begin to praise these two, rejoicing that in this way they will be able to quickly catch up with the traitors. Scorpius suggests moving on, and Zephyros begins to talk about the insignificance of Theta. His words are drowned out by the sound of a deafening explosion, and they all try to understand what just happened. It soon becomes clear that the cause of everything was a spear knight from the Avalon Empire. Scorpius has an idea when he hears these words. Zephyros is sure that it can only be one person. Meanwhile, Joshua, appearing right in front of them, asks if they are the ones in charge here. He offers the mages to retreat now, and then he will allow them to leave this place alive. Zephyros tells the boy not to interfere in the tower's affairs, and yet a desire to avenge his fallen comrade burns within him. By directing his magical energy directly at Joshua, the man produces a fire cannon. But the guy has no trouble deflecting his opponent's projectile with his spear. When its owner sees that he has failed, he tries to understand how this could have happened. All his further attempts end in much the same way, and Scorpius is trying to figure out what their enemy's spear is, whether it is an enchanted artifact. The four are about to release a large magic circle to block any of Joshua's movements. Zephyros suggests that his partner also cast a spell to get rid of the enemy in one blow, and both men immediately begin to utter the words necessary for its implementation in sync. Scorpius reads the words of the spell sensually, but suddenly a suspicious sound is heard nearby. Joshua yawns widely and deeply, causing the men standing nearby to involuntarily fall silent. The guy says that magicians are not at all suitable for such battles, because no one will wait for the spell to complete. The men try to understand how he managed it and are outraged by the stereotype about their brother. And Joshua, to avoid wasting his time, demonstrates everything with a visual example. His next move is Iris's 6th level magical spear technique, disarmament. And this instantly swooping tornado is a branch, the wind of the god of martial arts. Even Scorpius and Zephyros cannot cope with this whirlwind. The fate of the rest of the magicians is even sadder. And somewhere on another floor, a man's leg barely manages to maintain its balance. Teta curses harshly, asking what they are doing there that is causing the tower to shake so much. Iselin expresses uncertainty about whether they can hold out until Joshua arrives. But Teta had the opposite opinion, because all the mages except him were absorbed in raising their own circles. Iselin agrees that the magic of ancient people is not so easy to detect. Teta tells her that she is mistaken, because this tower was not built by people but created by dragons. Iselin even cries out in surprise, stunned, asking her interlocutor to repeat these words. Teta confirms them and adds that the dragons also created the rules of the Tower of Trials. There should have been rewards for each floor cleared, but they weren't given out, as the man was already undergoing tests. He says his personal best is 37 floors, so anything lower won't count. The girl becomes interested in what kind of reward she can receive. It seems to her that it is something grandiose. Teta says that he himself does not know this, but he heard something from the owner of the tower. He said that the top floor contains all the truths, including the secrets of the tower itself. The girl focuses on the desired word, asking her interlocutor what it means. He says that he himself does not believe in it, considering it only an old legend passed down from generation to generation. The next floor is the 30th, and its difficulty will increase significantly. The man asks the girl to be extremely careful here, and they begin their movement. When the door suddenly closes and begins to disappear, Tata doesn't even flinch. Iceland asks if this is supposed to be hell and admits that she finds it creepy. Looking around, Tata finds the area to be different from what he remembered last time. And while the man is trying to understand how this is possible, someone shouts out Zayev's name. Ash asks the man standing opposite him if it really was him who did all this. The elf is furious that this man destroyed the elven race and calls Orbis to account. The Lich laughs, saying that even if he tells the truth, Ash won't be able to do anything about it. Just a century ago, humans and elves lived side by side, not knowing what would happen a few decades later. Gradually, there was no room left for another race in human society, and the elves went into hiding in an attempt to save their lives. This place served as a source of life not only for the elves, but also for all other living beings. There grew a sacred tree called Yggdrasil, to protect which the elves built a barrier. These beings worked diligently for the benefit of their own race until that very day. Someone dared to covet the source of life of Yggdrasil, and the tree began to wither. Now Ash remembers that the source was the Tempest Primordial Stone. Having borrowed Crevass's power, the elf served as the Black Dragon's errand boy for a long time. But it wasn't just like that. She was filling the world tree with energy, and all because of the one who was now standing in front of her. Ash couldn't even imagine that the thief would turn out to be none other than Zeev Deek Orbis himself, a friend of the elves. And now the girl asks how he could betray them, and where the source of life of Yggdrasil is now. Barubaru laughs madly, saying that it would be no fun to reveal all the secrets at once. Ash can't believe that countless elves died because of him, but he laughs. The girl only has time to say that she will finish him off with her own hands. The Lich explains to her that even if she has attained the power of 7th level mages, she will not be able to defeat him. Barubaru says that she should have run away while he had the chance, but now the entire elven race will come to an end. The Lich bursts into laughter again, asking the girl not to worry, as he will soon return to the world tree. He shares with her his plan of how he intends to turn the elves into an army of his dead. Barubaru says his goodbyes, but Ice Spear rushes towards him. The shockwave from Iselin's technique knocks down even a tiny elf. Ash stands up again and wonders if they weren't in the Tower of Trials with just the two of them and the Lich. Meanwhile, the girl tells the elf that this is her chance, and she is surprised that these are ordinary people. Iselin promises to buy Ash some time, and Teta asks her not to forget about herself either. The Lich confuses them with Evergrand's minions, believing that they will not calm down, and begins to revile the mage. He asks everyone present to allow him to take this opportunity to show them the Monarch of Death. The man asks this most powerful being of the Middle Kingdom to reveal itself, calling itself the Bringer of Destruction. Other names for this creature include the legendary Undead and the Bone Dragon, and while the Lich finishes his spell, Teta asks a rhetorical question. He tries to figure out who this guy is and how he managed to summon something so powerful. Iselin suggests that Teta move faster because if they are caught, they won't leave even a wet spot. Cursing, the magician turns around and stops, to which the girl asks what he is doing. Teta says they need to hide from this dark creature, and to do that, someone will have to distract it. And the magician, folding his hands in a special way, directs a double cyclone at the dragon. But the enemy creature is indifferent to this technique. He parries it with his own. Teta curses, wondering how the dragon managed to break through the defense of 7th level magic. Revealing that the creature is already very close, the man's voice trembles as he uses Wall of Winds. There is an explosion, and those standing nearby are also slightly hit, but they manage to stay on their feet. Meanwhile, on the floor below, a cough escapes from Scorpius's chest as he falls backwards. Joshua, looming over him, orders the mage to immediately go to the magic tower and deliver a message to Evergrande. The guy wants the man to wait for him there, and Scorpius only growls in response. He admits that Joshua is a skilled craftsman, but promises to pay him back for all the humiliations. The man tells the boy to stop thinking that he has no equal in this world, and that one day he too will fall. And after that, he gives his subordinates the order to raise the protective barrier, saying that they are retreating. Joshua remarks after him that they were the ones who lost. There is a dull sound behind the guy, which makes him turn around. After carefully examining the door that appeared, Joshua comes to the appropriate conclusion. Assuming that this door leads to the next floor, the guy concludes that he will soon meet Iselin. Finding himself on the other side, Joshua is surprised. Seeing the one who is now standing in front of him, the guy asks if this is really what his next test will be. When Joshua calls it a fight with himself, Rugia corrects him, saying it's not him, it's just a double. The boy addresses the demonic entity, asking it if it knows what it is. She replies that this perfect copy is a creation of God, a legendary, long-vanished monster. Rugia expresses uncertainty about Joshua, knowing that his being's energy is at a royal level. The guy says that he finds fighting with a double exciting, and with the king, it's doubly so. Rugia asks him to be careful for this very reason, because it is a dark creature from foreign lands. Joshua wonders what such a monster is doing in this place, and whether he really wants to preserve his family. And then he suddenly gives a voice, opening the first stage of magical possession of the spear. And the very next moment, Joshua is faced with his double's weapon. To do this, he needs to make a wide but quick lunge in order to get there in time. Nothing happens for a while, and then Joshua jumps out at the double with an admiring cry. The guy finds this amazing, because this creature also copied the power of the magic spear. Rugia says that this is the reason why he is called a royal-level double. And 2,000 years ago, this guy swatted a dragon, which is even more surprising. Meanwhile, the double moves on to the second stage of mastering the magic spear. Rugia shares that this creature duplicates the opponent's abilities in their original form. Joshua wonders when it managed to copy them in the first place. Rugia assumes that it happened as soon as the guy moved to this floor. And Joshua can't believe that the doppelganger can even use Bronto Thunder Fury. And yet the guy believes that no matter how much the double imitates him, he will not defeat him. After all, this creature is just a pathetic fake. Joshua resorts to his divine voice, saying that the body gives birth to the earth. The reading of the mantra continues with the words that the soul gives birth to the sky. But the double does not listen to him, moving on to the sixth stage of mastering the magic spear. The double-trunked tree turns out to be stronger than all the previous ones, but it is not surprising at this stage. The double grins, feeling at this moment his superiority over the original. However, he again uses the divine voice, speaking about the tip of the first spear. The words that it points to paradise burst into the entity's head, disorienting it for a moment. And Joshua, not paying attention to this, is already preaching about the tip of the second spear. He himself moves on to the seventh stage of magical possession of the spear, creating the creation of the earth and paradise. Ash throws his arms up sharply and conjures a rain of stones. At the same time, Iselin also does not stand aside, creating an ice wall. Thus, with their combined efforts, they manage to push back the bone dragon at least a little. Teta attacks the monster from the other side, believing that they still have a chance to defeat it. He abruptly changes the spell to fire play, starting to launch his projectiles in a wide arc. But Barubaru attacks the man from the side, mockingly saying that he is too slow. Since Teta was focused on another opponent, he was unable to reflect the attack as he wanted. The dragon, meanwhile, lets out a piercing scream and places its paw on the ground, causing it to vibrate. The impact is so powerful that the cracks, having penetrated too deep, provoke a displacement of the soil layers. And yet Ash manages not to fall completely. She notes that the spell does not work. The elf suddenly squeals as she is thrown into the air, and a painfully familiar voice is heard nearby. Barubaru suggests that they have a new travel companion and now things won't be so boring. And he means nothing less than a journey to the afterlife. The hoop is pulled too tightly around the thin neck, blocking access to oxygen. But Iselin isn't going to let the baby get hurt by making an ice star supernova. At this moment, she finds herself directly above her opponent, directing her magic at him. Unprepared for this, Barubaru unwittingly succumbs to the girl's magic. But this is not enough for Iselin, and she also constructs an ice spear. Breaking free from the girl's fingertips, it, great and strong, rushes towards its target. However, he fails to reach the Lich, because the latter regains his ability to move just before the collision. Barubaru laughs disgustedly, saying that this is somehow too shameful for a magic spell. But he adds that he will praise the girl for her courage and the attempt itself. At the same time, fragments of the result of her own magic fly towards Iselin. This is not enough for Baruber. He throws the girl back with a gust of wind magic. The man makes one last move, preparing to finish off the failed sorceress. And it seems to him that he is succeeding. But something goes wrong, causing him to be surprised. Barubaru tries to understand what is happening by asking it out loud. And Iselin, stuttering from pain and exhaustion, begins to read some kind of spell. She speaks words about mana, blue, and purest in the whole wide world. The Lich is amazed by the girl's endurance and is going to give her a special place for it. Intending to make Iselin his devoted Lich, he commands her to gain strength in the embrace of death. Ash, who appeared behind Barubaru, asks him to stop immediately and leave the others. She reminds him that this is just their fight, and the man has already killed enough people. Filled with heroism, the elf notices the shadow covering her at the very last moment. But this is not enough, and Barubaru grins with satisfaction. He says that the lack of strength gives no choice but to surrender. But to get what you want, you need to gain strength in every possible way. including even selling your soul to the devil. But something starts to go wrong. When the ground opens up, Baruburu asks what the hell is going on. And already belatedly, he notices someone whom he did not expect to see in this place at all. But for some reason, Joshua is unconscious, and it's not just the Lich who notices this. Ash, who was nearby, desperately asks the spearman to come to his senses. Teda remembers this idiot, realizing that he is becoming more and more powerful each time. He wonders how many floors Joshua broke through with one punch, but right now there is something else that is more pressing. The dragon attacks its target, which flies back like a toy. Joshua slides for a long time, slamming and hitting the ground, separating the Lich and Iselin. Looking into the features of her familiar face, the sorceress suddenly screams. She groans and asks Joshua to come to his senses, but it is all in vain. Baruburu says he can't believe this man ended up here, fleeing from the Empire. He suggests that Joshua wanted to get the main prize of the trials, although this is no longer important. Lich says that greed did not do him any good, and he should have thought twice before climbing to the top floor. But his tirade is interrupted by a strange sound, and then a familiar voice asking who he is talking about. The Lich can't believe his ears and turns around sharply, trying to take everything in. Joshua begins to move in front of him at lightning speed, ending up right in front of the girl. The guy says he knew that the Baruburu in the fourth prince's basement was just a fake. Iselin curses, asking what the hell is going on and where the clone came from. Baruburu considers this to be a stroke of luck, which will allow him to get rid of everyone at once. Directing a magical volley towards his interlocutors, he produces the Weapon of Darkness. But Joshua isn't about to let the inevitable happen. Moving straight to the 7th stage of the spear, the color emitted from the weapon starts out red, but then suddenly changes to a blinding white. The Lich calls the guy a fool, saying that the Weapon of Darkness is the most powerful of the dark magic spells. He laughs, asking if someone who made a pact with a demon really expects to be able to block everything. The man pauses when he realizes that Joshua has actually managed to dispel this high-class spell. And, in addition to this, generally break through the upper boundary of the floor itself, which is located below this one. And Joshua just grins mysteriously, keeping the intrigue. Sometime later, his foot is already stepping onto clean, filth-free soil. Iselin and the elf look at themselves in disbelief. Because their wounds are now gone, they have miraculously healed. Lich comes to the conclusion that the guy did not destroy, but change the environment, breathing life into it. The idea creeps into his head that divine power is to blame for everything. However, the man says that this is impossible, and the atmosphere changes to oppressive again. Then, getting angry, he turns to the dark forces, saying that he is calling on them. And gathering an army of the dead, he says that he is imbuing them with his demonic energy. The Lich gives it all and commands the hordes of undead to fight with full force. Joshua is not against this scenario. He is also going to show his skills, and what his army is capable of, even if it is not as huge as the enemy's. The Lich gives his subjects the order to rush into attack, and they obey. A bone dragon flies out ahead of everyone, appearing as if from nowhere, emitting a stench from its mouth. Compared to this multitude, Joshua's squad looks laughable, but strength is not in numbers. The first to take action is Dullahan, who creates his own army. His headless army immediately rushes forward, engaging the enemy in mortal combat. Next comes the third prince with his Sunblade, unleashing his vengeance on his opponents. He, like some kind of vassal, orders the undead to kneel before his lord Joshua. Barubur doesn't like his opponent's advantage and turns to his bone dragon. By directing the monster, the Lich commands it to use its dragon's breath, crushing the enemy. It is not difficult to guess that it is directed at the culprit of this whole mess. Joshua resorts to the help of the 6th level of spear magic art. And at the moment when the bone dragon attacks him, the guy uses double-barreled tree. This attack proves quite effective against the monster, causing it to let out a furious scream. But this is not enough for Joshua, and he leans forward to make another attack. After the jump, the guy dives down, pushing off from the air and delivering a powerful blow to the dragon. He falls down, hitting his gigantic head hard, causing the air to rise. Iselin is amazed that Joshua knocked out the bone dragon with a blow, but Ash is not very surprised. Theta says that the use of dark magic in summoning the dead is prohibited by law, and here there is not just one corpse, but a whole army of evil spirits. And at its head stands a famous spearman the people would experience utter horror and betrayal. Iselin believes that there is nothing to worry about, because the inhabitants of the continent, having seen Joshua, will understand everything. See with your own eyes how great this guy is and fall in love with him. Teda, calling Iselin unnoticeable, asks her to be more gentle, since he already realized that she is a fan of Joshua. Ash asks them to stop talking and look at what's going on. She cannot understand the nature of this magic, because Joshua's blows do not bring the desired result. More precisely, they bring it. But Barubaru instantly heals everything, which makes you think seriously. The elf suggests that this lich is as immortal as his own army of the dead. While healing his wounds with mana, the third prince carefully watches the enemy, conducting an analysis. He wonders why these undead don't get tired at all and regenerate faster than him. Meanwhile, one of the reanimated corpses moves forward and gives a signal to everyone else. They immediately follow him, taking a certain position and lining up for the maneuver. The prince immediately notices something is wrong, and when a volley of enemy attacks is already flying towards him, he finds himself ready. However, others suffer much more. While fighting with the enemy, they do not notice the enemy attacks. Keskilain clearly sees that they are moving chaotically, but at the same time they are holding formation, as if someone is directing them. But he realizes that Joshua has nothing to do with it, and another lich has entered the game. He thinks about how, by taking blows, he only brings his end closer and an ice wall grows before him. Teta says that every lich's weak point is in their life vessel, and he assumes that Barubaru hid it so that no one could find it. If this vessel is not disposed of, the strength of the commander and his army will never be exhausted. At the same time, Teta thinks that mana and demonic energy are not infinite. The lich tells his opponent that divine powers cannot save his human body. He starts talking about what will happen to Joshua over time, but he doesn't let Barubar finish. And he himself begins to speak, noticing that the lich has missed one very important detail. He says that he knows about Barubaru's life vessel. The guy learned about this back in the fourth prince's basement. The lich suddenly understands one truth that for some reason he had never even thought about before. Joshua agrees with this assumption, saying that he was buying time and looking for the vessel. And then he placed it in a person who knew its location. Barubaru desperately shouts out the name of the person mentioned and tells him to run away immediately. Hearing him, the elf tenses up, repeating the address to herself. The Black Knight says it was naive to think the veil had fallen and suggests that his opponent prepare for death. The lich woman turns sharply at the unfamiliar voice, which continues to utter threats. Barubaru appears before him, telling him how he dares point a blade at him. Certain that he is finished, the lich strikes his opponent, eliciting a pained cry from him. Joshua comes to the rescue, using the 5th level and 4th form of spear magic art. He casts True Lightning, and Barubaru defends with Distortion. But it turns out to be too late, as Joshua, who has broken through to the front, points out. The lich's life vessel is destroyed, and he screams out in fear and rage. This doesn't last long, because the next moment a wheeze comes out of the lich's mouth and he falls. Joshua straightens up to his full height and turns to the crumbling body with words. He tells his defeated opponent that it is all over for him now. He cannot believe it, because he dreamed of the empire falling at his hand. Joshua says he heard that the tree's generosity knows no pity, and the lich does not understand him. The guy explains, saying that people driven by selfishness are constantly destroying forests, and yet the trees do not stop bearing fruit, providing shelter and enriching the air with their oxygen. Joshua says he wants to convey to the lich what he feels while he takes over Barubaru's army, and he calls the lich a magnanimous tree that has grown all these fruits for him. Meanwhile, Ash asks through tears how Zeev dared to use this girl for his own purposes. After all, she was his only daughter, and he went and turned her into a lich. The memory of my first meeting with this meek girl flashes before my eyes. Then Ellenbus introduced herself as an old friend of the girl's father, to which the latter seemed surprised. She expressed her condolences to her and began to shower her with the deepest and most ardent apologies. Now Ash reproaches Zeev for acting so vilely towards his own child. Her tirade is interrupted by the vanishing lich, asking how the elf's situation is different from his. Zeev draws a comparison to how the filthy desires of humans led to the extinction of the elven race. The man believes that they were to blame for not being strong and talented enough. It was for this reason that Zeev craved absolute power, against which no one would dare to oppose. He talks about how he sought to create an army capable of destroying an entire empire. Now Ash understands why Zeev needed Yggdrasil's life force. Lich confirms this, adding that it was the perfect way to gain great power. So he concluded his contract, but since the risk remained, he had to make another sacrifice. The elf believes that this man was blinded by revenge, and he betrayed everyone and made his daughter suffer. She asks if Zeev really thinks this is the right thing to do, and he reminds Ash of what she once told him about her dream of creating a union of the elven race. The lich asks if she is sure that elves and humans could coexist. Joshua answers for the girl, saying that he himself considers all this to be very possible. But Zeev doesn't think so until the very end, saying that people don't change and their own desires consume them. They destroy literally everything in their path, and therefore there are many who share the Lich's intentions. He starts to say something about some guy, but at these words he turns to dust. At that moment, Joshua is overcome by a feeling of anxiety, and his hopes of successful revenge are dashed. Teta admits that he is at his limit and can't take it anymore, but Iceland tries to support him, asking him not to give up and to pull himself together. The man snaps back, saying that it's easier said than done since the bone dragon has risen again. He starts talking about destroying the Lich's life vessel, but Joshua bursts into his consciousness. More precisely, the guy breaks into the consciousness of the undead, but the power of his divine voice is felt by everyone else as well. After ordering the undead Baruber to stop, Joshua gives her his next order. When the boy orders Zayev's former subordinates to obey him, they accept the order with resistance. However, at the next words, they kneel down and obey without complaint. After this, Joshua turns his gaze to the bone dragon, commanding it to fly closer. The gigantic creature, although it roars in protest, cannot help but submit to its new master. Teta can't believe what's happening, but he keeps his thoughts to himself. Still, the fact that this spearman was able to tame this giant monster impresses him greatly. The fact that this giant is fawning under the caresses of its new owner makes an additional impression. Looking at the Liches, one can see a similar picture. None of them are resisting anymore. And Joshua, as if playfully, picks up the flow of dark energy and begins to absorb it into himself. His dead army gradually begins to thin out, merging with the stream and entering the guy's body. And this continues until the undead disappear completely. Teta is mentally amazed that Joshua managed to absorb an entire army of undead. From somewhere, a creepy voice begins to be heard, which is amazed at how absurd Barubaru's death turned out to be. Iselin isn't quite sure what's going on, assuming someone left a magical message. However, Joshua disproves this theory by naming the one they hear Asmodeus. Teta remembers that the Lich calls his high-level contractor by this name. Meanwhile, Asmodeus says that despite the circumstances, he is glad to see Joshua again. He asks the guy to believe the sincerity of these words, embellishing his request with eloquent turns of phrase. Teta, having seen the demon, is convinced that it is indeed he, because he is described exactly like that. Asmodeus, meanwhile, begins to talk about what has happened since the demon lord disappeared. Then the 8 demon kings began their relentless struggle for his throne. Asmodeus wanted to be the one to defeat them and regain the greatness that had been lost. So, risking being discovered, the demon rose up here into the middle world. And then Joshua, like a miracle, a hope for deliverance, appeared before him. And he knows that the boy possesses an unknown power capable of destroying the balance of the demon world, provoking an uprising. Ash wonders in his mind if Joshua's strength is on par with the 8 demon kings. The guy, meanwhile, asks why they should take the word of the demon of greed. Asmodeus refuses to reveal the true reason for his appearance now, suggesting that he be found. He says that he will wait for him on the mountain where the black moon rises, which previously illuminated everything with bright light. Iselin tries to analyze these words, mentally repeating them to herself. And Asmodeus says that he is going to reward his interlocutor with his last gift. Leaving the seal of the agreement on the ground, the demon promises to look forward to their next meeting. Ash cries out when he realizes what it is, and Teta asks if he understood correctly that it was a contract. They continue to discuss this until Joshua begins his move towards the seal. Ash tries to stop him, reminding him that he doesn't know which demon will decide to form a contract with him. Joshua says that whoever shows up there, he will be the victim, not the guy himself. Even if one of the kings meets him, Joshua is going to sign this treaty. Ash believes that at this rate, the entire middle world will turn into hell, and asks the guy to stop right now. But he doesn't listen, already greeting his potential contractor. Someone present gasps and notes that the entire space is filled with demonic energy. He is interested in who is behind such incredible and all-encompassing power. Iselin doesn't want to believe that this demon could actually be one of the kings. Ash believes that this is quite likely since he is not inferior in strength to Asmodeus himself. Meanwhile, the creature that appeared in front of them makes a strange sound, full of jubilation. It says it a few more times, and Iselin begins to admire this little monster. Teta considers the whole thing a circus, saying that the empty vessels make the most noise. And Iselin smiles later, but not at all because of the cute creature. She is delighted that she has 2 amazing men next to her, even though one of them is a double. Teta mentally admits his ignorance about the double being here, but there is something that puzzles him. And the man turns to Ash with a question. He asks how long she will hang on him and asks the elf to get off. But she doesn't even think about asking the man's opinion about this strange monster. Teta believes that they will soon find out whether he is an ordinary demon or not. But first, they need to settle the remaining issues. The man mentally adds that he needs to figure out what to do with Evergrande now. Teta turns to Joshua, asking him if he plans to continue climbing the tower. A familiar man appears ahead, advising them not to rush into clearing the place. Addressing Joshua as the Lord of Darkness, Crevasse says that the top floor is currently closed to him. Teta asks how long this man has been standing there since he didn't even feel him approaching. Calling the man a stupid little man, Ash advises the mage to show respect. And then he explains to him that the black dragon Crevasse is now in front of him. Teta is mentally amazed, trying to understand what is even happening in their middle world. Joshua, meanwhile, asks his interlocutor who made this decision, and the dragon says that now is not the best time to argue with him. He continues, explaining that the continent will soon be engulfed in a sea of blood, and the elven forest will be no exception. Crevasse says that now that he knows Joshua is the Dark Lord, they have much to discuss. But if the guy doesn't listen to him, it will be extremely difficult to maintain a trusting relationship. Crevasse offers to decide whether to continue the climb or return to unfinished business. The woman asks her interlocutor if he finds it as surprising as she does. Vanessa is amazed that they lived in the same palace before and never met, and all because they were born to different mothers, and now the woman expresses joy at meeting her sister. Vanessa continues to fawn, calling Lucia by her real name and expressing hope that they will get along. Her interlocutor says that she does not understand what is being discussed, and that she is just an ordinary servant. Vanessa asks her sister to stop pretending, saying that she already knows everything perfectly well. The woman promises to help her interlocutor if she helps convince him to make Babylon his heir. Then she undertakes to ask the emperor to grant Joshua a pardon. She asks Lucia if she would prefer never to see her beloved son again. The knock on the other side is accompanied by a request to come in because a big problem has arisen. Vanessa, checking her sister's reaction, hums with satisfaction, and Lucia remains sitting motionless, like a statue, and silent. Vanessa answers the person behind the door, allowing him to enter. Siphon reports to her mistress about the announcement of His Majesty Emperor Marcus. It consists in the fact that from now on the 5 great ducal families will be reduced to 3. Vanessa's face contorts as she asks how this can be. Siphon, choosing his words carefully, adds that these changes directly affect Duke Agnes. Vanessa asks what the hell the man is talking about, starting to stutter. She also inquires about Arden's next steps, not wanting him to remain silent and watch. Siphon, in a trembling voice, reports rumors about the Duke, concerning the news of Joshua's expulsion from the Empire. He starts to say that his current position remains unchanged, but he is interrupted, and the man, rushing to his mistress, asks the intruders who they are. They say they are not interested in an insignificant knight like Siphon. A member of Black Wind, the Emperor's intelligence agency, says he has come for Princess Ashir. And then, politely turning to Lucia, he informs her that she will go with them. Finally it happens, and the key, turning in the keyhole of the shackles, frees the captive. But when they fall apart into small pieces, the man does not show the slightest joy. Arden's eyes are filled with a grief that only a blind man could fail to see. Marcus says it's painful for him to see his father suffer from his own poor upbringing. He considers this a huge stain on the noble reputation of the Avalon Empire. But he is not surprised, because the apple does not fall far from the tree. Marcus advises Arden not to worry as he begins his descent towards him. After all, he would graciously allow such a glorious knight as he to atone for his sins. To do this, you only need to prove your loyalty to the crown. And in return, Marcus promises to forgive Arden for what he did to his sister, Ashir. Unpleasant, almost painful, shivers run through the man's body, but the Emperor continues to speak. He talks about things like the kidnapping of a member of the imperial family and forced pregnancy. Marcus expresses confidence that Arden is well aware of the punishment that awaits him. It is for this reason that the man suggests that the Duke stop his rebellion and prove his loyalty to the Empire. He suggests doing this at least in memory of his parents. Then his house will not suffer. About 40 years ago, someone approached Baron Penrose's middle daughter Elle, assuming they don't know each other. Marion greeted Crown Prince Douglas respectfully, stating her origins. And he, without any embarrassment, was amazed that in the wilderness where she came from there were such beautiful girls. The man asked Marion point blank what she thought about becoming his wife. After all, this way she will not only be able to get the opportunity to live in the palace, but also everything she wants. The girl was confused, and the conversations that reached her ears only worsened the situation. Everyone called her a lucky woman who managed to attract the attention of the crown prince. And at the same time, they discussed the number of his wives, of which there were already about 3. Marion was well aware that whatever answer she gave, it would not change his future. The situation was difficult because there were 2 options. Either she would be oppressed, or her entire family would suffer. But help came from where no one expected it in the person of Duke Agnes's eldest son, Tobin. After apologizing to His Highness, the young man said that this lady was already engaged to him. Douglas asked his interlocutor to repeat his words, assuming that he might have misheard. And he spoke, saying that he and Marion had grown up together, and that she understood him better than anyone else. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the girl was unable to utter anything other than the name of her savior. But Douglas didn't like this resourcefulness at all. Meanwhile, 1 month replaced another. The flowers withered and the leaves fell, welcoming spring again. Tobin praised his wife for what she had done and expressed his immense gratitude to her. He was incredibly happy that she gave birth to such a healthy boy. Marion joked that he would become a ladies' man because he was too much like his father. When her husband asked her if she had chosen a name for their baby, she named him Arden. And while the child was being capricious, she explained why she wanted to name him that way. 13 years later, at Avalon Academy, this little boy, now a teenager, crossed his sword in a duel. His opponent was Marius, Douglas's eldest son, and he said he had no intention of facing Arden in battle. He responded by calling this battle a great honor, respectfully responding to his prince. Saying that he would learn a lesson from this fight, Arden remembered his father's words. He asked his son to restrain his strength and suffer defeat when fighting the prince. The boy repeated these words to himself over and over again to prevent himself from crossing the line. Marius didn't like this, and he yelled at Arden, asking how he dared to be distracted. The duke's son could not restrain himself, deciding to teach the arrogant prince a lesson, and he was taken aback. And then he asked how his opponent dared to play such tricks on him. Arden was angered by this and asked his opponent to repeat his words again. The prince called his opponent a low-born cur once again and began insulting his mother. Marius rushed at Arden and continued to abuse Marion, but at some point he stopped. And all because the pain took my breath away and my vision began to darken. Trying to breathe again was initially futile, and then a sob of pain escaped from his throat. Arden was seriously angered by the disrespect this brat showed towards his mother. He was going to teach him a lesson. Then they turned against the young master, rushing to the aid of the prince, asking the duke's son to stop. However, it was too late, for he lowered his sword after striking. The prince escaped serious injury only because someone closer to the instructor intervened. It was Marcus, and he, by calling Arden funny, reminded him of the consequences of harming members of the imperial family. The boy was asked to fall on his knees and beg for forgiveness before it was too late. Marcus advised him to save his bravado for a more appropriate occasion. Later, Arden's father begged the emperor for forgiveness, telling him that he was immensely guilty. He asked him to allow him to take the punishment for his son's behavior on his own, but only so that His Majesty the Emperor would take pity on the foolish boy. Douglas asked if the man thought too highly of himself. After all, even though the prince's statements were offensive, Arden almost took his hand. Douglas reminded that any harm to the imperial family was tantamount to treason, and even paying for Tobin's own life will not be enough to atone for this sin. And yet, as if only remembering the duke's position, Douglas agreed to show mercy. But the parent who will be punished for his son will not be Tobin, but Marion, and they will play the role of this woman's servant in the imperial palace. Marion was silent, not knowing how to fix the situation, and Arden spoke up. After apologizing to his father, the boy said that he would not allow his mother to be held responsible for his misdeeds. But the word the boy heard in response was useless. Tobin said there was nothing they could do about it because their family simply didn't have enough power. These words of his father were deeply imprinted in the mind of the restless teenager, and a plan arose in his head. Upon reaching adulthood, Arden received the title of Master, which many knights dream of. However, before she could wait for this moment and return to her son, his mother died. A subject approached the young gentleman and reported that Emperor Douglas's health had deteriorated. He predicted the approach of a civil war and the entry of princes into the struggle for the throne. That man was Armstrong, and he also made the argument that chaos could work to their advantage. Arden agreed that the time was right to carry out his revenge. He vowed to settle scores with the Britons, and the young man chose Princess Asher as his first victim. Afterwards, an investigation was conducted at the scene of the incident by specialists. They noticed the cuts made by an experienced fighter, even after the traces of the merciless flames. The ace of the Imperial Order expressed the need to find the princess no matter what the cost. And a little later, she came to consciousness, screaming piercingly and starting to call for help. But when she looked around, the girl didn't even understand where she ended up. And Arden admitted that he did not immediately recognize her because of her hair color, which was not similar to the Britons. Ashir clarified what exactly he meant and asked where she was now. The girl tried to remember what had happened to her and was not happy about it. The cruel memories rushed into my mind, making my stomach jump into my throat and make me feel sick. and the merciless eyes of that killer caused such horror that the body began to tremble violently. The princess's body was gripped by all-encompassing fear. She fell into a stupor, and it began to dawn on her. Arden prepared himself for the worst, even intending to commit the irreparable if necessary. However, to his surprise, Ashir expressed confidence that he had saved her from that terrible monster. Arden didn't know what to think, but he desperately held back the shock that was bursting out. He later called in a doctor who concluded that the girl was suffering from the effects of a severe shock. The man concluded that the traumatic event was what led to Ashir's memory loss. Armstrong began to worry, but Arden didn't see the difference, believing that this girl had to pay for everything. The young man told his subordinate to continue his work, since nothing had changed for them. Armstrong agreed to this respectful order and went to the palace to perform his duties. In order to get back to this as quickly as possible, the man saddled the fastest horse. As he was galloping through the forest where the investigation was being conducted, these guys noticed him. At night, Ashir suffered because she did not remember anything, annoyed that she did not even remember her name. There was a muffled sound behind the door that did not bode well. When the door opened slowly and creakingly, the girl asked in fear who was there. The scout said that it took him a long time, but he was finally able to find his target. He said he was here to help, but Ashir didn't believe the stranger. An unpleasant fragment suddenly appeared in her memory, causing the girl's heart to pound in fear. Fear, as before in Arden's presence, gripped her entire body, leaving her frozen. And the girl screamed piercingly, stuttering that she didn't want to die just like everyone else. The stranger grabbed Ashir's face sharply, silencing her. He said that there was no point in waking everyone up and would ask them to do him a favor and disappear forever. Ashir saw the blade approaching at breakneck speed, but she could do nothing about it. For a moment, she didn't understand why the blade had suddenly frozen so dangerously close. And Arden, who stopped him, expressed doubt that this man had been hired by the first prince. Agnes was asked whether a public figure really intended to intervene in the conflict between the princes. The second one burst into the room with the words that the princess had been rejected, and now everyone wanted her dead. And whoever chose the side of the first prince stepped onto a dangerous, slippery path. With a clever move, Arden managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. One of the mercenaries was indeed killed, but the second did not give up hope of getting his opponent. The blows of this short skirmish sometimes went beyond the realm of fantasy, breaking out beyond the boundaries of the house. But Arden didn't care. He was only thinking about his own things, figuring out how many more mercenaries there might be. The young man suggested that all the princes had joined forces to eliminate their brother, but he knew very well that their desire to kill Ashir would not stop with his death. Arden knew perfectly well that he could not risk so much by leaving the princess by his side, but his stony resolve cracked when he heard a weakened and fearful voice. The girl begged her not to kill her, arguing that she wanted to live. Arden's hand trembled, and a memory of a promise he had made long ago came to him. Little Arden assured his mother that he would become a noble knight and protect the weak. Marion expressed joy at this, saying that she knew her son would make a fine knight. The words of his beloved woman continued to sound in the head of the now adult Arden, like an echo. And he still lowered his claymore, but without plunging it into the girl's body, because now he remembered. He remembered that he had dreamed of being a completely different knight, and he apologized to his late mother. Arden's assumptions turned out to be correct, because soon the first Prince Marius was killed, and this was done by the man who always supported him and was the last in line to the throne, Marcus. It was this incident that marked the beginning of his bloody reign, and the new emperor got rid of the rest. Having become the head of a great empire, this man forgot about the princess named Ashir Ben Britain. And around the same time, Arden was honored with the title of the youngest Superman. Returning to his father, he greeted his father and inquired about the man's health. Tobin expressed joy at the meeting and expressed immense gratitude to his son. He began to talk about the reputation of his house and suddenly fell silent, causing Arden to cry out in concern. The doctor informed the heir that the master was holding on with all his might to see his son. He expressed understanding that this was a big blow for Arden, but asked him not to give up. Tobin was one of the last to hand his son a letter from the imperial court. And to Arden's surprised question, he replied that the coronation of the new emperor would soon take place. And Tobin didn't just say that, because they wanted to enter into a marriage of convenience with the Agneses. The man knew perfectly well what his son was thinking, but he reminded him of the main goal of their family. After all, despite the weakening of the royal family, the Agneses still did not have enough forces for direct confrontation. Knowing this, Arden worked tirelessly to increase his powers, but even these efforts were not enough. It was therefore presumptuous to think that the moment was ripe for revenge. Tobin said that now was the time to expand the Agnes' influence and ordered his son to gather reliable people. He wanted Arden to reach new heights, for the people to see him as a hero and revere him as they had the greats before. And although he was unable to finish his final word, the essence was clear. And while Arden mourned his father, Marcus was aware that the Duke was always looking for an opportunity to take revenge on him. If he wanted, he could wipe out the entire Agnes family from the face of the earth with unprecedented ease. However, over time, Arden, thanks to his exploits, became a role model among knights. Marcus could not get rid of the hero of all Avalon openly, because he risked incurring the hatred of the people. Therefore, he decided to act cautiously and seize the house of Duke Agnes through marriage. At that time, resisting the Emperor was too much for Arden to bear, so he could only wait for the right moment. Time passed, and Vanessa gave birth to a son. But it was clear that his biological father was not the Duke. The woman's brother expressed confidence that this young man had a great future ahead of him. Vanessa thanked them for such kind words and said that she felt exactly the same way. Arden remained sullenly silent when his wife said that someday they would become even closer to the Emperor. Taking advantage of his authority, Vanessa brought Marcus's supporters into her husband's house, thus depriving the Duke of allies. Ashir, who was now called Lucia, brought Arden tea at one of these receptions. As the maid began to fill his mug, the man asked why she was still there. After all, he told her that she could be free, and Lucia reacted quickly to these words. She said she couldn't leave the man who had saved her life twice. The girl said that she wanted to help him and was also grateful that Arden gave her a name. The man felt genuine warmth from the fact that Ashir liked it. And then, praising the aroma of this drink, he thanked Lucia for the delicious tea. Among all these dressed-up supporters of the Emperor, only she was able to console Arden. And no one even guessed that this girl was descended from the Britons themselves. Lucia became Arden's support in the fight against the crown. But he was driven not by love, but by loneliness and anxiety. One day, Armstrong told the man that they had serious problems. Lucia was pregnant. The blonde tried to justify himself, saying that he didn't know how it happened. But Arden declared that the child was his. Armstrong couldn't believe his ears, so he asked his master to repeat his words again. Arden did this calmly and asked his subordinate to better say what he heard from Rebrick and Font. Blondin reported that they had given a positive response, but expressed concerns about the short-term nature of the collaboration. Arden asked Armstrong to stop and said that they just didn't trust each other yet. But he expressed confidence that one day this union would become the strongest in history. The man mentally addressed Lucia and his baby, asking them to be patient a little longer. He was going to avenge his mother and, in memory of his father, defend his own family name. In the present, Marcus asks Arden what his choice is, to pay or to submit. And the Duke, calling himself by his full name, agrees to obey the will of the Emperor of Avalon. Marcus tells him to prove the sincerity of his words by saying that he will give Arden 200,000 soldiers. To do this, you need to capture Reinhard and show your Emperor the corresponding results. Arden doesn't think twice before agreeing and saying that he will lay this kingdom at Marcus's feet, and he thinks that this worthless person has completely lost all shame over the years. But this doesn't bother him at all. Marcus adds that at the same time, Duke Tremblay will lead his army to Terra. The Emperor shares his plans for what the capture of these two kingdoms will give him. He says that he will thus direct all his forces to the Great Plains, the border between the two states. That is why, having conquered Reinhard, Arden must head there immediately. A little later, the man thinks that he was released only because Lucia is now a hostage. And if he fails to carry out the Emperor's order, he will certainly put her in danger. Armstrong expresses his joy that the Duke is well and gives the latest news. Speaking about the siege of the Knightly Order, the man stops and expresses concern that the palace was also attacked. Arden speculates that Lucia was kidnapped because the Emperor learned of her origins. The man believes it is time to put into action the plan they have been working on for so many years. He expresses firm confidence in this and asks that everyone be notified of the meeting place. A young female voice comes from the darkness, suggesting that the Duke should abandon this idea. Cersei explains the reason for this, saying that Arden's rebellion is doomed to fail anyway. The man asks the princess how much the Eye of Truth has shown her. She says that she cannot tell this, but she will still reveal one thing to the Duke. The girl says that only death awaits Arden on the Great Plains of Kaidan. Saoirse asks him to hold on a little longer and protect Joshua until her memory is fully restored. It is for this reason that the best option would be to abandon the uprising right now. Arden suggests that the princess doesn't know her father at all. There is no way back for either him or the Duke himself, for this is precisely the meaning of their confrontation. Meanwhile, Marcus asks Geschalt to go to the Magic Tower to execute Evergrande. The Emperor is offended that the court magician killed Jaqen because he even allowed him to conduct experiments with the undead. Gestalt informs Marcus that Evergrande has become the first 8th-class mage on the continent. He suggests postponing Arden's operation, but the Emperor asks not to worry about it. Everything is under control. Marcus says that when he reaches the Great Valleys, there will be a surprise waiting for him. He finds it laughably absurd that even in politics there are still a lot of scoundrels who don't do what is required of them. Marcus expresses confidence in the exact outcome Arden intends to achieve. He begins to talk about the kingdom of Asgard and its last ruler, King Kushnir. This man had an old friend, the most skilled swordsman in the country, named Rigveda. Like Arden, he was a nightmare to his enemies, but revered as a hero by his allies. However, he destroyed Asgard, killed Kushnir, and built the Empire of Avalon as it is today. Thus, the change of priorities successfully ended with a coup d'état. Marcus agrees that Arden is truly fearsome, as he has always sought revenge for his mother. By choosing a historical revolution as his revenge, he will even have the opportunity to become emperor. However, times change, and history does not like repetitions, and Marcus wants to prove that the Agneses will never surpass the Britons. The magic tower is in turmoil as the gate to a new world has finally opened. Evergrande is politely but quickly asked to stop and asks what is wrong. Scorpius reports that they were unable to get rid of the traitor, and a spearman from Avalon intervened. Evergrande is amazed that Joshua is already here and decides to take appropriate action. Scorpius asks for another chance, but the master refuses, saying that he is no match for this boy. Evergrande says that their trusted comrade is in the Tower of Trials. He has to take care of everything, while they themselves have more important things to do. Evergrande has found the Elven Forest, and now he's going to head straight there with an army of mages. He intends to return the Windstone, which sustains the life of the World Tree. Scorpius confirms the order to stay here in case anything goes wrong. Evergrande pompously announces that the gates are open and invites his comrades to capture Yggdrasil, encouraging them with words that they would thus receive the blessing of mana in order to begin a new era of magic. Meanwhile, the elves are worried that Tempest is emitting such an unsettling glow. An elf named Freya is called out to tell her that an unidentified gate has opened in the sky. She assumes that this is an invasion and asks that the others be told to be on alert. A luminous point appears in the sky, which rapidly grows in size and begins to glow. From the rune-like formation, hundreds of arrows with matching tips emerge, rushing towards their targets. Although the shields work in time, their diameter is insufficient. Moreover, some energy arrows are so powerful that they can even penetrate such magic. A new salvo of enemy attack finally destroys the barrier erected for protection. The elves report this and give orders for defense, and instead of arrows, magicians are already falling to the ground. Continuing to descend to the ground, the mages rush after the nearest elves. Evergrande gives them the order to raise the forest to the ground, leaving not a single blade of grass. Cain can't believe he's not sleeping because the knight is flying on a black dragon. It seems to him as if he has already become part of that same legendary knightly order. Iselin thinks the Order of Mages sounds much more realistic, but Cain doesn't care. Icarus thinks the knight looks a little disappointed, but she's not surprised. Cain agrees that their lord is no longer an ordinary knight, which is a little puzzling. And while Cain is wondering what they should call Joshua now, he is lost in his own thoughts. Rugia breaks into his thoughts, stating the fact of whose hand this letter was written by. Joshua, remembering Arius' words, now understands what he meant when he recommended being wary of Arden. Rugia asks if at this rate Duke Agnes won't be in danger. Joshua believes that everything will happen sooner than in the past. In any case, it is inevitable. Teta asks the guy why he looks so serious, as if he is not himself. The man says he wants to discuss the offer Joshua made him before the Battle of the Masters. He admits that he wants to change the terms, asking the guy to leave Evergrande in his hands. Teta begins to say that he wants to put an end to this matter himself, and Joshua allows him to do so. But the guy also has a condition, according to which his interlocutor must become part of his order. He even promises to pay Teta a generous salary, and he even becomes a little embarrassed, groaning absent-mindedly. Finally, he admits that this proposal is unexpected for him, but he agrees to it. Teta justifies this by saying that with Evergrande's death, it is not a fact that the magic tower will return to its former state. So they make an agreement, and Joshua turns to Cain with an order. He introduces the knight to a new member of the Knights of the Golden Spirit and asks him to take care of him. Cain expresses only joy at this and solemnly welcomes Tetu into the Order of the Golden Spirit. Crevasse tells them to stop talking and slowly prepare for landing. Saying that they are almost there, the Black Dragon introduces the group to the Elven Forest. Ash breaks out in a cold sweat as he tries to figure out why they are seeing Yggdrasil. Crevasse believes that someone has destroyed the protective barrier and is amazed by the evolution of human magic. Ash reflects on how she always thought of elves as being far more educated when it came to magic. Just as she begins to blame herself, believing that it is all her fault, Joshua says that this is not so. The boy approaches Crevasse with a request to ask him a question before they part ways. He asks what the main reward of the Tower of Trials is, admitting that he is very curious. Crevasse only gives a hint, saying that the main reward is no less important than an alliance with a double. Moreover, it contains the truth of the world and is beyond the reach of humanity. Teta asks why this is so. Crevasse doesn't understand, and the mage clarifies why the ban can be lifted for Joshua's sake. The guy starts to defend the Black Dragon, supposedly assuming that he won't respond anyway. But Joshua doesn't care. He's committed to completing the climb, and now he decides to go down first. As he flies down, all that can be heard from the dragon are the worried and indignant voices of his minions. Cain rushes after him, shouting that Joshua will no longer be able to abandon his subordinates. Icarus asks the knight to stop, reminding him of how high they are now, but stops short. It's because others follow Cain's example that Ash thanks Crevasse for everything beforehand. Teta grins mischievously, amazed at this guy's unpredictability. And Iselin, who has gotten ahead of everyone, only finds something to tell Joshua that she is with him. And so, one after another, the young men rush after their master, except for one. Crevasse asks Icarus what she is waiting for, and the girl, starting to speak, suddenly becomes confused. Feeling very awkward, the strategist admits that she is just an ordinary person. Where there was peace and quiet before, a deafening explosion is heard. The mages order the elves to tell them where the windstone is, promising only then to spare them. But they warn the people that they had better hurry, because their patience is not limitless. Freya rushes at the strangers like a cat, angrily asking what they are doing. She says that she will not allow people to mock the tree, but they only laugh mockingly. They threaten the elves, saying that with the help of the sun's boundless power, they will burn everything to the ground. And when they produce a solar blast, Freya has to maneuver even more skillfully. She clenches her teeth, urging herself not to give in to her emotions and keep a cool head. But under the waves of provocations and enemy attacks, this is not so easy. The elf begins to use her abilities when she notices enemies nearby. She fires quick volleys at them, causing them to become distracted and lose concentration. Although the mages fall, the explosion still occurs, and the elf continues to defend her home village. She manages to neutralize another intruder, and his comrades express aggression. And then they encourage the others, asking them not to worry, and saying that the power of the sun is with them. Encouraging each other to give it their all, they produce another sunburst. The elf counterattacks using a magic spell, and the mages, noticing this, become cautious. Freya continues to gather magic around herself because she will need quite a lot of it. When she has enough, the girl releases the bowstring, directing the arrow straight to the target. Cries of pain are heard from the enemy, and Freya is praised by her comrades who offer to drive away the invaders. A strange voice comes from the cloud of dust, causing the elf to turn around sharply. The emerging silhouette suggests that this girl has surpassed the rank of a master in terms of ability. But Evergrande believes that this is not enough to get rid of them. Freya says she can't believe people judge others by ranking them. It's pathetic. But still, based on human standards, the girl confirms that she has superhuman abilities. When Freya drives the humans away, Evergrande says that he always thought of elves as kind and naive. He asks who they think brought down the blessed barrier created by the High Elves. At first, the elves don't understand what the catch is. Even Freya reacts too late. But she manages to avoid the fate of her comrades, and the girl rushes towards the enemy. When she gets very close, Evergrande calls the elf's movements not bad. However, he is absolutely sure that his spell, which strengthens the body, is not counterable for her. And indeed, even though the elf strikes, it has absolutely no effect on the mage. But he himself is very good at responding to his nimble rival. However, Freya does not get lost, regrouping on the fly and making a swift move. Evergrande is surprised when she appears right behind him and is momentarily confused. The man barely manages to dodge to avoid the fatal blow. When the arrow deviates from its intended course and again rushes towards the enemy, he is taken aback. He asks if it is true that with the help of runic spells, one can do various things. The man is stunned once again as he sees his armor crack under the onslaught of his opponent's arrow. She manages to easily dodge the attack, and suddenly Evergrande grins, turning to the elf. He says that apparently she wasn't lying about her superhuman abilities. Freya screams when she says that she is disgusted by the enemy's carelessness. She uses her special abilities again, launching attacks from different directions. But Evergrande only needs to snap his fingers once to defuse the projectiles. They burn and break, never reaching their final goal under the pressure of his magic. Freya, who did not expect this, is mentally amazed by the abilities of this man. Evergrande boasts that 8th grade magic is beyond comprehension. He says that it demonstrates the difference between a superhuman and one of the titans of the 9 stars. The man advises the elf to surrender, but does not even think about stopping his attack. Because of this, led by someone else's hand, the girl releases the weapon from her disobedient hands and hits herself painfully. Evergrande recommends that Freya answer honestly the question of where the primordial stone is hidden. The elf suggests killing her since she still isn't going to tell him anything. The man happily agrees to fulfill this request, but only after he searches Freya's mind. Saying that resisting her will do nothing, Evergrande performs mind control. Freya can't believe they're doing this to her, but the worst part is that it's truly useless to resist. Evergrande digs with his nasty tentacles into the elf's memories and finally finds what he is looking for. And he proclaims this with glee and then throws the elf aside like a broken toy. He talks about what he will achieve when he gets the Windstone. The man dreams of overcoming the 8th grade barrier and reaching the 9th. Although this stone is limited to the element of wind, Evergrande is confident that it will eclipse the power of any dragon. The man is about to continue but freezes with his mouth open. And that's exactly the point, because Joshua appeared before the magician in just the blink of an eye. The boy turns to Evergrande, mockingly saying that he is afraid of disappointing him. At the head of the 9 stars, one shines especially brightly, but no one has yet been awarded this honor. Evergrande thinks that he will obtain this title once he has the Windstone in his hands. Evergrande asks Joshua what the reason is and why he hates him so much. The magician can't figure out why this guy is bothering him at every step. Joshua first attacks and then responds to his opponent with a joke. The guy says he's pleased to see Evergrande so worked up. The magician says it's not funny, observing that Joshua doesn't seek wealth or fame. The guy agrees, adding that he needs something a little different. He involuntarily recalls the words Evergrande spoke to him in his past life. Then the old man said that he was a man whose very existence was a threat. Now the guy says that he wants the magician to understand one thing and repeats his own words to him. He repeats them exactly, also referring to himself, openly mocking the magician. And he, not understanding what they were talking about, stupidly asks about it again. Joshua says he's right, because if he had wished for fame or wealth, he would have received it immediately. However, he didn't care about them at all, because the guy had only one thing that he valued. It was his comrades who actually turned out to be hypocritical scum. Joshua says that Evergrande will now understand and see everything himself. As with the weapon that brought him righteous fear, he would finish off the magician in one fell swoop. Evergrande says he's noticed Joshua has a knack for talking nonsense. The mage speaks to his followers through telepathy, commanding them to seal all mana within Yggdrasil. The followers immediately respond to the call of their master, carrying out the order. When the world tree begins to metamorphose, the mages surrounding it giggle. They are confident that even an all-powerful spearman will be helpless when all the mana is gone. They are sure that Joshua is finished, but something unexpected happens, causing the magicians to curse in fear. While they are trying to figure out what is happening, Cain, introducing himself, declares that he has arrived. The Trinity rushes at full speed towards the enemy, ordering these puppets to get out of their way. Evergrande begins to get nervous, wondering why these idiots can't seal the mana. And a voice heard from behind replies that it's all because his soldiers have already given up the ghost. While Evergrande is surprised that Teta is alive, he confirms these words, thanking the mage for his concern. At the same time, the young man prepares a wind avalanche and sends it at his enemy. He tries, at least for the last time, to build some kind of defense or attack. Evergrande asks if Teta has come back to help him die. Teta suddenly jumps up and, rushing at his opponent, asks what he did to him. Evergrande initially recoils, then smirks, asking a provocative rhetorical question. The man asks why it is necessary to spare the life of someone who could cause him problems. But if Teta misses this old man so much, Evergrande is ready to bring their meeting closer. He starts to say that he can easily block this insignificant attack, but suddenly stops. The man doesn't even have time to do anything when the inevitable happens. He doesn't just take damage from this one attack, it continues even after, injuring the mage even more. And Teta advances on his opponent, promising that he will pay for the death of his master. Evergrande boasts that if he hadn't been distracted, his strike wouldn't have worked. Joshua asks the magician to ignore him, saying that he promised Teta not to interfere. Evergrande is hurt by these words. Barely holding back his anger, he asks if they are serious. But suddenly he grins and says that they will regret this. But Joshua answers. He returns the man's grin, saying that everything could still easily change. At this point, Teta releases her magic, coming to the conclusion that it is time to end everything. He declares to Evergrande that he will kill him with his own hands. The man advises the boy to tone down his ardor, saying that such a pathetic magician will not be able to do anything. Realizing that he won't reach 8th grade quickly, Teda decides to do something different. He concentrates magic within the heart, where the mana corridor runs, to expand his circle. It takes a lot of effort from the young man, but his idea succeeds. He not only creates the cyclone he is used to, but also brings it to the triple level. As Theta flies higher into the air above Evergrande, he tries to keep an eye on him. Joshua also tries to keep an eye on his friend so that he can cover him if necessary. Evergrande calls Theta a fool, saying that he can't surpass 8th grade magic. The man asks if this brat doesn't know why this class is called the Miracle Phase, and Evergrande is going to show his opponent this in practice by removing the magic seal. The man grins and admits that Theta deserves credit. After all, this time he managed to wound him, but now it was his turn. Everything happens too fast, Evergrande directs the attack at his opponent. He begins to understand what is happening only after the crystal begins to split, and Evergrande says that now he will repay the enemy in full. When Theta's cyclone breaks free and gets out of control, the trio begins to worry. Kane and Iselin gaze silently at the World Tree, keeping their worries to themselves. Ash, with worried, unruly lips, says his name to himself. The stone begins to behave erratically, and one of its guards begins to speak to it. He asks the others if there is still no news from Freya. The next moment, they just start talking about the lost connection with the lower level. And literally a couple of moments later, an ominous laugh is heard near the stone. Evergrande is overjoyed that he has finally gotten what he wanted, and that divine power is in his hands. But Joshua appears and promises him that he will be cursed for destroying someone else's house. Evergrande bursts out laughing again, noting that this guy is as calm as a boa constrictor. The man believes that even a monster like him cannot crush the power of the gods. Joshua says he's sorry to disappoint Evergrande, but he even has 2 primordial stones. The man says the guy is bluffing because even 1 stone is enough to take a human life. Joshua challenges his opponent to see for himself if he is sincere. Evergrande says that he finds the guy's words funny and calls him a real weirdo. The last thing the magician says before the collision is about Joshua's inflated ego. The explosion that results from their attack is so destructive that it uproots trees. But the most interesting thing is that neither has yet yielded to the second in its power. Joshua asks his opponent if he still thinks he is bluffing. Evergrande can no longer contain his emotions, asking who this guy even is. Joshua repeats his words about being a threat to the whole world. He summons Windlord, a 6th-level spear magic art, and overflowing with power, transforms it into a true lightning strike. The light from it turns out to be so bright that for a moment Evergrande completely disappears from the radar. But in this blinding flash, his desperate cry turns into a weakening voice. The man asks himself how it could be, how it happened, if he had taken possession of divine power. And Joshua only watches his silhouette as it rapidly falls into the crevice. As he falls into this all-consuming darkness, the man wonders if it was all in vain. At some point, he begins to feel unbearable pain that overwhelms his entire body. The magician asks why he is still alive if his body was torn to pieces. Joshua says that the powers of the primordial stone extend beyond its general properties. For example, Tempest has the power of symbiosis, so the Windstone can be used without restrictions. Joshua tells Evergrande that he's been thinking about one thing for a very long time. And after that, he came to the conclusion that this magician was not the kind of person who would be satisfied with a dog's life. After all, he is driven by ambition, like Zayef, and he will do anything to achieve his goals. It was for this reason that the magician began to befriend Caesar, because he could satisfy his ambition. Then Evergrande, having achieved all his goals, would have finished off this man as no longer needed. And of course, Emperor Marcus was aware of his court magician's plans and knew that his son was being used. But he didn't care, because Evergrande was no threat to him. As long as the magician was of use, the emperor allowed him to live, and he himself derived his own benefit from this. Joshua believes they were both confident they had complete control over their opponent. But Marcus was wrong, and in the end, he would have died, and Caesar would have taken his place. But a third force intervened in this scenario, which neither side was able to fully understand. Joshua had no idea where this power came from, but now he knows this man. The boy calls out his name, proclaiming the third party to be Heimdall. He is absolutely certain that his identity will soon be revealed, and all of Evergrande's plans will collapse. Evergrande repeats the boy's words, then snorts and bursts into laughter. Joshua doesn't even know what to say to this, and the magician asks him a question. He asks his interlocutor if this is really all the guy could dig up on him. The man says the reason for his unbridled joy is that Joshua turned out to be an ordinary person like him. When the magician says that he is only a backup option, the guy clarifies this point. Asking about his connection to the imperial family, Joshua recalls that he learned this from Cersei. Evergrande says that what's going on inside the Britons is much deeper than the boy imagines, and nothing will change the fate of the Avalon Empire. Joshua will never reach the level of Caesar. The man offers to kill him if this is the end of their conversation, saying that he will not say anything else. Time passes. Joshua hesitates, and Evergrande repeats his words, trying to motivate the boy to action. But he says that this is just ridiculous and asks if the magician is seriously ready to say goodbye to his life. When a guy compares him to Zaev, the man asks him not to do this because they have different values. Joshua finds it funny that they were both servants of Asmodeus, but had such different views. The boy admits that he always thought about what kind of death would be a worthy end for Evergrande, and he still regrets not having made Zaev his subordinate. Rugia says he had no other choice, because Zaev reeked of Asmodeus a mile away. Evergrande even screams when he realizes that Joshua's spear is talking. Rugia shudders with delight, saying that he can't believe that this old man can hear him. The entity says that it has a keen eye and that this magician would be perfect for them, but he doesn't understand. Evergrande again offers to take his life, but seeing the undead, he hesitates. When the Death Knights grab him, the man starts to twitch, asking what kind of trick is this? Joshua says that although the magician's body will not survive, the soul will definitely be able to withstand it and will become immortal. The boy expresses confidence that Evergrande is familiar with Asmodeus and his soul summoning. After all, it was thanks to this so-called power that he was able to create the Death Knights. Joshua points out that he too has the power to subjugate leeches without their consent. Evergrande asks the guy to stop, now sincerely asking him to just kill him. But Joshua is adamant, mocking the man and turning words into action. Evergrande doesn't even have time to realize at first that the process of his transformation has already begun. And the next moment, the area is pierced by his loud and despairing roar. The man still tries to resist, denying the fact of his conversion even more to himself. And yet transformation is inevitable, because even if one wanted to, one cannot stop a process that has already begun. Rugia expresses an understanding of what the soul of an eighth circle magician is like. He notices that the sacrifice is not like those that were before, which means that the call will be on a different level. Rugia congratulates Joshua on his success in securing the Lich King. Approaching one of the bodies, Iselin picks up an object that is lying near it. Ash says the name of the World Tree with a trembling voice, and then she falls to her knees and desperately hits the ground, beginning to lament that it's all over. Iselin and Cain barely find the strength to exchange glances. Passing elves, noticing the girl, call her El Rubeus, rejoicing that she has returned. Freya says that they were all waiting for her, and she herself is immensely grateful for everything she did for them. After all, Teta explained everything to them and even brought reinforcements to stop the invaders. Freya offers to make an effort to revive this place now that El Rubeus is with them, in memory of all the trials they all had to endure. Ash turns to Freya, but her voice betrays him, and then Crevasse joins the conversation. He says it hurts him to see his old friend suffer and tries to cheer him up. Hearing the question, "What if this is all for the best?" the elf shouts out the name of the Black Dragon, and he says that the time has come to get out of the shadow of the World Tree and come into the light. When he advises Ash to make the right choice, she mentally expresses doubts that he exists. She wonders how one can protect one's family if one has lost one's home. And at that very moment, her interlocutor descends towards her like a ray of light, causing the elf to shudder. Ash tells everyone else to welcome the wielder of great mana, the Black Dragon Crevasse. He also agrees that without Yggdrasil, they will lose their protection, but something needs to be changed. After all, the elves are tired of oppression, and this way Ash will be able to fulfill his dream of uniting all the elves. Crevasse advises not to miss the chance given by the man who prevented the destruction of the elven race. Joshua agrees that the shackles have fallen and asks if she will allow them to join her. The guy promises that anyone who dares to defile the elven race will have to deal with him. The elf cannot find the strength to do more than pronounce the title of her interlocutor, and Freya expresses confidence that Joshua saved them from the hurricane spell and dealt with the invaders. Cain says that now they will return the magic tower and everything will fall into place. Iselin suddenly says that they have big problems because something is supposed to happen today. After all, on this day in the year 725, according to the continental calendar, the Continental War began. Everyone expected that this event would be initiated by none other than Emperor Marcus. However, contrary to all expectations, the spark of war was ignited by a civil war in the Empire of Falbot. This happened in the empire itself, in front of the great Temple of Hermes. Before such a significant event, Lilia feels excitement with every fiber of her soul. The cardinal, noticing this, turns to her, quietly asking her not to worry too much about this. Jactor is asked to hold back his troops. Otherwise, both sides will only see each other's blood. Sebastian states that His Holiness the Pope also wishes for peace. His interlocutor smirks, asking if this man is hiding under lock and key. Jactor notes that during the years of his absence, they have been busy defending the established position. He is going to take the Holy Grail personally, but his interlocutor has a different opinion. He does not want war. Jactor believes that Avalon has long since crossed the line, because they are turning people into undead. He asks Sebastian not to say that he doesn't know what Sir Christian is doing. However, the master knows because his student became a victim of one of the liches in the castle of Reb of the Avalon Empire. And yet, if this were to start a war between empires, the losses would be simply unimaginable. So Sebastian tells Jactor again, asking his army to retreat. In response to these words, the man only grins provocatively. And then he orders his army to draw their swords, and the order is immediately carried out. Sebastian is not going to stand aside in response to this, so he gives the order to prepare for battle. The air is cut by a cry to attack, and now the first warriors rush into battle. Once allies, they now mercilessly destroy anyone who stands in their way. Of course, knights in their heavy, well-protected armor find killing easier. However, at the same time, the other side has priests who are capable of healing. And the wounds that could have given the enemy an advantage are successfully healed. Jector steps forward, saying that divine power only poses a threat to the undead. He understands that the paladins are waiting for their opponents to be exhausted, but against his new aura, it doesn't matter. And sharply throwing his hand forward, Jactor demonstrates what he just spoke about. The attack really turns out to be very effective, because the opponents don't even have time to group up. Even the cardinal cannot understand what this force is, because it is too powerful. However, Sebastian does not intend to allow the morale of his troops to decline. He encourages them. The young man promises to share with them the blessing of their god, Hermes. He is also a man of his word, starting to apply buffs and heal his closest allies. Soon, the entire army rises to its feet and feels ready to continue its battle. Lily's wounds also begin to heal, and then her body is completely covered in armor. Jector chuckles, comparing the healing of enemy warriors to the rise of the undead. And the very next moment, the man again orders his subordinates to attack. The fact that Lilia reflected the aura blade while unarmed evokes a cry of involuntary admiration. But this woman is not one to be greedy for praise, so she continues the fight, ignoring it. She fights no worse than men, even better, which is simply amazing. And inspired by this example, the paladins rush into battle with a new dose of enthusiasm. But suddenly they freeze in indecision. What they see plunges them into a stupor. The paladins had never seen anything like it before, plus the power of this aura was incredible. Finally, they gather their will into a fist and rush at the enemy, but a surprise awaits them. And that's not all. The explosion was just a scare. The warriors writhe in the scorching paws until they get burned. The power of the aura turns out to be truly all-destructive. The magical armor continues to crumble. Jactor turns around at the words about him using aura, which his interlocutor has never seen before. Sebastian wonders if this is a result of his recent training. The man is silent for a while, but then finally answers positively. He adds that he managed to make such progress while his interlocutor was busy teaching small children, and Jector uses his aura again, this time moving to the step above aura, to aura on top of aura. This makes Sebastian involuntarily pull back and envelop himself in an even brighter glow. The man no longer exudes the playfulness and mockery that he had just recently. He furiously shouts out words that become a catalyst for the creation and movement of the true aura. Sebastian finds it difficult to withstand such an onslaught of force. He clenches his teeth in exhaustion, and the flow of Jactor's aura at some point becomes so powerful that it rushes forward as a beam of death and destruction. He breaks and destroys everything around him, smashing even buildings into pieces, making him difficult to resist. In the end, all that remains is destruction and the most durable of what has withstood the onslaught. Even Lily is trying to catch her breath, unable to believe that everything is so bad. Groaning in pain, she thinks that it was necessary to stop these two stars after all. And they, despite everything, continue their superhuman battle of endurance. Sebastian says that if we don't stop, things will get worse, but his opponent has the opposite opinion. The paladin is confident that an empire built on blood will be destroyed by the same blood. Jector considers the paladins hypocrites who shout about peace in the name of God. He does not see justice in this. They come together again, putting more force into the blow, and Lilia barely manages to keep her balance. Lily understands perfectly well and thinks that if these two are not stopped, the city will disappear. The cardinal also believes that they will not stop until one of them falls, and asks the woman to return to Reinhard. She asks the man what he means, because she doesn't like the idea of running away alone. The cardinal says that if something goes wrong, there must be someone who will fix it later. He believes that only she can conquer the kingdoms that will oppose the empire from the outside. Several enemy warriors notice Lily and rush towards her to grab her. The cardinal tells his daughter to leave, but she does not want to leave her father alone. The man says he doesn't have the stamina for the journey, but he can handle this. We can't let Lily get caught, because that would be the end of everything. Realizing that he is right, the woman hesitates for just a few moments, after which she makes the only right decision. Marcus is informed that they have just received new information from Falbot. The Emperor's faction has won the civil war, meaning a potential invasion of Avalon. The Emperor comes to the conclusion that the Pope's faction has lost the war and the Moon Door is also a loser. This forces him to ask a subordinate to announce the movement of all Avalon forces to the Great Plains. Watching a bird fly past, Lucifer wonders if they can be seen from the sky. He addresses this question to Duke Aymar, asking what he thinks about it. The man believes that if angels from heaven were watching over them, people would hardly commit sins. Lucifer clarifies this and says that he believes that they are still not interested in them. He asks Aymar to stay here until he receives further orders from the prince. In response to the Duke's question, Lucifer replies that he himself is going to enjoy his freedom. A message is delivered to the border duchy that the Swallow Empire army is gathering at the border. The guards order this man to be let inside because he is a messenger, but something is wrong. The flash that flashed in the distance was followed by something terrible, and the messenger suddenly shuddered with his whole body. The guards don't even have time to understand what's happening before they suffer the same fate, and Lucifer gracefully lands on a deserted spot in the midst of all this bloody mess. His Majesty is informed that they are in big trouble, reporting an attack by the Swallow army. Wintrow's expression darkens considerably as he receives information about the size of the army and that it is marching towards them. The Papal faction won the civil war in the Empire of Falbot, and this happened shortly after the Swallow Empire received secret news about Avalon's preparations for war. Lucifer saw this as an opportunity to ambush the Duchy of Trans, which was harassing him. And just a month after the siege of the Swallow Empire, the Trans Duchy was defeated. Several months later, Arden led the Avalon army to invade Reinhard. Having realized his plan, the Black God, Duke Agnes, captured this kingdom. After learning of the secrets of the Avalon Empire, the Swallow and Falbot empires formed an alliance, and when Arden occupied Reinhard, the two empires sent their troops to the Great Plains of Kaiden. That is why, under the current circumstances, the best option was to go to Reinhard. Even though they tried their best not to get involved with him or the Avalon Empire, Icarus says that now they simply have no choice. She suggests that Joshua do this to make it clear to everyone who is the true heir to the throne. This way, even if the kingdom cannot be returned, it will be possible to gain new allies. Teta suggests that in that case they go to the Magic Tower, since not all the mages followed Evergrande. The man considers this the most opportune time to take over this organization. In addition, there is a high risk of getting involved in the War of Three Empires, because there are already more than 5 stars out of 9. If faced with a master or a superhuman, no one but Joshua would survive. And even in this scenario, if they are lucky and Duke Agnes takes their side, Joshua remembers his father telling him that it was nothing strange for him to stand up for his son. Also, the memory of Arden giving him this ring bursts into his head. The boy was surprised then, because it meant that Joshua was his true heir. Arden's face flashes before the boy's eyes, asking him if he is still upset with him. And Joshua's gaze changes, filling with courageous determination. When announcing that he is going to Reinhard, the guy says that he is not going to force anyone to follow him. Cain says that he himself will follow his master no matter what he decides, and Iselin agrees. When Crevasse wishes the boys good luck, the knight is surprised that he will not go with them. The dragon says that he is not the one who can interfere in the affairs of the Middle Kingdom, but he allows people to come to him in the Tower of Trials for advice, for which Joshua thanks him. And this battle was called in history an unforgettable battle with hundreds of thousands of victims. She was so hot that nothing like this had ever happened before, mostly because several stars united against Duke Agnes on this battlefield. And as a result of this unequal battle, Emperor Marcus's conspiracy was crowned with success. Arden died. According to this insidious plan, all of Duke Agnes's close associates were also to be destroyed. However, everything went completely differently than he had planned. And all because of a higher being, who, although very late, appeared. And the name of this true king of Reinhard was Joshua Sanders. The two allied empires were unable to capture Reinhard because of just one enemy. And so Joshua became a hero among heroes for the people of the entire continent that day. And on that day, this guy received a new nickname, which was the King of Heroes. And at the same time, Emperor Marcus disappeared somewhere for mysterious reasons. Since the post of ruler was vacant, the first war began between the princes Kisser and Kaiser. The dispute over the crown gradually weakened the empire. So soon the empire of Valbot turned against Avalon. In addition, Swello decided to break her alliance and seized the lands of her former comrade. The crisis that everyone thought was over once again became the prologue to a continental war. 3 years later, in the territory of the Swello Empire, in the former Reinhard, now Erheim, the Barker's voice says that these rare food materials can only be found in the depths. Traders praise their assortment, trying to outshout each other. The young man is amazed at what the black market looks like because he expected something different. Christian agrees with him, saying that he has changed a lot, and begins to talk about the fate of the former Reinhard. When he asks Cain what he thinks is the location of Joshua's disappearance, he doesn't even hear him. A voice from the stage asks for attention, because today they are carrying a very valuable commodity of the highest rank. After all, before them is the most beautiful race of all, the elves, despite the fact that by human standards they are about a century old. The merchant says that for them, basic spiritual arts are simple things, and they are also more aesthetically pleasing than other slaves. Involuntarily, the memory of Joshua promising to protect the elves comes to Cain's mind. Christian reminds the knight that they are already long overdue and it is time for them to leave. However, Cain does not want to stay away, which causes the paladin to cry out in fear and ask a question. The man lets Christian go first, saying that he still has some things to finish himself. The paladin remembers that this man does this every time he sees elves. However, he himself does not intend to stand aside, citing the fact that he has no choice. When an explosion occurs, no one can understand what is happening, which is what the knights take advantage of. After freeing the elves, Christian tells Cain that they need to get out of here now. But he first asks that the elves be taken away, and he himself takes upon himself the detention of the dissatisfied. Cain's opponents tell him to report him to his deputy and ask him for reinforcements. Noticing, in addition to the knight, Christian, they also order to report that the fighters of the Knights Union are here. Legrand informs his king that the gates are closed and no one will be able to enter their fortress. He simply accepts these words as a given, allowing his subordinate to go, and he obeys. As the man is escorted until he disappears, a mocking voice is heard from the throne. Lucifer asks if his interlocutor really considers the appearance of these knights here to be a mere coincidence. And then he says that these people are quite strongly connected to him, which raises questions in Aymar. Lucifer explains that by him he means the king of heroes, Joshua Sanders. Emperor Swello reminds his interlocutor about how this guy single-handedly destroyed a third of the army. Aymar says that he could not forget this great event even if he wanted to. Lucifer expresses confidence that his interlocutor must then be aware of something else. This is because the Swello Empire and the Valbot Kingdom are still afraid of Joshua since he disappeared. Aymar says that even if the King of Heroes appeared now, he would not be able to pose a threat to Lucifer. But he believes that it is too early to judge something like this until they meet this guy face to face. Lucifer orders his subordinate to capture these knights and find out where Joshua is. He asks not to tell him that his pride is preventing him from taking the first step. The man replies that this is not so, satisfying Lucifer with his answer. And then he adds that he follows His Majesty's orders with incredible devotion. The last bid at this auction is 30,000 gold. The presenter announces that this painting has been sold for the stated price and congratulates the lucky owner. After this, without further ado, he presents the next lot to the attention of those present. This is the main item of the current auction, the last weapon made by the craftsman Karaton, and it was so wonderful that it was used by the Knight of God. Those present cannot believe that this is not a sword, but a spear, and that Karaton made it before his death. The auctioneer continues to praise the weapon, saying that spears are no longer used by lower-ranking soldiers. The man announces 3,000 gold coins as the starting price of the lot, allowing the bidding to be raised by 500 at a time. Zero admits that he didn't expect so many people to gather in this place. Icarus asks the Moon Door manager if his image seems conspicuous. He says that he only dressed according to the event and asks if his interlocutor has given in to the chaos. She answers negatively, but says that it is becoming increasingly difficult to hide it. Zero says that, looking at the girl up close, even he is not sure he can outshine her beauty. He says that with this, she will be able to get any information she needs. He himself will need to go to another place, and the girl understands what her interlocutor is talking about. Zero hints that Icarus should be careful because what she is doing is quite risky. The girl replies that she knows all these dangers, and she learned about them all from her lord. Icarus recalls that Joshua never hid, but the current situation forces her to remain silent. Meanwhile, the bet stops at 20,000 gold, and the host asks for a larger sum. Icarus remarks that Joshua's absence won't change anything, so she just wants to take her mind off it. And the girl names her bet at 100,000 gold pieces, causing a sensation. People around you start not just whispering, but also openly expressing indignation. They find it hard to believe that someone would dare to raise the price by as much as 5 times. But the presenter doesn't care, and he sells the memory sample to such a generous client. Congratulations on his victory in this auction reach Icarus from all sides. She also says that Joshua's birthday is coming soon, and as a soldier for this family, she must be ready. Several voices in different tones command to keep their distance and block the paths until reinforcements arrive from above, and also to make sure that no one can leave the cordoned-off perimeter. Cain mentally calculates that Christian should have already left with the elves. After all, delaying such things is a waste of time. Those still standing are shouted at not to lose sight of Cain as he disappears into the crowd. There's a festival going on outside, making pursuing the knight even more impossible. In an attempt to catch Cain, the crowd is pushed aside, with any suspicious individuals being treated roughly. After ordering the man in the cloak to stop, the pursuer suddenly realizes that he has screwed up. Cain understands that if he misses Icarus, there will be even more problems. A familiar voice makes him turn around when it says it knows, and the problems are getting bigger each time. Cain doesn't understand what this girl is up to, so he asks her to wait, because now is not the time for this. And Icarus confidently asks her to hug him as soon as possible. The pursuers immediately lose the trail, trying to figure out which way the guy ran. The man tells the others not to stand there like a pillar, but to look around carefully. Cain allows the girl to let him go, saying that their pursuers have already left. And Icarus asks if after so many years he is not happy to see her since they finally met. Cain says he is glad and acknowledges the fact that the girl has grown a little. He's about to say something about this moment, but he doesn't even have time to really start. The powerful pressure of the ice causes buildings to collapse, causing panic among civilians. With his arms unresponsive, Icarus tries to get up, groaning with effort. Meanwhile, the blessed Knight of Heaven is asked who is behind him. Analyzing Icarus's appearance, Aymar comes to only one clear conclusion. The man assumes that the King of Heroes' minions have gathered here according to his plan. Cain is determined to block the blow at all costs, otherwise Icarus will receive a strong blow. This is what he does, but the next moment something happens that the knight never expected. The ice deforms, flowing around the young man's blade and rushing straight towards him. Cain doesn't have time to understand how this is possible, let alone react in time. And the very next moment, his entire body is permeated with ice crystals. 3 years ago, the Continental War created countless heroes. Thanks to this, the empires of Swello and Valbot became the most powerful states on the continent. The one who united all the kingdoms destroyed by the empire became the mysterious leader, King. One of the most famous historical figures was Joshua Sanders, who was proclaimed the King of Heroes. Just when it seems like he's about to lose consciousness, a familiar voice asks Cain to look up. The knight knows too well to whom he belongs, so he obeys. Aymar scolds himself for not realizing that this paladin was also somewhere nearby. Cain expresses confidence that his opponent's position is not the most advantageous to allow for distraction. The new star of the Nine's bravado ends as he focuses on attacking the enemy. After all, now Cain is not just an ordinary man, he has also risen, entering the ranks of supermen. Aymar mentally agrees that with his current strength he cannot defeat the knight. And yet the man believes that true strength is not only physical power. And Aymar again resorts to the power of his element, covering the knight's body layer after layer. Cain didn't know that his opponent had applied type mana, so he expresses surprise about it. Aymar says it's called true aura. In the Empire, it's called aura materialization, because this technique not only transforms the aura, but also materializes it at the will of its owner. The new voice asks you not to pretend to be a great and powerful warrior just for this reason. Christian tells Aymar that he is not the only one who can use such tricks. And the young man makes the liberation. He, just like Cain, has now become a Superman. Moving instantly, he covers his comrade in arms and strikes the enemy. Ymir watches the enemy's movements closely and comes to the conclusion that this is not divine power. Since her matter is transformed, the man believes that this is also true aura. Cain notes that his friend arrived later than he expected, and he justifies himself by talking to a mutual acquaintance. The knight cannot believe his luck, becoming convinced that that voice belonged to the master. Aymar, hearing this, clicks his tongue in displeasure, considering the appearance of their old man an additional headache. He confesses that His Majesty Lucifer is now nearby, and he should have made some noise to draw attention to their situation and call for help. While friends are amazed by this and bombard the enemy with a series of questions, this happens. Aymar says he meant the devil, and now he can retreat with peace of mind. Icarus hisses and writhes in agony, and Kane asks the girl worriedly if she is okay. Christian curses because he didn't think the Blood Monarch was here, otherwise they wouldn't have come here. Amar says he finds the looks on his opponent's faces incredible to see, and behind him a lion's face appears and says that he is more interested in how his master will react. Aymar crouches, mentally trying to remember who on earth could emit such deadly energy. He doesn't manage to finish his thought, as the man literally flies into the air. Everything happens at the behest of a single swing of the sword of this great man. And with his second move, he sends his would-be opponent flying. Rain tells the kids to leave, saying that he will deal with Duke Amar himself. The new star notes that time is not on their side right now, so they need to hurry. The boys say that they would rather help so that the Lion King will go with them. It reminds us that people who have reached the level of stars are difficult opponents. Rain reminds them of Lucifer's presence in the city, suggesting they leave before he actually arrives. Addressing his master, Kane says that they cannot leave him here alone, and a voice answers him, asking him not to worry, because none of them will be able to escape from this place. From the rubble in which Aymar should now be lying, a dragon from Aura suddenly bursts out. Christian can't believe his eyes, not believing that this man turned his aura into something like this. And the man declares that today marks the anniversary of their death, and he will not let anyone go alive. He laughs madly, not just showing off to his opponents, but also showing off in front of them. Well, Rain isn't going to just stand by and watch this while summoning her manticore. The giant red chimera rushes forward and lands on its enemy in one leap. Amar laughs, finding the combination of the personification of justice and cruelty and ruthlessness ironic. Rain speaks to Kane telepathically, informing him that they are not here just to gather information. The knight hears that perhaps this time they will be able to find Joshua. Dragging Icarus in the opposite direction, Kane suggests that Christian leave with them. Although he says out loud that he will only get in the way, he mentally promises to return to Rhine later. The man understands perfectly the direction of his student's thoughts and confirms this silently as well. Aymar rushes after Kane, asking if he really thinks he will let him go. An enemy blocks his path, reminding him that he is the one stuck here. When the two stars clash, Amar suddenly calls the Lion King a coward. He reminds him that he fled during the war and asks why he is here now. Amar wants, since everything turned out this way, to cut off Reyna's head and take it with him. After carefully examining the floor, one of the loose floorboards is finally discovered. Christian is surprised that there really is a secret passage in this place. Icarus suggests going inside, and a little later the paladin admires this notebook. He asks Icarus what exactly she heard from the moon door. It just needs to be collected. The girl admits that she doesn't know the details because there was a risk of the channels being tapped. However, she is absolutely certain that these people have found the last trace of Lord Joshua. Christian is sure it was worth the risk if it was true and asks where he was last. Icarus reminds her that she doesn't know anything else, and that she's more concerned about them leaving Rain behind. Kane asks the girl to calm down, assuring her that everything will be fine with the Lion King. The man adds that he and Christian know very well what this old man is capable of. The paladin confirms his friend's words, saying that it was thanks to Rain that they learned to materialize aura. Icarus is surprised that Kane can do this too, but he says that this is not the case yet. Mentally, the man expresses a desire not only to master materialization, but also to surpass it. He wants to gain power that can help him protect even his master. Suddenly, a strange sound comes out of nowhere, and Icarus assumes that it is a trap. A familiar voice asks someone how much longer they plan to sleep. Rugia speaks of the changes the world has undergone and recalls the promise made to Lucia. He asks Joshua not to let centuries of his painstaking work go to waste. Reluctantly opening his eyes, he agrees, justifying himself by saying that he needed to sort out his thoughts. And there were many of them, the most important of which were about his own father, about the merciless betrayal that his own comrades committed against him, about a cunning conspiracy and deception, with the aim of carrying out his insidious plan, on the difference of opinion and the successful attempt to undermine the authority and reputation of Duke Agnes, and of course, about what it all ultimately resulted in, marking the fall of the Black God Avalanche. In his mind, Joshua promises to return and put an end to all this atrocity. Meanwhile, Christian says that he can't believe his eyes because they followed the map exactly and screams. A woman appears ahead and asks the company not to worry because they are in the right place. Lily greets Sir Christian and says that she is glad to see him in full health. The woman tells her friends that she has come to convey important information to them, but time is short. She reports that Joshua Sanders' trail was found in the trial tower. The guys can't believe their ears, asking inquiringly if it's really that same one. Lily continues, saying that they once established surveillance over this tower. and this rune will transport the entire company there instantly. Christian finds it hard to believe. Otherwise, why didn't Lilia give them this tip right away? The woman says she can't leave the place and that sharing this information was risky. Lilia called them here for this very reason. She begins to talk about the empires of Valbot and Swello. Claiming that they will try to take over Airheim again, her task is to monitor these actions. Now Icarus understands the Blood Monarch's goals. He is here to prepare for the next invasion. Lily speaks of the assumption that there is a disagreement between the empires. Joshua needs to be found as soon as possible before the sea of blood engulfs them all again. For the Avalon Empire, this will be a good opportunity to put an end to the strife between the princes. Cain sees no point in thinking about it, because due to the 3-year war, the Empire is now on the brink of collapse. The knight impatiently suggests going to the Tower of Trials as quickly as possible. Lilia admits that there is something else the company needs to know, and this concerns the fact that a 4th prince, Caesar, was noticed in the Empire of Avalon. And they say that he has secured the support of some very influential patron. Icar says that the big picture is clear to her, but for now she needs to focus on the task at hand. The girl assumes that Christian also wants to meet their lord since he helped with his search. The young man confirms this and turns to Lilia, saying that he still has questions. He expresses hope that later they will be able to talk and discuss all of this. He expresses joy at the meeting, and Lilia says that in a second they will find themselves in the Tower of Trials. The woman wishes the company good luck and begins preparing for their move. When Icarus says goodbye to his interlocutor, he asks her to take care of herself. As she said, a second later there is no one in front of her, and Lilia is left alone with her thoughts. Meanwhile, the battle between the 2 stars has come to an end, and one of the opponents is breathing especially heavily. Ymir admits that he thought the 9's powers were equal, but sees that he overestimated himself. His interlocutor asks if his mind has really become clouded, since there is no point in hiding his abilities. The man doesn't understand why Ymir didn't even use spiritual arts. His interlocutor replies that he considered it necessary to keep his true strength a secret. Addressing his majesty, Amar says that he also knew that he would destroy the Lion King. Lucifer takes the fact that he was used calmly, and then suggests that the 2 have allies. The Emperor is inclined to believe that this is the Moon Door, and their base is located in Airheim. He thought they were finished, but it turns out they've gone into hiding, and Lucifer promises to wipe them off the face of the earth once and for all this time. Christian admits that he imagined the Tower of Trials differently, thinking that it would be teeming with monsters. He continues to speak, but a familiar voice reaches Cain's ears, calling him somewhere. The knight turns sharply and rushes towards him, calling on his comrades to follow him. Cain thinks that his master was right, and this time they will find their lord. The man feels with every fiber of his being that he is somewhere close. And indeed, Cain runs straight at his lord, addressing him with uncontrollable words. The knight asks impatiently and stutteringly if Joshua has really been here all this time. While he is explaining, Christian asks inquiringly if this is really the famous king of heroes. Icarus answers almost instantly, and her answer is negative. The girl argues that their lord had never looked at her with such a cold and indifferent gaze. Cain tries to bring them to their senses, asking who it is then, if not their lord. He thinks they are simply unused to seeing him after such a long time apart. Cain asks to believe that Joshua knew they were coming, and that is why he went out to meet them. He asks the man standing next to him if he is right, and in the prolonged silence asks him to say at least something. The knight suddenly feels a strange premonition for a moment and hears a strange voice. He reports that it is a double, and Christian, who also hears him, asks who is here. The entity says that he didn't think that Joshua's first comrade could be so easily outwitted. Christian asks the guys to be careful because the energy coming from the spear is demonic. Paladin assumes they are dealing with a high-ranking demon. Icarus assumes it is a test. Cain suddenly asks them to wait because he managed to get a good look at the object in front of him. He reminds them that this is their lord's spear, and the boys remember that he was even called Rugia. Cain suggests that their master left them a message. Rugia calls them all idiots, telling them to open their eyes and realize that Joshua is not here. However, he himself appeared at the request of the former count to teach the naughty children a lesson. Rugia declares that they will face the same trials that their lord experienced. Cain barely has time to react in surprise before he is swallowed up, and his friends cry out the knight's name in fear. Christian, cursing, asks what is going on here and orders the unknown entity to return Cain immediately. Rugia refuses, stating that the knight will have to suffer and bursts out laughing. It took only 3 years for the weakened states to fall into decline. Unlike Valbota with its internal conflict, the fall of Avalon had several prerequisites at once. One of them was the death of one of the 9 stars of the continent. the black god of Avalon, Duke Agnes. Along with this, everyone was puzzled by the disappearance of not only Emperor Marcus, but also the King of Swords, Duke Tremblay, who, along with Agnes, was nicknamed the Great Mountain of the Avalon Empire, after which the borders were closed. Then a power struggle broke out, and now the voice in the throne room notes that it took him 3 months. In order to get it back, the prince wonders how everything turned out this way. Kisser expresses hope that this tiring struggle will soon end. Arius asks, but Moore insists that they have no way out to stop all of this. He concludes that they will need to kill several more people, including Prince Kaiser. Kisser asks if this is reckless, but his interlocutor compares it to the rite of passage for emperors. The prince suggests closing the topic, since he called the man for a completely different matter. Arius expresses surprise, and Caesar thanks him for taking the time to see him despite the sudden visit. Kisser reminds him that his brother hid for 3 years and asks what made him change his mind. Not only that, but Caesar also brought along the Empire's god of war, Swello, and Drax led Grace. The younger brother says that he thought Kisser would be glad to see them and asks if he suspects them of anything. He finds the answer obvious because this man abandoned his own people, and Caesar created an army of the undead. The young man asks what he must do to earn his brother's trust. He asks if the head of the extremist commander, Babylon Agnes, will be enough for Kisser. After all, then this family will not stand in the way of the future emperor of Avalon at all. Kisser says that nothing remains of her except her name, and he sees right through Caesar. The younger one agrees, but suggests that the first prince himself will be uncomfortable getting his hands dirty with Agnes. Caesar also says that the Kaiser, although he feels insecure, is preparing to send troops against his brother. Therefore, the younger brother can be useful, because the second prince does not expect to be stabbed in the back. Kisser agrees that it sounds plausible, but he can't take Caesar's word for it. He expresses understanding with this, admitting that he himself treats others with suspicion. So Caesar proposes to his brother a plan of action that will definitely help catch the Kaiser off guard. And the young man announces that this mind-blowing plan consists of an agreement between them. Kisser says that his brother has just wasted their time and tells him to leave immediately. Caesar doesn't care what his interlocutor thinks, but he asks if he's sure he doesn't need his help. After all, rumors had reached him that Valbata and Swello would soon form an alliance again. This information really comes as a surprise to the first prince, and he even asks a clarifying question. Kisser asks if his brother seriously thinks this is possible, since the Swello Empire betrayed Falbot. Caesar clarifies, saying that it will not be exactly an alliance, but an agreement between the Blood Monarch and Jector. Rumor has it that they will gather their enemies and stage a mock battle against Erheim. In parallel, they will destroy all their enemies and eventually take control of the entire continent. Caesar suggests that Avalon may be among those who need to be suppressed, and Arius agrees. He says that they can be ignored, since Avalon, having lost its national power, does not pose a threat. Such an empire would look like an insignificant stone that could be disposed of at any moment. Kisser is offended by such judgments about his homeland, so he restrains himself from speaking out. Caesar says that soon he will be left in the past because he brought a very important person. When this man enters the hall, Kisser cannot contain his surprise, asking if he is really alive. The man addresses the first prince respectfully, and his interlocutor continues his interrogation. He asks what happened to him, because 3 years ago, no one knew at all what to think and do. Gestalt says he went in search of the emperor, but unfortunately, he is no closer to solving the mystery of his disappearance. Caesar asks to be allowed to give advice and notes that a lot of time has passed since that day. He proposes to officially announce his death and summon all representatives of the nobility, including the Kaiser. Kisser asks why he assumed they would admit his death, thinking that no one would even listen to them. Caesar agrees that this would have been the case before, but now that Duke Tremblay is with them, the situation has changed. He starts to pour out that the sooner this is done, the faster Kisser will lead the country to prosperity. But the eldest prince is no fool. He knows that this scoundrel himself longs to become emperor. Caesar continues, proposing to hold a bloody battle in honor of the funeral in order to gather the knights together. He explains this by saying that one needs to have an idea of each other's strength, and asks his brother about it. Caesar believes this will be a great opportunity to evaluate his opponents. The first prince doesn't like where his brother is heading. He knows for sure that he is pursuing his own selfish goals. Caesar hesitates for a moment longer and then says that he will let Kisser think about the proposal. And if the first prince finds it interesting, they will choose a date together and discuss all the details. In the meantime, as he says goodbye, he asks his older brother to take care of himself. The emotions on the first prince's face become more and more evident as Caesar moves away from him, and some see the events that unfolded after the death of the Black God of Avalon. The advancing army pokes this guy in the face and tells him that he will soon follow his daddy. Cain now understands what test his Lord's spear was talking about. The knight concludes that this is the very day on which Joshua disappeared. The man expresses confidence that he will pass this test in no time. He deliberately allows the enemy to get close enough to make a wide cut. While Cain repeats his movements, the commander-in-chief orders them to aim and cut his head off. Having cleared the way for himself, the knight hears shouts and the clatter of hooves from the other side. And now a new cavalry army is rushing straight towards him, waving their weapons along the way, taking aim. Cain admits it turned out to be more difficult than he imagined. Icarus thinks about the test the knight has faced and where their dear master is now. Rugia says that in this world everything has to be paid for, meaning an equal exchange. Icarus promises to give his interlocutor everything he asks for if he returns Mr. Joshua to them. Rugia says that he realized that the girl in front of him was smart, but at the same time surprisingly naive. And yet he agrees to make a deal with her, only so that Icarus will then give him everything he asks for. First of all, Rugia asks not to worry about Joshua because time stopped for him 3 years ago. Icarus asks to explain this in simple words, not understanding what her interlocutor means. Rugia says that Joshua knew that his friends would look for him in the Tower of Trials, and about the Continental War too. And the sooner Cain completes the test, the sooner they can all meet this guy. Moreover, Rugia says that he will personally take them to him, and Icarus asks about his final destination. Spear asks the girl to listen to him carefully and calls it a place called the Fallen Empire. Its second name is Avalon, and Rugia believes that this is where Joshua is heading. Later, a sound of exhaustion escapes Cain, and Christian rushes to his friend's side. He announces his intention to heal the knight, and Icarus fearfully asks what happened to him. He turns to the spear, asking it if his lord really had to go through something like this. Rugia avoids a direct answer, asking the knight what he thinks. Cain tells his interlocutor that he is not joking and orders him to answer the question promptly. Rugia expresses regret that he lacks the strength to show the knight the full picture of that day. Although Cain should already be glad that he managed to return safe and sound, the man tenses up at these words, deep in thought, but Icarus calls out to him. She asks Cain to tell her what happened to their master, although she understands that it is difficult for the Sur. The knight asks if the girl remembers how 3 years ago their lord suddenly left them. Cain adds that Joshua also said back then that he was going to change the future. The girl confirms these words, recalling that the guy then behaved as if he knew the whole sequence of events. However, he was unable to change anything, nor to prevent the death of his father. And all because Emperor Marcus had a plan to eliminate Duke Agnes, the details of which Joshua did not know. Cain says that's exactly what everyone thought, but their assumptions turned out to be completely wrong. The thing is that the United Nations of the empires of Falbot and Swello were not stopped by Arden at all. And in general, the goal of Jector, Lucifer, and the blood of heaven from the very beginning was not Duke Agnes at all. Originally, it was their dear lord, Joshua Sanders. And it turns out that the soldiers of the United Nations gave him the title of King of Heroes. Now it all becomes clear to Christian, and Joshua suffered a crushing blow in this battle. Rugia chuckles and says that it wouldn't hurt for the paladin to get rid of the demonic energy. And he knows what he's talking about because 3 years ago, Joshua already surpassed human nature. Even in a battle with the strongest of this world, he will turn them into ashes and scatter them to the wind. Completely confused, Icarus asks the spear to stop and asks it what is the reason for Joshua's disappearance. It turns out that this guy ended up in a demonic realm, but that doesn't make it any clearer. Rugia continues, saying that 3 years in this place are equivalent to a century in the middle world. Time flows differently there. Icarus elaborates, suggesting that Joshua is not returning to them because he is stuck in the demon realm. Rugia says that certain circumstances, unexpected variables, prevent him from doing so. And to solve them, this guy had to go through the Tower of Trials. The spear tells about the rewards received for completing the trial. Hearing the words about a special reward, Christian assumes that this is the very absolute truth. Rugia says that it is, but more specifically, it is a mirror that shows everything. It's called the Full Moon Mirror, and it shows the past, present, and future, but at a high price. With the help of this mirror, Joshua learned that Emperor Marcus had been killed. Icarus believes that this changes everything and suggests that their lord in the demonic realm is paying for the knowledge. Rugia confirms this, but adds that this is how Joshua was transported to the middle world. Icarus feels uneasy about such a harsh price, because for the guy a whole 100 years have passed. She asks Joshua with regret in her mind why he took so much on himself. Caesar is asked if there was a more decent place than his own palace, and the young man notices that during his last visit his interlocutor said almost nothing. Caesar asks if he would be here if he had finished off Agnes's entire family at once, and he orders her to be gotten rid of, to which Drax asks since when does he get orders. The young man asks his interlocutor if he has already forgotten Heimdall's order. Hearing these words, Drax shudders and vows to get rid of the Duke's family as soon as possible. Trembly tries to understand in his mind who this Heimdall is, that even the god of war fears him. Caesar turns to him, forcing him to say that he is listening to him attentively. The young man asks how Geshalt feels about taking part in the bloody battle at the funeral. Noticing the man's hesitation, Caesar says that he is not asking him to participate on his own behalf. After all, if Geshalt doesn't trust him, then he himself doesn't deserve the trust of the fourth prince. Caesar only hopes that this battle will rid the world of those who pose a threat to the imperial family. Geshalt asks for forgiveness in advance, and asks whether it is really necessary to eliminate His Majesty's knights. After all, as soon as power passes to Caesar, they will become his, and rumors are already circulating about the death of their captain. The man continues talking about this, but the young man interrupts him, asking his interlocutor about Joshua's body. Caesar admits that he doesn't know what the old man has in mind, but he is absolutely sure that he is hiding something. And he wants Geshalt to understand that neither Kisser nor Kaiser are fit to be heirs to the throne of Avalon. Caesar says that the heir was chosen even before the disappearance of His Majesty the Emperor Marcus. And he is this heir, as evidenced by the ring in this box. Caesar also says that he is the only one who knows about his location, and saying that everything has already been decided. The fourth prince asks to simply follow his orders. Geshalt mentally agrees that this ring belonged to Emperor Marcus. But at the same time, the man knows that he would never give it to anyone, not even his own son. Recalling that meeting, the Duke is increasingly inclined to believe that Joshua was right. Then the guy admitted that he was being impolite, but asked to listen to him for his own good. While Geshalt pretends to help Caesar, he must find out one thing from him. The man didn't even listen to the end, saying that he had nothing to talk about with a traitor to the Empire. Joshua again respectfully apologized to the Duke, saying that he did not have time for this. He, not intending to coddle this brat, noted that it would only make things worse for him. But suddenly he felt an overwhelming energy that instantly paralyzed his body. But the most unusual thing about this was that the man did not feel the guy's presence. It was as if they were in the same place, but in different time streams. It was like some perfect form of non-existence, like the power of the Almighty. And Geshalt clearly felt a wall between them that was simply impossible to overcome. The man said that he had sworn allegiance to the Emperor, so Joshua would receive nothing. Then the guy shared information that Caesar had a patron that even Marcus didn't know about. Joshua named him Heimdall, and if any suspicions arose, suggested finding out who was behind that name. Caesar, however, in the present repeats that he only asks that his orders be followed. Geshalt promises to faithfully carry out his orders and prove his loyalty to the imperial family. And mentally, turning to His Majesty, the man promises to bring the whole truth to light. Icarus thinks about how the puzzle is gradually coming together and they will learn the truth about Joshua. But then her thoughts are interrupted by a worried voice asking who they are. Rugia snorts dismissively, as they only destroyed one insignificant spell. He reminds Icarus of their deal, and the girl says that she remembers and promises to repay him later. And all together, in different voices, the Trinity says that they will do what they came here for. Meanwhile, at the estate of Duke Agnes, which is located in the Avalon Empire, Siphon gives the order to his subordinates to close ranks tighter and hold the line. However, even he feels uneasy at the sight of the highest-ranking wind spirit, Aeolus. He takes off, striking his target several times along the way and deftly dodging. By drawing in air, he transforms it into aura energy and redirects it to help himself. Continuing to move along the broken line, Aeolus continues to get rid of his opponents without allowing a single miss. In the end, only Siphon remains, and he, rushing at the enemy, says that he has had enough. When he strikes, he clearly feels the flesh being cut under the sharp blade. However, the next moment Aeolus is behind, delivering a glancing blow. Siphon manages to avoid a fatal wound, but he is unable to completely recover from the damage. When the man begins to speak again, he stutters, calling his opponent a monster.